As everyone mocked him for binding a worthless gate, Lin Meng perceived a pathway leading to myriad realms. In a world where all citizens undergo class change and myriad races vie for supremacy, the original host was merely a B-grade soul master, bullied and belittled. However, the gate that the original host's soul was bound to before his demise underwent a transformation into a transdimensional gate after Lin Meng's arrival in this new world. In the realm of Qin's moon, he tempered his body and reaped fortune. In the death god world, he comprehended the mysteries of the soul, transforming into the Grim Reaper who controlled the gates of reincarnation. In the Naruto universe, he absorbed chakra, mastering the heavenly door and the sealing gate. In a One Piece world, he awakened the powers of the Gate Fruit. And in Fullmetal Alchemist, he achieved the Gate of Truth. With the gate as his conduit, he traversed countless dimensions, assimilating the power systems of various worlds, continuously fortifying himself. From frailty to might, from abandonment to dominion over all beings. Every step Lin Meng took was paved with the blood and bones of his adversaries. Ultimately, when the Gate of Truth merged with the Gate of Destiny, he would achieve the Gate of All Wonders, establishing the Tao Gate and reigning over the primary world, turning all past foes into mere dust beneath his feet. Chapter 1. Transmigration, a world of universal class change. In the year 2066 of the Federation, the acrid scent of disinfectant pierced his nostrils. His body felt as though it had been crushed by a heavy truck. Every inch of his bones cried out in agony. Lin Meng abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay a monotonous expanse of white, the standard ceiling color of a hospital. Confused and fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, the intense headache nearly causing him to faint once more. He realized he had transmigrated. Lin Meng had once been an enthusiast of extreme sports in the Huagua region of Blue Star. Before his untimely demise, he had been engaged in wingsuit flying, only to meet his end while attempting to traverse a cave. This place was no longer the familiar Earth. Instead, he found himself in a perilous world of universal class change and interspecies invasions. Nonetheless, the planet he now inhabited bore a striking resemblance to Earth, so he would refer to it as Blue Star. Blue Star is a planet within human dominion, primarily hosted human activities on its land. Yet, within its vast oceans, numerous fishmen tribes resided, frequently encroaching upon human territories. Unlike his previous life, Blue Star had unified its continents into a vast federation, with the highest authority residing in the Federal Assembly. The Assembly comprised 11 members, akin to beacons of wisdom, governing all affairs on Blue Star and possessing channels of communication with other human factions. The province of Huaxia, where Lin Meng resided, boasted 3 representatives in the Federal Assembly, making it one of the more powerful continents. The city in which he found himself was H-City, located in Huaxia province. The original host's parents had served as soldiers, sacrificing their lives on the brutal battlefield. Only a few of their comrades occasionally visited to check on the life of this orphan. In this world, myriad races coexisted, constantly engaged in conflict. Other races often displayed significant disparities in their vocational systems. However, the human and dragon races, due to the comprehensiveness of their occupational frameworks, successfully ascended to the ranks of top-tier races. Besides the intelligent races, a plethora of magical beasts roamed the world. The core of power was termed primordial force. Upon reaching the age of 16, humans had the opportunity to awaken their destined profession at the altar of destiny. Regular professions were categorized into 5 grades from lowest to highest. D, C, B, and 8. Awakeners of A-grade professions were exceedingly rare, constituting only 1,000th of the population, truly the elite. B-grade accounted for 1%, sufficient to enter key training sequences. C-grade made up 10%, forming the backbone of society. D-grade was the most populous, comprising 30%, and the remaining individuals could only awaken to the lowest E-grade. E-grade professionals, while possessing slightly superior physical attributes compared to unawakened individuals, lacked any distinctive traits and were often regarded as consumables. Of course, legend spoke of hidden S-grade professions that transcended A-grade, representing true prodigies, appearing once in a century. Yet, this world was not devoid of hope for those at the bottom. At the very least, everyone had the opportunity to access the most fundamental methods of cultivating primordial force. Even if one's luck was abysmal at the altar of destiny, resulting in an E-grade awakening, it did not immediately equate to a death sentence. Individuals could still pursue those inconspicuous basic professions, such as basic warrior, basic mage, or basic craftsman. These basic professions corresponded to 3 realms of foundational practitioners: skin tempering, muscle forging, and marrow cleansing. In the skin tempering realm, primordial force could only enhance the surface, allowing one to shatter ordinary bricks with bare hands, serving primarily as laborers on the battlefield. In the muscle forging realm, One could unleash a brief burst of strength, capable of breaking trees the thickness of a bowl or leaving shallow marks on walls, thus bullying. Unawakened individuals that in the marrow cleansing realm, primordial force began to coalesce, enabling the release of simple shockwaves that could demolish wooden structures within 3 meters or shatter ordinary metal armor, suitable for mining or repairing city walls. Upon completing marrow cleansing, individuals would have undergone the preliminary training of professionals, with further cultivation leading to the realization of their vocational talents. Lin Meng rubbed his throbbing temples, processing the chaotic information swirling in his mind. The direction of basic professions encompassed various facets. However, without the amplification and enhancement of vocational talent, pursuing these basic professions would forever prevent one from reaching the true pinnacle, potentially, resulting in a lifetime unable to transcend the marrow cleansing realm. The fragments of the original host's memories vividly surfaced, revealing this harsh reality. Basic professionals expended efforts several times greater than those of prodigies, yet their achievements often paled in comparison. Such meager strength, in a world teeming with myriad races and constant life and death struggles, could accomplish little. Perhaps they would merely engage in the most menial tasks within the cities, barely scraping by. In the worst-case scenario, they would be conscripted to the front lines, becoming expendable assets to fill the gaps in the battlefront. Conversely, those fortunate enough to awaken D-grade professions or above embarked on a markedly different path, earning the title of regular professionals. Upon reaching D-grade, their vocational skills took initial shape, allowing warriors to cleave boulders half their height and mages to ignite 10 cubic meters of flammable material, with fireballs sufficient for clearing low-level magical beasts or performing reconnaissance tasks. Advancing to C-grade, primordial force could manifest as tangible attacks. Swordsmen could sever trees embraced by 2 individuals, while ice mages could freeze pawns with a 5-meter radius, becoming the backbone of mid-sized battles. That B-grade professionals experienced a qualitative transformation in skill potency. A martial artist's full-powered strike could collapse a 3-story stone fortress, while a lightning mage could unleash bolts spanning 100 meters, capable of altering the course of minor skirmishes. For A-grade professionals, they could initiate domain-type skills, creating energy fields spanning 100 meters, with destruction-type abilities that could reduce everything within their range to dust. The original host had recently awakened a B-grade profession, Soul Master, successfully breaking through to the skin-tempering realm at the moment of awakening. This was a talent potent enough to enable him to leap over the Dragon's Gate. The profession of Soul Master allowed an individual to bind only one tangible entity for soul binding and deep development enhancement throughout their lifetime. While the deep development enhancement relied on the intrinsic characteristics of the tangible entity, one could not bind a funnel and expect to enhance it into something as outrageous as a black hole. Apart from enhancing and utilizing the bound tangible object, the Soul Master could only rely on cultivating foundational abilities for personal advancement. Naturally, if one wished to cast spells like a mage, they could bind a staff or an energy-laden gem. Those aspiring to melee combat, like warriors, would bind swords or armor. These weapons and equipment, upon undergoing soul enhancement, would bestow the Soul Master with relevant cultivation talents, compensating for their inherent shortcomings. In this world, the vast majority of soulbinders opt to bind themselves to weapons or armor pertinent to their chosen profession. This enables them to possess a personal divine weapon or armor that can continuously evolve and be summoned at will. Moreover, it is a vocation that allows for the autonomous selection of one's developmental trajectory. Consequently, various factions on Blue Star hold a significant appreciation for those who transition into this profession, as it signifies that soulbinders can undergo targeted cultivation according to the functional demands of their battle groups. The strength of a soulbinder is almost entirely dictated by the intrinsic quality of the items they bind to themselves, thus rendering the soulbinder an A-grade profession. As a B-grade soulbinder, the original protagonist was already specially invited to join the elite class of H City's first martial arts high school. While not as prestigious as the A-grade C class, the resources available were still commendable. Unfortunately, the protagonist had only just completed their awakening, a pivotal moment that should have marked a miraculous turnaround in their life. However, during a mealtime encounter with the notorious school bully Zhao Kun, who was tormenting other classmates of C-grade talent, the original protagonist, feeling a sense of empathy for the victims, intervened. Having just ascended to the elite class, they were somewhat overconfident. Predictably, such an act of defiance incited Zhao Kun's wrath. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao Kun and his accomplices cornered the protagonist in a deserted storage room at the martial arts school. What ensued was a one-sided, brutal bullying. The protagonist was left on the brink of death, with their only thought before succumbing being to push open the tightly shut door and escape. Ultimately, they collapsed beside the door, drawing their last breath. In that moment of near death, their singular binding as a soul binder was forcibly completed, binding them to the cold, heavy iron door. After traversing in a Blue Star, Lin Meng, driven by a will to survive, embraced the profound resentment and unwillingness of the original protagonist in their final moments. Awakening anew. Having personally experienced death twice, Lin Meng clenched his fists, causing even the intravenous drip to tremble slightly. Zhao Kuan, a deep-seated humiliation and the agony of near death were indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. I shall remember this. In his eyes, it was as though icy flames flickered with intensity. A B-grade talent, exceptional among many. Even if I am bound to a door, what of it? At the very least, my B-grade cultivation speed remains intact. Lin Meng, after assessing his profession, thought optimistically. Just then, the hospital door creaked open. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, entered with a rehearsed smile plastered on his face. He was Lin Meng, the director of the academic affairs office at H City's first martial arts high school. Symbolically, he placed an envelope on the bedside table, containing compensation from school regarding the incident. How are you feeling, Lin Meng? He inquired insincerely. Upon discovering the incident, the school had promptly sent Lin Meng to the hospital for emergency treatment. After all, he was a B-grade professional, and as a soul binder, he belonged to a category that could autonomously select their developmental direction, making him particularly suitable for targeted cultivation within the academy. However, everything changed when the school reviewed the surveillance footage and found that the iron door to the storage room had inexplicably vanished. After consulting multiple soul binders, the school and Zhao Kuan's faction ultimately determined that Lin Meng's bound item was a broken iron door. The binding, it seemed, was of an item that possessed almost no combat value and was unlikely to develop any practical capabilities. Was he to use the door as a shield in his development? However, the physical property of the door was inherently one of opening this news spread. Lin Meng swiftly transformed from a promising B-grade genius into a mere footnote within school. Those who were aware of the situation labeled him the utmost waste among B-grade professionals. The soul binder bound to a door would likely achieve less than even those apprentices who awakened to C-grade combat professions. With this thought, the feigned concern on Lin Meng's face vanished without a trace. Lin Meng, I have a matter to discuss with you regarding Zhao Kuan. His parents have already come to the school to discuss the situation. Young people can be impulsive. A small compensation can put this matter behind us. When Lin Meng failed to respond, Lin Meng's tone shifted to a more bureaucratic demeanor, laced with barely concealed disdain. Lin Meng, awakening a door with your B-grade talent is truly unfortunate. Lin Meng adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an indifferent light. The resources in our elite class are quite limited. Given your circumstances, that the school believes it would be better for you to transfer to a regular high school, where the academic pressure may be less daunting and more suited to your needs. He picked up the envelope, pretending to weigh it, his tone dripping with condescension. Take this money for your recovery. In the future, perhaps you should settle for being an ordinary person and abandon those unrealistic aspirations. To be frank, a soul binder of your caliber holds little value for the school in terms of cultivation. Remaining in the elite class is merely a waste of precious educational resources. Lin Meng's words pierced Lin Meng's heart like a series of icy needles. Subsequently, without casting another glance at Lin Meng turned and departed. 3 days later, before Lin Meng had fully recovered, 2 expressionless school workers invited him out of the hospital. The director wants us to inform you that he has shown rare benevolence and communicated with the admissions office of the Second Martial Arts High School. You can rest at home for a month until your injuries heal before attending school. Along with this, a sum of insulting compensation was thrust into his hands. Accompanying it were the process transfer documents and an admission notice for the Second Martial Arts High School. Chapter 2. The Gateway Between Worlds. As evening descended, Lin Meng, still burdened by the lingering fatigue of his injuries, returned to the dilapidated rental apartment located in the old district that resided within the memories of the original owner. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, a musty odor assaulted his senses. The room was cramped and dimly lit, cluttered yet intimate enough for a solitary inhabitant. A profound fury and humiliation surged within him. Nevertheless, he composed himself, burying these feelings deep within his heart, for the world operated on the law of the jungle. The sooner he discerned the rules of this world, the more advantageous it would be for his future development. He would not resign himself to a fate of relentless bullying and a life dictated by others. He held an unshakable belief in his own capabilities. Even if the object he was bound to was worthless, he could carve out a niche for himself through sheer willpower. His motivations extended beyond mere vengeance against Zhao Kuan. They encompassed a fervent desire to survive and thrive in this harsh reality. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, an indomitable will suddenly erupted within him. Instinctively, guided by the ancestral knowledge of the soul binders, he attempted to sense and communicate with the gate bound to his soul. In an ineffable manner, it felt as though an invisible thread connected his consciousness to some distant entity. In the next moment, Lin Meng's body jolted violently. As the last remnants of his original energy drained away, a door materialized out of thin air within the confines of the room. The first summoning had taken a significant toll on him. He focused intently on the door, eager to comprehend the abilities it bestowed upon him. In the dimness, a solitary door, emanating a faint radiance and adorned with enigmatic patterns, stood silently. This door was a stark contrast to the iron door in the storage room from his previous memories. More importantly, he could distinctly sense that this door was not merely an inanimate object. It seemed to possess a life of its own, resonating with a peculiar harmony with his soul as a transmigrator. Due to his crossing into this realm, it had undergone an unprecedented transformation, transcending the ordinary bounds of a soul-binding object. Upon the completion of the summoning, through the communion of souls, he grasped the nature of the door's transformation. It had evolved into a portal capable of connecting to other worlds. Lin Meng's heart raced with fervor. Although he was yet unaware of the worlds he could access, the potential represented by this ability was limitless. Following the initial shock, an indescribable ecstasy washed over him. Hope, at the nadir of despair. He had glimpsed a path leading to the pinnacle of existence. The once derided soulbinder bound to a door. From this moment forth, everything would be rewritten. His destiny, akin to a resplendent star, awaited his own hand to seize it. Lin Meng could not help but dream of a future brimming with infinite possibilities, as if gazing upon a vibrant starry sky filled with hope. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Zhao Kun reveled in their triumph of casting out what they deemed a worthless individual. For Lin Meng had been a member of the elite class, and successfully expelling him from the first martial high was no simple feat. Now that he was not part of the same school, they believed they could continue to torment him without consequence. Yet, they would remain blissfully unaware that the figure they mocked had acquired an extraordinary opportunity. This vast disparity in knowledge would serve as Lin Meng's greatest shield while he lay dormant like a dragon hidden in the depths. However, just as the waves of exhilaration began to swell, they were violently shattered by an agonizing pain that pierced through him like needles and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Every bone in his body seemed to groan, each breath pulling at his unhealed wounds. Summoning the door had nearly drained him of his last vestige of original energy. The injuries he sustained were exacerbated by this overexertion. He needed to recover swiftly. To better understand the functionalities of the interdimensional gate, Lin Meng gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to once again delve into the door bound to his soul. Cold, archaic, and enigmatic, the door hovered silently within the depths of his consciousness, emanating a faint yet resilient glow. It felt as though it had come alive, as if fate itself were resonating. A vague voice, transcending the bounds of time and space, reached Lin Meng's thoughts. The information was disjointed and unclear, yet sufficient for him to comprehend that this door indeed possessed the ability to connect to other worlds, allowing exploration every 30 days upon returning to the primary world. Activating it required original energy, and the worlds he could traverse were random in nature. Moreover, the issue of time was clarified with precision. The flow of time in the traversed worlds is inversely proportional to that of the primary world based on their respective energy levels. For instance, if the energy level of the primary world is level 10 and that of the traversed world is level 1, then spending 10 days in the traversed world equates to a single day passing in the primary world. This is akin to the myth of a day in heaven equating to a year on earth. Exploring the realms beyond the door necessitated strength. Without adequate power, even if the realm beyond was paradise, he could be torn apart by the perils of the unknown upon entry. Furthermore, if he wished to traverse back and forth between dimensions, he would need to sacrifice an item linked to the world's fate as a coordinate anchor, with the frequency of return determined by the depth of the item's fate. Naturally, if he were to obtain the core of a dimension, he could wield complete control over it. Additionally, the abilities of the soul-binding door would strengthen as Lin Meng, as its soul binder, grew in power. He contemplated the future enhancements of the door's capabilities. He realized that improvements might be limited within the primary world. However, with the interdimensional gate at his disposal, numerous possibilities opened up, such as a door of truth or a door to anywhere. Having absorbed this information, Lin Meng's thoughts crystallized into 4 words. The future is promising. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the compensation money received from the school and the disdainful gifts from Li Meng. His gaze sharpened with determination. This money had become his lifeline. Without a moment of hesitation, he seized the compensation, pushed open the creaking, dilapidated wooden door, and stepped outside. The night breeze swept in, carrying with it the mingled sense of dampness and cooking oil. Lin Meng traversed the streets of the old district of H City, where portions of the pavement, long neglected, appeared uneven and pockmarked. He soon turned into a dimly lit alley, illuminated only by a few flickering street lamps. He made his way to a black market apothecary. The reason for avoiding legitimate stores was simple. It was there that genuine, effective remedies could be found. The most potent recovery potions and high-energy nutritional pastes awaited him. With a hoarse voice and a hint of blood at the edges, an old man with a single eye raised his eyelids, tossing 2 black bottles and a foil packet onto the counter. Potent elixir, drains potential, overuse may lead to death. I'll throw in some nutritional paste. Lin Meng, Having dropped nearly all of his compensation, snatched the items, and turned to leave. At this point, he had no choice but to bet everything on the unknown realms beyond the interdimensional gate. Returning to the stifling rental apartment, Lin Meng twisted open the black potion bottle. A viscous, foul-smelling liquid sloshed inside, reminiscent of the fluid from some decaying organism. The old man's warning echoed in his ears. Potent elixir, drains potential, overuse may lead to death. Death. He had already experienced that once. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Meng tilted his head back and gulped down the contents of the bottle. The acrid, putrid liquid felt like swallowing a mouthful of searing gravel mixed with rotting entrails. Boom. The potion surged down his throat, instantly transforming into a torrent of searing heat that coursed through his esophagus, crashing into his stomach, and then exploding. An indescribable agony enveloped his entire being, as if countless red-hot needles pierced every inch of his flesh and every bone within him. His body trembled uncontrollably, arching violently before crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a sharp ringing echoed in his ears. Consciousness oscillated amidst waves of anguish, on the brink of being utterly shredded. An unprecedented agony surged within him, surpassing any physical torment endured in his past life's extreme challenges. It eclipsed even the near-death experience suffered at the hands of Zhao Kuan and his vile cohorts. This drug was not mending wounds, it was wreaking havoc. It was mercilessly dismantling his already battered body, akin to razing a dilapidated structure to the ground. It was not merely igniting potential, it was incinerating his very life. The old man had certainly not deceived him. This substance could indeed be lethal. As time ticked away, every fiber of Lin Meng's being screamed in agony, as if the frenzied pharmacological force sought to tear him apart. Yet, with the last vestiges of his willpower, he clenched his teeth and fought against the encroaching darkness, allowing cold sweat to soak through his garments, his body shaking beyond his control. At long last, he endured the most excruciating phase, and a raw power began to burgeon within, mending his fractured form and replenishing the parched reservoir of primal energy. The effect was crude yet swift. He struggled to tear open the aluminum foil wrapper, revealing a viscous substance of deep green hue, summoning his final strength to gulp it down. The sickly sweet taste of energy was nearly overwhelming. His stomach churned violently as the energy surged within him. Leaning against the crumbling wall, he shut his eyes and forcibly channeled the rampant energy coursing through him. Fragments of the original host's cultivation memories surged forth, the foundational art of energy guidance. Esoteric and slow, yet, spurred by the wild potency of the drug, the primal energy began to rush through him like a flood unleashed from a dam. 3 days of recuperation passed, and finally, he sensed that his primal energy had returned to its pre-injury levels. Though still limited in quantity, it was sufficient. Sufficient to allow him to attempt once more to push open the door of destiny. Lin Meng rose from the frigid floor, stretching his slightly stiff body as his joints emitted faint cracking sounds. Rays of light filtered through the window, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. With a flicker of intent, the familiar sensation returned, and the primal energy within him began to flow anew. This time, the rate of consumption was markedly reduced. After expending only a fraction of his total energy, the light and shadows before him warped once more. The glimmering door, etched with ancient, mysterious patterns, silently reappeared at the center of the cramped room. It stood resolutely, its radiance seemingly more substantial than before. The engravings on the door appeared to flow gently, exuding an ineffable allure. Lin Meng approached the door, his figure enveloped in the soft glow emanating from it. His youthful visage bore the remnants of pain, yet his gaze was unwavering. What world lay beyond? He did not know, nor did he need to, if he cowered at this juncture. Relying solely on the cultivation speed afforded by an ordinary B-grade profession, he would have no hope of vengeance. He would remain ensnared in the depths of despair, crushed beneath the weight of reality, losing even the last vestige of dignity. Such a fate was unacceptable. Lin Meng raised his hand, his fingertips mere inches from the icy door. He could even sense the faint, otherworldly chill emanating from it, as if transcending time and space, towards the new world. His intent, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sent ripples of command deep within his consciousness. In an instant, the light upon the door flared to brilliance. More dazzling than the first summons, it enveloped the entire cramped rental unit in its resplendence. A fierce sense of spatial distortion gripped Lin Meng's body like an unseen giant hand. The world spun chaotically. Everything around him warped, stretched, twisted, and compressed, as if the entire universe were being crumpled into a ball, determined to cram him into an unknown crevice. Simultaneously, the primal energy he had just restored surged forth towards the door like a torrent unleashed. This time, Lin Meng hesitated not for a moment. He stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with resolute determination. Without a second thought, he plunged into the radiant light that devoured all. His figure was instantly engulfed by the endless brilliance. The light came swiftly and departed even faster. Almost the very next second after Lin Meng vanished, the intense radiance receded like a tide. The mysterious transdimensional door vanished without a trace. The cramped, dilapidated, dimly lit rental unit returned to its previous state. In the air lingered only a faint musty odor and a subtle remnant of spatial fluctuation, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Nothing had occurred. Chapter 3. Sanghaching, Little Sage Villa. The violent sensation of spatial tearing nearly wrenched his soul from his body. Before the dizzying sensation subsided, Lin Meng plummeted like a ragged sack from a height of 1 meter. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the disoriented Lin Meng lost his balance, crashing heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground. The pain he had forcefully suppressed with potent drugs surged back, overwhelming him like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing every nerve. His bones seemed to emit a lament under the strain. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he nearly spat blood once more. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, each inhalation a torment that seized his chest. After a considerable time, the dizziness finally began to fade. With great difficulty, Lin Meng raised his head, his vision gradually sharpening. No longer did he smell disinfectant or the mustiness of the rental unit. Instead, a refreshing aroma of earth and greenery filled the air. Before him lay a verdant expanse of trees, their branches flourishing and shadows casting a canopy over him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patches of light. The gentle rustle of leaves in the wind and the melodious chirping of unknown birds filled his ears. The tranquility here was strikingly profound, a stark contrast to the main world he remembered, teeming with primal energy fluctuations and the ominous presence of alien threats. The dramatic shift in environment made him acutely aware that he had succeeded. He had truly arrived in another world. Yet, just as the joy of success began to rise, it was abruptly interrupted by waves of emptiness and agony emanating from within. The toll of cross-dimensional travel had far exceeded his expectations, draining the primal energy he had only recently restored and exacerbating his already grievous injuries. He was now utterly weakened. He needed to find a safe place to heal and recuperate as swiftly as possible. Struggling, he leaned against a sturdy tree trunk and managed to stand, surveying his surroundings. He appeared to be on the edge of a vast forest. In the distance, he could vaguely see smoke rising, suggesting the presence of human habitation. Clenching his teeth, Lin Meng dragged his heavy limbs toward that direction. After an indeterminate time, the dense woods thinned, revealing a relatively even dirt path. Following the path for a while, the outline of an ancient city finally came into view. The towering city walls exuded an air of weathered resilience. At the city gate, several soldiers clad in uniform armor, armed with long spears, vigilantly watched the passers-by. Their attire resembled something out of a historical drama. Lin Meng's heartbeat quickened slightly. He made an effort to appear less disheveled, adjusting his modern casual attire that seemed so out of place in this world. As he approached the city, he finally discerned its name, Sanghi. Upon reaching the city gate, a soldier who appeared to be a minor officer obstructed his path. The soldier scrutinized Lin Meng with a gaze imbued with both scrutiny and skepticism. Lin Meng's attire was undeniably peculiar. The fabric was indiscernible, yet it was evident that it was far from the coarse garments worn by common folk. Coupled with his pallid complexion and unsteady gait, it was clear he bore injuries. "Who are you? Do you possess a travel permit?" The soldier's voice was tinged with wariness. Despite his discomfort, Lin Meng mustered a semblance of calmness and replied in a hoarse voice, "Sir, I have fallen upon hard times and encountered bandits, sustaining grave injuries. I fled here, but unfortunately lost my travel permit along the way." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped some silver into the soldier's hand. "I hope you can extend me some leniency, sir." The soldier's eyes brightened as he beheld the silver. He weighed it in his hand, then glanced at Lin Meng's apparent injuries and his unusual yet lavish attire. Although suspecting something amiss, he deemed Lin Meng to pose no threat, being alone and seemingly vulnerable. Thus, he waved him through, generously directing him towards the location of a physician. "Very well, go ahead. There is a medical clinic on the east street of the city. Make your way there." Lin Meng expressed his gratitude and, with a weary body, prepared to enter the city gates. The sights within the city only served to confirm his suspicions. The cobbled streets were adorned with antiquated wooden structures, bustling with passers-by, most clad in traditional attire. The sounds of vendors calling out, conversations mingling, and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere of life. Rather than heading directly to the clinic indicated by the soldier, he paused at the entrance of an inn to observe the surroundings. It could be said that inns are indeed the source of information in all tales. And soon Lin Meng acquired the news he sought. He learned that there was a Confucian sanctuary known as the Xiaoshenxian village nearby, and close to it was an inn called Yujian Inn. Coupled with the name of the city gate he had seen earlier, Lin Meng's pupils dilated in astonishment. The circumstances aligned perfectly with the world of the anime, Qin Shi Mingyu. It appeared that he had indeed entered the realm of Qin Shi Mingyu. Setting aside other thoughts, the familiarity of this world granted him an unparalleled advantage in understanding the overarching narrative of this universe. The overwhelming influx of information momentarily disoriented Lin Meng. He forced himself to regain composure. The world of Qin Shi Mingyu was rich with philosophical schools, mechanical beasts, and martial arts manuals. For him, this place could be described as a veritable paradise for beginners, especially with the presence of the Confucian Xiaoshenxian village, renowned as one of the safest and most rational places in the entire world of Qin Shi Mingyu. Following the soldier's earlier directions, he found a medical clinic. An elderly physician attended to his external wounds, applying a herbal ointment. In their brief conversation, Lin Meng skillfully gleaned further information. It was indeed the 22nd year of the reign of King Zheng of Qin. The state of Wei had recently fallen, and the tides of power were favoring the unification under the Qin. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Lin Meng. This was truly a fortuitous beginning. The Xiaoshenxian village was not only safe, but also imbued with the righteous spirit of Confucianism. This internal cultivation method was renowned for its restorative properties, ideal for his currently battered physique. After paying a modest sum of silver, Lin Meng departed the clinic. His injuries had received preliminary care, although still weak. He was at least able to move without hindrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded directly towards the Xiaoshenxian village, nestled within a tranquil forest. The Xiaoshenxian village boasted an elegant environment and architecture of ancient grandeur, with stone steps leading upward from the entrance. A few young disciples clad in Confucian robes were sweeping and standing guard at the gate. Upon noticing Lin Meng, an outsider with his peculiar attire and weak demeanor, the disciples displayed expressions of caution. A slightly older disciple stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Who might you be? What brings you to our Xiaoshenxian village?" Lin Meng took a deep breath and, adhering to his prepared narrative, recounted the tale of his family's downfall, his ardent desire for knowledge, and his subsequent encounter with bandits that left him gravely injured. He emphasized his aspiration for Confucian learning, hoping to recuperate and receive guidance in this esteemed place. His eloquence, though tinged with modern inflections and expressions, was clear in logic and sincere in attitude. The disciple furrowed his brow as he listened. Lin Meng's attire was indeed atypical, and his speech conveyed a certain refinement. However, the notions of amnesia and the quest for knowledge were too commonly employed by those with ulterior motives. If you truly seek Confucian wisdom, then please inscribe your name and demonstrate your earnestness in learning. The disciple produced a small wooden board and a charcoal pencil. Lin Meng had anticipated this moment. After writing his name, he continued, as Confucius said, "To manifest virtue throughout the world, one must first govern one's state. To govern one's state, one must first regulate one's family. To regulate one's family, one must first cultivate oneself. To cultivate oneself, one must first rectify one's heart. To rectify one's heart, one must first be sincere in one's intentions. To be sincere in one's intentions, one must first attain knowledge. And the attainment of knowledge lies in the investigation of things. I wish to seek a mentor to teach me the way of investigation and knowledge." The disciple pondered for a moment, noting that while the script did not belong to the Six States writing system, it was nonetheless elegant and refined. His speech was impressive, and yet the attire remained unidentifiable. This contradiction rendered the disciple hesitant to make a decision. "This matter requires reporting to my superior. Please wait here." The disciple took the wooden board and retreated into the village. Lin Meng stood in place, his heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The outcome hinged on this moment. Before long, a composed middle-aged scholar with a square face and discerning eyes emerged, accompanied by the disciple. This individual was none other than the head of Xiaoshenxian village, Fu Yan. His gaze fell upon Lin Meng, calm yet penetrating, as though he could see into the depths of one's soul. He did not immediately pose questions, but instead observed Lin Meng in silence. Lin Meng felt an invisible pressure, but knew he could not display weakness. He met Fu Yan's gaze with poise, his eyes reflecting the fatigue of his injuries and a yearning for knowledge and tranquility. Fu Yan spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet authoritative. "I have heard from my disciple that you have encountered misfortune and wish to seek refuge and learning in our Xiaoshenxian village?" "Yes, I humbly beseech your compassion, sir," Lin Meng replied respectfully. Fu Yan continued, "If you are sincerely seeking knowledge, then tell me, what does it mean to embody benevolence?" Drawing upon his knowledge from an information-rich era, Lin Meng cautiously answered, in response to the master, "To practice the way of benevolence is akin to accumulating earth to form a mountain and gathering water to create a deep abyss, beginning with self-cultivation, regulating one's words and actions with propriety and righteousness, and gradually extending that to family and state. Even the soldiers of righteousness must be unified through propriety and pacified with benevolence to win the hearts of the people. In this chaotic world, one must follow the laws of the former kings, establishing a system as a framework, enacting laws with a benevolent heart, and securing the populace with propriety and righteousness. Thus, family and state will flourish, and the world will find peace. This is the essence of benevolence." Fu Yan fell silent for a moment after Lin Meng's response. He then inquired, "And from which nation do you hail?" "I am a person of Huaxia," Lin Meng answered with conviction. "Huaxia?" While it has been referred to as Huaxia since the Warring States period, to claim it in such a manner today, it appears that you are a man of a fallen state. Fu Yan observed Lin Meng's demeanor, which did not seem deceitful, yet curiosity sparked within him, leading him to craft a rationale for himself. Is this perhaps the legendary case of a great Confucian arguing on my behalf? Ultimately, Fu Yin nodded in agreement. The Confucian doctrine advocates for education without discrimination and emphasizes benevolence. You are gravely injured, and your condition is indeed pitiable. There remains an unoccupied guest room in the Zhuangyi, so you may take refuge there temporarily to recuperate. As for the matter of whether we shall accept you as a disciple in your pursuit of knowledge, we shall deliberate on it once you have fully healed. This decision by Funyang not only embodies the benevolence of Confucianism, but also retains the necessary prudence. A weight has finally lifted from Lin Meng's heart. He promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Chapter 4. The Song of Righteousness. Under the guidance of a disciple, Lin Meng stepped into the tranquil rear courtyard of the Xiaoxian Zhuang. He entered a clean and tidy guest room, where an ancient ambience greeted him. On a low table by the entrance, a set of archaic bronze vessels was displayed. Nearby, several scrolls of bamboo slips, which contained the classic texts of Confucianism, were neatly arranged on a wooden rack. In the corner, a clay jar subtly exuded the fragrance of grains. A long sword adorned with beast bones hung on the wall, seemingly recounting tales of past battles. On the desk by the window, writing implements were meticulously arranged, and the air was infused with a delicate scent of ink. It was evident that this guest room was also used by the Confucians to entertain esteemed guests. After a brief respite, another disciple arrived bearing medicines and clothing. Their demeanor respectful. Senior brother, please take good care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the disciples outside the courtyard. Thank you. Lin Meng nodded in acknowledgement. The door was gently closed. The fatigue of his body surged like a tide. Yet his spirit was somewhat eased by the tranquility of this haven. Approaching the window, he gazed into the courtyard where Confucian disciples practiced their martial arts or immersed themselves in study. He could vaguely sense the energy circulating within them, markedly distinct from the primal forces of his original world. This was inner strength, or perhaps, true qi. The righteous energy seemed to possess the power to nurture both body and soul. Lying on the bed, he felt the dual influence of the medicine and the environment. His body was gradually recovering, and his taut nerves finally found a moment of relief. After all, the Confucian school was a prominent institution of the time, wielding considerable power. At this moment, it served as the best sanctuary for him. The world of the Qin dynasty appeared superficially calm, yet undercurrents surged. The iron hooves of the Qin state and the hidden intrigues within the court, the rivalry among various schools of thought. The dangers of the legalists and the Yin-Yang school, these were merely the visible threats known from the animated tales. Should he manage to ascend the ranks of the Qin court after his studies, he could undoubtedly experience rapid enhancement of strength, bolstered by a continuous supply of resources. However, he was already aware that to return to the Qin dynasty, he would need to sacrifice an item deeply tied to that world to anchor his coordinates. Though uncertain of what such an item might be, it was undoubtedly not an ordinary object. Thus, recovery and enhancement of strength were matters of utmost urgency. Lin Meng attempted to employ the basic guiding techniques of primal force he had learned in his original world to channel the faint energy within him. Learning and becoming stronger, this was his sole direction at present. The tranquility of the Xiaoxian Zhuang seemed to insulate him from the world's storms. Yet, Lin Meng understood that a tempest would eventually arrive. He must possess sufficient strength to confront it before that moment. While healing, Lin Meng commenced his studies of the characters of the Qi state, a foundational aspect of his education at Xiaoxian Zhuang. He soon discovered that these characters bore considerable resemblance to the modern simplified Chinese characters he had learned. As simplified characters had indeed evolved from the script of the Warring States period. Coupled with the mental acuity imparted by primal force, his learning speed was astonishing. In merely a week, he was able to achieve basic literacy. This remarkable performance naturally drew the attention of Funyang and Yen Lu, who were covertly observing him. Although he exhibited an astonishing literary talent, he struggled with basic reading and writing, and some of the views he expressed in casual conversation were quite novel. They concluded that he must be concealing something. Yet, they lamented his literary gifts and the resilient spirit he displayed even in the face of severe injury. This contradictory sentiment prevented them from underestimating him. Ultimately, Funyang decided to report this matter to the Confucian master Xuanzi, seeking his opinion. Upon hearing of Lin Meng, Xuanzi expressed profound interest and requested to meet him personally. Upon learning of the summons from the esteemed Confucian master Xuanzi, Lin Meng felt a jolt of apprehension. Though he managed to reveal a semblance of excitement and nervousness, he understood that this meeting would be pivotal to his success in his scholarly pursuits. The stakes were high. Guided personally by the second-in-command Yen Lu, Lin Meng traversed the serene corridor and entered the library of Xiaoxian Zhuang. Inside, ancient texts stood in abundance, and the fragrance of ink permeated the air. The legendary Confucian master Xuanzi, his hair and beard white, yet with eyes as deep as the ocean, sat quietly in the main seat. The head of the Zhuang, Funyang, stood solemnly beside him, a grave expression upon his face. The atmosphere became palpably serious. At Xuanzi's silent gesture, Funyang turned to Lin Meng, his voice steady, and posed the first question of the day's examination. You have been in the Zhuang for some time now. Surely you have observed the daily practices of our Confucian disciples. Please, share your reflections on the righteous energy cultivated by our followers. This question struck at the very core. Lin Meng's thoughts whirled. A multitude of fragments racing through his mind like shooting stars. He recalled a renowned loyal minister from later history and his immortal prose. In this moment, who else could it be but him? Though it felt somewhat inappropriate to borrow from the master's illustrious works, necessity dictated action. He inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and declared aloud. Mengzi said, I excel in nurturing my righteous energy. Righteousness is the true essence of heaven and earth. I am but a humble student. Yet I have felt something previously and composed a verse. I humbly request your correction, master. Before anyone could respond, he began to recite. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, diverse in form. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. In humans, it is called righteousness, vast enough to fill the firmament. His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated with a profound cadence, as if imbued with an intangible strength that echoed within the library. Funyang's pupils constricted. Yin Lu held his breath. Even Xuanzi, who had been in quiet contemplation, slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within. Lin Meng continued. The imperial path must be clear, embracing harmony and illuminating the court. When times are dire, integrity reveals itself, a brush dipped in vermilion. In just a few short lines, he delivered a grand and unfiltered expression of emotion, vividly capturing the essence of righteous energy. As the final words faded, silence enveloped the room. Funyang and Yin Lu exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment they struggled to conceal. Such poetic talent and insight were truly extraordinary. They simultaneously thought, with such a song, the examination is rendered unnecessary. Who would dare let such a Confucian prodigy depart? Not to mention suspecting him of ulterior motives. However, it was clear that Xuanzi had deeper considerations. The gaze of the gathered individuals converged on the venerable elder. Xuanzi regarded Lin Meng, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very soul. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a weight of experience, yet resonating with authority. This song has evidenced your noble aspirations, far beyond the ordinary. Yet, two perplexities remain in my heart. I wish to hear your esteemed views, and I encourage you to speak freely, without reservation. First, how do you perceive the current state of affairs in the world? Second, in this tumultuous era, what path should our Confucian school pursue moving forward? These two inquiries were earth-shattering. The first tested Lin Meng's perspective and stance, while the second directly addressed the future direction of Confucianism, examining his foresight and wisdom. Lin Meng's heartbeat quickened slightly. He understood that the true trial had begun. He could not rely solely on memories from the future for judgment. He needed to synthesize the present circumstances to provide a response that was both logical and capable of resonating with the three core figures of Confucianism before him. He did not wish to witness Confucianism repeat the mistakes of history. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Meng adjusted his attire, performed a deep bow to Xuanzi, Funyang, and Yin Lu, then rose, his gaze clear and resolute. In response to the esteemed master, since the reforms of Shangyang, the state of Qin has vigorously pursued agricultural and military endeavors, enforcing stringent laws that have significantly bolstered its national strength. In the present day, under the reign of King Zheng of Qin, the legacy of 6 generations has been fervently carried forth, manifesting an ambition to sweep across the world, embracing the entirety of the realm and encompassing the 4 seas, with a desire to conquer the 8 wastelands. Observing the trajectory since the 17th year of King Zheng's rule, in a mere 6 years, the 4 states of Han, Zhao, Yan, and Wei have been successively vanquished. I dare to speculate that, within your esteemed minds, a conclusion regarding the fates of Qi and Chu may already be firmly established. It seems increasingly improbable that they can reverse the tide. Thus the trend toward unification of the realm appears irreversible. His tone was steady, and his reasoning clear, vividly illustrating the might of the Qin state. He then shifted his discourse. However, the Qin relies on harsh laws and punitive measures to govern the populace, prioritizing military prowess while neglecting education and moral cultivation. Although this may enable them to unify the realm and achieve hegemony, it is unlikely that they will enjoy lasting peace. Tyranny and oppressive laws are not sustainable solutions. He paused slightly, casting his gaze over the solemn faces of the 3 Confucian scholars, and continued, if Confucianism seeks long-term development, it must contemplate the path of survival rather than cling to a position of relative safety. Once Qin has unified the realm and stability is initially established, it will undoubtedly pursue strategies for enduring peace. At that moment, it shall be the opportune time for Confucianism to flourish. We ought to nourish the populace with benevolence and virtue, assisting the Qin dynasty. Drawing upon Xuanzi's theory of human nature as inherently flawed, we shall enlighten their character through the principles of propriety and righteousness, establish laws to correct their actions. We shall adopt the rigor of legalism to complement the leniency of moral governance. We shall integrate the universal love of Moism to expand the embrace of benevolent rule. Once Qin has absorbed the entire realm, it will inevitably seek paths to lasting peace, and at that time, we shall assist with Confucian teachings, cultivating virtue among the people and governing the state with propriety, ensuring that the world recognizes the hierarchy of respect and the significance of filial piety and brotherly love. In this way, the great path of Confucianism will undoubtedly become the rightful doctrine of the world, jointly forging a lasting foundation with the Qin dynasty. Thus, we shall cultivate the virtues of sages within and practice the ways of kings without, which is the essence of Confucianism's application to governance. Upon finishing his discourse, Lin Meng once again bowed deeply. In the entire library, only the sound of his slightly hurried breaths remained, accompanied by the increasingly bright glimmers in the eyes of the three Confucian masters. Chapter 5. Becoming a disciple of Xuanzi. Within the library, the air seemed to solidify for a moment. Fu Nian and Yin Lu exchanged a complex glance, the shock still not fully dissipated. Xuanzi's aged face appeared to soften slightly, the deep wrinkles easing somewhat. He scrutinized Lin Meng once more, this time with less sharpness and more curiosity. A commendable approach to cultivating inner virtues while practicing the ways of kings. The amalgamation of Confucianism, legalism, and Moism will forge a lasting legacy. Xuanzi nodded slowly, his voice returning to a calm, yet undeniably authoritative tone. I have decided to accept you as my closed-door disciple. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no excessive words. Just these 6 simple characters, yet they bore the weight of mountains. Lin Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly followed by an indescribable excitement. He bowed once more, this time performing the formal ceremony of apprenticeship. Disciple Lin Meng pays respects to master. Fu Nian and Yin Lu also stood, nodding slightly towards Lin Meng. Greetings, junior brother. The change in address signified the confirmation of his status. Lin Meng had become the closed-door disciple of the venerable Confucian master Xuanzi. Xuanzi raised his hand in a gesture of modesty. No need for excessive formalities. He looked at Lin Meng, his tone gentle yet authoritative. Though what you previously articulated was visionary, it lacked practical implementation. True governance that serves the world requires one to possess sufficient strength to bear the burden. Observing your vital energy, it seems depleted. Have you sustained injuries previously? Moreover, it appears the healer administered potent remedies? Lin Meng's heart stirred, and without reservation, he replied truthfully. When I arrived seeking knowledge, my body had indeed sustained impacts, causing some harm. Xuanzi nodded slightly. In that case, your studies of the classics may be temporarily set aside. Your immediate priority is to regulate your internal energies and stabilize your foundation. Our Confucian methods are numerous, each with its own emphasis. You may begin by sampling them, selecting one that suits you for practice. He turned to Fu Nian. Fu Nian, pass on the essentials of Zhuowang Xinfa, Chunqiu, Feng Yisong, and Confucian Qi cultivation method to your junior brother. Assist him in choosing one to study. Fu Nian responded promptly, yes, master. He then retrieved several bamboo slips and handed them to Lin Meng. Junior brother, these are the introductory principles of several methods. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me or senior brother Yin Lu. Lin Meng accepted the bamboo slips, feeling their weight, imbued with an ancient aura. Thank you, senior brother. Xuanzi imparted a few more instructions before allowing Fu Nian and Yin Lu to depart, leaving Lin Meng alone in a secluded corner of the library's quiet chamber. The chamber was modest, simply furnished with only a mat and an oil lamp. Lin Meng sat cross-legged, unfurling the first scroll, Zhuowang Xinfa. He focused intently, reading carefully, and attempted to guide the internal breath as described in the text. However, the energy flowing within him was not the conventional internal force recognized in this world. It was the primordial force, born from countless extreme challenges on Blue Star. As he endeavored to operate Zhuowang Xinfa, the primordial force hesitated momentarily, then, like a gentle stream, it naturally began to flow along the meridian paths outlined in the method. There was no hint of stagnation, no trace of conflict. Lin Meng was somewhat astonished. He then picked up the bamboo slip for the Chunqiu method. This technique exuded a more profound aura, steeped in historical gravitas. The primordial force responded once again, emulating the ancient and profound essence, flowing seamlessly. Next came Feng Yisong. This technique was ethereal and lively. The primordial force shifted accordingly, becoming light and agile, unimpeded in its flow. Finally, he turned to Confucian Qi cultivation method. This was the most fundamental practice, emphasizing balance and harmony, cultivating a robust and righteous spirit. As the primordial force cycled according to Confucian Qi cultivation method, Lin Meng felt an unprecedented sense of alignment. The primordial force seemed to have found its most suitable channel, surging forth, nurturing his injured body, a vigorous and righteous energy gradually blossoming within him. Lin Meng ceased his practice, waves of emotion stirring within. His primordial force could seamlessly adapt to all the techniques of this world. This was simply astonishing. He had initially presumed that different energy systems from disparate worlds would inevitably present barriers. Little did he expect that the primordial force he brought with him would possess such remarkable adaptability. Could this be considered his greatest advantage? He pondered. Zhuowang Xinfa focused on the realm of the spirit, Chun Xiao was rich in depth, Feng Yisong was agile and exquisite. Yet ultimately, Lin Meng's gaze settled on Confucian Qi cultivation method, not because it was the strongest, but because it was the most righteous, and it specifically mentioned Qi cultivation. In Lin Meng's understanding, anything related to Qi cultivation often leaned towards the path of immortality, promising greater potential and higher limits. It seemed the title of immortal Qin he had previously heard was not mere hearsay. Moreover, the balanced and nurturing righteous spirit felt immensely comfortable to him, perfectly suiting his current need to mend his body. Having chosen the method, Lin Meng focused his mind. He began to diligently practice Confucian Qi cultivation method. The primordial force circulated along designated pathways within him, and with each complete cycle, he could sense his bodily injuries slowly healing and his strength incrementally increasing. In the days that followed, Lin Meng's life adopted a more structured rhythm. During the day, Xuanzi personally guided him through Confucian classics, from the Analects to Mencius, and then to Xuanzi's own teachings. Xuanzi's instruction was not merely rote recitation but intertwined with contemporary events, elucidating concepts in a manner both profound and accessible, encouraging Lin Meng to think independently. Sometimes, with just a single character, Xuanzi could extrapolate countless subtle yet profound meanings, deepening Lin Meng's understanding of Confucianism. At night, Lin Meng would practice Confucian Qi cultivation method, alone in the quiet chamber. The primordial force and the righteous spirit gradually intertwined, forming a unique and powerful energy. His body was quickly recovering, even becoming more resilient than before his injuries. The total amount of primordial force within him was steadily increasing. He could sense that he was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. This change was not merely physical, it extended to the realm of the spirit as well. The nurturing influence of Confucian teachings has imbued him with an added layer of composure and introspection. Meanwhile, the noble spirit emanating from the Confucian Qi cultivation method has cleansed his restless heart, stirred by the turbulence of his transmigration. Occasionally, both Fu Nian and Yin Lu would visit to engage in discussions regarding their cultivation experiences. They were both secretly astonished by the remarkable learning pace and innate talent of this junior disciple, particularly Fu Nian, who, after years of practicing the sitting and forgetting heart method, understood well the difficulty of attaining mastery. Yet, Lin Meng appeared to be instinctively attuned to Confucian techniques, advancing at an astonishing rate. Of course, they remained unaware of the secret behind the primal energy within Lin Meng. They assumed he was simply blessed with extraordinary talents in both Confucianism and martial arts. Time flowed gently amidst the serene practice and study. Lin Meng's injuries had largely healed. The primal energy within him had become more refined and robust under the guidance of the Confucian Qi cultivation method. He even felt as though he was on the threshold of a breakthrough, reaching the first step of the main world's power system, the muscle refining realm. One evening, after concluding a day of diligent practice, Lin Meng emerged from the quiet room to find Xuanzi standing in the courtyard, gazing at the setting sun. "Master." Lin Meng approached and bowed respectfully. Xuanzi turned to him, observing his vitality and steady foundation. "It seems the Confucian Qi cultivation method suits you well." Lin Meng nodded in agreement, feeling a deep resonance with this method. A faint smile graced Xuanzi's lips. The path of Confucianism requires both the cultivation of the heart and the cultivation of the body. Beginning tomorrow, in addition to the classics, I shall impart to you some techniques for self-defense in Confucianism. Lin Meng's heart stirred. He would finally have the opportunity to learn some combat techniques. Chapter 6, a year later, and the return. As time silently elapsed, the courtyard remained tranquil, with only the occasional rustle of bamboo leaves and the presence of the two teachers, one elder and one junior. The Book of Rites states that a person is born with desires. When desires go unfulfilled, one cannot remain without seeking. If one seeks without measure, conflict is inevitable. Xuanzi spoke in a calm voice, his gaze resting upon the bamboo slips on the stone table. "Master, I believe that measure is indeed the foundation of propriety." Lin Meng replied, standing with his hands at his sides. "Oh, pray tell." Xuanzi invited him to elaborate. "Without rules, there can be no order. Propriety establishes rank, delineates boundaries, allowing individuals to know what to uphold and what to refrain from. In this way, even with desires, one may seek within a framework, thereby controlling conflict." Lin Meng's tone was steady, lacking the urgency of a year prior. "What distinguishes the methods of the legalists from the propriety of Confucianism?" Xuanzi inquired further. "Propriety aims to prevent issues before they arise, guiding individuals towards goodness and emphasizing education, whereas law seeks to address issues that have already occurred, punishing evil and promoting goodness, with a heavy emphasis on penalties. Propriety is an inward pursuit, while law is an external constraint." Lin Meng responded fluently. Xuanzi nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval fleeting in his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a year had gone by, with Lin Meng rising each morning to practice breathing exercises, studying the classics during the day, and practicing Qi cultivation at night, occasionally sparring with his senior brothers in the techniques of Confucian self-defense. His aura had grown increasingly contained, and in his every gesture, An undercurrent of righteous energy flowed subtly. The primal energy within him had fully merged with the noble spirit, forming a purer and more potent force. By the standards of his world, he had reached the level of a so-called second-tier master. In terms of the main world's power hierarchy, he was at the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm, just a step away from crossing into the threshold of professional practitioners. One afternoon, with the sun shining just right, Lin Meng completed a series of Confucian sword forms, sheathing his sword and standing tall, his breath long and steady, betraying no hint of disarray. Fu Nian happened to pass by and paused slightly at the sight. The progress of his junior disciple was indeed astonishing. The sword form appeared tranquil, yet each move contained a grand and dignified power, held back, but more impressive for it. He mused that if he were to face Lin Meng using this sitting and forgetting heart method, it would likely be difficult to gain the upper hand. Junior brother, your progress is remarkable. Fu Nian approached, genuinely impressed. Lin Meng returned the sentiment. Brother, your praise is unwarranted. It is thanks to master and the guidance of my seniors. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Nian took his leave, though his mind was awash with thoughts. In the evening, Xuanzi summoned Lin Meng to his study. You have made significant strides in Confucianism and have established a solid foundation in qi cultivation, Xuanzi assessed him. Your temperament has also become much steadier. Although you have yet to master your cultivation, you are far superior to the average person. From the depths of his desk, he retrieved a scroll bound with fine hempen twine. The bamboo slip bore a deep, dark brown hue, its edges worn by the passage of time. This is an original manuscript penned by my former disciple, Han Fizi, a master of legalism. Xuanzi handed the bamboo slip to Lin Meng. Though Han Fizi's teachings differ from the principles of our Confucian school, his insights into human nature and understanding of current affairs are nonetheless valuable. To hear both sides is to gain clarity. Take this and study it. It may offer you inspiration. Lin Meng accepted the bamboo slip with both hands, feeling its weight. His fingertips brushed against the smooth surface and the carved grooves. Thank you, master. At the moment Lin Meng's fingers touched the bamboo slip, a message from the transdimensional gate flashed in his mind. Detecting a special item that meets the sacrificial conditions, the original manuscript of Han Fizi, directed towards the policies of the Qin state during the Warring States period. Would you like to offer it as a sacrifice? Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. The transdimensional gate. Sacrifice. He suppressed the turmoil within and maintained a calm facade. The original manuscript of Han Fizi actually met the sacrificial conditions? This was an unexpected delight. At last, he could return to the main world, for there was still much potential in the Qin era awaiting his exploration. And he yearned to witness the grandeur of the dragon ancestor. However, he could not make the sacrifice immediately. This was not only a gift from his master. The legalist philosophy contained within was equally significant for his understanding of this era and its diverse governance approaches. I will certainly study it diligently, Lin Meng vowed solemnly. Xuanzi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to his quiet room, Lin Meng carefully unfurled the bamboo slip. The ancient script, rendered in large seal characters, greeted him. And a chill, austere, and incisive ideology seemed to surge forth. He took a deep breath and began to read. Simultaneously, he fetched ink and additional bamboo slips to meticulously transcribe the text. Whether for the sake of learning or preserving a copy, this was an essential step. The transcription process continued for several days. Lin Meng immersed himself in the thoughts of Han Fizi, comparing and contemplating them alongside Confucian teachings. This endeavor broadened his horizons and deepened his understanding of the world. Finally, as the last character was inscribed, Lin Meng set down his brush, gazing at the thick stack of transcribed bamboo slips on the table, then at the ancient manuscript. The time had come. He sought a secluded spot, gripping the original manuscript of Han Fizi in his hand. Transdimensional gate, sacrifice, he mentally intoned. Confirming sacrifice, original manuscript of Han Fizi from the Warring States period. Confirm. There was no radiant light, no extraordinary phenomena. The bamboo slip in his hand seemed to dissolve under an invisible force, transforming into flecks of light that merged into the void, disappearing from sight. Immediately thereafter, a new notification echoed in Lin Meng's mind. Sacrifice completed. The coordinates of the Qin Shi world have been anchored. You may consume primal energy to summon the transdimensional gate to return to the main world. This sacrificial fortune energy provides one opportunity for active return to your original plane. After a year, with the assistance of numerous precious herbs from the Confucian school, Lin Meng finally possessed the capability for self-preservation. Now, the only concern weighing on him was the uncertainty of the temporal flow between the main world and the Qin Shi should too much time have passed. His return might render him a missing person, a troublesome predicament indeed. With this thought, Lin Meng quelled his excitement and urgency, beginning to calmly contemplate how to bid farewell. To directly state his intention to leave would not only fail to provide an explanation, but also show a lack of respect towards his master. He needed to find a reasonable pretext. The days spent studying and transcribing Han Fizi had indeed presented an excellent opportunity. The teachings of legalism emphasize practice and tangible results. which, when juxtaposed with the doctrines of Confucianism, yield profound insights. The adage to read a myriad of books and travel a myriad of miles encapsulates the belief that broadening one's horizons through exploration serves as a commendable justification for validating one's knowledge. This approach not only aligns with the scholarly pursuit of the unity of knowledge and action, but also resonates with an inner desire to explore a broader expanse, even if that realm lies beyond this world. With his plan set, Lin Meng composed himself and proceeded to Xuanzi's study. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting gentle light upon the antique writing desk where Xuanzi was engrossed in reading bamboo slips. Master, Lin Meng bowed respectfully. Xuanzi set down the slips and regarded him with gentle curiosity. What is it? I have been diligently studying the manuscripts of Han Fizi while concurrently absorbing the teachings of both Confucianism and legalism. However, I find my understanding within the confines of my study to be ultimately limited. Lin Meng spoke earnestly, his gaze clear. As the saying goes, knowledge gleaned from books is ultimately superficial. True comprehension comes from practice. I humbly request your permission, Master, to temporarily depart from the school and embark on a journey. He paused, adding, to personally witness the ravages of war and experience the customs and cultures of various regions may provide me with deeper insights into the distinctions between Confucianism and legalism, and perhaps lead me to the true essence of governance and aiding the people. His words were well-reasoned, articulating both the rationale and elevating the purpose. While expressing his alignment with Confucian ideals, Xuanzi listened intently, his profound gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of Lin Meng's heart. The study fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Meng stood with his head bowed, a tinge of apprehension in his heart, yet maintaining an outward calm. After a moment, Xuanzi spoke slowly, his voice carrying a subtle sigh. A fledgling eagle, with its feathers well-developed, will naturally aspire to soar through the skies. Since you possess such intent, how could your master impede you? He nodded slightly. The mountains and rivers stretch for thousands of miles, each region with its unique characteristics, as do the hearts of people. To see more, to hear more, and to ponder more is the path to honoring your studies. However, the world can be perilous, and human nature inscrutable. Though you are gifted, your time of cultivation has been brief, so you must exercise caution on your journey. Xuanzi then retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his side and presented it to Lin Meng. This is a chi-nurturing pendant. Carry it with you to calm your mind and spirit. In critical moments, it may also shield you from a fatal blow. Furthermore, it serves as a token of your status as my disciple. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Lin Meng accepted the pendant with both hands, feeling its warm, soothing energy flow through him. Upon turning it over, he was surprised to find the character for Sun engraved upon it. He bowed deeply once more, filled with gratitude, recognizing Xuanzi's nurturing guidance akin to a gentle spring rain. Go, Xuanzi waved his hand. Should you encounter difficulties or gain insights, do not hesitate to send word back. I shall heed your teachings, Master, Lin Meng replied, bowing again before slowly exiting the study. Standing in the corridor, he gazed up at the sky above and exhaled softly. His departure was successfully accomplished. The next task was to seek a place of absolute safety to activate the interdimensional portal to the main world. Yet, how much time had truly elapsed in the main world? This question lingered in his mind, accompanied by an undercurrent of unease. Chapter 7. Ascending to D-Class Practitioner. Outside the city of Sunga, the official road stretched into the distance. Lin Meng exchanged simple farewells with several familiar fellow disciples of Confucianism, devoid of excessive sentimentality. A chance encounter leads to gatherings and partings. Moreover, he was not truly departing in the absolute sense. Take care. You will surely broaden your horizons and return soon, they expressed with encouragement. After a few brief pleasantries, Lin Meng clasped his hands in salute, turned, and departed with light steps, swiftly making his way towards the remote mountains beyond the city, with a clear objective, home. After traversing several sparse groves and scaling a low ridge, Lin Meng discovered a secluded valley, surrounded by rugged rocks and dense vegetation. He confirmed that there were no signs of human habitation for miles around. Excellent. This is the place. He steadied his mind and summoned the refined and potent original force he had cultivated through the practice of righteous energy, now reaching the condensation stage. Interdimensional portal, I summon you. With a thought, the original force from his dantian surged forth like a torrent, directed toward a point in the void. Buzz. The air trembled slightly. A vague outline of a door, formed by distorted light, slowly materialized before him, solidifying. The door frame shimmered with indescribable radiance, while the darkness within appeared deep and capable of swallowing all light. Familiar sensations and scents enveloped him. Gazing at the long-absent interdimensional portal, Lin Meng's heart raced uncontrollably. Anxiety, anticipation, excitement, and an underlying worry about the unknown passage of time. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and stepped into the darkness. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion, Lin Meng found himself on solid ground. Before him stood his familiar rental apartment. With its cheap composite wood flooring and a few cardboard boxes piled in the corner, a faint dustiness lingering in the air. I'm back. His gaze shot to the most ordinary electronic watch on his wrist. Before crossing over, he had deliberately noted the time. Now, it was 4:17 p.m. on September 12th. He clearly remembered leaving this world on August 24th, 19 days. In the main world, only 19 days had passed, yet in that tumultuous era of the warring states. At the small sage's abode, he had truly experienced 380 days and nights, a nearly 20-fold difference in the flow of time. This revelation lifted a tremendous weight off Lin Meng's shoulders. At the very least, he had not returned to find himself a missing person decades into the future. Immediately following this realization, a far stronger sensation than the confirmation of time surged from within him. Boom. The original force that had once flowed like a stream now surged forth as if it had breached an invisible dam, becoming tumultuous and overwhelming. The Dantian's chi felt as if it had expanded several times, and the original force within his meridians rushed forth with an unprecedented sense of power, filling every cell in his body with exuberance. In the Qin world, no matter how he absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth or practiced the Confucian methods of energy cultivation, he had always felt an invisible barrier hindering his progress. Yet at this very moment of returning to the main world, that steadfast barrier crumbled like paper. Condensation stage. D-class. The bottleneck that had troubled him for so long had effortlessly shattered at the moment of his return. Was this a gift from traversing worlds? Or a reward from the main world for plundering other realms? Lin Meng had no time to ponder, for in the next instant, new information about the interdimensional portal flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Interdimensional portal function enhancement. Self-temporal anchor. Upon returning to the main world, the time flow rate of the traverse dimension will be constant at 11. Moreover, while in the traverse dimension, the passage of time for oneself will be calculated according to the main world time. Temporal anchoring? A constant time flow rate of 11? Lin Meng's pupils contracted sharply, and his breath momentarily halted. An overwhelming, indescribable ecstasy erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, engulfing his entire being in an instant. My goodness, what does this mean? It meant he would no longer need to worry about spending a year or more in the main world only to return to the Qin world and find that decades or even centuries had passed, with everything unrecognizable, and perhaps even his grave already filled. Simultaneously, he would not need to fret about returning after spending decades in the Qin world only to find himself middle-aged. It meant he could freely traverse between the two worlds, meticulously strategizing, harvesting resources from both realms, and steadily developing. This temporal anchoring function was simply a divine skill tailored for him. The significant hidden peril that had troubled him for so long, even causing him anxiety at times, had been resolved with such ease. Lin Meng could not help but clench his fists, feeling the surge of primal energy coursing through his body, along with the crucial information racing through his mind. A wild grin spreading across his face. He was now a D-level practitioner, although, in the presence of those formidable beings capable of cataclysmic destruction, a D-level might merely be a larger target for cannon fodder. In the primary world, this was a tangible manifestation of extraordinary power, a threshold coveted by countless ordinary individuals. He was no longer the weakling who could barely fend off a petty thug. He possessed the confidence to carve out a place for himself in this perilous world, perhaps even to achieve great renown. Furthermore, the time anchoring feature amplified his advantages exponentially. The flow of time in the Qin world would synchronize with that of the primary world. Upon his return, the little sage's abode would still be intact. Master Xuanzi would still be present, and all the individuals and events he was familiar with, or had merely heard of, would continue to unfold along the established timeline of 11. He could bide his time in the primary world, acquire more advanced professional knowledge, utilize the resources of the primary world to enhance himself, and then return to the Qin world, armed with newfound strength, to continue his journey as a disciple of Confucianism. He could exploit the resources, knowledge systems, and cultivation environments of both worlds. The possibilities were simply boundless. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Meng's mind like lightning, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, making it difficult to contain his excitement. It took him several minutes to regain a semblance of calm. Steady, steady. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and walk the path step by step. The most pressing matter at hand was not to fantasize about how formidable the future might be, but rather to address the troubles before him. He glanced at the date on his phone, September 12th. It had been 23 days since he had been discharged from the hospital, thanks to Lin Meng, who had procured a month-long leave for him. Otherwise, according to Wu Gao's regulations, being absent without reason for over a week would have meant packing up and leaving. Now, only a week remained of his holiday. He needed to swiftly finalize the arrangements for reporting to the second Wu Gao. The second Wu Gao. It was the only reliable avenue in the primary world for him to systematically study professional knowledge, acquire cultivation resources, and enhance his abilities. He absolutely could not afford to miss this opportunity. Lin Meng surveyed his surroundings. The modest rented room, spanning merely a dozen square meters, was simply furnished and somewhat disordered. Yet, it was his familiar abode. He approached the window and pulled the curtains aside with a flourish. The afternoon sun was almost blinding, instantly flooding the entire room with light. Outside the window lay a concrete jungle, towering buildings standing tall, and the flow of traffic bustling like a river. With the occasional sighting of hovering patrol vehicles gliding by, the cacophony of modern urban life washed over him, in stark contrast to the ancient, tranquil atmosphere of the Qin world. Infused with the sense of earth and flora, this was a vibrant chaos. On one side was the reality of his experiences over the past 380 days in another world, studying Confucian texts, practicing qi cultivation methods, and feeling the tumult of the warring states. On the other side was the primary world, where only 19 days had passed. With its modern lifestyle and the impending journey at Wugao, these two drastically different life trajectories converged wondrously within him at this moment. He gently stretched his limbs. Crack! His joints emitted a series of crisp sounds. An unprecedented sense of power filled every corner of his being. He even entertained the illusion that, should he choose, he could effortlessly break through the load-bearing wall before him with a single punch. Of course, he would not actually do so. Repairing walls was trivial. Attracting unnecessary attention by revealing his true strengths would be the real trouble. Discretion, development, and stealth were the true paths to success. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the mingled aromas of exhaust fumes, cooking oil, and the condensation from the air conditioning. Though not particularly fresh, it provided him with an overwhelming sense of solidity. Armed with the prowess of a practitioner, bolstered by the time-anchoring feature, and enriched by experiences from both worlds, Lin Meng's gaze grew sharp and resolute. A new chapter of life was about to commence. Second Wugao, here I come. Yet, he pondered, what kind of assistance would this second Wugao provide him? Chapter 8, Reporting to School and Class Allocation. Lin Meng stood outside the admissions office of H-City's second Wugao. In stark contrast to the ancient wooden structures of the Qin world, here stood a strikingly modern alloy entrance, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. Guided by a security guard, Lin Meng approached the admissions office, clutching his transfer documents and other relevant materials. A female teacher, appearing to be in her 30s and wearing black-rimmed glasses, was engrossed in a pile of electronic documents, her fingers dancing rapidly over a virtual keyboard. Upon hearing the commotion, she looked up in surprise, her gaze sweeping over Lin Meng, and a professional smile graced her lips. After all, the admissions work had been completed, and it was rare for students to interrupt. Hello, student. How may I assist you? Hello, teacher. I am Lin Meng, here to complete my enrollment. His voice was calm as he presented the transfer paperwork. Lin Meng? The teacher searched for his name on her holographic interface, her eyebrows slightly raising as a flicker of something unusual crossed her eyes. Clearly, his illustrious story was not unknown even at the second Wugao. An awakened B-level talent bound to adore as a spirit master was a topic of amusement within H-City's professional circles. Oh, it's you. All the necessary paperwork is in order. Upon realizing he was a student enrolling, the teacher's tone softened considerably, losing some of its formal distance. She stood up. Follow me, and I shall take you to your class. The sound of their footsteps echoed hollowly in the corridor, flanked by tightly closed classroom doors. Occasionally, snippets of students' training shouts or the subtle vibrations of energy collisions could be heard seeping through the cracks. The atmosphere of the second Wugao was evidently more grounded, or perhaps more chaotic, than the elite hubbub of the first Wugao. We have a total of 14 classes at the second Wugao. The teacher's voice rang out ahead, carrying a tone of routine indifference. Most students possess C-level talents, forming the backbone of the school. A few B-level talents are primarily concentrated in the key class, which is Class 1. She continued without pausing. Your situation is somewhat unique. By the time you transferred, Class 1 was already at full capacity. Lin Meng listened silently, finding this information aligned with his expectations. Conveniently, Class 6 had recently had a student transfer out due to family reasons, leaving an available spot. Thus, I've arranged for you to join Class 6. She paused, as if recalling something, and added, but you need not worry too much. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, though his teaching style is rather strict, is extremely experienced and capable. He has previously taught in the key classes. Her words carried a hint of reassurance, along with admiration for Mr. Wang. Lin Meng nodded to indicate he understood. For him, the specific class was not the most critical matter. What truly mattered was having a stable environment to systematically acquire professional knowledge, access cultivation resources, and maintain a low profile. A spirit master with a wasted B-level talent would attract less attention in an ordinary class. They arrived at the door of a classroom, with a sign clearly stating Grade 1, Class 6. It was currently a break period, and the classroom was somewhat noisy, a cacophony of various sounds melding together. The teacher knocked on the door. The noise inside subsided, and the door was opened from within. A tall, slender boy greeted them. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing the admissions office teacher, then respectfully called out, Teacher Lee. Yes, this is Lin Meng, the new transfer student, a practitioner of B-level talent. He has been recuperating at home due to an accident and will now be a member of your class. Teacher Lee stepped aside to allow Lin Meng to enter. Everyone, welcome. In the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the space, so intense that one could hear a pin drop. Dozens of inquisitive gazes converged on Lin Meng. their expressions interlaced with curiosity, scrutiny, and contemplation. For an ordinary class, the sudden arrival of a transfer student midway through the semester was already a rarity, let alone that of a practitioner boasting B-grade talent. This abrupt stillness was even more disquieting than the previous clamor. Lin Meng hesitated at the threshold, his mind racing with thoughts. Then, an eruption of applause resounded. Seeing the warm welcome from his peers, Lin Meng finally felt a sense of relief. It was far better to foster amicable relations with his classmates than to endure hostility. A B-grade? A formidable presence has joined our class 6? Exclaimed a boy seated in the front row, sporting a buzz cut, his eyes wide with astonishment. Though his voice was soft, in the relative quiet of the classroom, it resonated distinctly. The expressions of surprise on the faces of the other students deepened. B-grade talent, regardless of the institution, typically classified one among the elite. How could such a student be assigned to their ordinary class predominantly composed of C-grade practitioners? Mr. Li briefly outlined a few points before departing, leaving Lin Meng to confront the myriad curious eyes of his future classmates. The atmosphere in the room grew subtly charged. Lin Meng's calm gaze swept over the young faces, most of which bore the remnants of youth and a keen curiosity for the unknown. Compared to the haughty and scrutinizing gazes of the so-called prodigies in the prestigious First Martial Arts High School, the ambience here felt considerably more relaxed. "Oh, you must be Lin Meng, right? Welcome, welcome." A bespectacled boy, seemingly the class monitor, was the first to break the silence. He flashed a friendly smile and gestured toward an empty seat at the back of the classroom. "Please, take a seat there." Lin Meng expressed his gratitude and made his way to the vacant spot, acutely aware that nearly every pair of eyes followed his movement. Once seated, the buzzcut boy wasted no time in approaching him, his face alight with intrigue. "Dude, you're really a B-grade talent? What brings you to our class 6? Did you offend someone?" This blunt inquiry instantly ignited the curiosity of the other students, their gazes once again fixating on Lin Meng, brimming with anticipation. Lin Meng recognized that he could not evade this question. He had no intention of concealing the widely circulated narrative of his glorious past in H-City. In a tone as neutral as possible, he recounted his experiences, awakening as a B-grade soul master, being accepted into the First Martial Arts High School, and subsequently binding to a door after an altercation with a bully before voluntarily transferring. He refrained from embellishing his tale or invoking sympathy, opting instead for straightforward honesty. As he recounted the bullying he faced, the expressions of his classmates shifted from initial curiosity and surprise to sympathy and even indignation. "What the hell? Those jerks from the First Martial Arts High School are utterly disgraceful. A B-grade talent, and they bully you just because the binding didn't suit them?" The buzzcut boy was the first to voice his outrage, his face flushed with righteous anger. His outburst triggered a ripple of agreement throughout the room. Exactly. What a soul master binds is their own choice. Why should they dictate its worth? And bullies? They're just a bunch of arrogant trash. Another student chimed in. Even if it's a brick, a B-grade is still a B-grade. The cultivation speed alone speaks volumes. "Lin Meng, you've really had it tough," a girl murmured softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Most of them were C-grade talents, acutely aware that in this world, talent levels largely dictated one's future potential. A B-grade talent was an almost unattainable dream for them. The fact that such a promising B-grade genius faced such absurd mistreatment sparked their strong sense of empathy and injustice. While they might not have endured the same brutal bullying as Lin Meng, they had all, to some degree, experienced the pressure from prodigies and the contempt from higher-tier practitioners. In that moment, Lin Meng transformed in their eyes from merely a B-grade figure to a victim deserving of compassion and understanding. Observing the genuine anger and sympathy reflected on his classmates' faces stirred something within Lin Meng. He had anticipated various responses, perhaps mockery, pity, or schadenfreude, but he had not expected such unadulterated sense of justice. "Zhao Cohen, right? And that so-called director Li Meng. I'll remember them. I won't let them off lightly if I cross paths with them again." The buzzcut boy continued to vent his frustration, brimming with a desire to stand up for Lin Meng. A subtle smile flickered at the corners of Lin Meng's lips. This sense of being defended warmed his heart immensely. Perhaps attending Class 6 at the Second Martial Arts High School would prove more enjoyable and interesting than he had initially imagined. This kindness and sense of justice from unfamiliar classmates infused him with a renewed sense of hope for his forthcoming school life. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The previously bustling classroom fell silent in an instant. The sound of steady, authoritative footsteps drew nearer, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The students instinctively straightened their postures, their eyes collectively fixed on the entrance. A middle-aged man of average stature, with an elegant demeanor and clad in black-rimmed glasses, entered the room. He was none other than Wang Mingji, the homeroom teacher for Class 6. Mr. Wang scanned the classroom, as though searching for something, his gaze ultimately landing on Lin Meng, accompanied by a warm smile. "So, you must be Lin Meng? Welcome to our Class 6. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Lin Meng stood to respond politely. "Are you feeling better? I heard you were injured." Mr. Wang inquired with genuine concern. his eyes devoid of any probing for personal details, only pure care. Lin Meng felt a warmth spread through him. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wang. I'm all right now. Glad to hear it, Mr. Wang nodded, signaling for Lin Meng to take his seat. He approached the center of the classroom and cleared his throat. All right, class. Let us begin. Today, we have a new student, Lin Meng. Mr. Wang's gaze again turned to Lin Meng, filled with encouragement. To help Lin Meng catch up, we will first review some foundational knowledge about professions that we have discussed previously. Upon hearing this, many students exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Mr. Wang was looking out for the newcomer. Lin Meng felt the warmth of this kindness further deepen his appreciation for Mr. Wang. First, we all know that the professions awakened at the altar of fate are diverse. Mr. Wang's voice was steady and clear. Broadly, they can be categorized into warrior-type practitioners, mage-type practitioners, archer-type practitioners, technological practitioners, tank-type practitioners, also known as MTs, assassin-type practitioners, and healing-type practitioners. With each category he mentioned, he paused briefly, allowing the students time to absorb the information. The cultivation speed and potential of these foundational professions generally aligned with the talent level awakened. As an illustration, consider the profession of the berserker. Some individuals may awaken to this role with only a D-level potential due to their innate gifts. However, there are those exceptionally talented berserkers who can achieve a B-level awakening. Teacher Wang's gaze swept over Lin Meng, imbued with a subtle yet profound significance. Yet, it is crucial for everyone to remember a key point. The upper limit for foundational professions typically caps at B-level. Upon this revelation, a murmur of quiet discussion rippled through the classroom, indicating that this knowledge remained significant to them. Teacher Wang raised his hand in a gesture of silence, urging everyone to quiet down. Now, students may wonder how A-level professionals come into being. He paused, creating a moment of suspense. The rarity and power of A-level professionals stem from the fact that most are not merely singular foundational professions. Rather, they emerge from the fusion of unique attribute abilities or the elevation of foundational professions under specific conditions. As for the capabilities of S-level professionals, they are shrouded in an unfathomable mystery, with all who grow into them invariably becoming extraordinary powerhouses. Let us set aside the discussion of S-level professionals for now and focus on these formidable A-level roles. They often embody a terrifying capacity for wide-scale destruction, an astonishingly formidable physique, or even some extraordinary abilities that are seldom witnessed. Teacher Wang's tone carried a hint of longing. For instance, we are all familiar with the Flame Warrior, who not only possesses the robust physique and melee prowess of a warrior, but also wields the searing flames to incinerate all foes. The Storm Lord can summon winds and rains, commanding thunder as if descended from the heavens. The Elemental Mage masterfully wields elemental powers, traversing through earth, water, fire, and wind with unparalleled ease. There are also the enigmatic spacewalkers, who can traverse dimensions, appearing and disappearing at will, leaving foes defenseless. Each mention of an A-level profession elicited a chorus of hushed gasps from the students. These legendary and powerful roles seemed as distant as the stars for those of them who had awakened talents of only C or D level. At this juncture, Teacher Wang shifted his focus, locking his gaze once more on Lin Meng. Hence, the uniqueness of the soul enchanter profession is revealed. The entire class's attention was instantly captivated. They were eager to learn about the profession that had subjected Lin Meng to unfair treatment at the first martial high. Lin Meng, too, listened with heightened attentiveness. The distinctiveness of the soul enchanter lies in their ability to gradually develop their own unique attributes during the subsequent enhancement of their primal energy. Moreover, the most crucial point is that their foundational profession can be freely chosen. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. The notion of freely selecting a foundational profession and the ability to develop unique attributes sounded astonishingly formidable. In other words, a soul enchanter, if they so choose, could start as a warrior, honing their melee skills and physical strength. As their primal energy increases and they develop attributes such as fire affinity, they could merge the warrior's capabilities with the fire attribute, progressing towards becoming a flame warrior. Similarly, if they develop spatial perception, they might strive towards becoming a spacewalker. Teacher Wang's voice carried a guiding tone. If one possesses sufficient talent and insight, they might even attempt to cultivate a combination of warrior and mage, or the dual abilities of a tank and healer. Such an existence, upon success, would undoubtedly be classified as a level, or potentially even stronger. The classroom fell into a profound silence, everyone captivated by the vision that Teacher Wang had painted. It became clear that the soul enchanter possessed such terrifying potential. The classmates who had previously regarded Lin Meng with pity now looked upon him with eyes transformed, a blend of shock, envy, and even a hint of reverence. A B-level talent as a soul enchanter signifies that Lin Meng not only surpasses them in training speed, but also possesses a broad pathway leading to a level and potentially even higher realms. Lin Meng recognized that Teacher Wang was deliberately illuminating the advantages and potential of the soul enchanter for him. He listened intently as each word resonated deeply within his mind. Of course, The journey of a soul enchanter is not without its challenges. Teacher Wang's voice broke the spell, drawing everyone's thoughts back to reality. The development of unique attributes. The selection and fusion of foundational professions. Each step necessitates substantial resources and a profound understanding of one's abilities. More importantly, the growth of a soul enchanter is intrinsically linked to their bound soul object. The characteristics of the soul object largely determine the future direction and potential of the soul enchanter. He cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Meng. Therefore, Lin Meng, while your soul object may currently seem to possess low combat value, the true strength of a soul enchanter lies in creation and fusion. Do not be deceived by appearances. Instead, delve deep to perceive the true potential of your soul object. Teacher Wang's words brimmed with encouragement and expectation. Lin Meng nodded earnestly, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. It appeared he had gained a clearer understanding of his forthcoming path. Moreover, his door had already transcended a mere physical threshold. What it connected to could be a broader world, greater power, and infinite possibilities. A B-level talent as a soul enchanter, combined with the freedom to select and develop foundational professions and unique attributes, made Lin Meng's heart race uncontrollably. A sense of unprecedented anticipation surged within him. Chapter 10, A Call from the Principal. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across the desk. The school bell rang softly, dispersing the weighty excitement that Teacher Wang's vision of the soul enchanter had instilled in Lin Meng. Students departed in small clusters, their animated discussions gradually fading away. As Lin Meng gathered his simple books, the echoes of Teacher Wang's words lingered in his mind. Lin Meng, please stay a moment. Teacher Wang's gentle voice floated from behind him. Lin Meng turned to see Teacher Wang standing by the podium, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his features. He nodded and quietly awaited further instruction. Once the classroom was empty save for the two of them, Teacher Wang beckoned him. Come with me to my office. A flicker of curiosity coursed through Lin Meng, yet he quickly followed suit. Teacher Wang's office was modest but impeccably organized. The air was infused with a faint scent of ink and the distinct aroma of old books. Just as Lin Meng settled in, the door to the office swung open from the outside. Old Wang, I heard your class has a new student with B-level talent? A slightly hurried voice inquired, brimming with unabashed curiosity. Following this, several teachers entered in a stream, instantly making the small office feel somewhat cramped. These were the instructors from Class 6, each bearing expressions of intrigue and expectation. B-level talent is indeed a rare phenomenon at the second martial high, especially for a soul enchanter. One middle-aged female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses remarked with a smile, her gaze appraising Lin Meng with a blend of scrutiny and kindness. Indeed, this is Lin Meng. Teacher Wang introduced with evident pride. Young man, don't be nervous. We're just here to bask in the aura of your B-level genius. A robust physical education teacher clapped Lin Meng on the shoulder, his grip firm. Lin Meng managed to smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the teacher's unabashed enthusiasm. I have heard that your soul endowment manifests as a door. Might we have a glimpse? Another instructor, who teaches theoretical classes, adjusted her glasses, her tone imbued with a subtle curiosity. As this question was posed, the atmosphere in the office shifted delicately. The form of a soul endowment was indeed the focal point of everyone's intrigue and concern. Observing the situation, Mr. Wang gently cleared his throat. The form of a soul endowment is not the sole criterion. What truly matters is its potential and growth. He timely provided an escape for Lin Meng. Although Lin Meng had awakened as a door, Mr. Wang paused, casting an encouraging glance at Lin Meng. Lin Meng, why not demonstrate your current prowess? Lin Meng grasped Mr. Wang's intent. This was a call to substantiate his abilities and dispel any lingering doubts among the other instructors. He nodded, allowing his inner force to circulate slightly. A presence, not overwhelmingly powerful, yet significantly surpassing that of an ordinary newly awakened individual, emanated from him. However, he had no intention of summoning the interdimensional door, which had long since diverged from the iron door, in public. The seasoned instructors present in the office swiftly perceived Lin Meng's current level of strength. Is this D-rank? The female instructor with golden-rimmed glasses was the first to exclaim, her tone saturated with disbelief. The other instructors wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances that mirrored their shock. Indeed, Lin Meng has already attained the status of a professional. Mr. Wang's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable affirmation. Hiss. A collective intake of breath filled the office. Old Wang, are you certain he has only awakened a month ago, and is a soul endowment master? The physical education teacher's eyes widened, his voice rising an octave. The initial growth rate of a soul endowment master theoretically pales in comparison to those specializing in combat professions. Furthermore, Lin Meng's awakened form, a door, appeared entirely devoid of combat enhancement. I recall that Lin Meng was delayed in starting school due to an injury. Arriving a month late, the theoretical instructor adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharpening behind the lenses. So, he has effectively advanced from the moment of awakening to the condensation stage in less than a month? Upon this deduction, silence enveloped all the instructors. The air in the office seemed to congeal. In just a month, He has traversed from the awakened body refinement stage through the muscle tempering and marrow cleansing stages to the condensation stage. Such speed, even those with A-rank talents in combat may find difficult to achieve. Not to mention, Lin Meng possesses only a B-rank talent. The B-rank talent is astonishing. The physical education teacher murmured, his earlier exuberance replaced by profound shock. It seems we have underestimated both the potential of soul endowment masters and Lin Meng's talent. The female instructor with golden-rimmed glasses remarked, her gaze towards Lin Meng now transformed into one of admiration reserved for true prodigies. Indeed, the strength of a soul endowment master lies in creation and fusion. The superficial appearance of the awakened object does not dictate everything, Mr. Wang added, deepening the impression on everyone. Even a door, when utilized appropriately, can become a formidable force. Old Wang is correct. This door may possess unique attributes unknown to us. The instructors unanimously echoed, their previous doubts evaporated, replaced by profound admiration and anticipation. A B-rank talent, coupled with such formidable training speed, renders Lin Meng's future limitless. Lin Meng, you missed a month of classes due to your injury. If there are any areas of confusion, do not hesitate to ask us. The female instructor with golden-rimmed glasses spoke gently. Yes, indeed. As seasoned educators, we can take turns offering you additional lessons in the evenings. The physical education teacher eagerly chimed in. We will ensure you do not fall behind. The other instructors readily expressed their willingness to assist. This outpouring of warmth and goodwill stirred a wave of gratitude within Lin Meng. He sensed that these teachers genuinely wished to support him, not merely because of his B-rank talent, but because they recognized his diligence and potential. Thank you, esteemed teachers. Lin Meng inclined his body slightly, his tone earnest. This kindness, he would remember. Just then, Mr. Wang's communication device emitted a sudden alert. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting slightly. It was the principal. He answered the call. After a brief exchange, Mr. Wang ended the communication, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The principal is also aware of Lin Meng's situation. He turned his gaze towards Lin Meng, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It appears that the tale of our B-rank prodigy has spread quite rapidly. The other instructors expressed their astonishment at this revelation. The principal, with his myriad responsibilities, took the time to inquire about a new student's affairs. What did the principal say? The physical education teacher asked curiously. The principal stated that the school must extend its utmost support to gifted students. Mr. Wang replied slowly. Effective immediately, the school will provide Lin Meng with additional training resources. Hiss. Additional resource allocation? This news shocked them even more than Lin Meng's display of condensation stage prowess. The resources at Wu Gao are already scarce. Only those selected for intensive cultivation receive such preferential treatment. Clearly, the principal recognizes Lin Meng's potential. Furthermore, Mr. Wang continued, his gaze fixed on Lin Meng. The principal learned that Lin Meng currently resides in a modest rental outside the campus. Lin Meng felt a slight stir within. He indeed resided in an aging apartment complex near the school. The conditions were far from ideal, but having a place to stay sufficed for him. Thus, the principal has authorized the allocation of a faculty dormitory for Lin Meng's residence starting today. Mr. Wang articulated each word with clarity. Upon hearing this, the entire office fell into a hushed silence. A faculty dormitory. That is among the most generous benefits the school offers. Not only is the environment incomparable to that of external rentals, but it also signifies the school's utmost regard for Lin Meng. This treatment surpasses that of us, seasoned educators. The physical education teacher remarked half-jokingly, his tone laced with envy. Lin Meng's heart raced uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that merely showcasing the strength of a professional would yield such generous treatment. From the teacher's proactive offer of supplementary lessons to the principal's personal endorsement of resource allocation, culminating in the assignment of a faculty dormitory, everything unfolded too swiftly, too unexpectedly. An indescribable wave of emotion and excitement surged within him. He had thought that traversing into this world, bound to an iron door as his sole endowment, would lead to a tumultuous academic experience. Yet, he had not foreseen the overwhelming kindness and support that awaited him at this initial juncture. Lin Meng, you must express your gratitude to the principal. Mr. Wang reminded him with a smile. Lin Meng took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He solemnly bowed before Mr. Wang and all the instructors present, deeply appreciative. Thank you, principal. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you to all the esteemed teachers. The care from the school and the educators remains etched in Lin Meng's heart. His voice trembled slightly, yet it resonated with strength. I, Lin Meng, hereby pledge to diligently cultivate, bringing glory to the second martial high. Let those who once underestimated me and the second martial high take heed, especially those fellows from the first martial high. His final statement was delivered with unwavering determination, imbued with the youthful spirit and tenacity characteristic of his age. The instructors in the office were initially taken aback, but soon laughter erupted, filled with warmth and approval. Such youthful exuberance, how delightful. They seemed to have glimpsed a future star, rising steadily within the illustrious second martial high. Lin Meng lifted his gaze. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon. As nightfall quietly enveloped the world, An unprecedented flame ignited within his heart. He prepared to return home, to tidy up and embark on a new chapter at Second Martial High. Chapter 11. Ambush in the Night Alley, The Rise of the Underdog. After bidding farewell to numerous teachers and departing from Second Martial High, Lin Meng walked the path back to his old rented apartment. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, brushing against his somewhat thin attire. Behind him lingered the goodwill and expectations of the school and its educators. A sudden warmth akin to a bonfire igniting in a cold night, dispelling much of the gloom within him. The key to the teacher's dormitory lay quietly in his pocket. Its metallic coolness a gentle reminder. Yet, the warmth in his heart did not entirely dissolve the caution lurking within. Zhao Kun, that mocking visage, that deeply entrenched humiliation, clung to him like a persistent parasite. He understood that matters would not conclude so easily. As his feet tread upon the uneven pavement of the old district, the surrounding clamor gradually faded, replaced by the unique tranquility of the aged neighborhood, laced with an almost imperceptible strangeness. The air seemed thick with a palpable malice. The primordial energy flowed steadily within him, a confluence of righteous vigor, heightening his awareness of the environment beyond the ordinary. Several furtive gazes, akin to snakes flicking their tongues, locked onto him from various corners, radiating unmasked hostility and coldness. They were here. Lin Meng's steps did not falter in the slightest, and his expression remained unchanged. He turned into a familiar alley, an obligatory passage on his way home, dimly lit and seldom traversed. On either side stood weathered walls, cluttered with debris and emitting the stench of rotting refuse. The air was thick with a miasma of dampness and decay. He knew this was the perfect ambush site. He also knew they were waiting for him, to play into their hands. No, this felt more like a role reversal between hunter and prey. The sound of footsteps echoed prominently in the narrow passage. Just as he reached the midpoint of the alley, shadows emerged from both ahead and behind, blocking his escape. Leading the pack was none other than Zhao Kun, clad in expensive-looking casual attire, wearing that familiar, nauseating grin. His eyes surveying Lin Meng as one would a fish on a cutting board. Useless. I thought you had perished out there. Zhao Kun's voice, tinged with a morbid excitement, resonated through the silent alley. We had people lying in wait for you for almost 20 days, yet not a specter in sight. Thankfully, I heard you reported to school today, so I wasted a bit of time coming here to wait for you. His entourage bore cruel smiles, exuding an air of menace. These individuals were formidable, their temples slightly bulging, steps steady. They were all at the pinnacle of the strengthening realm, with one or two perhaps even brushing against the threshold of the cleansing realm. To confront someone rumored to be a failure-bound soul master, such a lineup, in their eyes, was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Last time at school, you were just lucky someone discovered it early. Zhao Kun stepped closer, his grin widening, unabashedly revealing his malicious intent. I was thinking of waiting for the dust to settle before properly attending to you. Who knew you would vanish for so long, saving me quite a bit of trouble. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking ominously, his gaze filled with brutality. But today, you won't be so fortunate. I will personally cripple your limbs, rendering you a true waste for the rest of your life. A B-grade professional talent? Haha. I'll make sure you don't even reach the lowest tier of the strengthening realm. Jealousy and resentment oozed from his eyes like venom. Several of his followers dispersed, subtly forming a circle, cutting off all potential escape routes for Lin Meng. Their faces bore mockery and cruelty, as if they could already envision Lin Meng kneeling in supplication, howling in agony. In their minds, Zhao Kun, a master of the cleansing realm, combined with his peak strengthening realm lackeys, would effortlessly subdue a newly awakened Lin Meng, forever bound to a worthless soul artifact. The air seemed to thicken, a deadlock. This was the trap meticulously prepared by Zhao Kun and his cohorts for Lin Meng. However, the anticipated fear and panic did not manifest on Lin Meng's face. He stood quietly, even his breathing remained steady and unperturbed. In the dim light, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. That smile bore no warmth, only the chilling depths of an abyss. This unusual calm sent an inexplicable shiver down Zhao Kun's spine. A sense of foreboding slithered up his back like a cold serpent. Why was this waste not afraid? In the next instant, boom. An overwhelming and majestic presence erupted from Lin Meng, far surpassing Zhao Kun's comprehension. The energy of a D-grade professional surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. Encompassing it was a righteous, fierce vigor, radiant like the sun. This pure, domineering force flooded the narrow alley in an instant. The mocking grins on Zhao Kun and his lackeys' faces froze, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. What kind of power is this? This could not possibly belong to a newly awakened soul master. In fact, this pressure was far more formidable than many D-grade professionals he had encountered. Impossible. Zhao Kun screamed, the color draining from his face. But it was too late. Lin Meng moved, his figure blurred, disappearing from sight. There were no flashy maneuvers, no complex techniques, just basic combat motions, combined with the terrifying speed and strength that came with his ascension as a professional. Like a fierce tiger plunging into a frail flock of sheep. Bang! The first lackey barely registered Lin Meng's movement before a tremendous force slammed into his chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. Crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud, the sound of breaking ribs unmistakable. Crack. The second lackey's fist was effortlessly seized by Lin Meng. His wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, pain erupting as he let out a pig-like scream. Thud. A swift chop from Lin Meng struck the side of the third lackey's neck, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. A massacre ensued. An overwhelming slaughter. In mere moments, all of Zhao Kuen's lackeys were utterly vanquished by Lin Meng's thunderous onslaught. They lay scattered on the filthy ground. Some with broken arms, others with shattered legs, or unconscious, resembling tattered sacks, their pained groans fading into whimpers as agony took hold. The alley returned to a deathly silence. Thick with the scent of blood, beginning to waft through the air. Lin Meng stood calmly in the center of the alley, his clothing without a wrinkle. His breath steady and deep, as though he had merely swatted a few flies. His gaze, cold and indifferent, fell upon the only remaining figure at the alley's mouth. Zhao Kuen. At this moment, Zhao Kuen's complexion was ashen, his body trembled violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound. The arrogance and cruelty that once filled his eyes had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming terror, as if a tidal wave were drowning him. The gathering chi stage. How could this wretch already be a professional? Moreover, his strength far surpasses the terrifying visage of what he had envisioned a professional to be. Who on earth is he? This is inconceivable. Lin Meng advanced deliberately, step by step, towards Zhao Kuen. His footsteps, though light, resonated like the ominous drums of death, striking at Zhao Kuen's heart. With each stride, his dread deepened. Zhao Kuen yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Immovable and burdened, he wished to plead for mercy, but his throat felt ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Fear had utterly paralyzed both his body and mind. At last, Lin Meng stood before him, those frigid eyes mere inches away. Zhao Kuen could even perceive his own contorted face reflected within those chilling pupils, distorted by sheer terror. In the next moment, a hand, swift as lightning, seized his throat with brutal force. A tremendous pressure enveloped him, making him gasp for breath as his feet left the ground, his entire being hoisted by Lin Meng and slammed against the filthy wall. The harsh friction against the coarse surface ignited a searing pain in his back. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the suffocating grip around his throat and the looming threat of death emanating from those icy eyes. Lin Meng's face drew closer, his cold breath washing over Zhao Kuen's visage. A deep, sinister voice, reminiscent of the depths of hell, whispered in his ear, laced with a cruel amusement. Is it Liang Jingru who has emboldened you to cripple my limbs? Chapter 12. Revenge and an uninvited guest. Zhao Kuen was struck with terror at the force constricting his throat, his legs flailing in panic as a warm wetness spread in his trousers. A foul stench permeating the air. He sought to beg for mercy, but only ragged gasps escaped his lips. A flicker of disgust crossed Lin Meng's eyes as he casually tossed Zhao Kuen to the ground. Coughing and sputtering, Zhao Kuen lay prostrate, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for the fetid air, repeatedly pleading. Lin, classmate. Brother Lin. No, Lord Lin. I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, I beseech you, spare my pitiful life. Lin Meng disregarded his wails, turning his gaze towards the alley where several moaning henchmen lay in a disheveled heap. The cacophony was unbearable. He strode towards the nearest one, who was clutching a severed arm, and upon seeing Lin Meng approach, instinctively recoiled in fear. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing pierced the air. The man's cries abruptly ceased, his body collapsing in a heap. Zhao Kuen's desperate pleas were likewise silenced as he watched Lin Meng advance towards the next target. He wished to escape, but his limbs felt as if they were encased in lead, utterly unresponsive. The alley echoed with Lin Meng's measured footsteps, punctuated by the chilling sounds of muffled thuds and the snapping of bones. Each noise struck Zhao Kuen's heart like a hammer, shattering any last vestige of hope. Soon, the alley fell silent, a pungent scent of blood lingering in the air. Lin Meng returned to where Zhao Kuen lay, who was now so terrified that he had lost control of his bodily functions, collapsing in a heap, devoid of the strength to continue pleading. Lin Meng desired Zhao Kuen to witness the slow approach of his own demise. Such revenge would equal the suffering endured by his former self. I hear you wish to render me limbless, to condemn me to a life of helplessness? Lin Meng looked down upon him, his voice eerily calm. Zhao Kuen shot up, desperation igniting in his eyes as he fervently knocked his head against the ground. I was wrong, truly wrong. Lord Lin, you possess a magnanimous heart. Now, it is your turn, Lin Meng interrupted, his tone devoid of any emotion. Fear seized every fiber of Zhao Kuen's being as he envisioned the horrific scene of his limbs being mercilessly broken, howling in endless agony. No. Yet Lin Meng suddenly chuckled. Forget it, that would only dirty my hands. Zhao Kuen froze momentarily, an eruption of joy blooming in his eyes. Momentarily believing that a reprieve was at hand, though resentment still lurked within. The next instant, Lin Meng raised his foot and gently pressed it upon Zhao Kuan's head. With a soft, almost imperceptible sound, Zhao Kuan's body went rigid, all expression frozen upon his face as life slipped away entirely. Lin Meng withdrew his foot, wiping it against the relatively clean wall nearby, as if he had merely crushed a repulsive insect. The alley, now suffused with the nauseating blend of blood and filth, was repugnant. He turned away, melding into the shadows at the alley's end, the night breeze seeming to carry away some of the oppressive weight. That night, Lin Meng did not return to that dark, damp old rental. After tidying his belongings, he made his way straight back to the second Martial High School, heading to the teacher's dormitory assigned by the principal. As he pushed open the pristine door to the dormitory and flicked on the lights, a refreshing aura, starkly different from the old rental, enveloped him. Spacious and immaculate, the bright lights illuminated the area, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, soothing to the senses. An independent bathroom, a soft and comfortable bed, and a large desk awaited him. More importantly, the concentration of energy here was palpably higher than that of the outside world. Subtle, intricate runes were faintly visible on the walls, serving as basic soundproofing and defensive arrays. The living conditions here were worlds apart from those he had previously endured. Lin Meng meticulously arranged the few personal items he had retrieved from the old rental, a handful of changes of clothes, and several foundational theory books. He settled into the chair at the desk, relishing the tranquility and comfort of his new surroundings. The tension that had gripped him finally began to ease. The moonlight, pure and silvery, spilled across the desk, illuminating his youthful yet resolute visage. His thoughts drifted afar. On one side lay a world rife with peril, yet brimming with adventure and ancient charm, the Qin era. There, he had cultivated righteousness, faced life and death struggles, and sharpened his very essence. On the other, a world where technology and primal energy coexisted, a realm of diverse races vying for supremacy, rich with opportunities and challenges. Here, he possessed the potential to alter his destiny while bearing greater responsibilities and expectations. Having traversed disparate worlds and experienced 3 profoundly different lives, a completely new Lin Meng was taking shape within him. Yet, he remained the resolute practitioner who dared to push the limits of his abilities. Now, he possessed a clearer purpose and a more formidable spirit. With a long exhale, Lin Meng expelled the lingering chaos from his mind. The foremost priority was to enhance his strength. In this world teeming with myriad races, where the strong reigned supreme, only power could secure his existence. He began to outline his forthcoming training and study plan. At the forefront was, undoubtedly, acquiring knowledge through the school, familiarizing himself with the various rules and information of this world. Additionally, he needed to prepare and seek opportunities to effectively utilize the dimensional portals for exploration into other realms. Time was exceedingly precious to him. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened. Lin Meng sat cross-legged on the bed, initiating the flow of energy within him for his daily practice. The energy coursed through his meridians like a gentle stream, nourishing his limbs and bones. The energy, infused with righteousness, appeared even more refined and potent. The night passed without incident. In the days that followed, Lin Meng's life became orderly and fulfilling. He approached his daytime classes with utmost seriousness. Teacher Wang and the other subject instructors indeed delivered on their promises, generously offering to tutor him during their spare time. Lin Meng's demonstrated learning ability and comprehension once again astonished his teachers. After school each evening, he returned to the teacher's dormitory for brief training and reflection. Occasionally, he visited the school library to research various occupational systems and information on alien races. The world is far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Although humanity stands shoulder to shoulder with the dragonkin as a leading race, the friction and warfare with other species have never ceased. At every moment, warriors are engaged in bloody battles along the borders. This reality has intensified the sense of urgency within Lin Meng. That evening, after concluding a day of study, Lin Meng returned to the teacher's dormitory, his body bearing the weight of fatigue. After a brief wash-up, he prepared to step through the dimensional gate to explore a new world. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks interrupted his thoughts. Lin Meng furrowed his brow. Who could it be at this hour? Teacher Wang, or perhaps a fellow student from class 6. He approached the door and casually opened it. Standing before him was a stranger, a young man of considerable height, clad in a uniform that starkly differed from the ordinary attire of his peers. The collar and cuffs of his uniform were adorned with silver threads, intricately weaving elaborate patterns, while a fiery emblem graced his chest, an unmistakable mark of the elite class. The young man's features were relatively handsome, yet an air of unyielding arrogance clung to him. His gaze, as if appraising an object, was laced with undisguised contempt as he scrutinized Lin Meng from head to toe. An unpleasant aura of oppression enveloped the air. I've heard from Zhao Kuan that you are the B-grade waste who stumbled upon good fortune. Lin Meng, is it? The young man initiated the confrontation, his voice sharp and laced with malice. His eyes were like daggers, piercing into Lin Meng. What gives you the right to reside in the teacher's dormitory? There are hardly any from our elite class who enjoy such privileges. The barrage of accusations came forth like cannon fire, teeming with hostility. Lin Meng's frown deepened. Zhao Kun. It seemed that troublemakers would always find a way to be insufferable. Thankfully, he would no longer have to deal with him. Moreover, the young man's tone suggested he had taken Zhao Kun's words to heart. Don't think that merely breaking through to become a practitioner makes you exceptional. Upon seeing Lin Meng's silence, the young man's mockery intensified. You merely rely on the dubious methods of a soulbinder. Tying a broken door, after all, will never elevate you beyond being a waste. With every word, his aura surged, an unrestrained wave of energy emanating from him, pressing down on Lin Meng with palpable force. Clearly, he was consumed by a fierce resentment and jealousy over Lin Meng's ability to reside in the teacher's dormitory, enjoying such privileges. In his eyes, only the geniuses of their elite class were worthy of the school's premier resources. A B-grade talent like Lin Meng, who had bound such a worthless soul, had no right to such treatment. Yet, amidst the relentless taunts and provocations, Lin Meng remained as tranquil as a still pond. He regarded the young man before him with a detached gaze, as though observing a mere buffoon. The dormitory was specially approved by the principal, Lin Meng replied. His voice low yet distinctly clear. If you have questions, you may address them to the principal, rather than barking at me. This single statement, light as a feather, struck the young man like an invisible slap to the face. It was as though Lin Meng had deftly passed the ball back to the principal. Aren't you the one who thinks highly of yourself? Aren't you the genius of the elite class? If you have the capability, go confront the principal. What worth is it to act arrogant before me? The young man's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled lobster. His haughty demeanor froze, surprise and indignation flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this so-called waste, whom he deemed beneath him, would dare to retort so boldly. Furthermore, he was taken aback by the sharpness of Lin Meng's words, which effectively silenced all his retorts. Sharp-toned, the young man's expression turned a shade darker, his chest heaving with rage. A surge of even more violent energy erupted from within him. Mid-D grade. This aura was significantly more powerful than those of Zhao Kun's lackeys. Since the principal values you, allow me to see whether you are worthy of such preferential treatment. As his words fell, a fierce glint flashed in the young man's eyes. He clenched his right fist, energy surging within, crackling audibly. He was ready to strike, to use absolute power to crush this arrogant waste and reclaim his lost dignity. Chapter 13, Instant Kill. The air in the corridor seemed to thicken with the clash of their energy waves. Teachers who had been resting or studying in their rooms were stirred by the blatant display of power. What is happening? Such a formidable energy wave. Are practitioners fighting in the dormitory area? Hurry, let us take a look. The sounds of doors opening echoed as figures emerged from their rooms, some hastening to the scene. Soon, a considerable number of students gathered outside Lin Meng's dormitory, drawn by the news leaked by Li Wei. They were eager to witness the confrontation between Lin Meng and the audacious Li Wei, who had dared provoke him in the teacher's dormitory. Li Wei, feeling the collective gaze upon him, was simultaneously filled with shame and a twisted sense of pleasure. He intended to thoroughly trample this unassuming Lin Meng underfoot before everyone. Since the principal values you, let me see if you are worthy of this privilege. A fierce glimmer flashed in Li Wei's eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he stomped his right foot against the ground. The hard alloy floor resounded with a dull thud, leaving a shallow imprint. Like a leopard pouncing, he lunged forward. His fist clenched tight, joints cracking ominously. A rich, earthy yellow energy enveloped his fist, the wind from his punch swirling, accompanied by a sharp whistle reminiscent of gravel scraping together. Shattered stone fist, he shouted, unleashing a punch that embodied the full force of his peak energy. As his fist cut through the air, it tore apart the very atmosphere, producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. The blow was aimed directly at Lin Meng's face. He aimed to defeat his opponent in one decisive strike, using the most straightforward and overwhelming method to reclaim his lost face. Yet, Lin Meng's expression remained unflinching in the face of such a powerful attack, capable of shattering stone and breaking bones. He did not retreat an inch, standing resolutely in place, as if the deadly punch approaching him were merely a trivial breeze. Among the onlookers, many students instinctively closed their eyes or gasped in muted horror. They believed that even if Lin Meng had fortuitously advanced to a D-grade practitioner, he stood no chance against Li Wei, a mid-D-grade warrior from the elite class. Meanwhile, the observing teachers initially intended to intervene, but seeing Lin Meng's calm demeanor, they opted to watch closely, eager to gauge the capabilities of someone favored by the principal. Nevertheless, they remained ready to act at a moment's notice. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Wei's mouth, as if he could already envision Lin Meng broken and pleading for mercy. However, just as Li Wei's fist was about to make contact with Lin Meng's face, Lin Meng moved. There was no explosive display of energy, nor any extravagant combat technique. He simply raised his right hand, forming a fist, and met Li Wei's earth-shattering blow with an unremarkable punch of his own. This punch appeared utterly plain, even somewhat slow, as though it were merely a casual strike between children at play. Yet, only Lin Meng understood the immense power contained within that seemingly simple blow. It was through a year of arduous training with precious herbs during the Qin period that he had forged his formidable physique. Infused with original energy that had undergone rigorous refinement and amalgamation with the essence of righteousness from his dantian, rendering it even more concentrated and pure. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Wei's eyes. He could not comprehend why Lin Meng would resort to such a ludicrous method of defense. Was this an act of surrender? Or had he simply been rendered speechless by fear? With a resounding crash, their fists finally collided under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Contrary to expectations of an earth-shattering reverberation, only a dull thud, akin to a heavy hammer striking thick leather, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Time appeared to slow down at that moment. The malevolent grin on Li Wei's face instantly froze. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's seemingly unremarkable fist. Initially, this power flowed like a gentle stream, silently creeping upon him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a raging tide, sweeping everything away. His prideful shattering fist technique was rendered as fragile as paper before this force. Almost instantaneously upon contact, it was utterly dismantled and pierced through. A chilling cacophony of cracking bones emanated from Li Wei's right arm. His pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Excruciating pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave. A high-pitched, inhuman groan escaped from the depths of his throat. It was as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His body curled into a shrimp-like shape, his feet lifted off the ground, uncontrollably hurtling backward. With a thunderous impact, Li Wei's body crashed against the alloy wall across the corridor, producing a colossal sound. The sturdy wall was dented into a shallow, human-shaped impression. Then, like a rag doll stripped of all strength, he slumped down the wall to the ground. A mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, erupted from Li Wei's mouth, splattering a vivid crimson bloom upon the floor. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. The fierce glint and arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by unfathomable agony and terror. He struggled to rise, only to discover that his right arm hung limply, as though the bones within had crumbled to dust. His chest heaved with turbulent blood and energy, each breath accompanied by searing pain. In just a single punch, he, Li Wei, a distinguished elite of the mid-level D class, had been utterly defeated by this so-called waste. He hadn't even fully discerned the details of his opponent's strike. How could this be possible? The corridor plunged into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the observing students and teachers, whether peering in or having approached closely, stood as if paralyzed, frozen in place. Their expressions were eerily uniform: shock, disbelief, incredulity. A multitude of gazes, akin to searchlights, fixated on Lin Meng, who remained standing. In their memories, he was merely a B-class student who had stumbled upon luck, but now he had delivered an unprecedented visual and psychological shock. With just one punch. Merely one punch had rendered Li Wei, the elite warrior renowned for his strength, akin to a lifeless dog. The disparity in power was nothing short of staggering. What kind of terrifying force lay concealed within that seemingly mundane blow? Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were hallucinating. Yet, the glaring bloodstain on the ground, and Li Wei's anguished moans unequivocally attested to the reality of what had transpired. Lin Meng slowly retracted his fist. His sleeves had not even a single crease from that earth-shattering strike, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He gently brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve with an elegant composure. His profound gaze calmly swept over the bewildered faces surrounding him. Finally, it settled on the pitiful figure of Li Wei, now struggling like a wretch upon the ground. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the hushed corridor. Now, does anyone still dare to question the principal's decision? Or does anyone believe that I do not belong here? His tone was unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Li Wei opened his mouth to respond, but only managed a wheezing sound, followed by another spurt of blood. Fear and despair filled his eyes, obliterating any trace of his former arrogance and disdain. The other onlookers stood in stunned silence, not daring to breathe. Questioning the principal's decision? What a jest! Even Li Wei, who possessed the talent of a B-class Earth warrior, had been defeated in one punch. What chance did they have? This Lin Meng was no mere fortunate fool. He was a prehistoric beast cloaked in sheep's clothing. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with gasps of disbelief. Soon, the sound of retreating footsteps echoed, like a tide receding. No one dared to steal another glance, fearing the attention of this formidable presence. In no time, the corridor was left with only Lin Meng and the feeble Li Wei, alongside a few young teachers who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. They had come to maintain order, only to witness such a momentous spectacle. Lin Meng, the D-class door enchanter, had single-handedly defeated an elite from the key class, who was now a mid-level D-class Earth warrior, Li Wei. This news took flight like an invisible bird, spreading with alarming rapidity throughout every corner of the second martial high. From ordinary classes to elite ones, from students to mentors, nearly everyone was aware of this explosive revelation. In an instant, the name Lin Meng, along with his once derided door enchantment, became the focal point of campus discourse. He was no longer the object of ridicule. but had transformed into a figure shrouded in mystery and formidable power. Whispers circulated. Some claimed he had been concealing his strength, while others speculated that his door enchantment was not as simple as it appeared. There were even conjectures about a powerful background supporting him. Various discussions and speculations ran rampant. Yet, the architect of this upheaval, Lin Meng, seemed unfazed, calmly closing the door to his dormitory. However, a subtle ripple of awareness flickered in his deep-set eyes. Lin Meng understood that the tranquility of campus life was likely a thing of the past. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. If trouble sought him out, he would confront it head-on, with his fists. After all, martial arts are a form of law, and physics is a principle. Chapter 14. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Li Wei was hastily carried away by several familiar teachers, his ashen face and grotesquely twisted arm revealing the severity of his injuries. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the corridor, mingling with the distinctive aroma of certain medicinal agents. The school's handling of the incident was surprisingly subdued. After all, Li Wei had instigated the confrontation. His inferiority was his own doing. Moreover, Lin Meng's displayed prowess had compelled the higher-ups to re-evaluate his worth. A sole enchanter capable of dispatching a mid-level D-class student with a single punch? Could the enchanters also venture into the warrior domain? Unbelievable. Following this battle, Lin Meng's status at second martial high was indelibly solidified. At the very least, during his first year at Wu High, no foolhardy individual dared to provoke him lightly. The teachers, who once harbored a myriad of complex emotions towards him, particularly Wang Mingji from Class 6, began to exhibit an increasingly attentive demeanor. Occasionally, when they crossed paths in the corridors, they would nod in acknowledgement, their gazes infused with genuine recognition and anticipation. Lin Meng's life had officially entered a steady rhythm at the second Wu High. He approached his daytime classes with a fervor surpassing that of his peers. The teachings on the principles of original energy unveiled a new realm of understanding, deepening his comprehension of the power structure of this world. The exotic species compendium revealed the vastness of the cosmos, alongside its hidden perils. The diverse forms and unpredictable abilities of these beings kept him perpetually vigilant. In the Foundational Combat Techniques course, he began to explore some concise and effective fighting methods from the main world. He learned how to apply the original energy more efficiently in each move, integrating the martial arts experience he had acquired from the Qin world. The Introductory Pharmacology course opened his eyes to the wonders of potions that could assist in cultivation, heal wounds, and even unleash latent potential in an instant. His exhibited capacity for learning and comprehension left the instructors in quiet astonishment. Many intricate theories seemed to reveal their secrets to him with ease, and he often drew connections that prompted his teachers to reconsider their perspectives with newfound insight. During practical training sessions, he maintained a certain level of humility. Yet the occasional display of his prowess would invariably expose his opponent's weaknesses, allowing him to secure victories with minimal cost. The promised additional resources from the school began to arrive in succession. Energy crystals, radiating pure energy fluctuations, were utilized by him for daily cultivation, accelerating his accumulation of original energy. Several basic restorative potions and body-enhancing elixirs were carefully stored for emergencies. He also gained preferential access to the school's primary and intermediate training grounds, allowing him to hone his combat skills and familiarize himself with his newfound powers during quieter hours. Lin Meng dedicated these resources to the cultivation of Confucian qi manipulation, resulting in a tighter integration of the righteous energy within him, steadily advancing his mastery of the qi consolidation stage and establishing an incredibly solid foundation. He could distinctly feel his strength growing day by day. The attitudes of his classmates in Class 6 began to shift subtly. Initially, they expressed sympathy upon learning of his B-grade talent and the misfortune that had befallen him, tinged with a hint of curiosity regarding the soul-infusing object. Following the Li Wei incident, sympathy dissipated, replaced by profound admiration and an indescribable sense of distance. After all, he was the one who had effortlessly defeated an elite of the key class with a single punch. Nonetheless, Lin Meng exhibited no trace of arrogance as a result. He remained the quiet youth, mostly absorbed in his studies and training. Occasionally, during breaks or after practical lessons, he would engage in calm conversations with classmates who approached him with tentative admiration. When a peer mustered the courage to seek his guidance on their cultivation struggles, he never withheld his insights. Often, a few words of advice would illuminate their understanding. He would share his subtle realizations regarding the operation of original energy or offer practical tips on basic combat techniques. These fresh insights frequently proved to be more intuitive and applicable than the theoretical material in their textbooks. Over time, the reverence that had created a distance gradually transformed into a sense of closeness. Classmates discovered that this legendary powerhouse was, in fact, quite approachable. As long as one did not provoke him, he could be considered remarkably amiable. Consequently, the atmosphere within the class became exceedingly harmonious. The days were filled with fulfilling and effective learning, while Lin Meng's nights were reserved for secret plans. He began to quietly search for information related to the technology of the main world through the extensive collection of the school library and its internal network resources. He particularly focused on ancient agricultural improvements, high-yield seed cultivation, and basic agricultural techniques. Although the Qin world possessed its unique charm and cultivation system, the grim reality of impoverished livelihoods and low productivity was undeniable. As a disciple of Xuanzi, with a heart for the world, he naturally wished to contribute something meaningful to that realm. He managed to acquire a small quantity of improved potato seeds, corn seeds, and high-yield sweet potato vines through various channels, carefully storing them in his room, ready to be transported, alongside some glass products intended for trading in the Qin dynasty to cover his expenses. In the main world, these items might seem inconsequential, yet in the Qin world, they could signify a lifeline for countless commoners. Time flew by, swift as a galloping steed. A month of study and training passed rapidly in the rhythm of a fulfilling life. Lin Meng felt as though he were a sponge, voraciously absorbing the extraordinary knowledge of this world. He gained a considerable grasp of the power structure, social dynamics, distribution of exotic species, and even basic everyday knowledge of the main world. The foundation of his profession grew increasingly solid and profound through this relentless honing. The original energy within him, continuously tempered by righteous energy, exceeded the purity of his peers in the same stage. He even sensed that he was merely a step away from the mid-stage of qi consolidation. In the stillness of the night, within the teacher's dormitory, Lin Meng sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. The moonlight outside cascaded over him, outlining his increasingly steadfast and resolute silhouette. Within him, an inexplicable emotion surged. It was time to return to the Qin world and stir the waters once more. He found himself yearning for the seemingly austere yet profoundly wise visage of his mentor, Xuanzi, and the tranquil elegance of the Zhaishengxian Zhuang, suffused with the fragrance of books and ink. More importantly, the prepared seeds must be delivered. However, a pragmatic dilemma lay before him. As a formal student of the Second Wu Hai, enjoying special attention, every move he made was under the school's scrutiny. Disappearing without cause for over a week would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble and suspicion. He needed a flawless excuse, a legitimate reason to leave the school for a period. Just as Lin Meng furrowed his brow in contemplation, an opportunity quietly emerged. That morning, during the original energy theory class taught by Wang Mingji, the instructor entered the classroom with a demeanor more serious than usual. The previously noisy classroom fell silent at once. The students sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Wang Mingji cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the class, and solemnly announced, "Students, today I have an important announcement regarding the midterm practical training. The school has made a final decision. Midterm practical training." The mere utterance of these 5 words sparked a subtle stir within the classroom. The spirits of all students were instantly invigorated. For the students of Wu Hai, the significance of practical training was beyond measure. It served not only as a test of their academic achievements, but also as a crucial opportunity to acquire resources, enhance practical experience, and gain further recognition from the school. Wang Mingji gestured for silence and continued, "This midterm practical training will last for 1 week. The location is set in a low-level secret realm, the Dark Forest. Under the school's jurisdiction, students, we have previously studied the related knowledge of secret realms. These realms are unique spaces within human territory, where the rules differ slightly from those of the main world. The internal environment, organisms, and even energy forms may starkly contrast with the outside world. Within the secret realm, you will need to complete a series of comprehensive assessments, including wilderness survival, hunting designated level magical beasts, and gathering specific rare materials. Your final results will directly impact your resource allocation for the second half of the semester, as well as your eligibility for annual commendations." A few words ignited a fervent atmosphere within the classroom, and many students' eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Opportunities often accompany challenges. Lin Meng's heart stirred slightly. The trial in the secret realm presented a splendid opportunity. If only he could seize this chance. At that moment, Wang Mingji unveiled an even more astonishing piece of news that thrilled Lin Meng. In order to grant everyone ample time to prepare and reach their optimal state, Wang Mingji paused, his gaze lingering on Lin Meng for a moment, seemingly laden with significance. The school has decided to grant a 2-week break starting tomorrow. This fortnight would allow students to freely cultivate their skills, procure equipment, or form teams for adaptive training. 2 weeks later, the entrance to the Dark Forest secret realm will open promptly for all. 2 weeks of holiday. This meant Lin Meng would have a full 280 days to hone his skills in the world of Qin's moon. This revelation struck Lin Meng like a thunderclap, reverberating through his heart. A perfect opportunity had arrived. The 2-week preparation holiday was truly a divine gift for him. Chapter 15. Returning to Qin, encountering the first emperor. As night descended, enveloping H City in a profound tranquility, Lin Meng stood in the cramped center of his dormitory, gazing out at the vibrant lights of countless homes. He had feigned seclusion to successfully evade the school's routine inspections, and now, it was time to reopen that door. The primordial energy within him flowed gently, converging towards the ancient door of consciousness. Free from the discomfort of his previous injuries, this summoning felt remarkably easier. Despite expending a mere 1/20th of his entire primordial energy, The door adorned with mysterious patterns materialized silently within the dormitory. It stood solemnly, casting a faint glow that imbued the confined space with an air of mystique. I am coming to the world of Qin's moon. Lin Meng inhaled deeply, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. As his fingertips brushed against the icy door, an indescribable spatial fluctuation enveloped him instantaneously. A powerful tugging sensation overwhelmed him, distorting the surrounding scenery like shattered glass, spinning wildly. The air was filled with a sharp whistling, as if his very soul was being torn away. This sensation remained profoundly unsettling. As light and shadow shifted, the world spun in a dizzying dance. When tranquility was finally restored, Lin Meng felt his feet land upon solid ground. He abruptly opened his eyes, greeted not by the familiar confines of his dormitory, but by a desolate expanse of hills, where withered yellow grass swayed in the wind, and distant mountains undulated in the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying vegetation, imbued with a raw, primal essence. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, comparing the distant mountain contours with his memories, realizing that this was evidently not the land of Qi and Lu where the little sage's abode resided. Were the coordinates after each traversal truly random? Lin Meng pondered, but quickly steeled his mind. The unfamiliar environment signaled that potential dangers lurked at every turn. He tightened the straps of his pack, which contained his meticulously prepared provisions, some glass items, seeds of high-yield crops, and most importantly, the Confucian token. Just then, a faint sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar, growing increasingly louder. Lin Meng instinctively crouched low, concealing himself behind a patch of withered grass taller than himself. He focused intently, and soon a vast procession emerged on the horizon. Black banners fluttered, warhorses neighed, and the black armor glinted coldly under the sun. After careful observation, Lin Meng confirmed that this was undoubtedly the army of Qin. After all, a military force possessing such combat prowess in these times. And Qin's pride in its affiliation with water and reverence for the color black, wherein clothing, banners, and flags all favored this hue, was well known. Yet, he wondered whether they were here for a hunt or a patrol. As the troop drew closer, he discerned the ornate canopy at the heart of the formation, adorned with a black dragon banner, and a figure surrounded by numerous guards. A bold yet plausible assumption flashed through his mind. The black dragon banner? Could it be that fortuitous? Was he in Xianyang? The hoofbeats were now alarmingly close. The formation fanned out, evidently engaging in some form of encirclement. Lin Meng's hiding spot lay directly along their path. Stop! Several Qin soldiers noticed the unusual disturbance in the grass and immediately raised their long spears, surrounding Lin Meng. The cold, sharp blades pointed menacingly at him, and the air crackled with a tense aura of impending violence. Do not move. Who are you? Why do you lurk here in secrecy? Lin Meng slowly stood, raising both hands in a gesture of peace. He regarded the resolute faces and keen eyes of the Qin soldiers, feeling a mixture of wariness and calm. Gentlemen, please do not be agitated. He spoke in a steady and clear voice, tinged with a scholarly tone that starkly contrasted the wild surroundings. He did not resist, for he understood that with his D-level strength in the main world, he was considered a formidable expert here. Yet opposing this elite army would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He solemnly produced a jade pendant engraved with ancient patterns, the very Confucian token bestowed upon him by Xuanzi. Simultaneously, he performed a respectful bow, invoking the ancient customs he had learned about Qin. I am Lin Meng, a disciple of the Confucians, journeying to seek knowledge here. I apologize for inadvertently intruding upon your territory, and I beg your forgiveness. His movements were precise, his tone humble, yet his gaze remained neither servile nor defiant. The leader of the group, a tall and stern middle-aged man, scrutinized Lin Meng, glancing at the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A Confucian disciple? Here? And this young man remained so composed in the presence of us warriors? He did not immediately lower his guard, but refrained from issuing an order for capture. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to temporarily sheath their weapons, then stepped forward to examine the token closely. It indeed bore the character for Xuanzi, and an overwhelming aura of Confucian righteousness resonated from it. Evidently, it was a Confucian token. The leader's demeanor softened slightly, though he continued to regard Lin Meng with scrutiny. From whom did you learn? My master is Xuanzi, Lin Meng replied. The leader raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. The name of Xuanzi resonated even within Qin. Although Qin favored legalism, it did not entirely reject certain Confucian ideologies, especially considering Xuanzi was the foremost authority of Confucianism of the time. Is Li Si your senior disciple? The leader pondered for a moment, his gaze returning to Lin Meng. This young man possessed an extraordinary demeanor, eloquent speech, and though his attire was peculiar, it bore a certain aesthetic charm, clearly distinguishing him from an ordinary Confucian scholar. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the center of the procession. Zhang Han, what is it? Zhang Han. Lin Meng's heart raced. This was an important general beside the first emperor of Qin. Indeed, his assessment had not been mistaken. From the direction of the voice, a figure emerged, flanked by guards. The individual wore a crown and a dark robe adorned with dragon patterns, youthful yet exuding an air of sovereign authority. His eyes were deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving all. Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. Yingzheng. He had unexpectedly encountered King Yingzheng of Qin. A whirlwind of exhilaration and trepidation coursed through him. This was an extraordinary opportunity, yet it bore immense risks. One step could lead to paradise, another to perdition. Zhang Han quickly approached, bowing to report, "Your Majesty, I have discovered a Confucian disciple here, claiming to be from the school of Xuanzi, who has inadvertently trespassed into this area." Upon hearing this, Yingzheng's keen gaze fixated on Lin Meng, his eyes sharp as blades, as if attempting to see through him. Lin Meng did not flinch. Instead, he met Yingzheng's gaze with poise, bowing once more, this time with even greater reverence, yet still retaining his dignity. "I am Lin Meng of the Confucians, paying my respects to your Majesty." Yingzheng stepped closer, scrutinizing the young man who had appeared in his hunting grounds. A Confucian disciple? A student of Xuanzi? At this moment, he appeared near Xianyang, exuding a particularly unique aura. Rather than rushing to speak, he circled around Lin Meng, observing him intently. Although Lin Meng's attire was not opulent, it was clean and tidy, and he carried a faint scent of ink. His gaze was clear, devoid of any fear, instead radiating an indescribable composure. "Do you not fear me, the lonely sovereign?" Yingzheng's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an inherent sense of authority. Lin Meng smiled faintly, a smile both subtle and powerful. "The king is the ruler of the realm, embodying magnificence and commanding the mountains and rivers. The common people hold him in reverence. How could there be any fear?" This statement was not mere flattery, but reflected Lin Meng's genuine assessment of Yingzheng as a historical figure. He understood that the man before him was on the brink of ending an era of chaos and ushering in an unprecedented age. A flicker of interest passed through Yingzheng's eyes. Few could maintain such candor in his presence, let alone describe him with the words of a sovereign. "Oh, you seem to possess some understanding of me," Yingzheng said with intrigue. "You mention your scholarly travels. Have you journeyed through the Six Kingdoms? What insights do you hold regarding the affairs of the world?" Here it came. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Meng recognized that Yingzheng was testing him, offering a chance to showcase his knowledge. He inhaled deeply, a wealth of knowledge concerning the history, politics, and culture of the Qin dynasty flashing through his mind. The common people have traveled little and possess scant understanding. He began humbly, before shifting his tone. Yet, the world, after a long division, must inevitably unite. The previous 7 kingdoms stood in opposition, embroiled in ceaseless conflict, leaving the populace displaced and suffering. This is not a blessing for the world. He paused, meeting Yingzheng's gaze with renewed conviction, and Qin, through internal reforms and external expansion, with an unstoppable military might, has the vision to unify the 6 kingdoms. The king possesses the extraordinary ambition to conquer and unify the realm, and now, he has decisively vanquished 5 kingdoms. I believe the world's unification under Qin is an inevitable trend, a reflection of the people's will. Yingzheng nodded slightly. Although these sentiments were commonplace, articulated by a young scholar, they carried a unique resonance. He gestured for Zhang Han and others to step back, then said to Lin Meng, "Continue." Lin Meng understood that the crux of his discourse was at hand. He aimed to articulate ideas that the people of this era might not have contemplated, or if they had, could not systematically express. "The unification of the 6 kingdoms is not merely a territorial amalgamation," he declared, his voice imbued with a depth beyond his years. "More crucially, it is a unification of thought. From this moment onward, all people shall be considered Qin citizens." Post-unification. As the flames of war subside, production will resume, and the populace will enjoy peace and prosperity. Commerce will flourish without hindrance, allowing goods to circulate freely, and the unique products of various regions will benefit all. Cultural exchanges will become more accessible, and the collision of ideas will ignite sparks of wisdom. He paused, observing Yingzheng's eyes, which were increasingly alight with interest, realizing he had struck the right chord. Of course, the path to unification is fraught with obstacles, requiring extraordinary courage and wisdom. Yet, the king possesses this spirit, this capability, and this responsibility. Stepping closer, he locked eyes with Yingzheng, enunciating each word clearly. The king's aspirations are not for the mere strength of one nation or for personal glory, but for the welfare of all people, for everlasting peace. Lin Meng's voice resonated in the vast wilderness, carrying a penetrating power. The king's vision is far-reaching, aspiring to great heights. If the king can unify the world, I believe such an achievement would eclipse that of the 3 sovereigns and embody the virtues of the 5 emperors. Lin Meng's words struck like thunder in Yingzheng's heart, leaving him momentarily frozen. These sentiments resonated profoundly with his innermost thoughts. Everything he endeavored for was to ensure the Qin dynasty would endure for millennia, bringing eternal peace to the world. The comparison to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was the utmost praise he could receive. This phrase seemed to serve as a key, unlocking the most hidden and fervent desires within him. As he gazed at Lin Meng, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, elation, excitement, and a tremor of finding a kindred spirit. This young man could articulate his deepest aspirations. This was no mere praise. It was understanding and resonance. He felt that Lin Meng was not just a Confucian disciple, but a prodigy capable of comprehending his vision and perhaps even guiding him. Yingjing took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Approaching Lin Meng, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Good. A remarkable statement, indeed. His voice trembled imperceptibly. Accompany me back to the camp. I have many questions for you. Elated within, Lin Meng maintained a composed demeanor. He knew he had made the right gamble. Armed with knowledge that transcended time and an acute understanding of Yingjing's psyche, he had successfully captured the attention of this timeless emperor. With one step, he had crossed the chasm that countless others yearned to bridge, standing directly before a figure at the pinnacle of power in this world. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Being valued by Yingjing was indeed a tremendous fortune. But serving alongside a sovereign was akin to walking with a tiger. How to wisely leverage this opportunity to not only survive, but also thrive in this tumultuous era was the true challenge. He followed Yingjing toward the heavily guarded camp. With each step, he felt the weight and reality of this world beneath his feet. The world of the Qin dynasty, I have arrived. This time I shall lend my voice to the world. He anticipated the forthcoming dialogue with this timeless emperor, eager to discover what sparks might ignite from their exchange. As they approached the camp, the banners fluttered vigorously, seemingly heralding the tumultuous changes of an era. Chapter 16, Appointment as Grand Tutor. The fluttering banners signaled that the camp was near. Lin Meng followed closely behind the emperor, each step firmly grounded on the ancient earth, feeling the power it contained. The air was thick with a palpable tension, the distinct scent of the seasoned Qin army mingling with leather armor, sweat, and the iron scent of battle. Upon entering the tent, the atmosphere turned grave. Several heavily armored generals saluted before being dismissed by Yingjing, leaving only the sovereign and his subjects seated across from one another. The tent's furnishings were simple, yet exuded a sense of profundity. Sit. Yingjing gestured to the seat opposite him. Lin Meng complied, adopting a posture that was neither subservient nor arrogant. I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier words, Yingjing began, his voice penetrating. However, governing a nation is no mere idle discourse. The Confucians speak of benevolence and righteousness, yet lack the means to enforce them, easily giving rise to chaos. Lin Meng recognized that it was time to unveil his pivotal argument. Your Majesty's concerns are entirely justified, he said, inclining slightly. The Confucians and legalists appear to be at odds, yet they can indeed complement one another, functioning as both surface and foundation. He paused, assessing Yingjing's expression. Noticing the curiosity in his gaze, he continued. I dare to assert that the path to governance can be likened to the skin of Confucianism and the bones of legalism. The skin of Confucianism and the bones of legalism? Yingjing echoed softly, his brow furrowing, clearly unfamiliar with this phrasing. Precisely, Lin Meng affirmed. The skin of Confucianism refers to the outward display of benevolence and virtue, extending kindness to the people, promoting education, and regulating behavior through rights and morality. It creates an atmosphere of care from the court, fostering harmony. This is akin to draping the state in a benevolent Confucian exterior. Conversely, the bones of legalism signify the strict enforcement of laws, governing through regulations, with clear rewards and punishments, ensuring that all are equal before the law, regardless of status. This serves as the backbone of the state, supporting the entire system, ensuring the smooth implementation of decrees and maintaining order. Lin Meng's tone grew increasingly impassioned, by soothing the hearts of the people with the skin of Confucianism. We can earn their allegiance. By solidifying governance with the bones of legalism, we can deter malefactors. Benevolence is a means, while the rule of law is fundamental. Only through their combination can we achieve enduring peace and lay the foundation for a lasting legacy. He looked directly at Yingjing, his gaze intense. Only in this way can we avoid the vacuity of Confucianism while counterbalancing the coldness of legalism. The people will both respect the law and appreciate the sovereign's grace. A strong nation will attract the loyalty of its citizens, unifying the world, and that day shall come soon. Yingjing, adorned in the fineries of a sovereign, slowly rose to his feet and began to pace within the confines of the tent. Each step resonated with a profound sense of gravity. His gaze was deep and enigmatic, akin to the vastness of the night sky, shimmering with intricate reflections of thought. Shock, an overwhelming impact from this unprecedented ideology. Contemplation, a juxtaposition of this notion against his long-held principles of governance. Appreciation, a recognition of Lin Meng's unique insights. He had long sought a delicate equilibrium, a path that could quell the chaos of war, unify the realm, and ensure the enduring supremacy of the Qin state. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Meng's assertions, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his own imperial authority, believing fully in his capacity to command all. Yingjing fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lin Meng, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice imbued with a decisive authority. Lin Meng, your talents indeed surpass those of the Confucians I have previously encountered. Though you are still youthful, your knowledge is profound. particularly in your unique perspectives on the grand currents of the world and the art of governance. He continued, my eldest son, Fusu, is currently studying the ways of statecraft and is in need of a mentor of both virtue and talent. You shall be appointed as the Grand Tutor to Prince Fusu. Grand Tutor. A wave of elation surged within Lin Meng, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. The position of Grand Tutor held immense significance in the Qin state, serving to assist the sovereign and educate the heir apparent. While Fusu was not yet crowned prince, his status as the eldest son was of considerable weight. Moreover, to be appointed as the Grand Tutor of the prince by a mere chance encounter was a leap akin to being propelled by a rocket. Your humble servant is overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Meng exclaimed, feigning modesty. As a mere commoner, I fear I lack the virtue and experience to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. There is no need for such humility, Zheng replied, his hand gesturing dismissively with evident delight. The very fact that you have proposed the theory of Confucianism intertwined with legalism suffices for your qualification. I have faith in you. He then called out to the attendants outside, and immediately a guard entered in response. Bestow upon Lin Meng the treatment of a high minister. Grant him a residence within the Xianyang Palace. Furthermore, allow him access to all legal texts and administrative records of the Qin state without the need for prior notification. The guard accepted the orders and departed. Lin Meng bowed once more. Thank you for your immense grace, Your Majesty. The treatment of a high minister was indeed a prestigious honor in the Qin state, second only to a few, such as the chancellor and generals. Additionally, the privilege to peruse all texts and administrative documents was akin to opening a gateway to boundless resources. Yet amidst his joy, a sense of caution arose within him. To reside at the epicenter of power, while appearing splendid, was fraught with peril. Lin Meng, Zheng's voice interrupted his thoughts. You shall first accompany the attendants to your residence. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to Fusu. Yes, Your Majesty. Your humble servant understands, Lin Meng responded respectfully. He recognized that this was not merely a reminder, but a caution. The role of Grand Tutor would place him under the scrutiny of many eyes within the court. Confucians, legalists, and various factions would observe him closely, perhaps even seek to challenge him. Vigilance was imperative. Complacency could prove disastrous, especially with Li Si, the future chancellor of the Qin state and a quintessential representative of legalism. Although he shared the same philosophical school as Xuanzi, Lin Meng's position as a Confucian advisor to the prince would undoubtedly rattle Li Si's sensibilities. Moreover, those who had previously held the title of Grand Tutor would not relinquish their positions without a fight. After bidding farewell to Zheng, Lin Meng was respectfully guided by a eunuch towards the Xianyang Palace. As night deepened, the silhouette of the palace loomed majestically under the moonlight, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. The towering walls and stringent guard displayed the undeniable reality that this was the epicenter of authority. Traversing through numerous palace gates, Lin Meng was led to a meticulously appointed residence. Although it paled in comparison to the emperor's quarters, it represented the pinnacle of living standards in the Qin era. The courtyard was serene, the rooms spacious and well-lit, adorned with tasteful furnishings. Grand Tutor Lin, your quarters have been prepared. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon your servant, the eunuch stated with an exaggerated reverence. Lin Meng nodded, dismissing the eunuch. Standing alone in the courtyard, he felt the gentle caress of the evening breeze wafting through the Xianyang Palace. The air carried a hint of distant smoke from hearths, mingled with an ineffable sense of oppression that belonged to this grand edifice. He inhaled deeply, refusing to relent. Danger had not dissipated. It had merely transformed into a different guise. He now felt as though he stood at the epicenter of a colossal stage, the spotlight trained upon him, while countless beasts lay in wait beneath the surface, poised to strike. Entering his chamber, Lin Meng closed the door behind him. He approached the bedside and sat down, retrieving his sole piece of luggage from the main world, a collection of items he deemed potentially advantageous in this era. With utmost care, he unwrapped the parcel. Inside were several seed samples sealed within bags, alongside a few shards of glass, an inexpensive commodity in the main world but a rarity in the Qin era. High-yield crop seeds. In an agrarian society, such items were nothing short of revolutionary. Once disseminated, they could resolve food shortages and significantly bolster the Qin state's power. Notably, these seeds had undergone multiple rounds of cultivation and could endure for several generations before experiencing any decline in quality. These were his true trump cards, the foundation upon which he could establish himself, develop, and perhaps even alter the course of history in this world. Yet, these items required careful handling. They needed to be unveiled cautiously to avoid inciting suspicion and covetousness. A sensible explanation and method of promotion must be devised. He meticulously repacked them, concealing them in a secure location. Then, he moved to the writing desk where ink and brush were already prepared. He picked up a legal document from the Qin state and began to peruse it. The characters were rendered in small seal script, cryptic and challenging to decipher. Fortunately, he had completed his studies in this script during his time at the Xiangshan Academy. As he read, his thoughts drifted far and wide, from the legal texts of the Qin state before him, to the distant history of the main world. and then to the fantastical realm where everyone underwent vocational transitions and primordial energies surged. He was a B-rank soul enchanter, bound to a dimensional gateway. His powers were rooted in the main world, necessitating traversal through other realms to acquire resources and enhance his abilities. The Qin era was merely his first step. The energy levels of the Qin world were evidently inferior to those of the main world, implying that the longer he remained in this realm, the shorter the passage of time would be in the main world. This was advantageous for him, granting him ample time to grow stronger and gather resources. He must swiftly acclimate to this world, leveraging his identity as the Grand Tutor to Fusu to amass further resources and elevate his own strength. The Qin world could serve as both his training ground and a reservoir of resources. However, he would not easily disregard the lives and histories of this world, for he was now one of its denizens. Outside, the moonlight spilled into the courtyard, casting dancing shadows of the trees. The Xianying Palace appeared especially vast and silent under the night, reminiscent of a slumbering giant. Lin Meng set aside the legal document and rubbed his temples. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the door bound to his very soul. Within the depths of his consciousness, that door inscribed with mysterious patterns floated serenely, emanating a faint glow that exuded an aura of ancient power. Power is the ultimate truth, whether in the Qin world or the main world. Without strength, all is mere talk. He rose, moving to the window, and flung it open. The night breeze swept in, carrying a chill. Within the Xianying Palace, lights flickered in myriad directions, sketching a grand tapestry. Chapter 17, Educating Fusu. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the ancient wooden floor. Lin Meng had donned a refined dark robe today, enhancing his scholarly demeanor. He stood outside Prince Fusu's study, awaiting admission. Before long, a chamberlain bowed and gestured for him to enter. The study is spacious and elegantly furnished, with a faint aroma of ink and the refreshing scent of bamboo scrolls permeating the air. A young man, clad in resplendent robes, sits upright behind the writing desk. Despite his youthful appearance, his striking features are complemented by an air of unexpected composure that belies his age. This is Fusu, the eldest son of King Qin. Having met with the Grand Tutor, Fusu rises to greet Lin Meng with a formal bow, his movements impeccable yet tinged with a hint of aloofness. It is evident that he harbors a deep curiosity, perhaps even a subtle scrutiny, towards this unexpectedly young Grand Tutor entrusted with significant responsibilities by his father. The palace attendants and the recording historians surrounding them direct their gazes at Lin Meng, their expressions a mix of intrigue, skepticism, and a dash of anticipation for the unfolding drama. There is no need for excessive formalities, young master, Lin Meng replies with a slight nod, refraining from hastening into his lecture. He assesses Fusu and the traditional ambience of the study, where the educational philosophies of two disparate worlds collide in his mind. Rote memorization? Citing classics? No, that is far too monotonous and inefficient. My lord, Lin Meng's voice is gentle, yet carries an unusual allure. Today, we shall not discuss the Book of Songs or the Book of Documents. Instead, let us engage in something far more intriguing. Intriguing? A flicker of surprise dances in Fusu's eyes. Traditionally, Grand Tutors would begin by emphasizing the teachings of the sages and the importance of rites and music. Indeed, Lin Meng approaches the writing desk, picking up a brush and seeking a small inkstone as a fulcrum, resting the brush on it, a long end and a short end. Pray observe. If I exert force at this point to lift a heavy object at the other end, where should I apply the force to be most effective? He gestures towards the long and short ends. Fusu furrows his brow in contemplation before pointing to the long end. It must be here. Why? Fusu stammers, relying solely on instinct without articulating the reasoning. Lin Meng smiles. This is the principle of leverage. The longer the arm, the less force required. Though small, it embodies great truths. From prying stones to lifting drawbridges, this principle applies universally. The saying, "Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth," though whimsical, encapsulates the essence of this concept. Move the earth? Fusu's eyes brighten, as if he glimpses an entirely new realm of understanding. This is far more fascinating than mere memorization. Grand Tutor, what does lever arm mean? The lever arm is the distance from the fulcrum to the point where the force is applied, Lin Meng explains in the simplest terms. Weaving in examples, Fusu listens with rapt attention, at times furrowing his brow in deep thought, other times experiencing epiphanies, completely engrossed in the discussion. The historians and palace attendants exchange glances, perplexed yet intrigued by this unconventional teaching. After a stick of incense has burned down, Lin Meng shifts the conversation. Having concluded our discussion on physics, let us now delve into the teachings of Confucius. Is the Grand Tutor also going to speak of the Analects? Fusu, still yearning for more on leverage, feels a twinge of disappointment. Not quite. We shall explore something different. A mysterious smile graces Lin Meng's lips. Do you know the meaning of "to hear the Tao in the morning is enough to die in the evening"? Fusu straightens, responding earnestly. This line is from the Analects, on Run, signifying that comprehending the truth in the morning allows one to die without regrets by evening. It reflects a relentless pursuit of truth. That is the standard answer, the explanation every Confucian would offer. Lin Meng counters gently, shaking his head. But consider this. Was it easy for Confucius to traverse the states, enduring hardships to promote his teachings? Fusu ponders. Naturally, it was not easy. He often faced neglect and even threats to his life. Precisely. Lin Meng claps his hands. Might he not have spoken those words with a different sentiment? He lowers his voice, infusing a hint of mischief. Imagine Confucius encountering obstacles at every turn. Could he not feel a sense of frustration? Thus, in my view, this statement is more akin to a bold declaration from him. A bold declaration? Fusu and the others are taken aback. Lin Meng clears his throat, adopting the tone of a roguish hero. To hear the Tao in the morning, to die in the evening. Once you know where your family resides, you may as well go and slay them by night. Is that not direct enough? Is it not a simplification of the grand principles? A young attendant, unable to contain himself, nearly bursts into laughter, hastily covering his mouth, his face flushing red. Fusu, too, is momentarily speechless before a smile tugs at his lips, torn between amusement and propriety. Such a novel interpretation of the sage's words. How exhilarating. Of course, this is merely the opinion of a commoner, intended to elicit a smile from young master. Lin Meng regains his composure, returning to a serious demeanor. Yet, it is evident that interpreting classics can indeed yield diverse perspectives. To know the what is essential, but understanding the why and daring to question is crucial for true enlightenment. At this moment, Fusu's gaze towards Lin Meng transforms from initial scrutiny to unadulterated admiration and curiosity. This grand tutor is unlike any other. His teachings are novel and engaging, igniting an unprecedented enthusiasm for learning within him. The once boring principles seem to spring to life through his words. The recording historian's quill trembles, pondering how to document this content. The grand tutor's playful reinterpretations of sacred texts. The other attendants whisper among themselves, marveling at the extraordinary nature of Lin Meng. Word of this soon reaches Yingzheng. Oh, the principle of leverage? Confucius's bold declarations? Yingzheng muses, a playful smile crossing his face as he considers Zhao Gao's report. Indeed, this Lin Meng does not adhere to conventional methods. And how does Fusu respond? Reporting to the king, His Highness is utterly engrossed, holding Lin Meng in high esteem, and his appetite for learning has been significantly heightened. Zhao Gao replies respectfully. Excellent, Yingzheng nods. It seems I have not misjudged him. Meanwhile, Li Si, a disciple of Confucianism turned proponent of legalism, feels a flicker of curiosity and fondness for this young teacher, contemplating the need for future visits to Lin Meng. However, Lin Meng's unconventional teaching methods soon ruffle some feathers. A few days later, while he is elucidating the fundamentals of geometric shapes and their applications in architecture and military strategy, a deep, authoritative voice resounds from outside. Humph, nonsense. Heretical teachings. Before the words have fully faded, an elderly man clad in loose, flowing robes storms in, guided by a trembling attendant. Grand Tutor Chunyu? Fusu rises in surprise. The newcomer is none other than Chunyu Yu, one of Fusu's previous instructors, a staunch traditionalist scholar. Chunyu Yu pays no heed to Fusu, his piercing gaze fixated on Lin Meng, as if ready to unleash fire. Lin Meng, I have heard of your misleading words here. Using clever tricks to deceive the young master and tarnishing the reputation of the sages. Upon seeing you today, it is indeed as I feared. He points to the triangular and circular shapes Lin Meng had just drawn, lamenting, such nonsensical symbols. What benefit do they bring to governing the state? The young master is the heir to the nation and ought to learn the ways of Yao and Shun, cultivating virtue and morality. How can he indulge in such trivialities? Your words are misguided, Sir Chunyu. Lin Meng responds calmly. What is deemed useful or useless cannot be determined solely by your opinion. You insolent boy, Chunyu Yu erupts. As the Book of Songs states, the lofty mountains are to be revered, the path of the sages is just and bright. The ways of the sages are straightforward and noble. Your teachings are but the skills of artisans, unworthy of serious consideration. If the young master becomes engrossed in such frivolities, forsaking moral education, how will he ever stabilize the nation? You are jeopardizing the foundation of our great Qin. What an audacious claim, to accuse him of jeopardizing the foundation of Qin. Fusu, feeling anxious, interjects, Grand Tutor Chunyu, I find Lin Tutor's teachings quite beneficial. The young master is still young and easily misled. Chunyu Yu interrupts, turning his stern gaze back to Lin Meng. I shall report to the king tomorrow, requesting that he dismiss you, a charlatan who knows not the ways of learning, so as to prevent any misguidance towards the young master and the Grand Qin. The atmosphere grows tense, filled with the scent of impending conflict. Lin Meng smirks inwardly. The expected backlash from the conservative faction has arrived sooner than he anticipated. He must prove his worth before Yingzheng, demonstrating not only his ability to educate Fusu, but also to bring tangible benefits to the Grand Qin dynasty. Mr. Chunyu, please temper your anger. Lin Meng spoke with unhurried resolve. Since you deem my teachings mere frivolities, of no benefit to the state, allow me to show you that these so-called trivial skills, if they can fill the bellies of the populace and enrich the state treasury, could indeed be considered the true path. His gaze was fierce as he locked eyes with Chunyu. In 3 months' time, I shall present to His Majesty and the esteemed officials outside the Xianyang Palace a genuine demonstration of the art of turning stone into gold. Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, turning stone into gold? You impudent child, how audacious! I shall relish the sight of your humiliation. With that, he swept away, clearly intending to rally other Confucian scholars to pressure Yingzheng. Fusu looked at Lin Meng with concern. Master, this. Lin Meng patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, young master, I have my own plans. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Meng returned to his residence. In the dead of night, he ventured to a corner of the backyard that had long been prepared. Here, several unassuming green seedlings were striving upward. These were the high-yield potato and sweet potato seeds he had brought, which, after several days of sprouting and careful planting, were now beginning to take shape. With these at my disposal, victory is assured. Lin Meng knelt down, gently parting the soil to observe the robust tuber formations, a flicker of confidence gleaming in his eyes. In 3 months, he intended to shake the very foundations of Xianyang. He aimed to show Yingzheng that he, Lin Meng, was not merely an eloquent tutor, but a pivotal figure capable of establishing an enduring legacy for the Grand Qin. Chapter 18, The Assassination Crisis. The night was as dark as ink, the lights of Xianyang Palace twinkling distantly like stars, while Lin Meng's residence appeared notably tranquil. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his desk where he was deep in thought over a bamboo scroll. Ever since the wager of turning stone into gold had been made in front of Fu Su, the atmosphere in Xianyang had grown somewhat tense. Supporters, like the recently active Li Si, remained outwardly composed yet privately inquired about Lin Meng. Meanwhile, the conservative Confucian ministers and the old aristocratic factions, sensing blood in the water, began to stir up trouble in the shadows. Have you heard? That Lin Tai Fu spends his days not teaching the young master the ways of the sage, but rather fiddling with mud and seeds, claiming he can achieve a yield of 10,000 jin per mu. It's utterly ridiculous. Indeed, he is nothing more than a schemer, hoping to win the king's favor through dubious means. Humph, let us see how he ends up in 3 months. At that time, we shall petition the king to punish him for his treason. Such rumors buzzed like invisible flies, attempting to disrupt Lin Meng's peace of mind. Even more insidiously, they began to lay traps for him in matters of governance. The special agricultural tools and fertilizers he had applied for to cultivate potatoes and sweet potatoes were delayed by the Ministry of Revenue under the pretext of budget constraints, asserting that only urgent military matters could be approved expeditiously. Had he not personally brought Yingzheng's decree to negotiate amicably, the matter might have gone awry. Lin Meng was fully aware of the machinations at play. He lifted a cup of cool tea from the table, taking a sip. The tea was slightly bitter, much like his current predicament. They think they can rattle me? They are sorely mistaken. He chuckled coldly. These petty nuisances were merely appetizers. The true storm was yet to come. Rising, he paced to the window, gazing toward the backyard. There, the potato and sweet potato seedlings flourished under careful nurturing. This was his trump card, his source of confidence against all skepticism. Just wait. Once my stone-to-gold technique is revealed, let us see how you all will squirm. At that moment, a nearly imperceptible sound of fabric slicing through the air reached his ears. Lin Meng's senses sharpened instantly, his gaze becoming as keen as an eagle's. They be ye come, he thought resolutely. In recent days, he had noticed unusual eyes lurking around his residence. It seemed some could no longer bide their time. Almost simultaneously, a faint glimmer of cold light shot through the window's crack, aimed directly at his throat. So swift, Lin Meng's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively leaned back, evading the lethal strike with remarkable agility. It was a needle-thin poison dart, embedded in the beam behind him, its tail quivering incessantly. Seeking death, are we? Lin Meng roared, unleashing a surge of D-grade primal energy. An invisible shockwave emanated from him, scattering the bamboo scrolls across his desk. He sprang forward, like a wraith, effortlessly leaping through the window to land firmly in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, 3 shadowy figures surrounded him in a triangular formation. Each wielded a short blade, their breath steady, clearly seasoned assassins. The leader, clad in black, rasped, Lin Tai Fu, surrender now to avoid suffering. Surrender? A cold smirk curved Lin Meng's lips. Who gave you the audacity, Liang Jingru? The black-clad figures clearly did not grasp the reference, yet they sensed the palpable danger radiating from Lin Meng. Attack! At the command, the 3 lunged simultaneously. The one on the left moved with unmatched speed, his blade transforming into a venomous serpent of cold light, aimed directly at Lin Meng's heart. The one on the right targeted his lower body, sweeping his blade with the intent to sever his legs. The leader in front wielded his sword with a powerful downward strike, sealing off all of Lin Meng's escape routes. Their coordination was flawless, their killing intent lethal. Any ordinary elite fighter would likely succumb in an instant to such an onslaught. But Lin Meng was no ordinary individual. In his past life, he had been an enthusiast of extreme sports, his reflexes honed to a razor's edge. After his reincarnation, he had begun to merge the combat techniques of his original world with the primal energy system of this realm. A pearl, even in a grain of rice. can shine brightly? Lin Meng did not retreat. Instead, before the trio's attack could close in, he stomped his foot with great force. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and a primal energy shockwave radiated from his foot in a circular pattern. The three assassins felt a jolt beneath their feet, their movements involuntarily stalling. In a clash of masters, victory lies in the fleeting moment. It was this brief hesitation that granted Lin Meng an exquisite opportunity. He lowered his body, evading the leader's downward strike, while simultaneously seizing the wrist of the left side assassin with precision. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed sharply. The assassin let out a pained grunt, the short blade slipping from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Lin Meng's right hand revealed a glimmering dagger, his carefully crafted weapon for self-defense. Typically concealed within his sleeve, the dagger struck like a venomous fong, gliding across the assassin's neck with a swift motion. Blood sprayed forth. Simultaneously, the assassin attacking his lower body was already upon him. Without a glance, Lin Meng executed a kick at an incredible angle, striking the assassin's knee with precision. Another anguished scream erupted as the assassin crumpled to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. In the blink of an eye, two assassins lay lifeless. Only the leader remained. Watching in disbelief as his companions fell, his eyes filled with incredulity and terror. "Why, you're not a Confucian, are you?" he shrieked, his voice trembling. The intel was wrong. A grave mistake. This is no feeble tutor, but a decisive martial artist. Lin Meng flicked the blood from his dagger, advancing step by step. Who says a Confucian cannot practice martial arts? Confucius himself traveled the states with strength. His tone was light, yet the murderous intent in his gaze sent the black-clad leader into a paralyzing chill. "Who exactly are you?" the leader shouted, his tone laced with desperation. "Someone who intends to disappoint your master." Before Lin Meng's words could fade, he sprang forth once more. This time, he took the initiative, his dagger tracing deadly arcs under the moonlight. The leader of the black-clad figure struggled to fend off the attacks, only to discover that his opponent's moves, though grand and sweeping, were imbued with exquisite killing techniques. Each strike aimed at his vital points, and the utilization of primal energy was far more refined than his own. With a sudden thrust, a careless moment left the leader with a deep gash on his shoulder, exposing bone. The excruciating pain caused him to freeze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Meng delivered a precise blow with the edge of his hand to the back of the leader's neck. With a muffled groan, the leader slumped to the ground. Lin Meng refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for he required a live prisoner. The entire encounter transpired in mere moments. As swift as a rabbit and as fierce as a hawk. In the courtyard, the scent of blood lingered heavily. It was only then that the estate's guards reacted, rushing in with torches and swords. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, and the figure of Lin Meng standing with an air of elegance yet tinged with a deadly aura, they were left utterly dumbfounded. "My lord, you," stammered one of the head guards. Lin Meng cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Bind these two alive and keep a close watch on them. Additionally, send someone to report to the king, stating that there has been an attempt on my life at the Grand Tutor's residence." Yes. The guards, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly began to manage the scene. The news soon spread throughout the palace in Xianyang. When Ying Zheng was roused from his slumber and heard of Lin Meng's assassination attempt, only to learn that Lin Meng had effortlessly dealt with the assassins. This iron-willed emperor was first filled with rage, followed by profound astonishment in his eyes. One man battling three assassins, with one dead and two captured? He confirmed in a deep voice. "Indeed, your majesty, it is absolutely true. According to the estate's guards, Grand Tutor Lin possesses exceptional skill and strikes with great ferocity, rivaling the fiercest generals in the army," replied a respectful eunuch. Ying Zheng fell silent for a moment, a meaningful smile suddenly gracing his lips. What a Grand Tutor! Versatile in both literature and martial prowess, truly worthy of being a disciple of Xuanzi. I have not misjudged him. He immediately ordered an increase in the guards at the Grand Tutor's residence, dispatching a squad of palace guards for protection. Simultaneously, he issued a stern command for the Court of Judicial Review to thoroughly investigate the matter, ensuring that the mastermind behind this plot would be unearthed. In an instant, Xianyang City was rife with undercurrents. Those who had initially perceived Lin Meng as merely a clever and effete scholar, awaiting his downfall, perhaps even wishing to capitalize on his failure, suddenly fell silent. What folly! Who would dare to provoke a man capable of single-handedly defeating professional assassins? This Grand Tutor Lin not only possesses sharp intellect, but also formidable strength. The stark contrast shattered the illusions of countless onlookers. Within Lin Meng's residence, he regarded the leader of the black-clad assassins, bound and gagged, with a calm demeanor. After a brief yet cordial exchange, despite the leader's stubbornness, a seemingly inconspicuous black token discovered on him, along with the faint shadows of a web of martial prowess, led Lin Meng to a realization. "Zhao Gao," he murmured to himself. The most sinister and enigmatic figure within the Qin Palace had finally made a move. It appeared that he had obstructed certain individuals and disrupted their core interests. Very well, he would serve as a sacrifice to the heavens. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Meng's eyes. In the days that followed, Lin Meng continued to instruct Fusu while also beginning to assemble his agricultural team. He selected several diligent young individuals from impoverished backgrounds to serve as the backbone, personally imparting to them the techniques for cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes. Following the assassination incident, Ing Zhang's trust in him deepened, granting him almost any request. Lin Meng seized this opportunity to solidify his own cultivation. Teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to the mid-stage, in the stillness of the night, he contemplated his B-grade talent, Dimensional Gate. At this stage, to rapidly enhance his strength and prepare for the impending interspecies battlefield, as well as the so-called midterm practical training, he would have to venture into other worlds to reap the rewards. Lin Meng stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. The technological knowledge of the main world, the cultivation methods from other high martial worlds, and the treasures of heaven and earth were all urgently needed. Where would he find himself next? Meanwhile, the turmoil in Xianyang City, following the assassination incident and the approaching deadline for the bet on the transmutation of stone into gold, grew increasingly enigmatic. All eyes were fixed upon this young Grand Tutor, awaiting to witness what kind of miracle Lin Meng could conjure, or whether he would become a figure of ridicule. Chapter 19. The Foundation of Eternity, Turning Potatoes into Gold. The deadline of 3 months swiftly approached. Within Xianyang City, the sun seemed to carry an air of urgency, on the streets and in the tea houses and taverns. The wager between Grand Tutor Lin Meng and the scholar Chen Yu regarding the transmutation of stone into gold had become a widely discussed topic. From initial mockery and disdain, to the assassination attempt on Lin Meng and his thunderous retaliation against the assassins, the tide of public opinion had begun to shift subtly. Doubts still lingered, yet they were now intertwined with a greater sense of reverence and curiosity. Word had it that today was the day for Grand Tutor Lin's transmutation of stone into gold, and it was time to see whether it was a mule or a horse that could be let out for a walk. Humph, transmutation of stone into gold. What a pipe dream. I have lived for 70 years and have never heard of such absurdities. I believe he is merely seeking to attract attention, and when the time comes, he will be unable to justify himself, becoming the laughingstock of the world. An elderly Confucian scholar huffed, his beard bristling. One cannot say that. Grand Tutor Lin, at such a young age, has already earned the favor of the king and is teaching Prince Fusu. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. Did not the assassins recently fall into his hands? Countered another. The discussions and speculations converged upon the unassuming Grand Tutor's residence in the southern part of the city. Inside the residence, Lin Meng, clad in a simple green robe, was leisurely wiping his hands, the scent of fresh soil still lingering beneath his fingernails. He had just completed an inspection of his cherished experimental field in the backyard. After 3 months of meticulous cultivation, the seedlings of potatoes and sweet potatoes flourished, and the tubers beneath the soil had already borne abundant fruit. The time was drawing near. Lin Meng lifted his gaze to assess the sky, a serene smile playing at the corners of his lips. There were no earth-shattering fluctuations of magic, no dazzling alchemical wonders. What he relied upon was agricultural technology, capable of overturning the perceptions of an era. As the hour approached, Lin Meng donned a slightly more formal robe and entered the palace to present himself. Within the Changtai Palace, Ing Zhang had just concluded a series of military affairs and was listening to Li Si's report. Upon seeing Lin Meng enter, an imperceptible glimmer of anticipation flickered in his deep gaze. Over the past 3 months, Chen Yu and other Confucian officials had incessantly nagged in his ear, accusing Lin Meng of spreading fallacies and neglecting his duties, with some even insinuating that his transmutation of stone into gold was a scheme to deceive the emperor. Had it not been for Lin Meng's prior display of martial prowess and intelligence, as well as Fusu's remarkable academic progress, Ing Zhang might have already grown impatient with him. Grand Tutor appears to be in excellent spirits today, Ing Zhang remarked, setting aside the bamboo slips in his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The time for your transmutation of stone into gold has arrived, and both I and the entire court are eagerly awaiting your demonstration. He deliberately emphasized the phrase transmutation of stone into gold, clearly eager to observe how Lin Meng would respond. Lin Meng clasped his hands in greeting and replied with poise. Your Majesty, I have come today precisely for this matter. However, the gold I speak of is not the gold of metal, but rather a foundation that can ensure the enduring prosperity of our great Qin and the well-being of its people. This matter requires your Majesty to accompany me to the backyard of my residence for a first-hand experience. Oh, Ing Zhang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the term foundation of eternity. This explanation piques my curiosity even more than the transmutation of stone into gold. Very well. I shall accompany you and see what you have in store. He mused inwardly that Lin Meng was certainly no fool. If he dared to make such claims, he must have some basis for them. Moments later, the royal carriage, escorted by the palace guards, grandly arrived at Lin Meng's residence. Li Si and several close ministers followed in attendance. Chun Yu had initially intended to accompany them, eager to witness Lin Meng's embarrassment firsthand. However, Ing Zhang, citing the cramped quarters of the Grand Tutor's residence as unsuitable for excessive commotion, gently declined his presence outside. Infuriated, Chunyu's beard bristled with indignation. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of authority. In the courtyard of Lin Meng's abode, there were no alchemical furnaces, talismans, or mystical formations as many had imagined. In fact, not even a single decent mineral could be spotted. Instead, what greeted the eye was a meticulously arranged expanse of furrowed fields, vibrant green vines teeming with life, their thick leaves glistening with a healthy sheen under the sun. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of soil mingled with the fresh scent of plants. Ying gazed upon this vegetable garden, a barely perceptible frown forming on his brow. Li Si and the others behind him wore expressions of astonishment as well. This was what Lin Meng had prepared over 3 months, a mere vegetable patch? Grand Tutor, could it be that the foundation for eternity you spoke of lies within these tender shoots? Ying's voice betrayed no discernible emotion. Yet any observer could sense a thread of skepticism. Lin Meng offered a slight smile, refraining from elaboration. He approached the edge of the field and picked up a small hoe, skillfully digging into a slightly raised patch of earth. Moments later, as the soil was turned over, he unearthed several fist-sized nodules, their skins a mix of yellow-brown and crimson hues. The largest was as big as an adult man's fist, while the smallest resembled a chicken egg, round and plump. He brushed the dirt off these tubers and gestured to a servant who had already kindled a small fire nearby, instructing them to bury a few of the tubers into the scorching embers. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, please bear with me for a moment. The revelation shall soon unfold. Ying, displaying remarkable patience, kept his gaze fixed on the heap of glowing coals and the peculiar tubers. He could not fathom how these excavated items could possibly relate to the foundation of eternity. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, a strange, enticing aroma wafted from the fire, stirring appetites. Lin Meng used a wooden stick to retrieve the roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes from the embers, blowing away the steam before breaking one in half. The golden yellow flesh emitted an irresistible fragrance, steaming with warmth. Your Majesty, senior brother, please indulge in this delicacy. Lin Meng first offered half of the roasted potato to Li Si, who tasted it before passing the remainder to Ying. Upon receiving it, the potato was no longer scalding hot. He took a cautious bite. Instantly, a soft, fragrant, and slightly sweet flavor melted in his mouth, accompanied by a unique toasty aroma, simple yet profoundly lingering. Ying's eyes brightened slightly, and his chewing quickened. In just a few bites, he swallowed the small piece of potato, still craving more. Lin Meng then presented a glistening sweet potato, its scent even sweeter and more luscious. When broken open, the orange-red interior was even more enticing. Ying took a bite, and the sweet, soft, melt-in-your-mouth sensation brought forth an expression of delight from the emperor, who had savored countless delicacies. Delicious, truly a rare treat, Ying exclaimed. These 2 items possess a unique texture that surpasses many refined grains. Grand Tutor, you have shown remarkable foresight in discovering such novel sustenance. He paused, casting his gaze once more upon the fields and the freshly unearthed tubers, puzzled. However, Grand Tutor, I still do not comprehend. While this is indeed good, at best, it amounts to merely 2 new varieties of vegetables. How can they possibly be termed the foundation of eternity for the Qin Empire? Li Si and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring the confusion. Although the flavor was commendable and innovative, to label it as the foundation for eternity seemed an exaggeration. Lin Meng's smile deepened, and he stepped closer to the lush crops, proclaiming with conviction, Your Majesty, these are known as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Their exquisite flavor is but a secondary benefit. He extended a finger. Do you know how much can be yielded from 1 acre of these crops? Ying pondered for a moment. Ordinary millet yields 2 stones per acre in a good year. This appears robust, so perhaps it can produce 3 stones? 3 stones would be an exceedingly high estimate. Lin Meng shook his head, his voice imbued with an ineffable gravity. Your Majesty, I have devoted 3 months to cultivating these crops, and I preliminarily estimate that, on average, potatoes can yield at least 50 stones per acre. As for sweet potatoes, they could reach 80 stones, even exceeding 100 stones. What? The revelation struck like thunderclap. Ying stood abruptly, his eyes ablaze with astonishment. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. Behind him, Li Si and the others were equally aghast, almost believing they had misheard. Grand Tutor, how much did you say? Ying's voice trembled, his gaze fixated on Lin Meng as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. I assert, potatoes yield 50 stones per acre. Sweet potatoes yield 80 stones, and over 100 stones is not an impossibility. Lin Meng enunciated each word with clarity and conviction. Moreover, these crops are not particular about soil quality. They are drought-resistant and can thrive in both mountainous and sandy terrains. They can be cultivated in 2, even 3 seasons a year. 100 stones per acre? Ying's chest heaved with excitement as he hastened to the edge of the field, crouching down to grasp a handful of the soil-clad potatoes. His once conquering gaze, which had looked down upon the world, now brimmed with incredulous elation. 50 stones, 80 stones, over 100 stones. What magnitude does this represent? In the most fertile Guangzhong plain of Qin, During the best years, millet yields merely 2 or 3 stones per acre. This signifies that, on the same patch of land, cultivating these potatoes and sweet potatoes will yield dozens of times more grain than millet. Dozens of times. What implications does this hold? It means that the granaries of Qin will fill at an unprecedented rate. It signifies that the provisions for hundreds of thousands of soldiers will no longer face shortages. It implies that the citizens afflicted by natural disasters will no longer endure hunger. It signifies that the power of the Qin will surge to an unimaginable level. Previously, during the campaign against Chu, the rebellion of Chongping Jun had drained the nation's resources significantly. Ing Zheng had been deeply troubled by this. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Meng would present him with such a monumental gift today. Ha ha ha. Ing Zheng suddenly burst into laughter, his voice resonating with exhilaration and fervor, shaking the very air around him. Excellent. Excellent, Lin Meng. A splendid foundation for eternity. He abruptly turned, grasping Lin Meng's shoulders tightly, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Grand Tutor, is this truly the case? Does this crop truly possess such miraculous efficacy? Your Majesty would not jest, nor would I dare deceive you. You may send someone to cultivate these crops outside Xianyang City. Lin Meng's gaze was resolute. I am willing to pledge my military oath. If the yield of these crops is exaggerated, I shall accept any punishment. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ing Zheng repeated the word thrice, his eyes sparkling with determination, a vision of the Empire's boundless future gleaming within. This was not merely transmuting stone into gold, it far surpassed such a feat. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are truly the treasures of the state, the eternal grain of the Qin Empire. He excitedly paced along the edge of the field, envisioning granaries overflowing, citizens living in peace and prosperity, and the Qin cavalry unburdened, sweeping across the world in magnificent triumph. Proclaim my decree. Ing Zheng suddenly halted, his voice authoritative and fervent. Upon the completion of the trials, Lin Meng shall be appointed as senior Grand Minister, granted a fief of 500 households. He shall be awarded 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk. From this moment forth, Grand Tutor Lin shall have full responsibility for the cultivation and promotion of these crops, with the Ministry of Revenue and agricultural officials providing complete cooperation, with no room for error. I desire for this miraculous crop to swiftly spread across every inch of Qin territory. Li Si and the others, having emerged from their profound shock, now regarded Lin Meng with admiration and awe. This young Grand Tutor was not only eloquent and valiant, but also harbored such extraordinary talents. The so-called transmutation of stone into gold revealed itself as the humble tuber that pointed towards a golden future for the Qin Empire. Within Xianyang City, those who had awaited Lin Meng's embarrassment would likely find their jaws dropping in disbelief. Lin Meng stood by the edge of the field, observing the spirited Ing Zheng, and felt a subtle sense of relief in his heart. This strategic move could be deemed a success. With the introduction of the formidable potato and sweet potato, his standing within the Qin dynasty would be as steadfast as a mountain, providing a solid foundation for his subsequent plans. The breeze swept across the fields, carrying the fragrance of the earth and the promise of a bountiful harvest. The skies over Xianyang seemed poised for transformation, all thanks to these humble potatoes and sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Lin Meng's gaze, lingering on Ing Zheng's excited silhouette, quietly shifted toward the more distant and expansive horizon. The Qin dynasty was merely his starting point. The portal connecting myriad realms was his true journey. Chapter 20, Re-entering the Jianghu. The successful cultivation of potatoes and sweet potatoes swept across the land like a refreshing rain, profoundly altering the visage of the Qin state. Within a mere quarter, the Guanzhong plain and beyond were infused with the rustic yet enticing aroma of roasted tubers. Once drained granaries, previously burdened by insufficient provisions, were visibly replenished. The common people, who toiled under the sun and soil for a meager existence, now wore genuine smiles as their bellies filled with the long-lost sense of satiety. The title of agricultural sage Lin Meng spread across the 9 provinces and 4 seas faster than any official accolades could. Children wove his name into songs, while farmers, during their labors, spoke of this revered Grand Tutor who had introduced miraculous crops with the utmost respect. Even the battle-hardened soldiers spoke of Lin Meng with newfound admiration in their eyes. In the heart of Xianyang, the atmosphere within the Confucian sanctum, the Lesser Sage Manor, was somewhat delicate. Lin Meng's soaring fame as the agricultural sage certainly brought prestige to the Confucians, especially given his previous mentorship of the noble Fusu, which bore the mark of Confucianism. However, the very title of agricultural sage inevitably conjured associations with the moist doctrine of universal love and the agrarian warriors, leaving the Confucian disciples, who upheld the principles of self-discipline and propriety, feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, a silent campaign for rebranding began to unfold. Confucian scholars cited classics, subtly emphasizing Lin Meng's profound Confucian education at various gatherings. Storytellers spun new tales showcasing Lin Meng's benevolence in guiding the crown prince. At this juncture, the head of the Lesser Sage Manor, Fu Nian, personally ventured to the secluded Qi state. At that time, the Qin state, buoyed by an unprecedented abundance of grain, was experiencing unparalleled strength, rendering the remnants of the six states incapable of stirring unrest. Fu Nian, armed with Confucian reasoning and emotional appeal, coupled with the unmatched might of the Qin state, ultimately succeeded in persuading the king of Qi to surrender without a single clash. The world was shaken. The Confucians attributed this monumental achievement to their teachings, claiming it was their educational influence that contributed to the Qin's unification of the realm. All of this, cleverly interlinked with Lin Meng, the agricultural sage from a Confucian background, inadvertently solidified his standing in the court while granting the Confucians greater influence. From his residence at the Grand Tutor's estate, Lin Meng, upon hearing of these developments, merely smiled faintly. Indeed, the realm of fame and fortune is akin to a grand performance. With the allegiance of Qi, the Qin dynasty had finally achieved a true unification. Years ahead of historical timelines, Emperor Yingzheng was elated, and Lin Meng's position had become as solid as a rock, unyielding in its strength. Rare medicinal herbs, ancient texts, and extraordinary techniques flowed into the Grand Tutor's estate like a torrent. Amidst the abundance of resources, Lin Meng's innate power grew increasingly refined, and his cultivation advanced rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of this world's martial prowess. He stood on the cusp of enlightenment, yearning to glimpse the enigmatic realm of mastery. Yet, that gossamer barrier remained resilient, thwarting his breakthrough. With the world now settled, new challenges emerged. The vast territories and countless subjects beckoned the question: how to govern? What philosophical teachings should serve as the foundation of the state? In the court, myriad schools of thought vied for dominance, currents of intrigue swirling beneath the surface. The legalists championed stringent laws, Confucians advocated benevolent governance, Taoists revered non-action, while the moists promoted universal love. Each faction eager to imprint its ideology upon the soul of this nascent empire. Lin Meng, a legendary figure adorned with the titles of agricultural sage, Grand Tutor, and upper minister, was undoubtedly a coveted ally for all sides. Yet, Lin Meng's heart had long since wandered beyond the tumult of courtly affairs. His gaze transcended the imposing halls of Xianyang Palace, seeking a broader world and the imminent midterm practical training organized by the academy. 280 days had unknowingly slipped away, and he had little time to squander. On a night illuminated by the confluence of stars and moonlight, Lin Meng requested an audience with Yingzheng. Your Majesty, the realm is now united, and the people are devoted. How to govern this nation is beyond my expertise. My studies aim to strengthen the body and explore the unknown. Now that the Qin state enjoys peace and prosperity, I wish to resign and wander the seas in pursuit of breaking through my own shackles, while also preparing for potential crises that may arise in the future. Lin Meng spoke earnestly. Yingzheng gazed at Lin Meng, this young Grand Tutor who had consistently surprised him. From his initial guidance of Fusu to the subsequent provision of sustenance for generations, and even the Confucians' influence in persuading the Qi state to surrender, the emperor found his thoughts drifting further afield. After a prolonged silence, Yingzheng finally spoke, his voice tinged with barely perceptible emotion. The achievements of the Grand Tutor shall be etched in history. I am aware that you are not a creature of confinement. While the court is commendable, it cannot contain your ambition. Very well, go forth. Explore this magnificent land. Seek your path. The Qin shall always be your steadfast support. Thank you for your understanding. Your Majesty. Lin Meng bowed deeply. Days later, he quietly departed from Xianyang. There were no grand farewells, no officials to see him off. He took only a modest bundle, vanishing from view like a drop of water merging with the ocean. He aimed to seize the remaining 80 days to witness the grandeur of this era under the moonlight of the Qin dynasty, to experience the vastness of this world. In addition to the familiar figures of Gai Nye and the moon god of the Yinyang family, he also wished to behold the prowess of Wei Zhuang and the Taoists. Rumors spoke of the 7 celestial dragons being closely tied to the power of the stars, harboring secrets capable of upending the world. Perhaps therein lay the opportunity for him to transcend to the realm of mastery. Embarking on his journey, Lin Meng felt a long-lost sense of freedom and ambition stirring within him. The path ahead was uncertain, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. The secrets of the 7 celestial dragons, the mysteries of the master realm, and the broader multiverse awaited him in the distance. Chapter 21. The Reverse Scale Sword. A month later, outside Sanghaicheng, at the Lesser Sage Manor, the sea breeze rustled through the verdant bamboo groves, producing a sound akin to the whispers of the wise. Clad in a blue robe, Lin Meng stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the familiar plaque, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Over the past month, he had traversed renowned mountains and rivers, engaging in discussions or sparring with numerous reclusive masters, deepening his understanding of the martial arts system in this world. His innate power had become increasingly refined, seemingly only a thin veil away from the realm of mastery, yet remarkably resilient. Grand Tutor Lin, your arrival is a great honor. Forgive us for not welcoming you properly, came a warm voice as Fu Nian, accompanied by Yan Lu and Zhang Liang, stepped out from the manor. Fu Nian exuded his usual calm elegance, while Yin Lu remained silent yet smiled, exuding tranquility. In contrast, Zhang Liang, the sage of strategy, regarded Lin Meng with a gaze that held a hint of curiosity and complexity. Mr. Fu Nian is too kind. It is I who intrudes upon this place of learning. Lin Meng replied with a respectful gesture. The group then proceeded to the main hall. After exchanging pleasantries over tea, Fu Nian cleared his throat and initiated the conversation. I presume the Grand Tutor's travels have been fruitful, with the Qin now unified and its power on the rise. What insights do you have regarding the current state of affairs? Lin Meng lifted his teacup, savoring the fragrant brew. He understood that this was the crux of the matter. Although Confucianism had gained prominence due to its contribution in persuading the state of Qi to surrender, and its association with the sage of agriculture, its position remained precarious, casting doubt on the future path ahead. The tides of the world are vast and unyielding. Those who follow them flourish, while those who oppose them perish. Lin Meng set down his teacup, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, proclaiming that the unification of the Qin state is an inevitable historical progression. All present are remarkable talents of the era, and they should ponder how to assist the sovereign in ushering in an era of lasting peace, rather than harboring delusions and swimming against the current. His gaze flickered over Zhang Liang, who appeared contemplative as Yin Lu nodded slightly in agreement. However, Fu Nian furrowed his brow and mused. What the Grand Tutor says is certainly valid. Yet, the discourse on governance, the contention between Confucianism and legalism, has persisted for ages. The two paths may run concurrently without contradiction. Lin Meng replied with an air of indifference, asserting that the crux lies in finding balance rather than allowing one faction to dominate and suppress dissent. This statement plunged both Fu Nian and Yin Lu into deep reflection. Zhang Liang, however, could not restrain himself, his tone laced with a subtle sharpness. The Grand Tutor's words are indeed far-sighted. Yet, the oppressive regime of Qin has stoked the fires of public discontent. If this persists, it may not bode well for the state. Would it not be better to enact benevolent governance, winning the hearts of the people? Oh, Mr. Zifeng, what do you consider benevolent governance? Lin Meng's lips curled into a playful smile. Is it to grant the remnants of the six states an opportunity to rise again, plunging the world into chaos and suffering? Or do some believe that only by overthrowing the Qin court and restoring the old order can we achieve true benevolence? Zhang Liang's expression shifted slightly, poised to counter. Yet Lin Meng raised a hand to continue. I understand that Mr. Zifeng harbors sentiments for your former state. Such feelings are only natural. However, the wheel of time rolls ever forward, indifferent to any individual's will. Moreover, do you not recall that the state of Han was formed only after the division of Jin among the three families? The great Qin has already unified. This is an established fact. Furthermore, Lin Meng's tone rose slightly, underscored by a sense of all-knowing clarity. The hardships of the populace are the root of unrest. Presently, the potatoes and sweet potatoes I advocate are gradually being cultivated across the lands of the great Qin. Their yields are remarkable, as you all, even while residing in the small sage's abode, must have heard. Fu Nian and Yin Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging their awareness of this matter, the yields being nothing short of miraculous. Once fully planted, with the common folk's bellies filled and granaries filled to the brim, who would still risk life and limb to heed those so-called righteous calls for rebellion when sustenance is no longer a luxury? Lin Meng chuckled softly. Yet the smile sent a chill through Zhang Liang. The soil nourishing the forces of rebellion would ultimately be stripped away, bit by bit, until it vanished entirely. He lifted his teacup for another sip, seemingly granting the others time to digest his words. When he set the cup down, it emitted a soft thud, akin to a hammer striking the heart. Gentlemen, Lin Meng's voice resonated once more, now laden with an ominous tone. Since you have chosen to accept the great Qin's appointment and stand with me, Lin Meng, upon this grand vessel known as the Great Qin, enjoying the stability provided by the empire and the corresponding status and glory, then you ought to unite in purpose, aiding it in its steady voyage forward. His gaze sharpened suddenly, like a drawn sword piercing the heart. Should anyone harbor hopes of undermining this ship by drilling holes in its hull, Lin Meng paused, the corner of his mouth lifting into a cold smirk. Do not blame me, Lin Meng, for lacking in compassion or failing to respect the worthy. I will personally root out such individuals. And then his final words, uttered softly yet with gravitas, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, suffocating in their intensity. In the main hall, a pin drop could be heard. The rustling of the sea breeze through the bamboo forest seemed to retreat to the distance under the weight of this invisible pressure. As his words lingered, the atmosphere in the tea room thickened. Fu Nian and Yin Lu exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Meng's words were not merely a warning, but a stark proclamation. Zhang Liang pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering, ultimately falling into silence. He understood that the young man before him possessed not only the wisdom of the sage of agriculture, but also the formidable might of a tempest. After this admonition, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Lin Meng shifted the conversation, smiling. I have come today not only to reminisce with the three of you, but also to pay a visit to Master Xuanzi. Fu Nian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "My master is currently in quiet meditation on the back mountain. I shall take the grand tutor there at once." The bamboo cottage on the back mountain was serene and elegant. Xuanzi, with his hair and beard all white, yet his spirit undiminished, gleamed with a flicker of vitality upon seeing Lin Meng. "You rascal, you are now a figure of great renown." Xuanzi gestured towards a stone bench across from him. Lin Meng respectfully bowed. "Before the master, Lin Meng shall always remain a humble disciple." "Spare me the flattery." Xuanzi waved his hand. "Let us engage in a game of chess." The chessboard was a realm of black and white, a silent battlefield. Lin Meng was no novice at chess. Yet in the presence of a cunning old fox like Xuanzi, he found himself at a loss. After half an hour, Lin Meng forced a smile and conceded defeat. How can one win with an unsettled heart and unfocused mind? Xuanzi stroked his beard, stating, "You carry great fortune, yet you are also entwined in significant karma. This journey ahead is fraught with challenges. Tread carefully." He retrieved an ancient wooden box from his robe and handed it to Lin Meng. "I have nothing of great value to gift you, but this item may prove useful." Lin Meng accepted the wooden box, feeling its weight in his hands. Upon opening it, he found a broken sword lying quietly within. The blade, though weathered and cracked, exuded an ineffable aura of desolation and resilience. Upon the hilt, a dragon motif could be faintly discerned. Lin Meng's pupils contracted slightly. "The reverse scale," Xuanzi pronounced slowly. "One of the 7 celestial dragons. It once belonged to Han Fei, before eventually coming into my possession. This sword possesses a spirit. It chooses its master. It appears it has chosen you." Lin Meng's heart trembled. The 7 celestial dragons. One of his purposes for this journey was to uncover the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons, seeking a breakthrough into the realm of masters. Little did he expect that, having traversed the iron shoes in vain, he would find what he sought effortlessly. "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." Lin Meng bowed solemnly. This reverse scale sword was not merely a weapon but a key to unlocking the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons. He could feel a subtle essence of dragon spirit coursing through his arm the moment he gripped the hilt, resonating with him in a fascinating manner. Indeed, the portal in his mind responded once more, detected a special item meeting the sacrificial criteria, the reverse scale sword. "A treasure of the 7 celestial dragons from the Qin era. Do you wish to sacrifice it?" Lin Meng, of course, chose not to sacrifice it. The secrets of the 7 celestial dragons had yet to be unveiled. As for the dimensional anchoring, he had already sacrificed numerous items from the rewards after successfully promoting the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Even if he needed to traverse back 10 or 8 times in the future, it would be a trivial matter. Chapter 22, The Mo Family. After bidding farewell to Xuanzi, Lin Meng did not linger long at the small sage's abode. He had a new objective in mind, the Mo family. The secrets of the 7 celestial dragons often intertwined with the myriad schools of thought. As a prominent school of thought with a long-standing legacy, the Mo family might hold more clues. Furthermore, he required a potent ally to aid in the implementation of his forthcoming plans. Through the intelligence network established in Xianyang and his understanding of the narrative of Qin Shi Mingyu, Lin Meng swiftly pinpointed a contact point in the Mo family's mechanical city, a particular inn. Under the name of the Sage of Agriculture, Lin Meng extended an invitation to the Mo family, earnestly expressing his desire to discuss the path to saving the world and aiding the people with the leaders of the Mo family. Upon this news circulating, the Mo family was thrown into a flurry of speculation. The Sage of Agriculture, Lin Meng? What does he want with us? One of the Mo family leaders, Dao Ji, scratched his head in confusion. In stark contrast, the Snow Maiden, clad in white and exuding a chill reminiscent of snow, regarded him with a glimmer of wariness in her beautiful eyes. This individual has garnered the trust of Yingzheng. He is now a highly sought-after figure in the Qin state. He took the initiative to contact us, and we must remain vigilant. Gao Jianli rested his hand upon the water-cold sword, remaining silent, though the apprehension in his gaze was unmistakable. Only Master Ban, stroking his beard, pondered aloud. "I believe it would be beneficial to meet him. This individual, revered as the saint of agriculture for his countless contributions involving potatoes and sweet potatoes, surely would not resort to such tactics if he were truly a tyrant of the Qin court. Moreover, his specific request to meet us suggests he harbors no malicious intent." After much deliberation, the Mo family resolved to meet Lin Meng, choosing a secluded valley as the rendezvous point. On the 260th day of the Qinming moon, within the valley, the sound of flowing water mingled with the fragrant melodies of birds. Lin Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the core members of the Mo family, Gao Jianli, the Snow Maiden, Dao Ji, the Iron Hammer, and Master Ban, who was seated in a mechanical wheelchair. The atmosphere was notably tense. "Master Lin, I have long admired your reputation." Master Ban broke the silence, his voice resonating with authority. "I am curious as to why you summoned us today." Lin Meng surveyed the group, his gaze briefly lingering on the Snow Maiden's exquisite features before breaking into a slight smile. "Esteemed members of the Mo family, I have come not to impart wisdom, but rather to propose a transaction or perhaps to illuminate a path forward for the Mo family. A clear path? The Iron Hammer's voice boomed, laced with skepticism. Does the Mo family require guidance from outsiders? Lin Meng remained unfazed, responding calmly. The principle of mutual love and non-aggression is the foundation of the Mo family. Yet, it appears that the current Mo family is more inclined towards personal vendettas, which likely contradicts the original intentions of Mozi. At these words, the expressions of Gao Jianli and the others shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Dao Ji queried, unable to contain his impatience. Lin Meng's lips curled into a smirk as he dropped a bombshell. Are you aware that the current leader of the Mo family, whom you so revere, is none other than the former prince of Yin, Yindan? Do you know how he so abruptly ascended to this position of leadership? He paused, articulating each word with clarity. To my knowledge, the previous leader, the six-fingered black hero, was unparalleled in martial prowess and unparalleled in righteousness. Yet he met an untimely and inexplicable demise. Following his death, Yindan assumed the leadership position through the Mo family's legacy. Ironically, it is rumored that the demise of the six-fingered black hero is linked to the Six Souls curse of the Yin-Yang school. And, as I understand, Yindan is married to the Eastern monarch, Yin Fei of that very school. Boom. His words struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the Mo family members. The Snow Maiden trembled slightly, disbelief etched across her face. Gao Jianli's grip on the water-cold sword tightened, veins bulging. The Iron Hammer's eyes widened in anger, as though he wished to consume Lin Meng whole. Nonsense! Gao Jianli exclaimed vehemently. The leader is virtuous. How dare you slander him here? Slander? Lin Meng chuckled lightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Whether it is slander or not, you shall judge for yourselves. Is there truly no doubt surrounding the death of the six-fingered black hero? Yin Dan's quest for vengeance, rallying the disciples of the Mo family against the formidable Qin state, is it genuinely for the sake of the common people? Or merely for his fallen Yin state? You, the Mo family, possess the pinnacle of mechanical arts, with numerous disciples who harbor noble intentions. This power, if directed towards righteous endeavors, opening new paths, enhancing irrigation systems, and improving tools, could benefit countless lives. Yet, what is the reality now? You are blinded by hatred, reduced to mere instruments of vengeance for a select few, struggling for survival in the shadows. Is this the chivalry you aspire to? Lin Meng's voice was not loud. Yet each word pierced the hearts of the Mo family members like a hammer striking an anvil. The valley fell into a haunting silence. Only the rustling leaves and the heavy breaths of the gathered crowd could be heard. The Snow Maiden's complexion paled, memories of the six-fingered black hero flooding her mind. Her doubts about Yin Dan's actions sprouting like seeds in her heart. Daoji opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Master Ban's murky eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lin Meng, as if attempting to see through him. What exactly are you implying? What proof do you have? Meeting his gaze with unwavering calmness, Lin Meng replied, proof is something you must uncover for yourselves. I come today merely to unveil a concealed truth. As for the Mo family's future, whether to remain ensnared by hatred and march towards ruin, or to rectify their course, reclaim the glory of mutual love and non-aggression, and genuinely serve the people, this choice lies in your hands. He paused, adding, I should mention, this sword I carry, named Reverse Scale, is one of the 7 celestial dragons. Perhaps you might find some answers within its legacy as well. Drawing the Reverse Scale sword with a deliberate slowness, its battered blade shimmered with a ghostly light under the sun, the indomitable spirit of the dragon resonating with the Mo family's masters, instilling in them a profound sense of awe. In contrast, the significance of being recognized by one of the 7 celestial dragons left them utterly astonished. Observing the blend of shock, skepticism, anger, and confusion on the faces of the Mo family, Lin Meng realized his words had made an impact. The future of the Mo family, along with the trajectory of this world of Qin Moon, had become increasingly enigmatic due to his declarations today. Lin Meng calmly awaited the unfolding of events, fully aware that the seeds he had sown would eventually take root and flourish into his envisioned outcome. Next, he would simply return to await the commencement of the midterm practical training within the secret realm. As a peak first-rate master, even upon returning to the main world, his energy level had ascended to that of a late D-level practitioner, marking a significant leap from his previously nascent strength. Chapter 23, A Return Once More. As the luminous portal to another realm faded from view, the ancient, weighty atmosphere lingered in the air. In the next moment, Lin Meng found himself standing within the somewhat disheveled confines of his dormitory room. He exhaled a long breath, the air carrying a subtle sharpness that rustled the few discarded papers on his desk. 13 days. He glanced at the electronic calendar on his bedside table. Dust settling atop it, the date glaringly clear. The time disparity between the Qin world and the main world always left him feeling slightly disoriented upon his return. In 2 days, the midterm practical training would commence. Time was more pressing than he had anticipated. In the Qin world, he had already sparred with top-tier masters like Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang, and was even subtly overpowering them. His internal strength had transformed into energy. Reaching the standard of a late D-level practitioner, with only a thin veil separating him from the pinnacle of D level. Such prowess, among the high school students of Second Martial High, or indeed throughout the entirety of Qingyang City, would be nothing short of astonishing. With a flicker of thought, Lin Meng's energy, which surged like a river within him, swiftly coalesced, settling into a stable mid-D level. His aura transformed from one of sharpness to a calm, contained demeanor, resembling an ordinary genius who had just recently achieved a breakthrough, his foundation still solid. In this world, where the tall trees attract the wind, it would be wise to remain low-key until he fully comprehended the depths of this realm. A faint smile graced his lips, yet the depths of his eyes sparkled with an unusual profundity for one of his age. Feigning ignorance while concealing one's true strength can indeed be a source of amusement, can't it? The following morning, a gentle vibration from the student terminal on his wrist summoned a luminous projection, delivering a formal notification from the school system. Attention, all second-year students. The 2-week midterm adjustment holiday is nearing its conclusion. The midterm practical training will commence promptly at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. All qualified students should prepare in advance and assemble at the designated time in the school South Central Square. The results of this training will factor into your overall assessment. So I urge everyone to give their utmost effort and achieve remarkable results. The cold, monotonous system notification evoked no significant reaction from Lin Meng. Yet he sensed an unusual undertone within it. Previous midterm trainings had never been treated with such gravity. He dismissed the notification and began to tally the gains from his recent endeavors. The reverse scale sword has naturally become one of his trump cards, already stored within the dimensional space provided by the Portal of Realms. Such a divine weapon, if revealed in the main world, would undoubtedly stir a tempest far greater than the turmoil he had caused in the Qin world. In addition, he possesses a collection of rare medicinal herbs scavenged from the Yinyang sect and the Mo family, as well as several boxes of gleaming gold bars. These herbs could potentially be exchanged for substantial cultivation resources in the main world, while gold remains a universal currency, highly sought after in any realm. With these assets, his forthcoming path of cultivation will undoubtedly be much smoother. As he pondered, Lin Meng's keen perception of the original force detected subtle fluctuations in the air. The atmosphere within the school seemed considerably more tense than when he had departed. Furthermore, he sensed several powerful auras lurking deep within the campus, far surpassing those of ordinary instructors. It appears that this midterm trial and the upcoming citywide finals will not be trivial affairs. Lin Meng stroked his chin, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. A storm is brewing, yet he felt a sense of anticipation. After a brief freshening up, Lin Meng decided to pay a visit to his homeroom teacher, Wang Mingji. On one hand, he sought to understand the specifics of the trial. On the other hand, he wished to ascertain whether this teacher, who had shown him considerable care, was privy to any insider information. Wang Mingji's office was located on the 3rd floor of the faculty dormitory, and Lin Meng navigated there with ease. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came a slightly hoarse voice from within. Lin Meng pushed the door open to find Wang Mingji engrossed in a pile of electronic documents. Upon seeing Lin Meng, he was momentarily taken aback before a look of relief spread across his face. Lin Meng, you finally emerged. I thought you were going to shut yourself away in the secret realm indefinitely. Teacher Wang, Lin Meng bowed slightly. I was just thinking that with the trial approaching, I should come and get some updates. Wang Mingji set aside his work and gestured for Lin Meng to take a seat, eyeing him with a hint of surprise. Not bad, not bad. Mid-stage D rank, your aura is steady. It seems your 2 weeks of seclusion have yielded significant results. He was unaware that Lin Meng had not been in seclusion, but had instead stirred up affairs in another world. Lin Meng smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. You arrived just in time. Wang Mingji's expression grew serious. There are some matters you ought to be informed of. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. During your time in seclusion, things have not been entirely peaceful at the school. Oh, Lin Meng raised an eyebrow. Some individuals from other factions have been probing into your situation. Wang Mingji lowered his voice. Mainly from the First Martial High School, along with some unidentified characters. But rest assured, the school has shielded you from them. You, my boy, have become a prized asset of our second high school, and the institution will not allow you to be disturbed before the trial. Lin Meng's heart stirred. It appeared that his earlier displays of talent during the freshman competition and several minor conflicts had drawn the attention of certain individuals. However, he had not anticipated that even the First Martial High School had become entangled in this. Thank you for the protection, Teacher Wang, Lin Meng said sincerely. There's no need for thanks. It's the school's duty. Wang Mingji waved his hand, then shifted his tone to one of expectation. Lin Meng, your recent advancement to mid-stage D rank is monumental news for our second high school. You know that we have always been overshadowed by the first high school in terms of resources. The upcoming midterm trial and the citywide competition at year's end hold high expectations for you. He patted Lin Meng's shoulder, his tone heavy with significance. I hope you can bring honor to our second high school. Of course, safety is paramount. The unspoken pressure conveyed to Lin Meng felt more like a catalyst. He relished challenges and took pleasure in stepping on those who considered themselves superior. You need not worry, teacher. I understand, Lin Meng replied, his gaze resolute. Chapter 24. Entering the Secret Realm on the day of the opening of the Dark Forest Secret Realm. The gigantic portal on the eastern side of the academy was already teeming with people. The air was thick with a peculiar mix of youthful exuberance, pre-battle excitement, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Students clad in a variety of eccentric outfits gathered in small groups, some eagerly flexing their muscles, while others quietly discussed strategies. Their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown realm and the bountiful rewards it promised. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Meng blended in, donning the standard student uniform that rendered him somewhat inconspicuous. His expression remained calm as he occasionally glanced at the spirited prodigies around him, his heart undisturbed. These individuals might possess exceptional talent or come from illustrious lineages, but to him, who had endured the brutal trials of the Qin world, they were ultimately but sheltered blossoms, untested by real storms. With a low, resonant hum of energy, the massive portal shimmered, forming a profound vortex that resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The secret realm is now open. The instructor's booming voice echoed across the square. Enter in sequence according to your teams. The crowd surged forward, and Lin Meng stepped into the distorted light without haste. After a brief moment of dizziness, the scenery before him suddenly cleared. In stark contrast to the ancient, culturally rich ambience of the Qin world, the dark forest exuded a primal, rugged, and wild essence. Towering trees loomed overhead, blocking out the sun, which could only filter through the dense foliage, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. The air was moist and cool, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and the peculiar scent of unfamiliar vegetation. What captivated Lin Meng's attention most, however, was the unusually vibrant fluctuation of original force in this place, intensifying several-fold compared to the outside world, as if each breath he took was infused with pure energy. He inhaled deeply, feeling the original force within him awaken like a fish rejoicing in water, swimming joyously through his meridians. The acute perception honed in the Qin world spread out like a tide, instantaneously encompassing the movements within a radius of several hundred meters. A low growl echoed from the nearby thicket. Lin Meng did not even flinch, his steps remaining composed. 3 beasts, each roughly half a human's height and resembling ferocious wolves, surged forth from the shadows, their dark green fur matted and dripping with foul drool as they targeted Lin Meng's throat. Ah, the peak of the coagulated skin realm. The shadow wolf? Perfect for a little test. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Meng's mind as his right hand casually extended, as if simply brushing off dust from his clothing. However, just as his palm was set to make contact with the leading shadow wolf's claw, a barely perceptible glimmer of cold light flashed at his fingertips. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, nor were there dazzling displays of combat techniques. Slit, slit, slit. 3 nearly simultaneous, subtle sounds of slicing echoed. The 3 ferocious shadow wolves abruptly halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force, and their heads cleanly separated from their bodies. Hot beast blood spraying forth, staining the decaying soil beneath them. Lin Meng's clothing remained untouched by a single drop of blood. He had merely employed the foundational sword-drawing technique practiced millions of times in the Qin world, combined with the original force he had tempered in the main world, coalescing at his fingertips, superior to any ordinary blade. He knelt down and extracted 3 egg-sized, dark green crystal cores from the corpses of the shadow wolves, each emanating a faint energy pulse. Just as Lin Meng prepared to rise, he slightly arched an eyebrow. Within his perception, these 3 magic cores, aside from their normal energy signatures, seemed to be enveloped in an extremely faint, almost imperceptible aura of anomaly. This aura was subtle, contrasting starkly with the dense wood attribute energy field of the dark forest, carrying an indescribable sense of distortion. How intriguing. A playful smile curved at the corners of Lin Meng's lips. It seems this so-called low-level secret realm is not as simple as it appears. Stowing the magic core into a specially designed storage pouch, Lin Meng did not linger. With a swift motion, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest like a wisp of smoke. Armed with an extraordinary perceptive ability that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he consistently detected the presence of magical beasts ahead of time, dispatching them with the utmost simplicity and efficiency. He moved through the shadowy woods with the ease of a seasoned hunter. The low-level magical beasts, which posed a considerable threat to other students, appeared as fragile as paper before him. Unbeknownst to anyone, his points began to ascend at a terrifying pace. Along the way, he encountered several small teams composed of other students. Most of these teams were overly cautious, as if facing a formidable enemy, shouting and coordinating with one another in a lively yet inefficient manner. Lin Meng made no interaction with them. Whenever he sensed the presence of other students, he would deftly alter his course, keeping his distance. His aim was the secrets hidden deep within the forest, as well as the glory of topping the leaderboard. Crackling. As he traversed a dense thicket of ferns, Lin Meng suddenly halted. His gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous cliff edge ahead. There, the growth of vegetation appeared anomalous compared to other areas, and faintly, a weak energy aura flickered within the crevices of the cliff. Were it not for his keen senses and the insights cultivated in the world of Qin, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern the irregularity here. With a few nimble leaps, he silently arrived at the base of the cliff, parting the entwined vines. He discovered a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Inside, a wave of pure and potent energy surged forth to greet him. An energy crystal vein? A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Meng's eyes. He sidled into the cave, walking approximately 10 meters before the space opened up before him. What lay ahead was a naturally formed cavern, its walls studded with countless fist-sized crystals, all a pristine white, emanating a gentle glow, raw energy crystals in their unrefined state. Even more intriguingly, as Lin Meng's internal energy began to circulate, he sensed a subtle resonance between the energy emitted by these crystals and his own, as if they harmonized seamlessly, bringing him a wave of comfort. A splendid find. Lin Meng wasted no time and immediately began to extract the crystals. Not only could these raw energy crystals be exchanged for a substantial amount of points, but they would also significantly benefit his personal cultivation. Just as he collected several dozen crystals, causing his storage pouch to become notably heavier, a sudden and intense sense of danger surged from behind. Roar! A deafening roar erupted within the confines of the small cavern, accompanied by a foul wind. As a massive shadow lunged towards Lin Meng's back with the force of a thunderclap, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Meng did not turn around. He sprang forward, his body moving like a wraith as he sidestepped left by 3 feet, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Boom! The spot where he had stood moments before was struck by the beast's enormous claw, leaving a half-foot deep imprint in the solid rock, debris scattering in every direction. Only then did Lin Meng catch a glimpse of his assailant. It was a fearsome creature, its body covered in black scales, a single horn atop its head, crimson eyes blazing, and its size comparable to that of a water buffalo. The aura it emanated was far more formidable than any magical beast he had encountered previously, unmistakably reaching the late D-rank level. More importantly, Lin Meng distinctly sensed a familiar, discordant energy fluctuation emanating from this beast, one that was far more intense than what he had previously detected within the Shadow Wolf. A guardian beast? Or a deliberate arrangement? Lin Meng's gaze sharpened, a myriad of doubts swirling in his mind. This was no ordinary magical beast that one would expect in such a low-level secret realm. Roar! The black beast, enraged by its missed attack, lunged forward again, its powerful limbs propelling its massive form like a bolt of black lightning. Its claws tearing through the air with a shrill whistle, aimed directly at Lin Meng's face. What a fine opportunity. Rather than retreating, Lin Meng advanced, unleashing the full force of his energy. An unmatched aura erupted from him, embodying the formidable essence of a late-stage D-rank practitioner, combined with the fierce sword intent honed through countless battles in the Qin world. Clang! He sharpened his fingers like a sword, the energy at his fingertips condensing to a striking azure glow. Facing the beast's claws, capable of rending stone, Lin Meng stood his ground, his right hand thrusting forward in a lightning-quick jab. Sizzle! The sound of a blade slicing through leather echoed as Lin Meng's fingertip met the beast's claw in a fierce clash, sparks flying. A tremendous force reverberated through him, causing Lin Meng to grunt as he staggered back several steps, his arm tingling slightly. Meanwhile, the black beast emitted a pained roar, a deep gash appearing on its claw, revealing the bone beneath. Remarkable strength, Lin Meng silently praised, yet his offensive intensified. He understood well that a lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, and this guardian beast was no ordinary foe. Utilizing the exquisite footwork learned from the Qin world, he danced around the beast, his movements elusive, striking rapidly with his fingersword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of condensed azure sword energies sliced through the air, akin to the most precise throwing knives, targeting the beast's vulnerable spots, its eyes, throat, and abdomen. Though the beast possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, its bulk rendered it somewhat clumsy. Under Lin Meng's agile maneuvers and cunning assaults, it soon found itself in disarray, blood spurting from its wounds as it roared in fury. Within the cavern, sword energies crisscrossed, and the beast's roars echoed like thunder. Lin Meng flitted about like a butterfly amidst the chaotic onslaught of the beast, each strike resulting in splashes of blood. His energy and sword intent intertwined flawlessly, each blow encapsulating the full power of a late-stage D-rank warrior, further amplified by the combat experience honed in the Qin world, resulting in a remarkable efficiency of attack. Now is the moment. After a fierce struggle, Lin Meng keenly spotted a brief opening in the beast's defenses, a consequence of its successive injuries. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes, as his internal energy surged violently, a far more potent sword intent soaring into the air. Break! He shouted, his figure transforming into a drawn sword. Undeterred by the beast's incoming claw, he aimed a precise thrust at the beast's most grievously wounded left eye. Thud! The finger sword penetrated effortlessly, embedding itself to the hilt. A chilling wail erupted from the black beast, its massive form convulsing violently as furious energy dispersed in all directions, shaking the cavern walls. Moments later, it collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. Lin Meng exhaled deeply, shaking out his slightly sore arm. Though victorious, this battle had exacted a considerable toll. The strength of this guardian beast was alarmingly close to the transformation stage. He approached the creature's corpse. Aside from the usual magic core, he meticulously examined the peculiar energy once more. This time, he discovered that a portion of the energy seemed to dissipate following the beast's death, while another part stubbornly clung to the magic core. Indeed, there was something amiss. Lin Meng carefully stored this unusually large magic core, imbued with that strange energy, and swiftly scavenged the raw energy crystals within the cave. With his storage pouch now heavily laden, the numbers on the leaderboard would surely experience a significant leap. Yet, Lin Meng's mood was not as buoyant as it had initially been. The dark forest reeked of the uncanny. First, there was the anomalous energy within the magical beast. And now this evidently artificially placed guardian beast of extraordinary strength. This so-called midterm trial was likely more than just a straightforward contest for resources. Teacher Wang had said that the greatest danger in a secret realm often lies not with the magical beasts, but within the hearts of men. Lin Meng stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Could it be that other unknown forces were involved in this secret realm? Or was there a deeper purpose hidden within the very trial itself? He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cavern, where the shadowy forest lay, seemingly concealing countless unknown secrets and dangers. An inexplicable chill crept silently into his heart. This midterm trial appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing, yet perilous. He licked his parched lips, a long-lost thrill igniting within him, accompanied by a fervent curiosity that began to rise from the depths of his soul. So, let me discover what truly lurks behind the enigmatic forest, what monstrous entities it conceals. Chapter 25, A Radiance That Outshines All. Within the secret realm of the shadowy forest. The virtual leaderboard on the students' wristbands flickered wildly at an unprecedented frequency. At the pinnacle, the name Lin Meng was accompanied by a score that surged like a ferocious beast, astonishingly escalating at a bewildering pace, each leap widening the chasm between him and the second place by a considerable margin. Initially, the spectators assumed that some fortunate soul had stumbled upon a horde of magical beasts or fortuitously discovered a minor resource point. However, as time progressed, and Lin Meng's score broke through one despairing threshold after another, leaving the second place in a staggering void. A peculiar silence enveloped the students fixated on the leaderboard and the mentors outside the realm. What is happening? Lin Meng? Who is he? I don't recall seeing him in the elite class. Is there such a powerhouse in our secondary school? Has he hacked the system? His points are skyrocketing faster than I can blink. He has nearly doubled the second place. Is he even human? Outside, the mentors responsible for monitoring the realm exchanged glances. Wang Mingji stared at the glaring number, mouth agape, ultimately dissolving into a bitter smile. This lad certainly does not play by the rules. The expressions of the other mentors, particularly those leading elite classes, turned increasingly grim. In a certain part of the realm, a well-equipped and highly coordinated 5-member team was struggling to subdue a mid-tier D-class iron-armored rhino. Leading the charge was a young man with an arrogant demeanor, clad in specially designed lightweight runic armor, wielding a flaming longsword. None other than Zhao Tianyu, one of the elite students of the 2nd Martial Arts High School. Damn it! This iron-armored rhino's hide is incredibly thick, Zhao Tianyu exclaimed as he struck the beast's back, sparks flying, leaving only a faint white mark, cursing under his breath. Captain, shoot its joints with a shock arrow. A fair-skinned girl with a longbow called out from behind. The team also included a burly man with a massive shield standing resolutely at the front, while a focused young woman chanted spells, casting various enhancements on her teammates. A lithe boy, darting in and out of the shadows, occasionally lunged with a deadly dagger. This was evidently a scientifically configured combat team. The indomitable shield warrior provided frontline protection, the fiery swordsman served as the melee damage core, the archer executed precise long-range strikes. The elemental mage controlled the battlefield with area damage, and the healing priest ensured sustainability and support. Just as they finally managed to wear down the iron-armored rhino. Panting and exhausted, Zhao Tianyu checked the leaderboard. First place, Lin Meng, score, 13750. Our team's total score is only 6,320. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened instantly. Jealousy and indignation flashing in his eyes. Who is this Lin Meng? Did he consume the core of the realm? With such a high score, he must be cheating. Captain, could it be that he found a large vein of primal energy crystals? Speculated the archer girl. Even if it were a vein. It couldn't have happened this quickly. Zhao Tianyu scoffed. Our elite team from the key class toiled hard for these points, and yet this ordinary class student. How could he possibly? He must have employed some unscrupulous means. A tall, gaunt boy with a sinister gaze, the team's shadow assassin, licked his lips and suggested, Captain, why don't we consult this Lin Meng and see if he might share his insights? Zhao Tianyu's eyes gleamed with intent. Precisely my thought. The honor of our secondary school cannot be usurped by petty thieves. Let us find him and demand he reveal the secret to his score. Soon. In a relatively open glade amidst the trees, Zhao Tianyu's team finally intercepted Lin Meng, who was preparing to venture deeper into the forest. Halt! Zhao Tianyu brandished his sword, blocking Lin Meng's path, his tone laced with a condescending arrogance. You are Lin Meng, are you not? Lin Meng halted, calmly surveying the group before him, deducing from their uniforms and the air of elitism that they were students from the key class. Is there something you need? His tone was indifferent, as though he had merely encountered a few bothersome insects by the roadside. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Zhao Tianyu was incensed by Lin Meng's demeanor. What is the meaning of your score? Be honest and confess. Did you employ some underhanded tactics? I advise you to be sensible and surrender your scoring techniques along with the contents of your storage bag. Perhaps we might allow you to leave the realm with some dignity. Oh, Lin Meng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Robbery? Stop with the nonsense. Don't think we're unaware. How could a mere wastrel from the ordinary class possibly accumulate such a high score? The elemental mage girl behind Zhao Tianyu shrieked, her staff already gathering energy. Attack! Zhao Tianyu, losing patience, commanded, and the five instantly arranged themselves into a battle formation. The shield warrior roared, muscles bulging, as earthy primal light shimmered from his body like a moving mountain, charging toward Lin Meng. The fiery swordsman Zhao Tianyu followed closely, flames erupting from his longsword, transforming into a fierce fire serpent aimed directly at Lin Meng's face. The archer at the rear notched an arrow, releasing 3 glinting projectiles in a triangular formation, blocking Lin Meng's paths of escape. The elemental mage completed her incantation, unleashing a torrent of ice shards mixed with slicing winds upon Lin Meng. Meanwhile, the holy light priest waved her staff, casting enhancement auras upon her teammates, amplifying their momentum. This combination attack flowed seamlessly, evidently honed through rigorous training and mutual understanding. Any ordinary D-class late-stage professional would likely find themselves flustered or even meet their demise under such an assault. Yet, Lin Meng merely stood there quietly, as if struck dumb with fear. Zhao Tianyu's eyes sparkled with triumph. Foolish creature. Dispose of him. Just as the shield warrior's massive shield was about to collide with Lin Meng, he moved. His action was not swift, it bore an artistic grace, reminiscent of practicing an ancient martial art in a courtyard. As the shield warrior charged fiercely, Lin Meng merely sidestepped slightly, his right foot delicately tapping a seemingly inconspicuous point on the charging warrior's calf, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The ferocious momentum of the shield warrior abruptly halted, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque manner, emitting a muffled groan of agony. He felt an excruciating pain in his calf, the primal energy flowing within him suddenly stalling. With just one strike, the team's most formidable shield was rendered useless. This unforeseen turn of events sent a jolt of shock through Zhao Tianyu and the others. How is this possible? Yet Lin Meng did not pause. Gliding like a willow in the wind, evading the flaming longsword at the last possible moment, simultaneously extending his fingers like a sword. A faint azure light swirling at his fingertips, slicing gently across Zhao Tianyu's wrist. Swish! Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of numbness in his wrist, a sharp pain shooting through him, causing the fiery longsword to slip from his grasp. He was horrified to discover a deep gash on his wrist, the primal energy around the wound faltering as though it had met its nemesis. The essence of Qin's swordsmanship lies in its cleverness, breaking the surface to find flaws. Lin Meng mused calmly. These sheltered flowers, despite their flashy techniques and seemingly coordinated attacks, were riddled with vulnerabilities in the eyes of someone who had experienced countless life and death battles. He moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the storm of icy projectiles and blades as if he were a specter, those strikes capable of rending steel failing to even graze the hem of his garments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air towards him. Without so much as a glance, Lin Meng deftly snatched them from the air with a swift motion, then with a flick of his wrist, sent them hurtling back at a speed surpassing their original flight. Thud, thud, thud. The archer girl barely had time to react before one struck her shoulder and another her thigh, eliciting a shriek as she collapsed to the ground. In an instant, 3 out of the 5-member team had been rendered incapable of fighting. The elemental mage and the holy priestess turned pale with fear, screaming as they attempted to retreat. Now they wished to flee? It was too late. Lin Meng's voice, cold as the winds from the depths of the abyss, echoed in their ears. With a mere flicker of movement, he stood before the 2 of them. No. Lin Meng showed no mercy. With a precise thrust of his sword, he lightly touched vital points on their bodies, sealing their ability to channel their original power and leaving them limp on the ground. The entire process was swift as lightning, taking mere seconds from Zhao Tianyu's team initiating their attack to their complete incapacitation. Gulp. Nearby, several teams who had been drawn by the commotion caused by Zhao Tianyu were now left dumbfounded, their throats constricted with disbelief. What had they just witnessed? A cohesive and formidable elite squad had been effortlessly dismantled in a mere confrontation by an inconspicuous student from a lower tier, with a demeanor that seemed almost playful. His movements as elusive as a phantom, leaving an indelible impression upon them. Was this truly a human? This was nothing short of monstrous. Was this the mid-level of D rank? What a farce. Such prowess could likely overwhelm even late-stage D rank professionals. Let us flee, let us flee. Don't provoke this harbinger of doom. In an instant, those who had held onto a sliver of hope scattered like mice at the sight of a cat. No one daring to harbor even a hint of covetousness towards Lin Meng. Lin Meng's gaze swept over the fallen Zhao Tianyu and the others, his expression devoid of emotion. Now, may I have your storage bags? He stated calmly, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Zhao Tianyu's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Yet as he met Lin Meng's unfathomable gaze, he understood that resistance would lead only to his demise. With great difficulty, he unclipped his storage bag from his waist and tossed it towards Lin Meng. The others followed suit, their hesitations evaporating in the face of imminent danger. Lin Meng collected each bag, his consciousness scanning their contents, which were surprisingly plentiful, various magical cores, herbs, and an assortment of original power crystals. As he inspected Zhao Tianyu's storage bag, his brow furrowed slightly. He retrieved several rune stones that pulsated with a strange red light, inscribed with complex patterns that exuded an aura reminiscent of the peculiar energy fluctuations within the secret realm, albeit tinged with a hint of artificial refinement. This was not standard academy fare. Lin Meng's interest piqued. He inquired, "Where did you acquire these rune stones?" Zhao Tianyu's lips trembled, unable to conceal the truth. "We found them at a ruin of an altar within the secret realm. They are said to enhance damage against specific magical beasts." An altar ruin? Specific magical beasts? Lin Meng's eyes narrowed as he stored the rune stones away. It seemed the depths of this secret realm were more profound than he had initially surmised. These rune stones were likely intricately linked to the guardian beast and the anomalous energy within the magical beasts. He paid Zhao Tianyu and the others no further heed, turning resolutely toward the deeper recesses of the secret realm. He could sense that as he ventured further, the unusual energy fluctuations in the air intensified, while his finely honed instincts, sharpened by his experiences in the Qin era, detected a vague sense of impending danger, as though something terrifying lurked in the shadowy depths of the forest. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Meng licked his lips, excitement and curiosity shimmering in his eyes. He had a premonition that at the deepest point of this secret realm, the source of that anomalous energy not only concealed the true secrets of this trial, but perhaps also held immense opportunities for him to further enhance his strength. The fighting spirit he had cultivated through interactions with the myriad philosophies of the Qin era ignited within him, blazing fervently in his chest. The core of the secret realm? He was on his way. Chapter 26, Progression of Swordsmanship. The air in the shadowy forest grew increasingly humid and thick, the light filtering through the trees dimming to a murky haze. Following the intensifying anomalies of energy and the similar aura emanating from the rune stones acquired from Zhao Tianyu, Lin Meng stealthily advanced toward the innermost depths of the secret realm. As he delved deeper, sightings of magical beasts became increasingly scarce. However, those that did appear were formidable entities of late D rank. Yet, these obstacles, which might have been nightmares for other students, were trivial in Lin Meng's eyes. His understanding and application of Qin-era swordsmanship, combined with the robust original power of late D rank, had reached an entirely new pinnacle. Often, what appeared to be a casual gesture could precisely sever the defenses of magical beasts, striking directly at their vital points. Finally, after traversing a region thick with noxious miasma, the scene before him opened up dramatically. Contrary to his expectations of a hideous and terrifying den of beasts, he was met with an expansive, albeit dilapidated, cluster of ancient halls. Massive stone pillars leaned precariously, shattered archways jutted into the earth, and the moss-covered stone walls bore intricate, albeit indistinct, carvings. Time had etched indelible marks upon them, and a sense of desolation, akin to the primeval world, washed over him, as if whispering tales of ancient mysteries and grandeur long past. The anomalous energy that had captured Lin Meng's attention pulsed from the deepest recesses of this ruin, akin to a heartbeat. This was indeed an ancient relic? Lin Meng's brow arched in surprise. This was starkly different from his prior conjectures regarding the core of the secret realm. He cautiously stepped into the area of the ruins. The ground beneath him comprised of fractured stone slabs that emitted soft cracking sounds underfoot. The surrounding silence was eerie, broken only by the sound of the wind wailing through the remnants of walls, reminiscent of the sighs of ancient souls. Lin Meng expanded his perceptions. The insight cultivated in the Qin era granted him a keen awareness of the fluctuations of natural energies, allowing him to discern that the layout of this ruin was not random, but rather subtly aligned with some peculiar pattern. The toppled pillars, the remnants of altars, and the faint grooves visible on the ground all seemed to point toward a specific location at the center of the ruins. Were these energy nodes? Lin Meng paused before a relatively well-preserved small altar. The altar was constructed from an unknown black stone, its surface engraved with patterns similar to those on Zhao Tianyu's rune stones, yet more ancient and intricate. He could distinctly sense that the original power within the secret realm was being drawn in a specific manner, converging here to form a faint energy vortex. The entire complex of ruins resembled a colossal ancient array, partially activated. Just as he was deep in thought, an aura of ferocity, far more terrifying than any magical beast he had previously encountered, erupted from the shadows deep within the ruins like a waking volcano. Roar! A deafening roar, accompanied by a tangible shockwave, shook the ground violently, sending debris tumbling. Following this, a massive shadow, akin to a small mountain, charged forth from behind a largely collapsed hall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was a beast far more formidable than the guardian creature he had faced in the mine. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, each gleaming with a metallic luster, as if forged through countless trials. Its head was fierce, a single horn rising skyward, glimmering with an eerie cold light. A pair of colossal eyes, ablaze with deep crimson flames, fixed their unwavering gaze upon Lin Meng. Its robust limbs exuded formidable strength, and as its claws extended, they carved deep furrows into the ground, sending sparks flying. The energy radiating from its being was alarmingly close to the pinnacle of D-grade, and Lin Meng could faintly perceive a trace of C-grade energy fluctuations from certain parts of its form. The familiar yet discordant energy, incongruous with the realm of the secret domain, was intensely concentrated in this guardian, almost forming a visible dark aura around it. A D-grade guardian beast on the verge of ascending to C-grade was undoubtedly far more formidable than the previous watchdog. Lin Meng's expression hardened as he summoned the vast energy within him, a piercing sword intent surging forth. However, to his astonishment, this guardian did not charge blindly like the previous beasts. Instead, it halted several dozen meters away, its dark crimson eyes glinting with a cunning light. It opened its massive maw, not to roar, but to emit a series of low, strange syllables. Suddenly, one of its front claws stomped violently onto the ground. Buzz! In that instant, Lin Meng sensed several energy nodes in the vicinity, ones he had previously noted, including a small altar not far from him, suddenly igniting, their runes glowing with an eerie red light. Whoosh! 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 Several dark red energy arrows, formed from that anomalous energy, materialized above the activated nodes, like sentinels responding to a command, whistling through the air toward Lin Meng from all directions. Lin Meng's pupils constricted. This guardian could actually manipulate the ruins' environment and control these energy nodes to launch attacks. This was far beyond the intelligence of ordinary beasts. How intriguing. Could this guardian also be a sentient being? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Meng's mind, yet his movements remained swift and decisive. He deftly evaded the onslaught of energy arrows, his form flickering like a wraith in the confined space, narrowly dodging the barrage. The arrows struck the ground and stone walls, creating deep craters, the energy exploding with tremendous force. Roar! The guardian, frustrated by its missed strike, finally sprang into action. Its massive hooves thundered against the earth, akin to an out-of-control heavy war chariot, charging forth with overwhelming momentum. The gleaming claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Lin Meng's head. This is perfect. Rather than retreating, Lin Meng advanced, merging the vast energy within him with his sword intent to an unprecedented level. He pointed his fingers like a sword, the azure light at his fingertips surging, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. Clang! The collision between his fingersword and the guardian's claws produced an unimaginable force, causing Lin Meng to grunt as he was propelled backward for several meters, crashing against a broken stone pillar before steadiness returned to his form. His arm tingled with numbness, his blood surging. Remarkably, the guardian also staggered slightly from the impact, a distinct white mark appearing on its claws. Such formidable power and defense. Lin Meng shook his numbed arm, his fighting spirit burning even brighter. This evenly matched battle, even with him slightly at a disadvantage, ignited the combative instincts ingrained in his very being. The guardian, seemingly enraged, roared again, its dark aura intensifying as it swung its claws, leaving behind afterimages. Each attack triggered surrounding energy nodes, forming chains of runes or waves of energy, which, combined with its physical strikes, forced Lin Meng into a precarious position. The Qin swordsmanship emphasizes using finesse to overcome brute strength, to penetrate with precision. Amidst the torrential storm of attacks, Lin Meng danced and dodged, myriad sword techniques swirling in his mind. He observed that while the guardian's assaults were ferocious, its energy manipulation seemed to stem from the same source as the anomalous energy within the ruins, albeit marked by a certain rawness and ferocity, lacking the fluidity and ease of his own righteous energy. The righteous energy, the essence of the natural order, despite its strength, appeared to possess a hint of malevolence and distortion. In the heat of battle, an epiphany struck Lin Meng. He ceased to merely pursue the intricacies of technique, instead infusing his will into the energy at his fingertips. The sword intent, honed through battles and philosophical discourse in the Qin world, began to react in a wondrous manner with the energy of the primary world. Break! Seizing an opening, Lin Meng stood firm, his finger sword meeting the Guardian's descending claw head-on. This time, the azure light at his fingertips bore an unparalleled sense of majesty and righteousness. Sizzle! As Lin Meng's finger sword connected with the Guardian's claw, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The dense dark energy enveloping the Guardian's claws hissed and melted away upon contact with Lin Meng's righteous energy, as if ice had met the sun, significantly diminishing its potency. The Guardian's massive form shuddered violently, releasing a roar laced with agony and confusion, staggering back several steps. A deeper wound, with wisps of azure smoke emanating from its edges, marred its once indomitable claws. Indeed, Lin Meng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. My righteous energy counters this anomalous force. This unexpected revelation bolstered his confidence, renewing his assault. Each strike of his finger sword radiated with that majestic and righteous sword intent. The Guardian's dark energy was continuously dissipated and purified, its attacks visibly faltering as wounds began to appear across its form. Just then, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. As Lin Meng's righteous sword intent clashed with the Guardian's anomalous energy, the energy nodes within the ruins, which had only emitted faint red light under the Guardian's influence, began to transform their glow. They now radiated a soft, white aura, closely aligned with Lin Meng's righteous energy. Subsequently, pure energy flowed forth from these purified nodes, as if drawn by an unseen force, gradually merging into Lin Meng's being. The ruins are aiding me? Lin Meng felt acutely aware of his expended energy rapidly replenishing, his sword intent becoming increasingly refined and transparent, hinting at the possibility of transcending its previous limitations and touching upon a higher realm. It felt as though he had forged an inexplicable bond with this ancient ruin, with each movement seemingly augmented by its essence, amplifying his power. Roar! The Guardian sensed the imminent threat, unleashing a desperate roar as its dark golden scales bristled, the anomalous energy within it igniting in a frenzy, transforming into a devastating dark red beam aimed directly at Lin Meng. This was its final counterattack. Lin Meng stood resolute, facing this cataclysmic strike with serene composure. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers poised like a sword. At that moment, a subtle transformation enveloped him, as if he had fused with the ancient ruins behind him, embodying the wisdom of ages and the essence of existence. My sword shall cleave through all illusions of the world, he murmured softly, pointing outwards. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor dazzling displays of light, only an exquisitely condensed azure sword beam, imbued with an unwavering will to pierce through all, silently met the dark red beam. As the azure beam met the dark red column, time seemed to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, with a soft pop, the dark red beam ruptured like a punctured balloon, dissipating, while the azure beam surged forth, unyielding, piercing through the Guardian's massive head. The Guardian's colossal body convulsed violently, its eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, swiftly dimming, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. At the place where the Guardian fell, the ground that had been obscured by its massive form was suddenly revealed to showcase a circular indentation approximately 1/2 meter in diameter. Nestled within this groove lay a crystal core, the size of a fist, entirely shrouded in a deep ebony hue, yet radiating an extraordinarily potent and unusual energy fluctuation. This energy was the very source of the Guardian's power, as well as the nucleus of the anomalous energy permeating this ancient ruin. Lin Meng slowly exhaled, feeling the tumultuous surge of his internal energy, now far more refined and abundant than before, alongside a sword intent that had become more agile and harmonious. As if breaking through a veil, a profound understanding welled up within him. He approached the pitch-black energy core, extending his hand. The moment his fingertips made contact with the core, an overwhelming and pure energy surged into his body. Surprisingly, this energy, which he had deemed anomalous, did not create any conflict upon entering. Rather, it swiftly found its place, being assimilated and refined by his noble original force, ultimately transforming into the purest nourishment that invigorated his meridians and dantian. Lin Meng sat cross-legged, diligently channeling his techniques to absorb this energy. He could distinctly sense the barrier of his D-level late-stage cultivation loosening and disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace under the onslaught of this colossal energy. Only a single step remained before he could aspire to become a C-level practitioner. Time slipped away, and when the last vestiges of energy were completely absorbed, the dark core disintegrated into ash. The pervasive anomalous energy fluctuations within the entire ruin vanished, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the gentle breeze wafting through the ancient stone hall and the faint, pure fragrance of original force in the air. Lin Meng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing across them. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him and the almost overwhelming urge to ascend. He was on the cusp of D-level peak, poised to attempt the transition to C-level. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. This expedition into the dark forest had yielded far more than he had anticipated. However, as he surveyed the now tranquil, yet still enigmatic ruins, new questions began to surface in his mind. What was the origin of this ruin? Why had it appeared at the heart of such a low-level secret realm as the Dark Forest? Who had arranged the formidable guardian and the runic energy nodes it commanded? Furthermore, what connection did the runic stones obtained by Zhao Tianyu and his companions have with this place? All of it resembled a shroud of mist, veiling the secrets behind this realm. Lin Meng rose to his feet, casting his gaze beyond the ruins into the deeper, shadowy expanse of the Dark Forest. He harbored a vague premonition that this so-called midterm trial might merely be the tip of an enormous secret iceberg. How intriguing. It seemed that this world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a fervent curiosity. Although he had absorbed the source of that anomalous energy, the enigma surrounding the ruins and the runes had taken root in his heart, sprouting like a seed. Chapter 27. Conclusion of the Secret Realm. At the edge of the Dark Forest secret realm, the space shimmered slightly, as if a pebble had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating rippling waves. Shadows were drawn forth by an unseen force, tumbling out in disarray, some staggering a few steps before regaining their footing. Lin Meng's figure was nearly the last to emerge. Unlike others caught off guard, he lightly tapped the ground, stabilizing himself effortlessly. The surging waves of original force around him had already been perfectly contained within his dantian, with only his eyes, upon adjusting to the external light, flashing a piercing brilliance that seemed capable of penetrating hearts. The exit of the secret realm was already bustling with people, teachers from various classes anxiously scanning the crowd for their students. The air was thick with a sense of relief from surviving the ordeal, accompanied by hushed discussions about the gains from the secret realm. The students of Class 6 were animatedly discussing their experiences. For them, this expedition had likely been of average caliber. As usual, surviving was already a triumph. What more could they expect? There were hardly any among them who might rank in the top 100, others scoffed nearby. Zhang Dali clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He was unwilling to accept this. It seemed like this scenario repeated itself every time. Lu Feifei lowered her head, quietly polishing her staff, its dull surface mirroring her despondency. Look, the scoreboards are about to be revealed. Someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's gaze to a colossal luminous screen set up beside the exit. The screen flickered, displaying rows of names and numbers that began to materialize, ascending from low to high, each scroll tugging at the hearts of the onlookers. The 51st from the bottom was not from our class. The last place did not feature any of our names either. As the numbers climbed higher, whispers of disbelief began to circulate. How is this possible? Could it truly be different this time? Li Meng, an average male student from Class 6, felt his heart racing. He recalled being surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves in the secret realm, nearly resigning himself to his fate. In that moment of despair, a vague shadow had flashed past, and suddenly, the demon wolves were inexplicably injured. He hadn't even witnessed what had transpired, yet the crisis had been averted. Was it an illusion? Or he dared not ponder further. Look, Wang Hu. Our class is Wang Hu. 190th place. 300 points. A gasp erupted from the crowd, hailing from Class 6. Wang Hu himself was taken aback. Scratching the back of his head, he remained utterly perplexed. He distinctly remembered having only hunted a few low-tier magical beasts and those demon wolves, whose points could not possibly amount to such a high score. Could it be that those demon wolves were exceptionally strong? Soon after, more names from Class 6 appeared on the luminous screen. Zhang Wei, 321 points. Impressive. This kid really put in the effort. Zhao Qian, 185th place. 330 points. Sun Yao, 180th place. 380 points. Each name and each unexpectedly high score plunged the entire Class 6 area into an eerie silence. Students and teachers from other classes also began to take notice of this anomaly. Class 6? What is going on with them? Have they collectively taken some sort of enhancement? It's impossible. Those scores were previously beyond their wildest imaginations. Zhang Dali fixed his gaze on the screen, and when he saw his name, he nearly stopped breathing. Zhang Dali, 51st place. 700 points. 700. He recalled that he had only managed to secure a little over 200 points from his quarry. How could there be an excess of 400 points? Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. In the misty forest, he had pursued a cunning shadow fox, but inadvertently wandered into a more perilous area. Several formidable ghost leopards had set their sights on him, and he had thought his end was nigh. Then what happened? The recollection was hazy. Only a sudden chaos remained in his memory, as if the ghost leopards had been startled by something or drawn away by another target, abruptly abandoning him. At that moment, he had been solely focused on fleeing, not daring to contemplate further. Reflecting now, that chaos seemed anything but coincidental. Lu Feifei's name also appeared. Lu Feifei, 42nd place. 750 points. She covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly. She too had undergone an unbelievable experience. In the marshlands, while attempting to gather a rare herb, she had inadvertently roused a giant venomous python guarding the swamp. With her magical power nearly depleted, she could only watch helplessly as the python opened its gaping maw. At the critical moment, a piercing shriek echoed from afar, not directed at her, yet it instilled a sense of peril in the venomous python. which hastily abandoned her and retreated into the depths of the marsh. Who emitted that shriek? She initially assumed it to be some formidable creature fortuitously passing by. The instructor leading the 6th class, a middle-aged man often burdened with a frown, stood frozen in place. He gazed at the luminous screen where his students' names leaped forth, their rankings soaring, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Could these truly be his students? The 6th class? He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether the overwhelming pressure had conjured illusions. Zhou Kai, 30th place, 800 points. Chen Shui, 25th place, 820 points. The miracle of the 6th class continued. The initial atmosphere of delight was swiftly overshadowed by a surreal sense of disbelief. They exchanged glances, witnessing the same confusion and elation reflected in one another's eyes. How do we manage this? Someone stammered. No one could provide an answer. The strokes of fortune in the secret realm, those serendipitous occurrences, coalesced in their minds. Such coincidences. Coincidences that suggested someone might be orchestrating events from the shadows. Lin Meng suddenly recalled something. While besieged by demon wolves, his consciousness fading, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure. Could it be Lin Meng? Lin Meng's prowess, while indeed formidable within the class, how could it be so extraordinary? He shook his head, attempting to dispel this absurd thought. At this moment, the leaderboard neared its conclusion, and the competition for the top 10 intensified. The students of the 6th class no longer focused on their individual rankings. They were engulfed in immense surprise and deeper enigmas. They began to softly converse about their peculiar encounters in the secret realm. I encountered 3 armored rhinos. They suddenly turned on each other, allowing me to reap substantial rewards. Me too. I was ensnared by a swarm of man-eating vines, and by chance, a massive boulder tumbled down, severing those vines. Do you think it could be? A thought rippled through their minds like a stone tossed into a lake. Unanimously, their gazes shifted toward the edge of the class formation. There, Lin Meng stood quietly, seemingly detached from the surrounding commotion. Zhang Dali suddenly recalled that, while fleeing from a ghostly leopard, on the verge of exhaustion, he had faintly heard Lin Meng's voice. It was soft, indistinct, as if issuing commands. 3 steps to the left, feign an attack, then retreat with all your might. He had thought it to be a hallucination, yet his body instinctively complied. And then, he escaped. Was it truly Lin Meng? How could he possess such discernment? Such strength? Lu Feifei also remembered the shriek that had repelled the giant venomous python. Though it did not resemble a human voice, she sensed a familiar resonance. On the luminous screen, the final rankings solidified. The 6th class, once a mere gathering of average students, now boasted nearly half its members among the top 100. Several had entered the top 50, and even some had surged into the top 30. This was an unprecedented miracle, a marvel capable of sending tremors throughout the entire grade. The gazes of students from other classes toward the 6th class shifted from initial skepticism to astonishment, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Especially those whose ranks had been overshadowed by the 6th class students, who exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, the instructor of the 6th class emerged from his stupor and hastened toward his students, his voice trembling with excitement. How did you achieve this? No one responded directly. They merely returned their gaze to Lin Meng, their eyes brimming with complex emotions, gratitude, confusion, inquiry, and a trace of incredulous admiration. Lin Meng. This name, at that moment, etched itself with profound significance in the hearts of all in the 6th class. Murmurs rose and fell until the names at the forefront of the leaderboard appeared, gradually silencing the discussions, replaced by a tense stillness. The top 10. 9th place, Zhao Tianyu, 1,235 points. Truly the elite of the 2nd Martial Arts High School. 5th place, Wang Tao, 1,580 points. The names continued to ascend, and the atmosphere grew increasingly grave. When the name and score of the 2nd place contestant were finally revealed, a gasp erupted from the crowd. 2nd place, Zhou Yi, a seed candidate from the 2nd Martial Arts High School, 3,350 points. My heavens, that score is exceedingly high. Zhou Yi remains formidable. But how could he not be first this time? How could anyone surpass him? Before the thought was fully articulated, a name at the top of the screen gleamed with golden brilliance, accompanied by a staggering figure, detonating like divine thunder before all eyes. 1st place, Lin Meng. Score, 15,650. In an instant, the entire exit area fell into a profound silence. 15,650? Everyone, including the seasoned instructors, doubted their own vision. This number was not merely 2,000 or 3,000, but over 15,000. This cannot be possible. Is there a system error? A student quivered. A system error? The points system of the Dark Forest secret realm has operated for decades without a flaw. Someone nearby immediately retorted, following a brief silence. The atmosphere erupted like a tidal wave. 15,650. Did he annihilate all the beasts in the secret realm? Is such a score even achievable by a human? He must be cheating. Lin Meng? Which Lin Meng? Do we have such a powerhouse in our school? Wait, this score exceeds the combined totals of the 2nd through 10th places. This is an overwhelming landslide. Countless gazes, filled with shock, skepticism, and disbelief, converged on Lin Meng, who had just emerged from the secret realm, his demeanor unnaturally calm. He seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor, merely brushing off non-existent dust from the hem of his garment. This composure starkly contrasted with his astonishing score, rendering him enigmatic. Silence. A commanding voice resonated, quelling the cacophony. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of elegance, yet with eyes sharp as an eagle, striding forward amidst several school dignitaries. It was Qin Jinshan, the principal of the Second Martial Arts High School. Someone gasped in awe. Qin Jinshan, the helm of the Second Martial Arts High School, was himself a deeply formidable A-grade practitioner, often remaining reclusive, yet today, he made a personal appearance. His gaze did not linger on anyone but fell directly upon Lin Meng, his eyes gleaming with unmasked appreciation and a hint of inquiry. Lin Meng. Qin Jinshan's voice was gentle, yet imbued with undeniable authority. First and foremost, on behalf of the Second Martial Arts High School, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your unprecedented achievement in this midterm exercise, claiming the crown. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the audience. His voice rising sharply. 15,650 points. This score not only shatters the historical records of the Dark Forest Secret Realm, but also showcases the boundless potential of our students at the Second Martial Arts High School. The crowd erupted once more, this time in cheers intertwined with envy and admiration. Especially the students of the Second Martial Arts High School, swelling with pride, stood tall. The school is proud of you. Qin Jinshan turned to Lin Meng, his tone serious. From this day forth, the school will dedicate all its resources to fully support your training. Whatever you need, the school shall provide. This proclamation resonated with weighty commitment. At that moment, a bespectacled girl, adorned with a school press badge, mustered her courage and stepped forward, presenting a recording device to Lin Meng. Hello, Lin Meng. I am a reporter for the school newspaper. May I inquire how you achieved such astonishing results in the secret realm? Are there any unique secrets you could share with your fellow students? The camera flashes ignited, and all ears perked up, eager to glean insights from this extraordinary dark horse. Lin Meng's gaze briefly swept over the reporter's face, his expression tranquil. Diligent study and relentless practice, he replied simply. The reporter, evidently dissatisfied with this official response, sought to press further, but was silenced by a glance from Qin Jinshan, who understood that some mysteries are best left unexplored. All right. Lin Meng has just emerged from the secret realm and requires rest. A detailed interview will be arranged by the school later. Qin Jinshan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. Upon returning to school, the promised resources were almost immediately at his disposal. A dedicated training room located in the heart of the school, where the energy concentration was several times greater than that of the outside world. The walls were inscribed with a spirit-gathering formation, and upon entering, one could feel the pure energy enveloping them, nourishing their limbs and bones. 10 A-grade high-quality energy crystals, each containing a surge of energy capable of driving ordinary D-grade practitioners to envy. 3 special auxiliary potions aimed at aiding D-grade practitioners in breaking through to C-grade. Known as the Dragon Tiger Breaking Mirror Pills, were said to be worth their weight in gold, yet were rarely available. Such generous rewards compelled Lin Meng to acknowledge that the Second Martial High had indeed made a significant investment this time. He accepted them without hesitation. They were rightfully his. Chapter 28. The Convergence of 100 Meridians. That evening, in the principal's office, Qin Jinshan personally brewed a cup of fragrant tea for Lin Meng. The aromatic steam wafting through the air. Lin Meng, you have brought honor to our school, and I am deeply gratified. Qin Jinshan set down his teacup, his gaze profound. However, the true test lies ahead. Please, principal, Lin Meng replied, lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip. In a month, the 5 major martial high schools of the city will jointly host the Dragon Tiger Championship, which will serve as your cohort's final competition. Qin Jinshan's tone grew serious. In previous years, our Second Martial High has always been overshadowed by the First Martial High. Their resources are superior, and their talents more abundant. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This year, I hope you can represent our Second Martial High and defeat the Rune Master from the First Martial High, thereby vindicating our school and yourself. The Rune Master from the First Martial High. Lin Meng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that fellow's name is Bai Luofan. He reported an A-grade occupational talent upon awakening, but we estimate his actual capabilities to be at A-grade. It is said he is now on the brink of stepping into the threshold of a C-grade Rune Master, with unpredictable methods. He is recognized as a leading figure among the younger generation of the First Martial High. You must have heard of those possessing S-grade occupational talents in your classes. In truth, aside from awakening at the Fate Altar, there exists another method to attain S-grade talent. That is, by fully excavating one's occupational characteristics, and, through certain special treasures, enhancing one's talent during advancement. Qin Jinshan explained, observing Lin Meng's puzzled expression. Does this sound similar to your soul binders? The difference lies in the ability you enhance through your bound soul items. With the full support of the First Martial High, it is highly probable that when Bai Luofan steps into C-grade, his talent will elevate to S-grade. Do you have confidence now? Lin Meng set down his teacup. Without grandiose declarations, simply stating, I will do my utmost to defeat him. This calmness, in fact, bore more strength than any fervent proclamation. Qin Jinshan nodded in satisfaction, appreciating this composure and confidence. It was far more convincing than blind boasts. Excellent. To assist you in swiftly breaking through to C grade, the school has arranged for you a special instructor. Qin Jinshan revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. This instructor may possess a rather peculiar temperament, but his knowledge and skills are undoubtedly among the finest in our school. The following day, Lin Meng followed Qin Jinshan's directions to a secluded bamboo grove located at the back of the school. Deep within the grove stood a modest thatched cottage. Ahem, come in, called a slightly hoarse voice from within. Lin Meng pushed open the slightly ajar door and entered. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bamboo bed, a desk, and an elderly man with white hair and a simple tunic, hunched over and poring over ancient texts. Upon seeing him, Lin Meng was reminded of his own teacher, Xuanzi. The elder did not raise his head, but merely stated, "Qin lad sent you?" "Yes, senior," Lin Meng replied respectfully. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary elder harbored a profound depth, evoking a sense of danger within him. This was no ordinary teacher. "You are the one who scored over 15,000 points in the Dark Forest?" The elder finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Meng with cloudy eyes as if trying to see through him. "Just luck," Lin Meng admitted. "Luck?" The elder scoffed, his gnarled finger lightly tapping the table. "The energy within you must be quite unique, akin to that of a knight practitioner, marked by resilience, distinctly different from ordinary practitioners. Am I correct?" Lin Meng felt a chill run down his spine. His righteous energy, infused with the characteristics of the righteous chi technique, indeed set him apart. And he was astonished that the elder could discern it at a glance. "Qin lad asked me to guide you in your ascent to C grade." The elder returned his gaze to the ancient text. "Your previous accumulation is profound. The barrier of D-grade pinnacle is but a thin veil to you. What you lack is merely an opportunity and sufficient energy to support your breakthrough." He casually pulled a weathered leather tome from the shelf and tossed it to Lin Meng. "This is the convergence of 100 meridians, a method to guide energy through the meridians and expand your energy C. It may prove useful to you. As for the resources the school has provided, feel free to utilize them." Having concluded his remarks, the elder ignored Lin Meng, immersing himself once more in his ancient texts as if Lin Meng were merely air. Lin Meng accepted the leather tome, feeling its weight in his hands. The teachings inscribed within were intricate and complex, yet they pointed directly to the core of energy manipulation. He recognized it as a rare and invaluable skill. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Lin Meng sincerely bowed. This mysterious instructor was indeed extraordinary. In the ensuing days, Lin Meng traversed between the exclusive training room and the bamboo grove. He arranged the 10 A-grade high-quality energy crystals into a simple energy-gathering formation, the rich energy coalescing into a palpable mist, enveloping him entirely. The teachings of the convergence of 100 meridians flowed through his consciousness, harmonizing with the insights he had gleaned from the world of Qin's moon and the accumulations gained from absorbing the black core in the dark forest. His righteous energy surged forth like a torrential flood, following a specific trajectory to crash against the barriers. Boom. On the first day, he felt a noticeable expansion of his Dantian's energy C. By the third day, the stagnation within his meridians was thoroughly broken, and the speed of his energy circulation increased by 30%. On the fifth day, he consumed all 3 Dragon Tiger Breaking Mirror pills, the medicinal potency transforming into a torrent of heat, merging with his energy, intensifying his impact. He could distinctly feel the invisible barriers separating D-grade from C-grade quaking violently under the luxurious onslaught of energy and the exquisite guidance of the convergence of 100 meridians. With fine cracks spreading across its surface, Lin Meng remained utterly focused, immersing all his thoughts in the breakthrough. He felt as though he had returned to the moment of wingsuit flying through a cave, that sensation of teetering on the edge of the extreme, where one misstep could lead to disaster, yet the thrill of imminent success electrified every cell within him. Sweat drenched his garments, only to be evaporated by the searing fervor of his blood. Inside the cultivation chamber, the primordial force surged tumultuously, accompanied by the faint sounds of thunder and wind. In a moment of profound intensity, Lin Meng's entire being trembled. He sensed that the formidable sea-level barrier, under his relentless assault, finally emitted a mournful cry of strain. Crack! A distinct sound of shattering echoed, as if resonating from the depths of his very soul. The surging power, akin to a frenzied dragon breaking free from its shackles, roared and surged within him. The sea-level threshold lay tantalizingly close. Lin Meng abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light radiating from them, causing the air within the chamber to become palpably still. He could feel that, should he choose, he could step forth at any moment into an entirely new realm. Yet, at that instant, an unusual flutter of excitement surged within his heart. The final segment of the 100 Veins convergence technique bestowed by the enigmatic elder seemed to record a secret method that, at the moment of breakthrough, condensed one's inherent qualities to forge a stronger foundation. Could it also enhance one's innate talent? Lin Meng licked his lips, a flicker of fervent madness igniting in his gaze. Fortune favors the bold, Greater power was the very essence of survival in this chaotic world of myriad races. Without hesitation, he made his choice. The impulse to ascend, on the verge of bursting forth, was forcibly suppressed by his will. What he sought was not merely a breakthrough, but a flawless transformation. Meanwhile, far away in a bamboo grove on the back mountain, the mysterious elder seemed to sense something, gradually lowering the ancient tome in his hands. His murky eyes flashing with a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation and approval. This young man possesses intriguing potential. Chapter 29, The Source of All Rivers. The overwhelming, almost explosive impulse to ascend was forcefully restrained by Lin Meng's immense willpower. The storm of primordial energy within the chamber momentarily stalled, as if time itself had been pressed on pause. As his eyes opened and closed, there was no hint of the ecstatic joy typical of an impending breakthrough. Instead, he was enveloped in profound contemplation. No need to rush, Lin Meng murmured softly to himself, his fingertips gently tapping against his knee. The sea-level threshold, a coveted dream for ordinary practitioners, held a deeper significance for him at this moment. The final segment of the 100 Veins convergence technique, gifted by the mysterious elder, slowly unveiled itself before him like the opening of a gateway to a new world. The convergence of all rivers. Lin Meng's consciousness sank into the weathered beast-skin tome, each word resonating like a resounding bell within the ocean of his heart. This technique, both domineering and peculiar, advocated for the artificial creation of even more formidable and magnificent barriers at the moment of breakthrough. One must first establish towering mountains, then allow the rivers to surge forth. To achieve the grand convergence of the 100 Veins into the sea, Lin Meng softly recited the tenets, his eyes shimmering with enlightenment. This was not mere hastening of growth, but rather a rigorous forging through adversity. By introducing greater obstacles, it aimed to elicit the deepest potential within the practitioner, compelling them to condense their unique attributes under extreme pressure, thus forging a more solid foundation for their path. Should this attribute coalesce, it would resonate with their innate talents at the moment of breakthrough, potentially leading to an elevation of those talents. Such grand design, such a domineering technique. Lin Meng couldn't help but marvel. It bore an uncanny resemblance to certain philosophies of his soulbinder profession. Each act of imbuing a soul was, in essence, a profound excavation of the essence of things and the derivation of concepts. However, the conditions for the application of the convergence of all rivers were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the practitioner must possess a depth of accumulation far surpassing that of their peers. Otherwise, the artificially created towering mountains would become not a sharpening stone, but rather a death knell capable of crushing the unprepared. Lin Meng reflected on his own journey, from the mysterious black core obtained in the shadowy forest, to the 10A level high-quality energy crystals rewarded by the Academy, and the 3 priceless Dragon Tiger shattering mirror pills. Furthermore, his relentless days and nights of refining with the 100 Veins convergence technique had already distilled his primordial energy to its utmost purity. His accumulation was nothing short of terrifying. In this regard, he held absolute confidence. Secondly, the practitioner must possess sufficient insight to discern the core attributes of their cultivation technique or profession and successfully condense them. This meant that before confronting the towering mountains, one must first identify the source of the rivers capable of surging against them. Attributes. Lin Meng fell into deep thought. Spatial attributes? He shook his head. Although he could traverse space through the dimensional gate, his comprehension of space itself remained in a nascent stage. Akin to seeing flowers in a fog or the moon reflected in water, forcing a condensation would be akin to seeking fish up a tree. Temporal attributes? Even more elusive. With not a single clue to grasp, his core ability was the gate. The gate represented a passage, a means of transcendence. Wait. A flash of insight struck Lin Meng's mind like a lightning bolt. A remark from Teacher Wang during class became vividly clear. The true strength of a soul binder lies in creation and fusion. Creation. Lin Meng's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Indeed, it was creation. His dimensional gate, initially a cold iron door, gained the ability to traverse worlds only through his arrival, thus earning its name. This, in itself, was an act of creation from nothingness. Creation can be grand or minute. From the monumental act of creating worlds to the subtle imbuement of a lifeless object with new concepts and abilities. Yet what it represented, the breakthrough from 0 to 1, was the most precious significance. If I can create doors of different abilities, then why can't creation itself become my attribute? The more Lin Meng pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. First, he would condense the attribute of creation as a foundation, and in the future, it might yield even more possibilities. As for fusion, once he had created enough types of doors, with a foundation sufficiently profound, he could then seek to merge them, unifying myriad techniques into one vessel. What kind of spectacle would that be? With this thought coursing through him, Lin Meng felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. It is decided then, the attribute of creation. A flicker of fervent madness sparkled in his eyes, accompanied by unwavering resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Greater power is the only reliance for survival, and even ascension. In this tumultuous world of myriad races, without a trace of hesitation, Lin Meng summoned forth the breakthrough torrent that had been forcibly suppressed within him. Yet this time, the target was no longer the natural barrier of sea level, but rather, following the arcane principles of the convergence of all rivers, he began to construct an entirely new and far more terrifying barrier within his Dantian's energy sea. Buzz, the primordial energy, which had gradually calmed, erupted once more within the cultivation chamber. If the previous breakthrough resembled a river bursting its banks, then at this moment, within Lin Meng's Dantian, a monumental endeavor akin to the creation of the world was underway. The pure primordial energy was compressed and condensed, guided by the convergence of all rivers, transforming into indestructible foundations that layered upon one another between his Dantian and the sea level barrier, continuously rising and thickening. That invisible barrier, in his perception, was solidifying at a visibly rapid pace, becoming majestic, reminiscent of a true divine mountain, standing resolutely in his path to ascension, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Not enough. Lin Meng roared, his eyes burning crimson. The energy array formed by the 10A-level energy crystals operated frantically, pure energy coalescing into visible milky white beams, which he voraciously absorbed into his body, then transformed into materials to construct the divine mountain. Sweat poured like a torrent, instantaneously soaking his garments, only to be evaporated by the searing heat radiating from his body into wisps of white mist. His complexion turned pale, veins throbbing at his temples, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. The agony of forcibly constructing barriers within his body was far beyond that of ordinary cultivation. Yet Lin Meng's gaze shone with an alarming intensity, brimming with a fervent combat spirit and a fanatical madness. Establish it for me. Accompanied by a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul, the towering mountain, constructed from pure primordial force, finally took shape. It was magnificent, it was grand, exuding a weighty and formidable presence that seemed capable of obstructing and crushing all. It was accomplished. The first step of the myriad rivers return to the sea technique, to erect the mountain, was complete. Following this, he must condense its characteristics and strike against the mountain. Chapter 30. Myriad rivers return to the sea, forging my path. Lin Meng's mind was intensely focused as he began to delve into the soul imbuement gate, seeking to experience its original form as an iron door, which had subsequently transformed into a dimensional gateway. Gradually, he grasped that profound sensation of bringing something from nothing, endowing objects with new concepts and capabilities, akin to a deity enlightening all creation. This joy of creation flowed drop by drop within his heart. His consciousness seemed to morph into an invisible chisel, meticulously carving the mark of creation within the vast ocean of his primordial force. The process was arduous and obscure. The notion of creation, while seemingly simple, posed an immense challenge when attempting to manifest it as a perceivable characteristic. Time after time, he endeavored and failed. The primordial force within him behaved like the most unruly of children, at times docile, at others tempestuous, yet it refused to coalesce into that essence of creation from nothingness. No, it cannot be this way. Lin Meng furrowed his brow, and despite the mounting pressure from the towering mountain threatening to suffocate him, he continued to ponder. The iron door, the dimensional gate, he murmured. It is to endow, it is to define. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment exploded in his mind. He recalled the moment he first obtained that dilapidated iron door. At that time, the door was unremarkable. It was he who, guided by the altar of fate, awakened the profession of soul imbuement master and chose that iron door as his first soul object before his demise. Then, it was his ability, brought from another world, that endowed this iron door with the concept of traversing dimensions. I bestow it with power, I define its boundaries. This is my path of creation. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Meng felt his very soul tremble. The overwhelming primordial force within him began to circulate and coalesce in an entirely new manner. A faint yet remarkably pure and extraordinary wave of creation, imbued with meaning of definition and endowment, slowly birthed within his core of primordial force. Initially, this wave flickered like a candle in the wind, but as Lin Meng's comprehension deepened, it rapidly grew, akin to a blazing star igniting a prairie, radiating ever more brilliant light. This was the sensation. Lin Meng's heart soared with elation. Concentrate the characteristic of creation. He unified his will. And the nascent characteristic of creation, like a commander leading a vast army, guided the long-accumulated primordial force within him, transforming it into a torrential flood rushing towards that towering mountain, launching a desperate assault. Boom. It was as if millions of tons of explosives detonated within his Dantian. The mountain he had meticulously constructed began to tremble before the onslaught of this primordial force, infused with the essence of creation. Although sturdy, it was not unmovable. The first wave of impact caused the mountain to quake, cracks appearing. Lin Meng groaned, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. Once more, rumbling. The second wave of impact was even more ferocious. The characteristic of creation pierced through the mountain's weak points like an indomitable spear, causing the fissures to rapidly expand and spread. He could feel his veins crying out in anguish, his dantian trembling. Yet the unwavering resolve to not retreat until he shattered this barrier sustained him. He felt as if he had returned to that moment of wingsuit flying through the narrow mountain cave, teetering on the edge of danger, where the next second could spell disaster. Yet he was tantalizingly close to success, igniting every cell within him. Break for me. Lin Meng exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the training chamber. The third wave, the strongest yet, carried all his will and the characteristic of creation, crashing down upon the already cracked mountain like a torrent from the celestial river. Crack. Boom. A sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The seemingly indestructible mountain finally succumbed under the weight of the onslaught, collapsing in a thunderous crash. An endless surge of pure primordial force, as if freed from the shackles of countless epochs, roared and surged within him, cleansing every limb, every sinew, every cell. The impenetrable barrier crafted by the secret technique disintegrated before this deluge, as fragile as a sheet of paper, torn apart in an instant. A new sensation of power, exponentially greater than any previous breakthrough, flooded Lin Meng's entire being. His vision, his perception, underwent a revolutionary transformation. The world seemed to shed a layer of hazy veil, becoming clearer and more tangible. The primordial force drifting in the air appeared to him as docile spirits, ready to be summoned at will. Seagrade. He had succeeded. And yet, this was not the end. At the moment he breached Seagrade, as the characteristic of creation fully integrated into the foundation of his profession, he sensed a wondrous elevation in his connection with the gate. The talent of Soul Imbuement Master, originally rated as B grade, now radiated with brilliance. The invisible mark representing his talent level began a violent metamorphosis under the catalysis of the characteristic of creation, and the formidable power of the myriad rivers returned to the sea technique. The shackles of B grade were violently shattered. A deeper, more profound aura emanated from his talent mark. At its culmination, he perceived a grand echo from fate, a recognition of his qualification to wield the authority of creation. A grade. His B grade talent as a Soul Imbuement Master was forcibly elevated to A grade upon breaking through to C grade. Ha ha ha. Lin Meng could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, throwing his head back in a triumphant roar that shook the very rafters. This was the true manifestation of accumulated potential bursting forth. This was the genuine metamorphosis. He could feel that after ascending to A grade talent, his understanding of the gate and the application of soul imbuement had reached a new level of insight. If previously, with B grade talent, he could only methodically develop the existing gate, now, with A grade talent combined with the characteristic of creation, he had condensed. He sensed that he could create an entirely new ability gate at C grade. He hoped to reap rewards in the worlds he would traverse next. At that moment, in a thatched hut deep within the bamboo grove on the back mountain, the ancient tome in the hands of the mysterious elder trembled slightly. For the first time, his seemingly ageless murky eyes emitted a piercing light, penetrating the hut and gazing towards the direction of Lin Meng's training chamber. Oh, not only has he succeeded, but he has also truly accomplished something remarkable. The corners of the elder's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 31, A New Challenge. In the training chamber, Lin Meng stood tall. The surging power following his breakthrough to C-grade flowed through his limbs like the mighty Yangtze River, vast and unstoppable. As he opened and closed his eyes, the brilliance within them shimmered, and his entire demeanor underwent an indescribable transformation, less flamboyant, yet imbued with the steadiness of a towering mountain. This was the C-grade Lin Meng. He spread his palm, his thoughts subtly shifting. In an instant, the air before him distorted slightly, and strands of pale golden primordial force emerged from thin air, weaving together like living spirits, quickly coalescing above his palm. In but a fleeting breath, these tendrils of primordial energy coalesced into the nascent form of a short sword, unmatched in sharpness. Although diminutive in stature, its blade emanated a chilling intent to sever, as if the very air surrounding it were being rent asunder, producing a subtle hissing sound. The manifestation of primordial energy. This is one of the most notable hallmarks of a C-grade practitioner, transforming the originally formless and intangible essence of energy into a tangible form through one's comprehension and mastery, allowing it to directly interfere with reality. Whether for offense or defense, it far surpasses the mere energy impact of a D-grade practitioner. For Lin Meng, however, this manifestation of primordial energy bore an additional layer of profound significance. The nature of creation is indeed enigmatic. He felt the short sword of energy in his palm, which not only contained his pure and untainted primordial energy, but also a faint hint of the essence of creation, a rhythm of definition flowing through it. This sword was not merely a simple condensation of energy, but rather an extension of his will, a temporary creation of his own making. This was the most intuitive manifestation of the combination of the trait of creation and the C-grade embodiment of primordial energy. If an ordinary C-grade warrior's manifested weapons derive their power from the purity and control of their energy, Lin Meng felt that if he were to deepen his understanding of the concept of sharpness, he could enable this primordial short sword to unleash a cutting force far beyond the ordinary, all while expending the same amount of energy. Lin Meng's consciousness once more sank into the emblem representing his talent. After his ascension to A-grade, his ability to analyze and perceive the interdimensional gateway had become exponentially clearer, beyond tenfold. If a B-grade soul practitioner primarily develops existing gateways under the guidance of fate, akin to a craftsman following a blueprint, unable to interfere with the gateway itself, then his current A-grade talent, combined with his cultivated trait of creation, qualified him to create entirely new gateways from nothing. Of course, this was merely a qualification. Creating a brand new, stable gateway with specific functionalities posed challenges no less formidable than forging an entirely new path of cultivation, necessitating vast reservoirs of knowledge, a profound understanding of the world's rules, and an abundance of resources. Yet, the gateway to infinite possibilities had already swung open before him. With a long exhale, Lin Meng released a breath of stale air, suppressing the tumult within his heart. He had spent several hours meticulously contemplating the myriad transformations brought about by the C-grade realm, solidifying his surging power. The world appeared increasingly transparent to his eyes, the drifting particles of primordial energy in the air crystal clear, resembling vibrant specks of dust that joyfully surged into his body with each inhalation and exhalation. Just as he immersed himself in this wondrous sensation of control, an ancient yet robust voice echoed mysteriously from outside the training room, without any forewarning. Indeed, your foundation is even more solid than I imagined. The trait of creation is rather intriguing. A shiver ran down Lin Meng's spine as he swiftly collected his thoughts and turned to face the door. There stood the enigmatic elder, having seemingly materialized at some point, hands clasped behind him, clad in simple garb, yet exuding an aura of lofty grandeur. His murky eyes seemed to pierce through everything, landing upon Lin Meng with a gaze that held both scrutiny and a hint of amusement. Senior, Lin Meng respectfully bowed. This elder was unfathomable, and the 100 veins convergence technique had been immensely beneficial to him, filling his heart with gratitude. The elder waved his hand and slowly entered the training room, his gaze sweeping across the interior before settling on Lin Meng. How does the flavor of the 10,000 rivers return to the sea technique fare? Profoundly mysterious, yielding rewards beyond expectation, Lin Meng replied candidly, his tone tinged with both trepidation and excitement. You show a bit of courage, the elder nodded, yet abruptly shifted his tone. However, your application of primordial energy is rather crude, too reliant on the brute force brought by talent, especially your trait of creation. If you remain at this superficial understanding, you risk obscuring a gem. Lin Meng was taken aback, then humbly inquired, I implore you, senior, to offer guidance. He understood that such a high-level individual willing to speak was a tremendous opportunity. A mysterious smile graced the elder's lips. Guidance is perhaps an overstatement. I'm merely bored and seeking a bit of amusement. He extended 2 bony fingers. 2 small suggestions for you to try first. Venture to the chaotic burial grounds in the eastern district outside the city. There, you will find many restless spirits and heavy resentment. See if you can create a soul-soothing gateway to bring them peace. Lin Meng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What on earth is this? A soul-soothing gateway? This door is meant for traversing and gaining strength, not for absolving the souls of the deceased. The elder, as if reading his thoughts, leisurely remarked, What? Are you afraid? If your creation can only yield tangible objects, how does it differ from an ordinary craftsman? True creation involves bestowing concepts and defining rules. Had I known you lacked the ability to communicate with the realm of spirits, I would have even suggested you attempt to construct a temporary gateway to the afterlife. Taking a deep breath, Lin Meng felt a shiver at the thought of the chaotic burial grounds. However, he understood that the elder's intentions must carry profound significance. And the second? He inquired. The elder's eyes sparkled with mischief. Head to the outskirts of the Dragonfall mountain range in the southern city. Seek out an adult iron-armored rhinoceros. Do not harm it. Using your primordial energy, intricately carve the scripture of the 100 veins convergence technique upon its thick shell. Yet, you must not employ brute force. It must remain conscious, unresisting, and even cooperate with you. Lin Meng nearly spat out his drink. An iron-armored rhinoceros? That beast is notoriously tough-skinned, ill-tempered, and akin to a C-grade pinnacle practitioner. To inscribe scripture upon a living, potentially enraged iron-armored rhinoceros? The difficulty of this task eclipses that of soothing souls in the burial grounds. Surely, one misstep, and he would be tossed skyward by that behemoth. Senior, are you serious? Lin Meng's lips stiffened. The elder never jested. He cast a sidelong glance at him. If you wish to truly harness the power of your trait of creation, you must learn to communicate with all things and comprehend their essence, whether it be the silent grievances of the deceased or the fury of living beings. Each has its own rationale. With that, the elder did not await Lin Meng's response. In a flash, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a single phrase echoing in the training room. In a month, I shall return to examine your results. If you perform adequately, there shall be rewards. Lin Meng stood rooted in place, speechless. What is this predicament? The joy of his recent breakthrough was instantly dulled by these two tasks, which could only be described as hellish. Creating a soul-soothing gateway and inscribing scriptures upon an iron-armored rhinoceros? He murmured to himself, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Yet a flame of challenge ignited in his eyes. Just as Lin Meng grappled with the implications of these daunting tasks, his personal terminal vibrated suddenly. It was a communication from his homeroom teacher, Wang Mingji. Lin Meng, congratulations on successfully advancing to C grade. Wang Mingji's voice conveyed unmistakable delight and a hint of reverence. The school's upper echelons had been informed of Lin Meng's breakthrough and the possibility of his talent further ascending. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wang, Lin Meng replied. It is thus, the school has decided to promote you to an elite student, and given your unique circumstances, you are permitted to exempt yourself from the majority of regular courses, only needing to complete core assessments at the end of the term. This means you will have more free time to dedicate to your own cultivation and experiences, Wang Mingji stated in one breath. Lin Meng's eyes brightened at this news. He had been fretting about how to allocate time for those two outrageous tasks, and now the school had bestowed him with privileges. Thank you for the schools and your arrangements. After ending the communication, Lin Meng let out a lengthy sigh of relief. Free time meant he could approach the elders' challenges with greater composure and also prepare for his next crossing. Although the world of the Qin dynasty imparted to him a rudimentary understanding of the manipulation of qi, its limitations were now glaringly evident. For him, who had ascended to an A-level talent from a C-level base, it felt akin to a novice village, offering diminishing returns. It was time to explore broader horizons. However, first, he would attempt the two tasks at hand. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened, and a hint of anticipation curled at the corners of his mouth. He should be able to glean considerable insights from the old man. Chapter 32. Initial exploration of the forgotten graveyard. Upon concluding his communication with the homeroom teacher, Wang Mingji, a profound silence enveloped the training room. Lin Meng exhaled a long breath. The two tasks set by the elder loomed over him like invisible mountains weighing heavily on his heart. Particularly, the phrase, "If I didn't know you lack the ability to communicate with the realm of lost souls, I would have suggested you attempt to construct a temporary passage to the afterlife," left him both amused and exasperated. This was hardly a source of amusement. It was clearly a trial by fire. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Lin Meng's intrinsic resolve to confront challenges was ignited. The elder's arrangement must surely hold deeper significance. Gazing at the entrance to the forgotten graveyard, Lin Meng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It certainly sounded more palatable than tattooing a peak-level C-class iron-armored rhinoceros. At the very least, the spirits would not suddenly deliver a blow of iron-headed fury upon him. Resolute in his decision, Lin Meng did not linger long and commenced his preparations. As the adage goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. With the presence of vengeful spirits, he needed to devise countermeasures. Thus, he hastily studied several spells aimed at the dead, such as the purification spell accessible to novice priests and the calming incantation that a basic mage could learn. Having made sufficient preparations, Lin Meng departed from the school and headed directly towards the forgotten graveyard in the eastern district beyond the city limits. As he approached the area, the chilling air grew increasingly piercing. It was not merely a matter of low temperatures, but rather a bone-chilling coldness saturated with decay, despair, and an eerie silence. As if even sunlight could not penetrate the dense clouds that shrouded this land. When Lin Meng finally stepped onto the threshold of the forgotten graveyard, an almost tangible wave of resentment surged towards him like a torrential tide. The landscape was littered with crooked tombstones and overgrown weeds, while a few crows perched on withered branches, emitting croaks that sent shivers down his spine. This place certainly had an abundance of potent local specialties, Lin Meng mused inwardly. He sought a relatively open area, held his breath, and began to channel the boundless primordial force within him, which surged forth like a roaring river. The pale golden energy flowed from his body, swirling and dancing at his fingertips. In his mind, he contemplated how to achieve the desired effect. It would be ideal to create a gateway that could purify all resentment, granting peace and liberation to the spirits. However, given his current capabilities, such a concept was beyond his reach, so he resolved to follow the elder's instructions and start with the more fundamental task of constructing a passage for souls. Guided by his intent, the primordial energy began to intertwine and consolidate at his fingertips. He attempted to manifest the purification spell into the form of a door. Yet, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The ordinarily docile primordial energy, upon invoking the purification spell, seemed to be affected by some invisible force, trembling violently at his fingertips. Unable to coalesce into any stable form, let alone sketch even a shadow of a door. The pale golden radiance flickered erratically, resembling a candle-esque flame in the wind. On the verge of extinguishing, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Meng. The resentment accumulated in this graveyard over countless years far exceeded his expectations, instinctively resisting any attempts to alter the order of this place. It appeared that this malevolence was indeed the greatest obstacle to his task. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he intensified the output of his primordial force. He refused to believe that, with his C-level power coupled with the creative traits spurred by his A-level talent, he could not contend with these untamed resentments. He made another attempt, this time channeling even more primordial energy, striving to forcibly carve out an area untainted by the surrounding malice, within which to construct the soul-purifying passage. Buzz. The primordial light surged dramatically, barely managing to expand a small halo of pale gold before the surrounding resentment, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged forth with renewed vigor. Thud. Lin Meng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a trickle of primordial force flowing uncontrollably back into him, leaving a sweet taste in his throat. The forceful resistance hinted at an ominous repercussion. No, something was amiss with my understanding. He suppressed the tumultuous energy within him as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He realized he had underestimated the potency of these resentments. In the depths of the forgotten graveyard, the once ambient malice seemed alarmed by his consecutive attempts, rising violently. The howling winds roared, and the wails of spirits echoed. Shadows, hazy and distorted, emanating an ominous aura, began to materialize from the dilapidated tombs. They possessed no fixed form, resembling thick ink swirling in water, or figures stretched and distorted by an unseen force. Countless hollow eyes, filled with resentment and bitterness, fixated upon Lin Meng, the unwelcome intruder. A tremendous and chaotic mental assault struck Lin Meng's consciousness like an invisible hammer. Ugh! He felt as though his head would burst. A torrent of negative emotions, despair, pain, resentment, and madness flooded into his awareness, threatening to engulf him. These spirits were far more perilous than he had envisioned. They were not merely aggregates of energy. They retained the intense obsessions and negative emotions of their former lives, capable of directly attacking one's psyche. In this critical moment, the jade pendant he carried suddenly radiated a brilliant light. It was the token gifted to him by Xuanzi, unexpectedly coming to his aid. A cool and mysterious power emanated from the pendant, swiftly dispelling much of the negative emotions that had invaded his consciousness. At that instant, Lin Meng's perception underwent a remarkable transformation. In his awareness, the distorted shadows were no longer just terrifying entities. He perceived their essence as fragmented pieces of information, each imbued with profound obsessions. Some yearned for the calls of their loved ones, some were trapped in the anguish of their past lives, and others, having perished tragically, had lost all sense of self, left only with the most primal resentment and hatred. They were not evil. They were merely ensnared in a prison of suffering, longing for peace, yet shackled by their own obsessions and the external malice that confined them, unable to find release. So it was, Lin Meng's breath quickened, not out of fear, but from an unexpected clarity. He understood. Creating the passage for souls was not merely a matter of channeling primordial energy and inscribing spells to construct a tangible or illusory door. This door was not just a passage. It should serve as a vessel for concepts, a bridge for deep communication with these fragmented pieces of information. Lin Meng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the fog of confusion in his heart lifting. He temporarily ceased the consolidation of primordial energy, sat cross-legged, and began to silently cultivate the ocean of Meridian's technique. The immense primordial force coursed through his body, repairing the minor damages sustained from the mental assault and the backlash of his own energy. Simultaneously, his mind delved deeply into contemplating the concepts of soul purification, obsession, and liberation, pondering how to apply the knowledge he had acquired to realize this understanding. He once more reminisced about the antiquated iron gate he had initially acquired, reflecting on how, under the influence of his own soul endowment, it transformed from an ordinary object into a dimensional gateway capable of transcending concepts. Although this metamorphosis stemmed from his very essence as a symbol of traversal, it was the sequence of first creating the door that allowed for the emergence of extraordinary abilities. Thus, he must first devise a method to conjure a blank door, subsequently imbuing it with arcane inscriptions as its core characteristic, rather than merely framing it with arcane energy. This encapsulates the essence of a soul enchanter. As Lin Meng's thoughts crystallized, his comprehension of the act of creation underwent a subtle yet profound transformation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the chaotic graveyard, the previously agitated vengeful spirits seemed to sense a shift in the aura emanating from him. Their howls sharpened into piercing, mournful cries, as a denser, more tumultuous wave of resentment, akin to dark clouds looming over a city, began to coalesce towards Lin Meng's position. The true trial appeared to be merely commencing. Chapter 33, The Manifestation of the Soul Requiem Gate. In the heart of the chaotic graveyard, the wind howled like weeping, and the resentment coalesced into a tangible, inky mist swirling around Lin Meng. Yet, at this moment, Lin Meng's mind remained as tranquil as a still pond, an unprecedented calm enveloping him. He sat cross-legged, eyes shut, and the previous failures and backlash did not dishearten him. Rather, they served as a key that unlocked new avenues of thought. What he needed to create was a soul requiem gate, a space capable of embodying the essence of soul tranquility. This realization struck him like thunder, instantly dispelling all confusion. Since vengeful spirits embodied a chaotic, violent stream of anguish-laden thoughts, his task was to utilize the soul requiem gate to reorganize and guide this disordered information. With clarity of purpose, Lin Meng hesitated no longer. He resolved to commence with the fundamental creation of a blank door. A door devoid of any additional properties, pure and primal, akin to an unrefined jade waiting for him to bestow upon it a new definition and soul. This, he understood, was the first step of a soul enchanter's creation, establishing form before imbuing meaning. He then focused his mind, and strands of radiant energy surged forth from his palm. He simultaneously cast the cleansing technique for organizing information and the purification technique for soothing emotions. Under the influence of both, he successfully mitigated the external turmoil of the vengeful spirits. This constituted the core attributes he prepared for the soul requiem gate: purification, soothing, and organization. Subsequently, these techniques gently adhered to the surface of the nascent soul requiem gate, akin to a master embroiderer weaving intricate patterns, deeply imprinting the will of tranquility upon it. As he concentrated on the weaving, a tiny point of energy began to emerge in the center of the door, rapidly spinning and gradually forming a diminutive vortex. This vortex represented the essence of the soul tranquility attribute. However, this nascent whirlpool appeared exceedingly fragile, flickering with uncertain light, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened. He understood that the strength of the outlined blank door was insufficient. To solidify this concept, a sturdier vessel was required. He immediately accelerated the construction of the final framework of the soul requiem gate, using his body as the forge, his will as the fire, and raw energy as the material. As the door frame solidified and the lintel was delineated, the once precarious vortex of soul tranquility energy found a firm anchorage, its rotation hastening and its light stabilizing, emanating an ever-purer aura of peace. Success. The energy vortex embodying the essence of soul tranquility had been thoroughly solidified. In my name, I forged the soul requiem gate. A low utterance echoed like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the desolate expanse. As Lin Meng's creation took form, the energy vortex representing the order of soul tranquility stabilized. The entire chaotic graveyard seemed to erupt in wrath. Howls of various pitches, both sharp and hoarse, echoed from all directions. The vengeful spirits, previously wandering near their respective graves, now sensed an imminent threat akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. They abandoned their devouring and entanglement, coalescing into visible tides of darkness, imbued with a chilling resentment and madness, surging towards Lin Meng like an overwhelming wave. The winds howled violently, causing Lin Meng's garments to flap wildly and his hair to whirl. The colossal and chaotic mental onslaught was more than tenfold stronger than before, reaching a level of B-rank power, akin to countless steel needles relentlessly piercing his consciousness. Lin Meng stifled a grunt, his complexion paling slightly. He was compelled to divert a portion of his focus, channeling the vast raw energy to form a faint golden shield around his body, while simultaneously fortifying his consciousness to withstand the torrential impact. Even so, he felt as if his spirit were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. In that instant, the creative energy he had meticulously condensed surged forth with unparalleled momentum, as if commanded by a mighty general leading 100,000 troops. In the air, a phantom door constructed from countless golden light points and arcane runes materialized 3 feet before Lin Meng, slowly taking shape. It stood approximately 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, devoid of a door panel, with the interior appearing as an interplay of light and shadow, radiating an essence of ultimate peace, serenity, and transcendence, as though it were synonymous with liberation itself. The moment the soul requiem gate fully formed, an invisible, gentle yet commanding wave of energy emanated from its core, rippling outward like the surface of a pond disturbed by a pebble. Although the energy level of this raw energy wave was only C rank, the B rank tide of vengeful spirits recoiling from its touch emitted a short, piercing wail, as if encountering the most fearsome of foes. Their distorted bodies, composed of dense resentment, began to thrash violently, struggling to escape the embrace of this wave. The dark resentment enveloping the spirits melted away like ice under the scorching sun. One by one, the vengeful spirits gradually calmed under the influence of the soul requiem gate's wave. The oppressive chill and resentment in the air were temporarily dispelled, allowing sunlight to finally penetrate the layers of ominous clouds, casting dappled shadows. Lin Meng silently observed this spectacle, witnessing the miracle he had conjured. His mental fortitude was significantly honed and enhanced throughout this act of creation and purification, granting him greater mastery over raw energy. Even more astonishing was that as the multitude of vengeful spirits were purified, the mark within his soul, representing his A-rank soul enchanter talent, now radiated a delightful glow, akin to a famished traveler quenching his thirst with sweet spring water, receiving unprecedented nourishment. His understanding of the essence of the door, the mysteries of soul endowment, and the perception of the world's rules deepened to a new level. He sensed that he was one significant step closer to creating a truly functional new door from nothing. As the old man had described, as the last vengeful spirit dissipated into a point of light, the resentment throughout the chaotic graveyard was diminished by over 90%, leaving the air remarkably clear. Lin Meng slowly retracted the ethereal soul requiem gate, which transformed into a stream of light and merged into his being. Although his body felt slightly weary from prolonged intense concentration and energy output, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He was confident that this achievement would surely earn the nod of approval from that enigmatic elder. Just as he prepared to depart, he felt an instinctive urge to look back towards the shadows behind him. A fleeting yet approving gaze seemed to flicker from a distance, vanishing without a trace. Lin Meng's heart swelled with understanding. It appeared his answers had already been evaluated. Having solidified his sea-level realm and attained a profound comprehension and application of creation traits, Lin Meng's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He recognized that soothing the restless souls and defining the gateway to their peace was merely the initial step of the elder's trial, and a relatively gentle one at that. The true challenge lay ahead. The formidable giant awaited him. Lin Meng licked his parched lips, his eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. To inscribe the complete scripture of the ocean of 100 meridians onto the ironclad rhinoceros, a being at the pinnacle of sea level, using primordial force, without inducing resistance, and even coaxing cooperation? The difficulty was off the charts. Yet, was this not the essence of true challenge? A smirk filled with defiance tugged at the corners of Lin Meng's mouth as he stretched his limbs and turned, orienting himself towards his destination, the southern city, the Dragon's Fall mountain range. Chapter 34, Challenge Failure. The matter of the burial grounds came to a temporary halt, and Lin Meng did not linger excessively. At dawn the following day, as the light barely broke, he set forth once more towards the outskirts of the Dragon's Fall mountain range. In stark contrast to the oppressive, chilling atmosphere of the burial grounds, the moment he approached the Dragon's Fall mountain range, a surge of vibrant life assailed his senses. The air was imbued with the refreshing fragrance of grass and the earthy aroma of soil. The fluctuations of primordial force were far more vigorous than those within the city or even the burial grounds, akin to wild stallions, brimming with primal ferocity and strength. Yet, behind this vivacity lay endless peril. Standing upon a high slope at the mountain's edge, Lin Meng gazed far and wide. His eyes narrowed slightly as his acute perception spread like invisible tendrils, discerning the chaotic waves of primordial force in the air. The heavy aura was precisely the target of his quest. In a relatively open valley, an extraordinarily massive beast leisurely grazed on tender grass. Towering over 3 meters and nearly 7 meters in length, its body was encased in an extraordinarily thick, dark gray shell that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Each plate resembling a meticulously polished shield, edges glinting with a sharp, chilling gleam. With every breath, 2 robust columns of white vapor erupted from its nostrils, roaring like a steam engine. This colossal being was akin to a moving fortress of steel, emanating the unique, heart-stopping pressure characteristic of a sea-level pinnacle beast. That's you, my formidable friend. A sly grin danced on Lin Meng's lips as he stealthily approached the ironclad rhinoceros. He refrained from making an immediate move. Halting approximately 100 meters away, slowly, he summoned the vast primordial force within him, attempting to release a relatively gentle wave, seeking to establish the most fundamental communication with this colossal creature. Concurrently, the primordial pressure characteristic of a sea-level practitioner subtly permeated the air, a test, a silent proclamation. However, the ironclad rhinoceros seemed utterly disinterested in the uninvited guest. It merely flicked its thick tail in irritation, the bone structure at its tip crashing against the ground with a thunderous sound, sending dust flying. Its massive head lifted slightly. Its bell-like eyes cast a glance at Lin Meng, and the white vapor it expelled grew thicker, laden with warning. It was evidently displeased with Lin Meng's proximity. Oh, quite the temper you have. Lin Meng raised an eyebrow. He understood that beasts of such caliber often possessed an acute territorial instinct and a volatile temperament. Ordinary pressure would likely prove ineffective. He cautiously advanced a few more steps, attempting to bridge the gap. Moo! At that moment, the ironclad rhinoceros abruptly ceased its feeding, its enormous head snapping up, bloodlust flickering in its eyes. A deafening roar reverberated through the valley, the sound waves crashing against Lin Meng's eardrums. In the next instant, the creature's massive body erupted forth with astonishing speed, completely disproportionate to its size. Its hooves pounding the ground, quaking like an out-of-control heavy tank, charging at Lin Meng with tremendous force. The violent shockwave and the full-force eruption of the sea-level pinnacle beast's primordial force created a suffocating pressure even at a distance. Come at me. Lin Meng grinned, unperturbed. He was well prepared. As the glinting horn approached, he pivoted, his form ghosting to the left, narrowly evading the ironclad rhinoceros's earth-shattering charge. Boom! The rhinoceros nearly grazed the edge of his garment, crashing violently into a boulder where he had previously stood. The boulder, weighing several tons, shattered as if made of paper under the creature's terrifying impact, sending shards flying. Lin Meng steadied himself, observing the increasingly agitated ironclad rhinoceros, his mind racing with calculations. A direct confrontation, with his current strength, would make it incredibly difficult to subdue the beast without taking its life, which was not the elder's intent. Since physical communication was ineffective, it was time to try a mental approach. With a thought, a flicker of pale golden light sparked in Lin Meng's eyes. Buzz. In the air, a phantom door radiating a gentle aura slowly materialized before him, his successfully condensed gate of soul soothing from the burial grounds. He reasoned that if the gate could purify the resentments of ghostly spirits and grant them peace, perhaps the concept of soothing a soul could also provide some comfort to such a violently natured beast. Lin Meng endeavored to guide the waves of the gate of soul soothing, enveloping the enraged ironclad rhinoceros in its unique tranquil essence, like a gentle spring rain. However, the ensuing scene completely exceeded his expectations. Upon contact with the furious primordial force emanating from the rhinoceros, the calming waves did not yield any soothing effect. Instead, it was akin to dousing flaming oil into a raging inferno. Moo! The ironclad rhinoceros emitted a howl, tenfold more anguished and furious than before. Its massive form trembled violently. The previously agitated ochre primordial force transformed into a boiling crimson. An intensely wild life force erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. With a fierce backlash, an overwhelming force surged between the Gate of Soul Soothing and Lin Meng, crashing violently against his spiritual sea and primordial force vortex. Lin Meng felt as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, a sweet taste rising in his throat, nearly spewing blood. His complexion turned pale as he staggered back several steps, barely managing to regain his balance. The phantom of the Gate of Soul Soothing flickered, its radiance dimming drastically under the onslaught of the chaotic life force, emitting a mournful cry as if on the brink of collapse. By the heavens, this approach is all wrong. Lin Meng hastily severed his connection to the gate, retracting it within himself, his heart tumultuous. The core effect previously condensed by the gate had aimed to soothe souls, but why was there such a stark difference in effect between the two situations? He retreated from the battlefield, deep in thought. The former was directed towards the dead, the resentful fragments of those who had lost their lives. The latter, the ironclad rhinoceros, was a vibrant, fiercely alive creature. The distinction lay in the latter's soul being shielded by its corporeal form. It seemed that relying solely on the Gate of Soul Soothing to complete this challenge was not the solution. Having grasped this insight, Lin Meng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a wave of dread washing over him. That backlash had nearly turned the tide against him. He gazed at the distant iron-armored rhinoceros, which had succumbed to a frenzied state due to the earlier provocation. Its front hooves incessantly clawed at the ground, and its blood-red eyes ceaselessly searched for prey. A sense of exasperation washed over him. To meticulously inscribe the complete scripture of the ocean of 100 meridians onto the body of this rampaging beast, while ensuring it did not resist, nay, even cooperated, was a challenge that seemed more absurd than getting a Siberian husky to quietly solve a set of advanced mathematical problems. This task was infinitely more complex and arduous than merely soothing a departed soul. As he pondered in distress, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the scripture of the ocean of 100 meridians within his mind. The essence of all rivers return to the sea, and all meridians converge lies in harmonizing with the heavens and earth, drawing upon the primal forces of nature for one's own use, achieving a state of resonance with the universe and synchronizing with all living things. Lin Meng's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. Akin to a flash of lightning streaking across a pitch-black night sky, he abruptly realized that the ocean of 100 meridians might not merely be a set of cultivation techniques. Its profound principle of returning all rivers to one source, emphasizing the harmonious resonance of primal energy with all beings, constituted an unparalleled gateway to establish deep communication and resonance with sentient life. To successfully inscribe this intricate tattoo on the iron-armored rhinoceros, the essence of the elder's second challenge might not lie in forcibly suppressing or soothing it with external force, but rather in delving into the essence of the ocean of 100 meridians, seeking a point of resonance that could awaken the beast's inner harmony. Lin Meng cast his gaze once more upon the still raging rhinoceros in the distance, and his earlier agitation and confusion gradually receded, replaced by a newfound clarity and an intense desire for challenge. He sensed that his strength and potential for professional development were on the cusp of a remarkable transformation. The question of how to persuade a peak C-grade rampaging beast to willingly accept such intricate operations upon itself, while in a conscious state, posed not merely a test of control over primal energy, but a profound challenge to his understanding of the essence of life and the laws of nature. Intriguingly, the situation was becoming increasingly captivating. A smile, imbued with curiosity, reappeared at the corners of Lin Meng's mouth. He resolved to abandon any attempts to interfere with singular concepts and instead sought to uncover the key to unlocking the rhinoceros's defenses from the true meaning of the ocean of 100 meridians. A communication far more intricate and challenging than mere physical confrontation was about to unfold within the Dragonfall mountain range. And little did the irritable iron-armored rhinoceros know. It was destined to become an exceptionally unique partner and experimental subject on Lin Meng's path of cultivation. Chapter 35, Awakening. Lin Meng took a deep breath. Suppressing the turmoil and trepidation within, he focused on the distant rhinoceros, still demonstrating its dominance. While the profound truths of the ocean of 100 meridians flowed through his mind, all rivers return to the sea, and all meridians converge, he murmured, the light in his eyes shimmering. He ceased attempting to project any aggressive or directive intentions, instead gradually retracting all outward energies and settling into a meditative posture. 100 meters away, just close enough for the rhinoceros to sense a lingering threat. Surely, the technique imparted by the elder could not merely be a simplistic cultivation diagram. Lin Meng silently scoffed, then dismissed all distractions and began to operate the ocean of 100 meridians in silence. This time, he did not summon the primal energy for offensive purposes. Rather, he infused the characteristic of returning all things to their source into the vast energy circulating around him. His aura transformed into something distant and ethereal, as if he had gradually merged with the mountains, the grass, the flowing air, and the vibrant primal forces of nature. He was no longer an intrusive presence, but resembled a breathing stone or a contemplating plant within this realm. In the distance, the iron-armored rhinoceros seemed to sense something. Its frenzied hoofing slowed, the bloodlust in its eyes dimming slightly, replaced by a profound sense of confusion and wariness. It could feel that the dangerous aura emanating from the bipedal creature had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable familiarity, a rhythm that instinctively drew it closer, yet left it hesitant to fully trust. Moo? The rhinoceros emitted a low, questioning grunt. Tilting its massive head slightly, its bell-like eyes fixated on Lin Meng, as if assessing what this diminutive creature was up to. Lin Meng felt a flicker of hope. There was a chance. Cautiously, he attempted to send forth a wisp of transformed primal energy, imbued with the essence of harmony, like a gentle spring breeze, tentatively wafting towards the rhinoceros. I am not here to fight, he silently reassured himself, hoping for a positive effect. Puff! The iron-armored rhinoceros snorted forcefully, its heavy hoof striking the ground and causing a slight tremor. The energy dissipated when it came within 3 feet of its surface, repelled by the naturally violent primal force radiating from the beast. As expected, it was not so simple. Lin Meng did not despair. Rather, he found this to be perfectly normal. He focused once more on the operation of the ocean of 100 meridians, aligning the frequency of his primal energy fluctuations with that of the iron-armored rhinoceros's life force. This required an exquisite level of control, akin to seeking a singular harmonious resonance amidst a cacophony of chaotic notes. The rhinoceros flicked its tail in agitation. Once, it emitted a low, warning grunt from its throat. Twice, Lin Meng felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his concentration reaching an apex. He sensed that with each attempt to draw closer, the rhinoceros's life force remained alert and resistant. Yet he persevered, akin to the most patient of tuners, continuously adjusting the fluctuations of his primal energy. Every entity possesses its own rhythm, and Lin Meng's comprehension of the ocean of 100 meridians deepened further. Time seemed to slip away. Perhaps it was after a dozen attempts or several dozen when suddenly, Lin Meng felt his primal energy align with the majestic life force of the iron-armored rhinoceros in an extraordinary synchronization. It was as if 2 streams, once flowing separately, converged into a singular river at a pivotal point. Gone were the previous feelings of rejection and wariness. Instead, a profound sense of affinity emerged. Emerging akin to milk and water, the rhinoceros's massive body trembled slightly, confusion deepening in its coppery eyes. Yet the instinctive agitation and hostility ebbed away like a receding tide. It could distinctly perceive that the fluctuations of Lin Meng's primal energy resonated harmoniously with the rhythm of its own life force. This sensation seemed to touch the very depths of its soul, invoking a recognition of kinship. Success. Lin Meng's heart soared with joy. It felt as though they were shaking hands on a soul level. He carefully maintained this state of harmonious resonance, then focused his thoughts. Buzz. A door exuding a gentle, tranquil aura materialized before him once more. It was the soul-soothing gate. My friend, I realize I startled you earlier, and you may have been displeased with this artifact. Lin Meng conveyed soothing thoughts while sustaining the resonance of primal energy. Now, relax, I mean you no harm. This time, as the unique serene essence of the soul-soothing gate enveloped the iron-armored rhinoceros, a miracle unfolded. Its massive form did not erupt in the same violent backlash as before. Rather, it seemed to experience an overwhelming sense of comfort and liberation. The muscles that had once tensed with anxiety began to relax slowly, and the heavy breathing transformed into a calm and prolonged rhythm. A deep and lingering moo, imbued with a hint of pleasure, resonated from the depths of the iron-clad rhinoceros's throat. Its massive head even drooped slightly, and the enormous eyelids half closed, revealing a drowsy expression of contentment. Remarkably, He finally comprehended that it was not the Gate of Souls that proved ineffective against living beings, but rather the previous approach that was flawed, without the resonance created by the 100 Meridians convergence technique serving as a bridge. The soothing essence of the Gate of Souls felt like an intrusive force attempting to forcibly alter the state of a creature endowed with vibrant vitality, a robust body, and the ferocious protection of primal energy. However, now, through synchronous resonance, the soul of the ironclad rhinoceros had, to some extent, acknowledged Lin Meng's presence, no longer perceiving him as a mere threat. In this state, the calming effects of the Gate of Souls could genuinely influence its spirit, soothing its restlessness and ushering in tranquility. At last, he had successfully accomplished the first step. Lin Meng exhaled deeply, feeling more exhausted than after engaging in an S-class battle. He rose and slowly approached the completely relaxed ironclad rhinoceros. The creature merely lazily lifted its eyelid for a glance before closing it again, emitting a steady snore from its nostrils, evidently quite satisfied with the services of the Gate of Souls. What followed was a true test of skill. Lin Meng extended his finger, where a thread of pure primal energy danced at its tip. He carefully placed this energy upon the ironclad rhinoceros's hard, thick shell, beginning to etch the inscriptions of the 100 Meridians convergence technique with meticulous strokes. This was undoubtedly a challenge that pushed the limits of precision. He had to ensure both the depth and integrity of the primal energy imprint to guarantee the efficacy of the inscriptions while avoiding any stimulation that might awaken the ironclad rhinoceros from its tranquil state. As time passed, Lin Meng remained wholly absorbed, sweat beads dripping from his forehead, oblivious to his own exertion. His control over primal energy was rapidly honing under this extreme pressure. Finally, when the last stroke was completed, the complete inscription of the 100 Meridians convergence technique resembled naturally formed patterns, deeply imprinted upon the ironclad rhinoceros's thick shell, emanating a faint glow of primal energy. Each line flickered with mysterious luminosity, as if imbued with life, greedily drawing upon the celestial primal energy flowing from the surroundings. This pure energy continuously surged into the massive body of the rhinoceros, refining its sinews and nourishing its spirit. It slumbered ever more sweetly, each breath resonating with a peculiar rhythm, subtly harmonizing with the flow of primal energy in the world. In Lin Meng's perception, the life force of the ironclad rhinoceros was undergoing a monumental transformation. No longer did it exude the previous ferocity. Instead, it now bore an ineffable aura of dignity and weight. It was as if a dormant volcano was gathering the cataclysmic power for an explosive awakening. The imprint of the 100 Meridians convergence technique served as the crucial catalyst, fully activating the ancient potential slumbering deep within the rhinoceros's lineage. It was no longer an ordinary ironclad rhinoceros. A subtle yet undeniable regal presence began to coalesce within its sleeping form, quietly emerging with each tide of primal energy, akin to the rising sun revealing its brilliance. At this moment, Lin Meng's actions bore silent witness to the clandestine coronation of a future beast king. He withdrew his finger, exhaling a long breath of relief, his face breaking into a smile of liberation. Meanwhile, on the mountain of Second Martial High, the principal was engaged in a conversation over tea with an elderly gentleman. The principal inquired, "Gu Xian, what is your opinion of Lin Meng? He possesses decisiveness, a solid foundation, and remarkable insight. He is indeed a talent worth cultivating. It is unfortunate that the soul-binding object is merely an iron door. One can only wonder how he has developed his abilities since advancing to an A-grade talent. Your assessment is quite favorable. From your perspective as a former soul-binder and now an S-class practitioner of the prism of all phenomena, do you believe he has the potential to reach your level?" The principal asked with a smile. In a serene bamboo grove tea room on the mountainside, amidst the fragrant mist of tea, the principal personally poured a cup for the elderly gentleman. "Mr. Gu Xian, what do you think of that boy Lin Meng?" he asked, setting down the purple clay teapot, his tone imbued with curiosity and respect. The elder, known as Gu Xian, lifted his cup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze distant, as though piercing through layers of obstruction to focus on a particular figure. "This child possesses a swift decisiveness, an indomitable foundation, and an insightful adaptability. Indeed, he is an unrefined gem." The principal's eyes sparkled with joy at such a rare commendation. He paused, then, with a hint of curiosity, pressed further, "Yet, his soul-binding object is ultimately an iron door. Even if his talent reaches A-grade, this path..." Gu Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "A common iron door naturally confines one within boundaries. But what if behind that door lies a new realm defined by his A-grade talent?" The elder's voice was soft, yet sent a tremor through the principal's heart. "Are you suggesting?" Gu Xian set down his teacup, his gaze profound. "The limits of a soul binder have never resided in the superficiality of the soul-binding object, but rather in the resonance between soul and object, and the possibilities of creation. It is too early to conclude whether his door leads to a dead end or to a legendary pathway." The principal's heart wavered, and his expectations for Lin Meng soared anew. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired with a hint of probing, From your esteemed perspective as a former pinnacle soulbinder and now an S-class practitioner of the prism of all phenomena, do you believe this young man has a chance to reach your current realm? Gu Xian merely smiled faintly, his gaze once again drifting toward the horizon, as if contemplating a path filled with infinite possibilities. My path is illuminated by the myriad reflections of the prism. His path lies beyond that door. Whether he can reach my level or even surpass it depends not on me, but on himself and the magnificent world he can create from beyond that door. In the blink of an eye, Lin Meng found himself back in the familiar meditation chamber. He sat cross-legged on the mat, his body utterly fatigued. Yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. Creation is not a mere fabrication. It arises from a profound understanding of the world's principles, leading to definition and communication, Lin Meng murmured, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment. As he basked in the joy of this realization, a voice, aged yet serene, echoed from the doorway like a clear spring flowing over stubborn rocks. Indeed, your progress has surpassed my expectations. Startled, Lin Meng opened his eyes wide. At the entrance stood the familiar figure of the mysterious elder who had bestowed upon him the 100 Meridians convergence technique. The elder, clad in a simple dark robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, his slender frame upright like an ancient pine. His murky eyes gazed calmly at Lin Meng, yet within them lay an expanse of boundless starlit sky, so profound it was unsettling. Senior. Lin Meng immediately rose, bowing respectfully. A chill ran through him. This elder's sporadic appearances hinted at unfathomable power. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Lin Meng as if penetrating all his hidden secrets. You have grasped the definition of the Gate of Souls at the burial grounds. You have learned to communicate the inscriptions of the ironclad rhinoceros. Remember, the essence of creation lies not in brute force, but in wisdom. Each word struck precisely at the crux of Lin Meng's comprehension. A profound shock coursed through Lin Meng's heart. This elderly man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of every nuance of his actions. He even articulated the very definitions of definition and communication that Lin Meng had just recently distilled. Such insight was utterly unfathomable. It appears that you have cultivated your own understanding of the path of a soulbinder. The elder's tone was unassuming, yet laced with a barely perceptible admiration. In this world, the reason soulbinders are classified as B-level is that the vast majority can only bind themselves to a single inanimate object for their entire lives, unable to engender any further creation, let alone engage in definition and communication. Lin Meng held his breath, fully aware that what the elder was about to reveal would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. You are indeed on the right path. The elder's tone shifted, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his murky eyes. In my youth, I too began as a B-level soulbinder, just like you. What? Lin Meng felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. This enigmatic figure, seemingly surpassing A-level prowess, had once been merely a B-level soulbinder? This revelation completely upended Lin Meng's understanding. My soul-binding artifact is not the ordinary sword or armor, the elder continued, his voice resonating like echoes from a distant time, but rather a prism, a legacy left by my master. A prism? Lin Meng's heart stirred. This was indeed an unconventional weapon. With that prism, alongside my continual contemplation of definition, communication, and the myriad phenomena, I ultimately forged a path distinct from the mundane, breaking free from the constraints of foundational professions and achieving the status of an S-level master of the prism of all things. S-level. These two words loomed over Lin Meng like a colossal ancient mountain, leaving him momentarily breathless. The master of the prism of all things. A living embodiment of an S-level practitioner. Lin Meng realized that he had never encountered such a title before. No wonder he could effortlessly wield the wondrous technique, 100 Veins convergence technique. No wonder he possessed such profound knowledge of the soulbinder's path. No wonder he could perceive the creative characteristics of his own embodiment with a mere glance. For he was indeed a legendary figure who had ascended to S-level on the path of the soulbinder. The master of the prism of all things. Lin Meng pondered this title, feeling an ineffable depth and strength within it, an ability to perceive all phenomena, refract reality, and reconstruct rules. A flicker of surprise crossed the Ancient One's eyes, swiftly transforming into approval. Quite intriguing. You, young one, possess remarkable insight. He paused before continuing. The core of the master of the prism of all things lies in that primordial prism. It can analyze all things, comprehend rules, and even, to a certain extent, distort and reconstruct reality. My ability to discern your creative characteristics stems from this artifact. Lin Meng suddenly understood. The capabilities of an S-level practitioner indeed transcended his imagination. The path of the soulbinder was fraught with the unknown and the unpredictable. I have heard that your soul-binding artifact is an iron door, though its potential is rather lacking. However, your primal energy cultivates at such a rapid pace. You must possess your own secrets. The Ancient One's gaze sharpened, and judging by the strength you have exhibited thus far, it appears you are currently treading the warrior path, lacking in area attack and ranged offensive capabilities. As a formidable individual, one must possess no weaknesses. You must be familiar with the theory of the wooden barrel. Lin Meng took a deep breath and replied earnestly, I understand, senior. The Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Your aptitude is extraordinary, and your disposition commendable. I intend to carry on the glory of the Soulbinder through you. Lin Meng's heart raced. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. Guidance from an S-level master, perhaps even the chance to become a disciple. What an extraordinary opportunity. However, the Ancient One shifted his tone, his gaze becoming laden with significance. Becoming my disciple is not an easy feat. Lin Meng's expression turned solemn. Please, senior, show me the way. At the end of the year, H City will host a grand competition for high-level practitioners across the city. The Ancient One said slowly, if you can secure a top 3 position in that higher-level competition, I shall formally accept you as my disciple and impart my knowledge without reserve. The citywide competition, top 3. Lin Meng's pupils contracted slightly. While he held confidence in his abilities, H City, as a major stronghold of humanity, was teeming with prodigies and powerful contenders. Among those top-tier geniuses, who did not possess extraordinary skills and hidden trump cards, this was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge. What? Afraid? Let me inform you that one of your opponents has already ascended to S level, and the remaining individuals among the top 20 are all formidable in their own right. A subtle smirk playing on the Ancient One's lips, tinged with mockery. Afraid? Lin Meng grinned, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, akin to a sword poised to be drawn, its edge gleaming. Senior, you underestimate me. The trifling top 3 in the citywide competition is hardly a matter of concern. I, Lin Meng, shall traverse all realms and become a man of the utmost greatness. If I cannot even secure a mere top 3 in the H City competition, what future can I hope to have? Ha ha ha, splendid. With such ambition, how could you tarnish the name of creation? The Ancient One clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes filled with admiration. I shall await your good news at the second martial high. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure began to fade like ink dispersing in water, ultimately vanishing into thin air, as if he had never existed. Within the training chamber, only Lin Meng remained. He clenched his fists, feeling the primal energy surging within him, as well as the dimensional gate that connected to infinite worlds. An S-level mentor, the master of the prism of all things, and the top 3 in the year-end competition. An unprecedented pressure transformed into boundless motivation. Senior Guxian, wait for me. I am determined to have you as my master. As night silently descended, the city lights began to twinkle. In a renowned restaurant in H City, the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant within a private room on the 3rd floor of the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion. This was a gathering of the teachers and students of Class 6 in their first year, initiated by Lin Meng himself. With a week left before he could use the dimensional gate again, he found the perfect opportunity to bid farewell to his classmates. After all, he would soon depart from the ordinary class and embark on a higher path. Come, Lin Meng, I raise a toast to you. Once you rise to success, don't forget about us old classmates. A slightly plump boy, who had always been on good terms with Lin Meng, raised a cup of fruit wine. His face flushed with excitement. Lin Meng smiled and clinked cups with him. Absolutely. Lu Yang, just give me a shout if you need anything. Lin Meng, are you really going to the special recruitment class? I've heard it's filled with monsters. A girl with a ponytail asked curiously, her big eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Meng nodded. Yes, sort of. I will have access to more training resources. He refrained from elaborating on being favored by an S-level powerhouse, merely stating it was the school's arrangement. Even so, it was more than enough to evoke envy among his classmates present. The homeroom teacher, Wang Mingyuan, sat at the head of the table, gazing at his proud student with warmth and nostalgia. Initially, when Lin Meng was said to be bound to an iron door as a B-level soulbinder, he felt a tinge of regret. Who could have foreseen that this lad would soar to such heights in the blink of an eye, earning the principal's special regard? Lin Meng, Wang Mingyuan raised his teacup, signaling for silence. You have always been a source of pride for your teacher. I am genuinely delighted that you now have a better development platform. The road ahead is still long. I hope you remain humble and strive for the peak, bringing glory to our second martial high and to our race. His words resonated with conviction, and applause erupted in the private room. Lin Meng stood up and bowed deeply to Wang Mingyuan. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your guidance. I will surely remember it. He paused, retrieving a small storage pouch from his storage ring and offering it to Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, this contains some low-level training resources that I currently do not need, such as basic primal energy potions and materials from low-level magical beasts. For me, it may hold little significance now, but for some of my classmates from humble backgrounds or those just starting their journeys, it should still be of considerable assistance. I kindly ask you to distribute it fairly and equitably according to everyone's needs. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the entire private room. All the students widened their eyes, fixated on the storage bag, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Cultivation resources. This is a form of hard currency, especially for students from ordinary families. Every bit is invaluable. What Lin Meng deemed low-tier and unnecessary could very well be the key to helping them break through a small bottleneck on their path to becoming professionals. Wang Mingyuan was also taken aback. He had not expected Lin Meng to be so generous. As he took the storage bag, he immediately felt the weight of its contents. A brief sweep of his consciousness left Wang Mingyuan in further astonishment. The items inside were diverse and plentiful, including many herbs, with a total worth probably equivalent to several years of his salary. Lin Meng, you've truly moved me. Lin Meng smiled gently. Teacher Wang, please accept this. These items will only gather dust in my possession. Helping my classmates is the true purpose of their existence. Excellent. What a good child. Wang Mingyuan's eyes glistened with moisture as he nodded vigorously. Thank you on behalf of the students. Rest assured, I will ensure these resources reach those who need them most. Lin Meng, you're amazing. Brother Meng, from now on, you're my true brother. The room erupted in excitement, with students looking at Lin Meng, their gazes now infused with genuine gratitude and fervor, alongside the previous envy and admiration. In that moment, Lin Meng's image in their hearts soared to new heights. The atmosphere of the gathering reached its zenith, filled with clinking glasses and laughter. Many students gathered around, seeking Lin Meng's guidance on small cultivation issues, and he patiently provided answers. His current insights and understanding had long surpassed those of his peers still lingering in the foundational stages. And just a few words of advice illuminated their minds. As drinks flowed and dishes circulated, the gathering gradually approached its conclusion. Lin Meng, let us keep in touch. Yes. Don't forget our Class 6 family. Students bid farewell to Lin Meng, their words brimming with reluctance and blessings. After seeing off all the classmates and Teacher Wang, Lin Meng stood alone at the entrance of the gathering of Heroes Pavilion, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill. He gazed up at the brilliant stars in the night sky, feeling a profound tranquility within. The H-City competition, top 3, Lin Meng murmured softly, his gaze sharpening. His figure, illuminated by the streetlights, appeared exceptionally resolute. A week later, a new world and new challenges awaited him. Now was the time for the final sprint towards that fateful competition. Chapter 38, Crossing the Soul Society again. A week slipped by unnoticed. Having made all necessary preparations, Lin Meng stood at the center of his dormitory, facing the already summoned Dimensional Gate. He adjusted his state, elevating his spirit and energy to their peak. Dimensional Gate, activate. With a low shout resonating in his heart, the door once again radiated a dark, profound light, then erupted into brilliance, enveloping him and causing him to vanish in an instant. Unlike before, this time, as the portal opened, Lin Meng did not feel the familiar sensation of his physical body being pulled and displaced. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented lightness and ethereality, as if his soul were gently being separated from its shell. As the lights and shadows shifted before him, once everything stabilized, Lin Meng found himself floating above a vast, desolate expanse. The sky was a lifeless gray-white, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only an unchanging, somewhat oppressive light enveloping everything. In the air, an unprecedented, densely packed energy particle permeated, sparkling like countless fireflies, imbued with a purity that felt almost coldly spiritual. Is this spiritual essence? Lin Meng's mind stirred, the term naturally surfacing in his thoughts. He looked down at his body, only to find a vague human outline emitting a soft glow, devoid of any corporeal substance. A soul state. I've crossed over in the form of a spiritual body. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Meng. Uncertain of why this transformation had occurred, and feeling a lack of security, Lin Meng hurriedly attempted to channel the primordial force within him. However, he soon discovered that the primordial force, in this environment saturated with spiritual essence, had become as stagnant as amber, its operation exceedingly obscure, as if a fish had been removed from water, losing its vitality. Even more alarming was that the Dimensional Gate within him had also fallen into a peculiar state of silence. No matter how he urged it, there was no response, as though it had temporarily lost all functionality. Fortunately, the situation had not reached its worst. The heavily suppressed primordial force began to stir as Lin Meng's soul continuously made contact with and passively absorbed the surrounding abundant spiritual essence. The initial stagnation was slowly dissolving. A new, faint glimmer of vitality quietly sprouted from the core of the primordial force, gradually adapting to this world composed of spiritual essence, slowly regaining its inherent strength. This is troublesome. The primordial force system is temporarily suppressed here, and the Dimensional Gate has also become ineffective. Lin Meng furrowed his brows, swiftly analyzing his current predicament. This unfamiliar world was fraught with unknown dangers. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly recalled another portal, Soul Requiem Gate. The Soul Requiem Gate was intrinsically linked to the soul and mental power. Perhaps it would prove useful here. With a thought, a portal emanating a gentle, peaceful aura slowly materialized before his spiritual form. Buzz. The moment the Soul Requiem Gate appeared, the surrounding dense spiritual essence seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, joyfully converging towards the portal. The light of the Soul Requiem Gate visibly intensified and brightened, the runes inscribed upon it seemingly coming to life, radiating a natural affinity and soothing energy towards the spiritual body. Effective. Lin Meng felt a surge of mental clarity. Just as he prepared to further investigate the changes in the Soul Requiem Gate, A faint, nearly imperceptible stream of light flashed from afar, silently merging into the gate's threshold without catching Lin Meng's attention. He merely sensed that the Soul Requiem gate seemed to have become slightly more complete. Perhaps this sensation arose from the enhancement gained by summoning it in this environment, Lin Meng mused. He attempted to expand the tranquil essence of the Soul Requiem gate outward, trying to perceive his surroundings. Soon, he began to hear faint, intermittent voices filled with confusion and obsession. This is Soul Street. So hungry. When will we be liberated? Through these fragmented whispers of lost souls, Lin Meng gradually pieced together a startling realization. He was in the legendary gathering place for the souls of the deceased, Soul Street. Soul Street. These three words detonated a thunderous shock within his soul. Soul Street, the street of the deceased, the forecourt of the Soul Society. This desolate realm, permeated with spiritual essence, where only souls could tread, was a transit station for the departed known as Soul Street. The answer was singular. It was a world constructed around the absolute narrative core of countless diverse soul reapers, each wielding unique and varied zanpakuto, along with those burdened with significant responsibilities, delineating factions. The world of soul reapers. Oh my goodness, I'm actually in the world of soul reapers. Lin Meng's heart raced with a mix of astonishment and delight. Astonished by the depth of this world, teeming with formidable beings, in his current spiritual state, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fortunately, this world possesses a unique and formidable system of power. If he could master even a fraction of it, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental enhancement for him. Thus, he hastily stowed away the Gate of Souls. Just as Lin Meng was processing this astonishing information and contemplating how to survive in such an environment, a powerful yet exceptionally gentle spiritual pressure rippled towards him from afar, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, spreading outward with remarkable speed. This spiritual pressure was vast as the ocean, yet it bore the warmth of a spring breeze, devoid of any oppressive sensation, instead imbued with a reassuring sense of inquiry. Lin Meng's heart tightened. He immediately composed himself and cautiously gazed towards the source of the spiritual pressure. He could sense that the strength of the approaching individual was likely that of a true elite in this world, a captain-level powerhouse. Before long, a figure strolled leisurely into view. The individual was clad in a white haori adorned with the emblem of the 8th Division, a wide-brimmed straw hat obscuring much of their face, revealing only a tuft of casually tied black hair and a hint of a languid, irreverent smile at the corner of their lips. In one hand, they held a wine flask, their gait seemingly nonchalant, yet each step resonated with an enigmatic rhythm, silently traversing a considerable distance. Merely their presence seemed to quell the agitated spiritual particles around, and the desolation in the air appeared to be infused with a newfound vitality. It was Kairaku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division. Lin Meng's pupils constricted sharply, instantly recognizing the identity of the visitor. This individual was one of the most seasoned and powerful captains within the Goti 13. Kairaku Shunsui halted several dozen meters from Lin Meng, his eyes concealed beneath the shadow of his hat, curiously scrutinizing the remarkably solid soul body of Lin Meng. Oh my, how peculiar, he mused, shaking the wine flask in his hand. His tone laced with a distinctive languor and curiosity. Young man, your spiritual strength surpasses that of the ordinary souls in Rakangai by a considerable margin. He paused, his gaze lingering on Lin Meng for a moment, a subtle sharpness flickering in his eyes. Just now, I seem to sense a rather unusual spatial fluctuation, akin to the common interdimensional gates. I wonder, have you noticed anything amiss? Lin Meng's heart raced. Indeed, Kairaku Shunsui had perceived the residual waves emitted when the interdimensional gate was activated. The sensitivity of this S-class powerhouse was astoundingly keen. Maintaining his composure, he slightly bowed and replied, Sir, you may call me Lin Meng. I have only just arrived in this area. As for the peculiar fluctuations you mentioned, my abilities are rather limited, and I did not notice anything unusual. He neither confirmed nor entirely denied, leaving room for interpretation in his words. Kairaku Shunsui, upon hearing this, smiled even more broadly, well aware of the artifice in Lin Meng's response, but choosing not to expose it. He feigned irritation for effect. It's truly vexing not to find any trace of those fluctuations. However, what piques my interest more is your very existence, Lin Meng, is it? He continued leisurely. I see your soul body is quite solid, and your mental prowess far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Indeed, even surpassing some of the newly arrived soul reapers. Remaining in Rakangai would be a disservice to your talents. He shifted his tone, laced with an enticing undertone. Would you be interested in accompanying me to the Siriidii? There, you will find a more systematic approach to training, and perhaps you will shine even brighter. The Siriidii, the Soul Reaper Academy. Lin Meng's heart leaped. He understood that, given his current circumstances, establishing himself and seeking advancement in the Soul Reaper world necessitated joining the Siriidii and receiving formal training. Undoubtedly the best and quickest path. Moreover, with Kairaku Shuinsui's endorsement, his starting point would be significantly elevated. Feigning hesitation while his eyes sparkled with just the right blend of intrigue and longing, he inquired, Is what you say true, senior? Can someone like me truly become a soul reaper? Ha ha ha. Kayaraka Shunsui chuckled lightly, as if he could see through Lin Meng's apprehensions. As long as you possess sufficient potential and awareness, the doors of the Siriadii will surely open for you. Whether you can become a qualified soul reaper depends on your own efforts. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. So, Lin Meng, will you choose to remain lost in this desolate land, or will you accompany me to witness the true wonders that await? Was there even a choice? Lin Meng mused internally, though his countenance displayed a solemn and grateful demeanor as he bowed once more. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I would be honored to follow you to the Siriadii and learn the path of cultivation. Should I achieve success in the future, I will not forget your guidance today. Haha, well said. Kayaraku Shunsui nodded in satisfaction, turning and striding towards a specific direction. Then let's move on, young man. The Central Spirit Academy will soon conclude its enrollment. The Central Spirit Academy. Lin Meng's eyes brightened, hastening to follow. He knew that a brand new journey, filled with challenges and opportunities, was about to officially commence in this fantastical world of soul reapers. And what surprises and changes would the temporarily dormant interdimensional gate and the enigmatic gate of souls bring forth? All remained unknown. Chapter 39, The Central Spirit Academy. Kayaraka Shunsui led Lin Meng through to the Siriadii. Before them lay a world that contrasted starkly with the desolation and chaos of Rakongai, imbued instead with an ineffable solemnity. The towering white walls seemed chiseled from stone, piercing the clouds and segregating the interior from the exterior. The density of spiritual particles in the air was far beyond that of the outside world. Each breath felt as if he inhaled pure energy, stirring a latent vigor within Lin Meng while simultaneously providing a mysterious nourishment. This is the Siriadii, Kayaraka Shunsui remarked lazily, casting a glance at Lin Meng from beneath his hat, observing his reaction. Lin Meng surveyed his surroundings, his heart awash with astonishment. The streets were broad and immaculate, paved with massive stone slabs, with buildings on either side exhibiting an ancient yet grand architectural style, their eaves curving elegantly, intricately adorned, yet exuding an undeniable air of impervious authority. Occasionally, soul reapers clad in black shahakusho, their zanpakutos at their sides, marched in formation, their expressions solemn, their gazes keen, moving soundlessly yet embodying an unyielding discipline. This was a manifestation of strength under order, a stark contrast to the lawless brutality of Rakongai. Here, he felt a sense of regulation, of power, and an atmosphere that invoked involuntary reverence. What do you think? Kayaraka Shunsui inquired with a smile. Impressive, Lin Meng replied earnestly. This sense of awe stemmed not from fear, but from a recognition of the formidable order that surrounded him. Kayaraka Shunsui nodded in satisfaction. Come, the Central Spirit Academy is just ahead. You best make a good impression. Crossing several streets, a courtyard more magnificent than the surrounding buildings came into view. On a grand plaque above the entrance, the words Central Spirit Academy were inscribed in an elegant script, emanating an invisible pressure. Upon seeing Kayaraka Shunsui, the guards at the Academy's entrance immediately saluted respectfully. Captain Kayaraku. Kayaraka Shunsui waved his hand dismissively, leading Lin Meng straight inside. The interior of the Academy was vast, featuring training grounds, lecture halls, and dojos arranged harmoniously, with young souls clad in student uniforms diligently honing their skills, the air alive with the clash of various spiritual pressures. Well, if it isn't Shunsui, what brings you to my humble abode today? Came a robust voice, aged yet resonant. Lin Meng turned towards the sound and saw a short figure approaching, an elderly man with a long white beard and two intersecting scars on his forehead. Clad in the captain's haori, his identity as the captain commander, Yamamoto Jinrusai Shigekuni, was unmistakable. Simultaneously, he served as the headmaster of the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. A shiver ran through Lin Meng's heart. This man was the true anchor of Soul Society, and it appeared he was overseeing matters at the Academy today. Captain Kayaraka Shunsui, shedding his usual languor, slightly bowed and remarked, I bring a promising talent to the Academy. He gestured toward Lin Meng, saying, This lad is Lin Meng, whom I stumbled upon. I sensed his spiritual pressure to be rather unique and remarkably strong, and I wish for the Academy to evaluate him. Yamamoto Jinryusai's half-closed eyes widened fully, his keen gaze piercing through to Lin Meng. Lin Meng felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of mountains and seas, bearing down upon him, as if his very soul were under scrutiny. He resolutely met the captain's gaze, neither submissive nor arrogant. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Yamamoto's eyes. He could discern that Lin Meng's soul body was far more solid than the ordinary, even surpassing many newly appointed soul reapers. To have Kayaraka Shunsui personally bring him forth, deeming him special and strong, indicated he was no ordinary individual. Take him for testing, Yamamoto commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. Soon, Lin Meng was escorted to a specialized testing chamber. At the center of the room stood a massive black crystal, its surface etched with intricate runes that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. This is the spirit measurement wall, the Stoic instructor explained. Place your hand upon it, and release your spiritual pressure with all your might. Taking a deep breath, Lin Meng extended his right hand, gently pressing it against the icy surface of the measuring wall. He began to channel the power within him. Unlike his previous experience in Rakongai, the rich spiritual energy of Suriai caused a more intense resonance with his original power, bringing forth a stronger sense of repulsion. The two vastly different energy systems within him clashed subtly, akin to two surging tides colliding. A searing pain tore through his soul, yet Lin Meng gritted his teeth, knowing this was a trial he must endure. The test instructor raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusually chaotic and violent energy fluctuation emanating from Lin Meng. At that moment, fragments of the soul gate within him trembled slightly, releasing an enigmatic wave, as if an invisible membrane sought to harmonize the conflicting energies. Though the effect was faint, it alleviated some of the pressure Lin Meng felt. With renewed determination, he ceased hesitating and summoned all the power within him. Boom! The spirit measurement wall erupted in a blinding white light, shaking the entire testing chamber. The runes on the crystal surface flickered wildly, with light ascending from the base at a visible pace. First level, second level, third level, like a raging torrent. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, his face a canvas of incredulity. Kiraku Shunsui and Yamamoto Jinryusai, observing from the observation room, exchanged glances as the light beam soared higher, their expressions growing grave. Fourth level, fifth level, sixth level. The beam showed no signs of abating. The violent and overwhelming energy fluctuations sent a shiver down the spines of both men in the observation room. This was undoubtedly not a power that a mere ordinary individual could possess. Finally, upon reaching the seventh level, the beam abruptly halted, then gradually stabilized, radiating a kaleidoscopic glow that illuminated the entire testing chamber with an otherworldly aura. Seventh level? The test instructor's voice trembled as he turned back to the observation room. His eyes filled with shock. The spiritual pressure assessment at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy typically spanned 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 represented the standard of ordinary students. Levels 4 to 6 indicated excellence, sufficient for one to serve as an officer upon graduation. Meanwhile, level 7 was nearly equivalent to that of a vice captain's spiritual pressure intensity. For a newcomer, yet to undergo systematic training, to achieve level 7 was an extraordinary rarity in the Academy's centuries-long history. The news quickly spread among the Academy's upper echelons, sparking a tempest of excitement. 7th level spiritual pressure, and an unknown individual at that? Where did Captain Kiraku find such a prodigy? If this spiritual pressure can be properly guided, the potential for future achievements is limitless. However, it seemed his spiritual energy bore some peculiarities, differing from pure spiritual particles, imbued with a sense of ferocity. In the conference room, the Academy's key officials and several senior instructors engaged in intense deliberation. Yamamoto Jinryusai occupied the foremost seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Kiraku Shunsui, on the other hand, leisurely sipped his tea, as if he were not the instigator of this upheaval. Captain Commander, how do you propose we handle this matter? Inquired a bespectacled, seemingly refined middle-aged instructor. Yamamoto Jinryusai slowly opened his eyes. This child indeed possesses astonishing potential. Yet, his spiritual energy is chaotic, and its origin remains unclear. His temperament must also be observed. We must not act hastily. He paused before continuing. For now, let him enroll as an ordinary student, and arrange for personnel to observe him discreetly. Whether he is a gem or mere stone will be revealed in due time. This pronouncement surprised many in attendance. To them, a student with such talent ought to receive special training and resources. Yet, the Captain Commander's decision appeared exceptionally prudent. Lin Meng soon learned of the Academy's resolution. Rather than feeling disheartened or dissatisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief. His current situation was peculiar. The conflict between his original power and spiritual particles had yet to be fully resolved, and being thrust into the limelight prematurely would not bode well. The Academy's heightened observation seemed a reasonable caution in his eyes. In time, he needed to cultivate his strength in obscurity. After settling in, Lin Meng's first course of action was to visit the Academy's library. It was an ancient and vast repository, housing countless invaluable texts on the history of soul society, spiritual arts, swordsmanship, and even the hollow world. He needed to ascertain the current timeline. Amidst the sea of scrolls, Lin Meng spent several days poring over inconspicuous records and journals, piecing together crucial information. When he stumbled upon a mention of the 5th Division's Vice Captain, Aizen Sosuke, having recently published an outstanding paper on new applications of spiritual arts, his heart seized with trepidation. Coupled with other corroborating evidence, he surmised that the current timeline was approximately 50 years prior to Aizen's betrayal and the creation of the Oaken. This revelation sent a chill down Lin Meng's spine, providing him with a clearer roadmap for his forthcoming actions. 50 years may seem lengthy, yet to a soul reaper, it was but a fleeting moment. He must hasten to elevate his strength and devise ways to confront the impending colossal crisis. Simultaneously, he began addressing the internal conflict between his original power and spiritual particles. During daytime classes, he attentively absorbed knowledge, while at night, he quietly delved into the study of the soul gate within his chamber. He discovered that when he entered deep meditation, attempting to commune with the soul gate, it emitted a gentle energy, possessing a peculiar affinity and transformational ability towards spiritual particles. It functioned like a precise converter, gradually and subtly transmuting his turbulent original power into a relatively gentle and pure form of spiritual energy. Though this process was slow, the results were evident. Lin Meng felt his control over the surrounding spiritual particles gradually strengthening, and the conflict between the two energies within him lessening. More importantly, this transformation was not merely a diminishment. Rather, it preserved the essential characteristics of his original power, enabling it to better adapt to the rules of this world. Perhaps, in the future, he could carve out a path distinct from others in the realm of soul reapers. Within the academy, Lin Meng chose to maintain a low profile. Despite the initial stir caused by his entrance examination's spiritual pressure test results, over time, coupled with his deliberate facade of ordinariness, people's attention gradually waned. He absorbed the foundational knowledge of the soul reapers like a sponge, mastering the intricacies of slash techniques, the elusive speed of Shuanpa, the incantations of Kido, and the sheer force of barehanded combat. His progress in learning was nothing short of astonishing, yet he never revealed his true capabilities. The instructors perceived him merely as a diligent student with a solid foundation, occasionally puzzled by his soul intensity that surpassed his peers, but nothing more. However, the tranquility of his days did not last long. One day, the academy organized a grand public lecture, featuring a notable officer renowned in the realm of Kido, who would demonstrate and explain various applications. Almost all of the lower-grade students attended. Lin Meng blended into the crowd, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards a gentleman at the podium, a man with black-framed glasses, a gentle smile, and an elegant demeanor. Sosuke Aizen. He appeared even younger than Lin Meng had envisioned, yet the depths of his eyes, concealed behind the lenses, were unfathomable. As the lecture progressed, the Kido officer invited several students to the stage for a demonstration of a certain auxiliary Kido application. Then, with a shift in tone, he cheerfully announced, "Today, we are also honored to have a senior from the 5th Division, the exceptionally talented Lord Aizen, here to showcase his remarkable shurikai." The audience erupted in cheers and anticipation. Aizen stood up with a smile, gracefully walking to the podium. He unsheathed his Zanpakuto, his voice warm and magnetic. "Now, I shall demonstrate the shurikai of my Zanpakuto. Its name is Kyoka Suigetsu, and its ability is to disrupt the enemy's perception through irregular reflections of mist and water, leading them to self-destruct, belonging to the water-based Zanpakuto." He raised his sword, its blade reflecting a cold light under the illumination. The release phrase was, "Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu." At the very moment Aizen was about to chant the release phrase, Lin Meng's pupils dilated in shock. Instinctively, he took a few steps back and simultaneously shut his eyes, using the excited students around him to conceal himself within the shadows of the crowd. At the same time, he summoned the weak control over spiritual particles he had recently mastered, forming a nearly imperceptible layer of spiritual energy around his body to block external perception. He understood the terror of Kyoka Suigetsu. Once one witnessed its shurikai, they would succumb to eternal hypnosis. This was something he must absolutely avoid. The ritual was brief. When Lin Meng cautiously opened a sliver of his eyes, estimating that enough time had passed, Aizen had already sheathed his sword, still wearing that gentle smile. As if nothing had transpired, the surrounding students wore expressions of confusion and reverence, seemingly still savoring the impact of the mesmerizing shurikai. No one noticed Lin Meng's subtle movements, except for one person. As Aizen descended from the podium, his gaze inadvertently swept across the direction where Lin Meng had just stood, his eyes behind the lenses flickering momentarily, and the gentle smile at his lips seemed to carry an inexplicable significance. Lin Meng remained oblivious that his deliberate evasion may have already drawn the attention of the unseen mastermind. It appeared that trouble was only just beginning. Chapter 41. The Maintenance of Kyoraku Shunsui. Aizen's fingertips tapped rhythmically against the table, the clamor of the other students in the classroom seeming to fade into oblivion. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, his gaze subtly directed towards the spot where Lin Meng had vanished into the crowd. "Interesting," he murmured to himself, as if he had stumbled upon something novel. Moments later, he issued a command to a silent man beside him, who wore an eye patch. "Kasuk, keep an eye on that student named Lin Meng, and report back to me regularly about his situation. I find his talent intriguing." "Yes, Lord Aizen," Kasuk replied, slightly bowing, his voice steady. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Meng reflected on the peculiar vibrations he had sensed during Aizen's shurikai demonstration, which lingered in his mind despite having closed his eyes. Kyoka Suigetsu was indeed fearsome, he thought, suppressing the tumult within. Life at the academy proceeded in a routine manner. During the day, Lin Meng poured sweat in the training hall, practicing the fundamentals of swordsmanship. In the classroom, he absorbed the chants and applications of Kido. He discovered that his previous studies on the Senkamen had granted him exceptional insight while learning space-based Kido. When he self-studied the defensive space Kido, Kanketsu, number 81, what emerged in his mind was not merely a spiritual barrier, but a multitude of miniature gates closing and repelling one another. So it was, these Kido at their core also represented a superficial manipulation of space. My understanding of the Senkaman can indeed corroborate this. This unique perspective allowed him to master space-related Kido far beyond his contemporaries, and even some upperclassmen could not boast such profound intuition. Late at night, Lin Meng would attempt to communicate with the Senkaman within him. He sat cross-legged, delving deep into his soul, striving to awaken the initial concept that had bound him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, that gate remained silent, like a vague shadow, unable to materialize in the soul society. Was it still not possible due to the repulsion of the spiritual environment, or was it a lack of power on my part? Lin Meng pondered. He understood that the Senkaman was the true core of all his current powers. The Zanpakuto, after all, was a reflection of the Soul Reaper's own soul, embodying the true qualities of their hidden spiritual essence. Lin Meng eagerly anticipated the moment when his Zanpakuto would successfully unveil its shurikai. One day, he meditated in a secluded corner at the edge of the Siriidii, near the Rukongai. Here, the spiritual energy was sparse, yet it alleviated the conflict between his original power and spiritual particles. He attempted once more to communicate with the fragments of the Gate of Souls, hoping to find a better method to harmonize the two energies. Suddenly, a faint groan interrupted his thoughts. Not far away, a ragged boy from Rukongai huddled against the wall, his breath shallow, his soul nearly disintegrating. It appeared he had suffered severe injuries and was unable to receive aid. Lin Meng frowned. He was not a bleeding heart, yet he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of ignoring a life in peril. Very well, he decided. He approached the boy, attempting to channel the gentle, soothing energy of the Gate of Souls, gradually infusing it into the boy's body. Initially, he thought this energy would only provide a modicum of relief, barely better than nothing. However, something extraordinary occurred. As the comforting energy, infused with his understanding of the concept of the Gate of Souls, touched the boy's soul, a soft, faint green glow, reminiscent of a door's shadow, radiated from Lin Meng's palm, enveloping the boy. The dissipating spiritual particles at the edges of the boy's disintegrating soul suddenly halted, as if drawn inward, slowly gathering together. The grievous wounds on his soul began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace, and the previously feeble breath gradually steadied. What is happening? Lin Meng was taken aback. He could distinctly feel that, upon resonating with the spiritual particles of the Soul Society, the fragments of the Gate of Souls seemed to have undergone a certain elevation in their concept of soothing. It was no longer merely about calming. It had taken on a quality of restoration and reassembly, as if the scattered fragments of the soul were being returned to the gate, making it whole once again. Could it be that in this world, the function of the Gate of Souls had been amplified? Lin Meng's heart surged with excitement. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. A powerful auxiliary ability. A few days later, a senior instructor from the academy sought out Lin Meng. As a student of Lin Meng, the Vice Captain Eisen has expressed a keen interest in your unique insights regarding spiritual pressure control and the understanding of Kido. He wishes to invite you to participate in discussions regarding a new research project focused on the application of spiritual particles. The mentor wore a formal smile. Lin Meng felt a stir in his heart. Vice Captain Eisen? Instantly, the gentle figure and the profound gaze behind the glasses surfaced in his mind. It would be an honor to receive recognition from Vice Captain Eisen. Lin Meng first responded with deference, then shifted his tone, saying, however, I am currently still learning the fundamentals and possess only a rudimentary understanding of many advanced theories. I fear I may hinder the progress of the Vice Captain's research project. I believe it is prudent to first complete my academic duties and establish a solid foundation. His words were flawlessly articulated, expressing respect for Eisen while tactfully declining the invitation. The mentor seemed taken aback by his refusal but nodded in acknowledgement. I will convey your sentiments to Vice Captain Eisen. Once the mentor departed, Lin Meng stood alone by the window, gazing at the distant squad barracks. So, it seems the invitation has indeed come, he murmured. Eisen's invitation could not possibly be a mere academic discussion. What are you dawdling about alone for? A languid voice floated from behind him. Lin Meng turned to find Kiraku Shunsui, clad in his usual flamboyant garb, had appeared unannounced. Captain Kiraku, Lin Meng greeted with a bow. I heard that Eisen wishes to recruit you for some research group of his? Kiraku Shunsui casually inquired, shaking the sake gourd in his hand. Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. How did Kiraku know? Yes, but I have already declined. Oh, why is that? Eisen is a genius. Following him could impart significant knowledge. Kiraku Shunsui gazed at him with keen interest. Lin Meng pondered for a moment. I believe it is best for me to focus on self-improvement for now. Additionally, I currently lack a substantial interest in overly complex research. Haha, you remind me of myself when I was young, afraid of trouble. Kiraku Shunsui laughed heartily, patting Lin Meng on the shoulder. Nonetheless, having your own perspectives is commendable. Although the Central Spiritual Arts Academy has many rules, it is also a place conducive to laying a solid foundation. Kiraku Shuansui's words were lighthearted, yet Lin Meng discerned an underlying meaning. In the following days, Kiraku Shunsui fortuitously appeared by Lin Meng's side more frequently. Sometimes, he would lean against the dojo entrance to offer commentary as Lin Meng finished his sword techniques. At other times, he would accompany Lin Meng on his way to the library, sharing anecdotes about the Soul Society. Gradually, other students and mentors began to notice that Captain Kiraku of the 8th Division seemed particularly attentive to the newcomer named Lin Meng. During a public practice session at the academy, Commander Yamamoto rarely made an appearance. After class, Kiraku Shunsui boldly declared before everyone, including several vice-captains, Aizen Susuke among them, "Commander, this kid Lin Meng has made remarkable progress recently. His understanding of spatial Kido surpasses that of some of our seated officers." Commander Yamamoto merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. However, Kiraku Shuinsue's words left many present, particularly Aizen Susuke, deep in thought. Adjusting his glasses, Aizen regarded Lin Meng with a newfound caution. Kiraku Shuinsue's seemingly casual praise served to proclaim, "This kid is under my protection." He understood the status and strength Kiraku Shunsui held within the Soul Society. Although his interest in Lin Meng remained strong, he had no choice but to temporarily restrain his desire for direct interaction, opting instead for a more discreet observation. Lin Meng, too, sensed this change. Kiraku Shuinsue's protection afforded him precious time. He devoted more energy to his training, his spiritual pressure steadily increasing under the assistance of the fragments of the Soul Reaper's Gate, and his integration with spiritual particles becoming increasingly seamless. The 4 arts of swordsmanship, fists, movement, and Kido were all progressing under his diligent study. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead remained long and perilous. Yet for now, he at least enjoyed a relatively stable environment, accumulating sufficient strength for the yet-to-awaken Zanpakuto. Lin Meng grasped his shallow blade and made his way to the training ground. Chapter 42. Swords in the sunlight of the Soul Society filtered through the training ground's windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Lin Meng, wielding his shallow blade, felt his black academy uniform dampened with sweat, each swing of the sword accompanied by the sound of slicing air, a heavy yet powerful motion. However, he could distinctly sense that the rate of growth of his spiritual pressure had noticeably slowed compared to before. It felt as though a speeding carriage had reached a critical point. No matter how much one urged, it was difficult to achieve another qualitative leap in speed. A bottleneck, perhaps? Lin Meng sheathed his sword, standing with slightly labored breaths. He realized that mere absorption of spiritual particles and the refinement of the foundational 4 arts could no longer grant him significant enhancements. The essence of the Soul Reaper's power system lies not only in exceptional combat skills, but also in the unique soul blade, the Zanpakuto. To break through, he must truly manifest the Zanpakuto, resonate with it, and master its shirkai. In the days that followed, besides his daily classes and physical training, Lin Meng devoted more of his energy to the practice of sword zen. This was a form of cultivation involving deep meditation, engaging in dialogue with his own soul to perceive the essence of the Zanpakuto. In the stillness of the night, the only sound remaining in the dormitory was his even breathing. Lin Meng sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his mind sinking into boundless darkness. He cast aside distracting thoughts, repeatedly calling out to the unknown presence hidden deep within his soul. Initially, he was met with a profound silence. Yet Lin Meng remained undeterred. Having once challenged the limits of human flight with an ordinary body, his will was stronger than that of most. Day after day, he persisted like a devoted believer, knocking on the doors of his soul's sanctuary. Finally, during one instance of deep meditation, when his consciousness seemed on the verge of dissolving into the endless void, a faint tremor emerged, akin to a droplet falling into a still lake, resonating from a corner of his soul. It was a wondrous sensation, as if there existed a consciousness connected to his bloodline, yet distinctly different, slowly awakening. "It is you." Lin Meng's spirit surged, and he concentrated all his mental energy in pursuit of that tremor. The darkness before him receded like a tide, replaced by a chaotic and extraordinary space. There was neither sky nor earth here, only infinite void, devoid of the humanoid spirit forms depicted in anime. In the center of this void stood an immense gate, indescribably grand and ancient. This gate bore an uncanny resemblance to the interdimensional gate he had witnessed during his travels, yet it was far more substantial, exuding an indescribable pressure and profundity. It seemed to connect countless worlds, yet also served as both the terminus and origin of all those worlds. The interdimensional gate. Lin Meng murmured, a surge of enlightenment washing over him. It appeared that this was his Zanpakuto, the truest reflection of his soul, the source of all his power. He slowly extended his hand, trembling with anticipation, reaching toward the colossal gate adorned with countless arcane runes. The moment his fingertips made contact with the cold, unyielding surface of the door, buzz, an unimaginable blinding light erupted in an instant, engulfing Lin Meng's entire consciousness. Countless fragments of information surged into his mind like a torrential flood. There were shattered images of worlds, anguished cries of peculiar beings, the birth and death of stars, and the endless mysteries contained within that very gate. When the brilliance finally dissipated, Lin Meng discovered he was still seated in his dormitory. However, The unremarkable shallow blade he had once held had vanished without a trace. In its stead, there lay a uniquely crafted zanpakuto. The blade, elongated and slender, radiated a profound dark golden hue, while its guard was not the traditional handguard, but rather a miniature circular gateway pattern that emitted a faint aura of spatial fluctuations. A name emerged vividly in his mind: Kaimon. Simultaneously, the incantation for its release became clear to him. Lin Meng tightened his grip on Kaimon, sensing the familiar yet foreign surge of power coursing through the hilt. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and commenced his training for the initial release. "Open, Kaimon," he whispered. However, the zanpakuto merely trembled slightly, sending forth a ripple of spiritual energy before returning to a state of stillness. Had he failed? Lin Meng was not taken aback. The initial release was not something that could be achieved in a single attempt. It required a deeper synchronization and understanding between the Shinigami and their zanpakuto. In the days that followed, Lin Meng focused not only on solidifying his foundations, but also on repeatedly attempting to communicate with Kaimon, striving to comprehend the essence of its power. He discovered that the core of Kaimon seemed to pertain to space and connection. During a training session on Shuanpa, Lin Meng instinctively infused his concept of traversing through Kaimon into his movements as he accelerated. Just as he took a step, attempting to change direction, an anomaly occurred. A rift in space manifested beneath his feet, and in the next moment, Lin Meng's figure abruptly vanished into the opening. Simultaneously, the rift appeared several meters away. Lin Meng materialized from within. What is this? He was momentarily stunned, sensing the subtle depletion of his spiritual energy and the peculiar sensation of spatial distortion that had just transpired. He attempted again, concentrating intently, merging the feeling of tearing through space to create a passage with the steps he took. Whoosh! His figure vanished once more, reappearing at another unexpected location. Although the distance was not great, only about 5 or 6 meters, and the spiritual energy consumption was significantly higher than that of a typical Shuanpa, the peculiarity of it was far beyond any ordinary movement. This was not the initial release of a zanpakuto. It resembled an instinctive extension and manifestation of the concept of Kaimon from the depths of his soul, influenced by the spiritual energy environment. Space flickering. Lin Meng's lips curled into a smile. What a delightful surprise. During the Academy's simulated combat class, Lin Meng first applied this spatial flickering in actual combat. Though he feigned it as a successful initial release, his opponent was an upperclassman well-versed in Shuanpa. The moment the battle commenced, the upperclassman swiftly closed the distance, thrusting his wooden sword toward Lin Meng's face. Yet, just as the tip was about to make contact, Lin Meng's figure vanished like a specter. What? The upperclassman was taken aback, his attack falling short, alarm bells ringing in his mind. In the next instant, a gust of wind struck from behind him. He hurriedly turned to block, only to see Lin Meng's figure blur once more, dissipating like a reflection in water. Damn it! Where is he? Sweat beaded on the upperclassman's forehead as he focused intently on sensing Lin Meng's spiritual pressure. Crack! A clean, decisive palm strike landed on the back of his neck, and darkness enveloped his vision as his body crumpled to the ground. Lin Meng retracted his hand, standing calmly, his breath steady. The training ground fell into silence. All the watching students, including several supervising instructors, stared in astonishment at the scene. How did it seem as though multiple spatial rifts appeared simultaneously? Was it some form of advanced Keto? But he did not chant. What was that? An initial release? Is this boy a monster? Lin Meng's spatial flickering, with its enigmatic and unpredictable displacement, left all his opponents feeling unnerved. They often could not even touch the hem of his clothing before being defeated from angles they could not comprehend. In the 5th Division's barracks, within an elegant office, Sosuke Aizen was reviewing documents, with Kaname Tosen standing by his side. Knock, knock. A knock echoed. Enter. A masked member of the stealth forces knelt on one knee. Vice Captain Aizen, this is the latest observation report regarding student Lin Meng. Aizen took the report, his gaze calmly sweeping over it. Upon reaching the detailed description of Lin Meng's spatial flickering ability exhibited during the simulated battle, he adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. After the initial release of the zanpakuto, short-distance spatial jumps, Aizen's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk, producing a steady sound. Tosen. Yes, Lord Aizen. Increase the intensity of our observations on Lin Meng, particularly regarding the details of his spatial movement ability. Aizen's tone remained gentle, yet the smile on his lips deepened, imbued with a more profound sense of inquiry than ever before. As you command. Tosen bowed in acquiescence. Lin Meng remained oblivious to the fact that the glimpse of his potential he had revealed in his quest for self-preservation and strength had already piqued the interest of the enigmatic mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 43, Fragments of the Soul King and the Initial Release. A month had passed since Lin Meng successfully made contact with the Grand Gateway in the world of the Blade. Sitting cross-legged in his dormitory, Lin Meng furrowed his brow. He had come to know the name of his zanpakuto, Kaimon, and understood the release phrase, Open, Kaimon. Nevertheless, no matter how he attempted or called out, The shallow strike in his hand remained lifeless, showing no signs of response. The colossal door standing in the depths of his soul merely hovered silently, as if lacking some crucial key to activate it. Still no success. Lin Meng opened his eyes, a trace of subtle impatience flickering in his gaze. He understood that the initial release of a Zanpakuto was a qualitative leap within the power system of a Shinigami. Without achieving this release, even with the peculiar advantage of spatial flickering, he would ultimately be building on an unstable foundation. Moreover, the consumption associated with this spatial flickering was considerable, and the range of movement was limited. Against truly powerful adversaries, it would likely prove ineffective. What exactly was he lacking? He pondered, his mind racing through the myriad mysteries of the Soul Society. For one who was well-versed in the trajectories of the future, certain things that were regarded as taboo or legendary by the common folk could, in his eyes, serve as catalysts for breakthroughs. The Soul King, an idea ignited like a spark in his mind. Fragments of the Soul King. In the original narrative, the Soul King's body was fragmented and scattered, forming various nodes of peculiar balance and power throughout the Soul Society. These fragments contained unfathomable reservoirs of spiritual energy and the fundamental forces of the world. If the essence of Kaimon lies in connection and traversing, then perhaps the power of the Soul King, which constitutes the bedrock of the world, could serve as the true anchor or fuel for its manifestation in this realm. This notion was bold and perilous, but Lin Meng was never one to shy away from risk. With opportunity comes danger. To possess the strength for self-preservation in the impending turmoil that would engulf the Soul Society 50 years hence, and even to alter certain tragedies, one must take calculated risks. Resolute in his decision, Lin Meng once again immersed himself in the ancient library of the academy. This time, he sought not foundational knowledge, but rather those dusty ancient tomes, fragmented scrolls, and various obscure geographical records and accounts long neglected. He resembled the most patient of hunters, sifting through the lines in search of the faintest clues. In the southeast of Siriidii, 300 years prior, an unknown spiritual pressure had erupted, subsequently sealed off by the 13 court guard squads, designating it as a forbidden area. In the depths of District 78 of Rakongai lay the Forest of Divine Weeping, rumored to trap souls and ensure they could never transcend. Near the hills of Dual Calamity, vast caverns existed underground, intermittently releasing abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy. One by one, clues were filtered and compared. Ultimately, his gaze fixated upon a record concerning the desolate ruins of District 58 in the Soul Society. This locale, once a thriving abode for nobility a millennium ago, had been reduced to mere rubble overnight over a century prior, due to an unidentified calamity. The chaotic spiritual energy rendered it highly perilous, as decreed by the Great Spirit Book Corridor, thus forbidding ordinary Shinigami from approaching. It is said that strange lights flickered deep within the ruins, accompanied by phenomena of spatial distortion. Does this spatial distortion resonate with my realm's gate? A thought stirred within Lin Meng's mind. The opportunity soon presented itself. A few days later, the Academy organized an expedition to the periphery of Siriidii for outdoor spiritual energy adaptability training. This mission aimed to acclimatize the students to combat and adaptability in diverse spiritual environments, and fortuitously, it was not too distant from the forsaken ruins of District 58. During the journey, Lin Meng feigned an intention to scout ahead and quietly executed a spatial flash, his figure flickering in and out of sight, swiftly eluding the awareness of the main group. Like a shadow, he darted through the trees, heading straight for the forgotten forbidden ground. As he drew nearer to the ruins, the spiritual particles in the air grew increasingly sparse and chaotic, intermingled with a disconcerting sense of oppression. The remnants of walls replaced the once lush forest, and the scorched earth bore no sign of life, while the air was thick with a bizarre scent of decay entwined with rebirth. This is it. Lin Meng halted behind a relatively intact fragment of wall, casting his gaze toward the center of the ruins. There, he sensed a wave that faintly echoed the concept of his realm's gate deep within his soul, weak yet undeniably present. He cautiously crept forward, evading several swirling eddies of dangerous spiritual energy. Finally, behind the collapsed ruins of a colossal temple, he discovered an underground entrance veiled by an invisible barrier. The barrier appeared semi-transparent, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of spiritual energy, emanating a formidable repulsion. The resonating wave he had sensed was indeed emanating from beyond the barrier. Truly peculiar. Lin Meng attempted to extend his hand, gently touching the barrier with the spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips. Buzz! The barrier erupted with blinding radiance, and a torrent of violent energy surged back towards him in an instant. Lin Meng had anticipated this, and with a ripple of space beneath his feet, his figure appeared several meters away, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Such a powerful defensive mechanism. His expression turned grave. The strength of this barrier would likely be insurmountable even for an average vice captain. A straightforward assault with his current prowess was evidently futile and would create too much noise. Lin Meng pondered momentarily, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He approached the barrier once more. This time, rather than harnessing spiritual energy, He endeavored to invoke the primal force within him that felt utterly discordant with spiritual energy. As that force, imbued with ferocity and repulsion, made contact with the barrier, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The barrier's defense, constructed against spiritual energy, seemingly met its nemesis. The once impenetrable wall of spiritual energy began to exhibit subtle distortions and loosening. Effective. A surge of elation filled Lin Meng's heart as he amplified the output of his primal force, simultaneously integrating his understanding of tearing through space to create passages. Before him, space began to subtly collapse, forming an unstable black vortex. The primal force acted as a sharp wedge, driving forcefully into the barrier's weak point, while the spatial vortex frantically tugged at the barrier's structure. With a faint crack, a delicate fissure appeared on the barrier. Without hesitation, Lin Meng crouched low, slipping through the crack like a fish. The fissure rapidly sealed behind him, as if nothing had transpired. Within the barrier lay a deep stone staircase spiraling downward. The resonating wave with his realm's gate grew even clearer. At the staircase's end awaited a vast underground chamber. In the center of this space hovered a vague, humanoid silhouette, exuding a powerful and savage aura, evidently the guardian of this domain. Intruders of the forbidden grounds, perish. The humanoid silhouette emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into a streak of light, bearing down on Lin Meng with devastating spiritual pressure. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Meng advanced rather than retreated, his eyes devoid of fear. He did not draw his blade nor prepare to unleash Kido. Instead, he took a deep breath and summoned the Gate of Souls within him. With a commanding shout, he pressed his palm forward, a gentle, door-like greenish light radiating from his hand, enveloping the savage spiritual entity like a spring rain. The moment the entity made contact with the soft green glow, its frenzied movements abruptly halted, the red glimmer in its eyes flickering uncertainly, as if in struggle. Return to your soul, find peace. Lin Meng's voice was calm, imbued with an extraordinary soothing power. The greenish aura intensified, visibly dissipating the entity's savage aura. Replaced by confusion and tranquility, it gradually ceased its attack, hovering in midair, its radiance softening considerably. Moments later, the red glow in its eyes completely vanished, and it bowed slightly towards Lin Meng, seemingly expressing gratitude, before turning and drifting deeper into the underground chamber. Lin Meng exhaled in relief. The power of the Gate of Souls was indeed magnified in this realm, possessing an unimaginable suppressive and calming effect on such pure spiritual entities. He followed the entity to an ancient stone platform, where lay a fist-sized, irregular crystal. Fragments of the Spirit King. Lin Meng's heart raced. At the instant he beheld the shard, the long-dormant gateway within his soul trembled violently, surging with an intense yearning. Without hesitation, he solemnly grasped the Spirit King shard. It felt smooth, yet bore an unfathomable weight and vastness. He did not linger, offering a nod to the guardian spirit before hastily retracing his steps. Utilizing his mastery of primal force and spatial control once more, he adeptly navigated through the barrier without incident. Upon returning to the academy dormitory, Lin Meng immediately entered a state of deep meditation. His consciousness plunged into the chaotic and peculiar space of his sword meditation, where he once again encountered the colossal door inscribed with myriad enigmatic runes. Lin Meng cradled the Spirit King shard and slowly pushed it toward the massive door. With this as the key, and I as the anchor, let the gate open. As the Spirit King shard touched the door's surface, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire sword meditation space trembled violently. The ancient door erupted in unprecedented brilliance, akin to a newly risen sun illuminating the boundless void. The Spirit King shard melted away like ice and snow, transforming into the purest source of power, ravenously absorbed by the great door. One by one, the profound runes upon the door lit up, shimmering with a peculiar luster, as if imbued with life. An indescribable weight and stability radiated from the gateway. Lin Meng distinctly felt an unbreakable bond of unprecedented stability established between his realm's gate and this Shinigami world. Simultaneously, he once again heard the response from the gateway. Sacrifice complete. Shinigami world coordinates have been anchored. Primal force can be expended to summon the gateway back to the main world. Concurrently, the Zanpakuto he wielded, transformed from shallow to profound, its previously somewhat ethereal blade now solidified immensely. The deep dark golden blade bore elegant azure patterns reminiscent of spatial rifts, pulsating like a breath, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. A wave of enlightenment surged within him. The initial release was successful. Lin Meng tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto, feeling the surging power within, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. At that moment, within the 5th Division S barracks, Aizen Sasuke set aside the documents in his hand, adjusting his glasses. His gaze seemingly penetrating layers of barriers, directed toward the direction of the Central Spirit Academy. Oh, could this peculiar spatial fluctuation be that child? How increasingly intriguing. The gentle smile gracing his lips now harbors a hint of elusive profundity. Chapter 44, Practical Sparring in the Dead of Night. Within Lin Meng's dormitory, The spiritual energy that had surged due to the initial release of his Zanpakuto gradually subsided. However, the tremors originating from the Zanpakuto burgeoned within the depths of his soul like a nascent black hole. Lin Meng sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, meticulously attuning himself to the distinctly different power coursing through him. The overwhelming spiritual pressure roared like a waking dragon, thundering through his limbs and bones. With each breath, he felt the spiritual energy rushing in like rivers converging into the sea, nourishing his spiritual body. Compared to before, this represented a qualitative leap. He was on the brink of touching the threshold of captain-level power. Lin Meng's heart swelled with excitement. The sensation of this newfound strength was far beyond what he had previously known. At long last, he was close to achieving the minimum benchmark for captain-level combat prowess in the Soul Society, that of 6 carriages Kinsei. What delighted him further was that, with the successful initial release of his Zanpakuto, the repulsive force of the original energy within him had diminished by over 30% at the moment of release. Coupled with the fact that the original energy had been gradually adapting, achieving a 60% compatibility with the spiritual energy. The repulsion between the original energy and the Soul Society's spiritual essence had now dissipated by a full 90%. Alas, the remaining 10% remained obstinately unyielding. Akin to a solid rock, showing no signs of change. Lin Meng surmised that perhaps the resolution of this final obstacle would only come with his successful Bankai. Simultaneously, this implied that he could now wield his previous abilities related to original energy with greater ease in this world. Finally, he possessed the true capital to establish himself here. Lin Meng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Upon successfully initiating his release, the first thought that crossed his mind was to share this joyous news with his guide on the path of the Soul Reaper, Kiraka Shunsui. In the backyard of the 8th Division Barracks, Kiraka Shunsui maintained his usual languid demeanor, his straw hat obscuring much of his face as he leaned against a pillar, sipping sake while admiring the daisies blooming in the courtyard. "Oh, isn't that young Lin Meng? What brings you here?" Kirako lifted his hat slightly, revealing eyes glimmering with mirth. Lin Meng settled beside him, getting straight to the point. "Captain Kiraku, I have successfully initiated my release." He sat up abruptly, his hat tilting askew, teasingly regarding Lin Meng. "You've initiated your release, have you? What? Come here to flaunt it." Lin Meng feigned annoyance. "I specifically came to share the good news with you, Captain." "Don't be ungrateful." Kiraku Shunsui erupted into laughter, giving Lin Meng's shoulder a hearty pat. "Your intentions are indeed appreciated. But isn't this just a ploy to mooch a meal off me? You have no money. How do you plan to treat me?" After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, in a rather stylish izakaya within Siriidi, Kiraka Shunsui set down his cup, curiosity and scrutiny glimmering in his eyes. "By the way, Lin Meng, what type of Zanpakuto do you possess? I've treated you to a meal. Shouldn't you show me a thing or two?" Lin Meng had anticipated this, nodding in agreement. "Of course. I was hoping to seek some guidance from Captain Kiraku as well." As the night deepened, the moonlight bathed the secret training ground, where only Lin Meng and Kiraka Shunsui stood facing each other. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the occasional night breeze rustling their garments. "Are you ready, kid?" Kiraku's lips curled into a playful smile, yet his gaze sharpened, a barely perceptible, terrifying spiritual pressure slowly emanating, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. The unintentional release of spiritual pressure alone made Lin Meng feel as though a mountain weighed upon him, his breath momentarily stilled. Such was the prowess of an esteemed captain. Truly worthy of the title of future Captain Commander, Lin Meng marveled inwardly. His expression grew serious as he gripped his shuriken at his waist. He took a deep breath, unleashing his spiritual pressure without reservation, his garment fluttering as if caught in an unseen wind, a sharp aura radiating from him. "Open gate," accompanied by a deep chant. His shuriken erupted with an ethereal blue light. As the brilliance faded, an unusually designed taiko appeared in his grip. The blade retained a simple shape, yet the elongated edge bore irregular, ethereal blue patterns that seemed to writhe like living entities, as if the blade itself was forged from countless minuscule spatial rifts. Emanating a disconcerting vibration, the tsuba transformed into a simplified ancient keyhole design, both archaic and mysterious. "Oh!" A flicker of surprise flashed in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes. He could sense an unprecedented spatial power emanating from that blade. Without hesitation, Lin Meng propelled himself forward, vanishing like a phantom from his original position. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Kiraku Shunsui, the gate tracing an ethereal blue trajectory as it aimed directly at his side, with lethal intent. Kiraku Shunsui didn't even draw his sword. He merely extended 2 fingers and precisely pinched the blade's edge. "Nice speed, but your strength still leaves much to be desired," Kiraku remarked, his tone relaxed and nonchalant. Lin Meng's pupils constricted. He understood the chasm between captain and lieutenant, yet experiencing it firsthand revealed its terror. With a flick of his wrist, he attempted to retract his Zanpakuto while simultaneously throwing a punch toward Kiraku Shunsui's face. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Meng. and he attempted to channel a surge of spiritual pressure forcefully into the blade of the gate. His intention was to use the explosive power of the spiritual pressure to break free from Kiraku Shuinsue's grasp. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The ethereal blue fissures on the blade suddenly illuminated, and the spiritual pressure he infused was seemingly devoured by the gate, compressed, and then explosively released, with a piercing shriek that tore through space. A finely honed ethereal blue strike erupted not from the tip of the blade, but from the midsection gripped by Kiraku Shunsue's fingers, targeting his chest. This sudden assault, so close and with such an unconventional angle, completely surpassed the norms of typical attacks. The relaxed demeanor on Kiraku Shunsue's face vanished in an instant, his eyes igniting with astonishment. He exerted his fingers with force, an overwhelming power surging forth, leaving Lin Meng's hands in agony, nearly causing him to drop the gate. Simultaneously, Kiraku Shunsue leaned back at an incredible angle, the ethereal blue strike narrowly grazing his nose, leaving a bottomless charred hole in the ground behind him. This was not merely a cut. Rather, it was an attack that infused spiritual pressure into the gate, creating an assault with spatial penetration. Lin Meng dubbed this technique as domain slash. Without allowing Kiraku Shunsue a moment to retaliate, Lin Meng once again urged the gate. Facing Kiraku Shuinsue's casually executed palm strike imbued with terrifying pressure, Lin Meng advanced rather than retreating, lightly tapping the tip of the gate, causing several miniature doors to open in succession before him. This was the result of his initial training following the successful release. Doorway attraction. Kiraku Shunsue's seemingly casual palm strike, upon contact with the first door, had its spiritual pressure bizarrely absorbed and diverted, and after passing through the second and third doors, it ultimately transformed into a feeble air current, dissipating into the atmosphere. This revelation thoroughly captivated Kiraku Shunsue. He shed all notions of underestimation, his gaze filled with shock and incredulity. A spatial type? Moreover, a Zanpakuto so direct and so enigmatic? The ability to slice through space to create attacks, while also guiding and diverting energy. Such a type of Zanpakuto had never been recorded in the long history of the Soul Society. However, recalling Lin Meng's earlier elusive spatial flashes, Kiraku Shunsue began to harbor a suspicion that this might be a unique product of Lin Meng's inherent talent combined with the powers of a Soul Reaper. After an intense bout of sparring, or perhaps more accurately, a one-sided demonstration, Lin Meng stood panting, sheathing his blade. Although he had only exerted half of his spiritual pressure during this encounter, he had failed to compel Kiraku Shunsue to unsheath his Zanpakuto. Relying solely on his captain-level combat skills and Shuinpa, he had deftly parried all assaults, showcasing the stark disparity between them. Despite Kiraku Shunsue's refusal to draw his sword, the palpable sense of dominance he exuded, coupled with glimpses of his iceberg-like prowess, profoundly impressed upon Lin Meng the terror inherent in captain-level strength. Concurrently, Lin Meng gained a clearer insight into the limitations of his own initial release, the Gate of Realms. The spatial door opened by the boundary slash, and the Gate of Realms indeed had a confined operational range, precluding long-distance teleportation or attacks. Furthermore, each activation of the door necessitated a considerable expenditure of spiritual pressure. The size, quantity, and intensity of the infused spiritual pressure directly influenced this consumption. More critically, mastering the spatial perception required of the user demanded exceptional precision. Any miscalculation could result in the dimensional piercing that disregards defenses, potentially striking oneself or misdirecting the gate's attack. This blade of yours possesses boundless potential, Kiraku Shunsue remarked as he adjusted his straw hat, his tone unmistakably laced with admiration. Cultivate it well. The future is limitless. Chapter 45. The Spirit of the Blade and 4 Years of Training. The night breeze caressed the clandestine training ground, imbued with a refreshing chill. As he departed, Kiraku Shunsue cast a meaningful glance from beneath his hat, patting Lin Meng on the shoulder. Young man, your gate is quite extraordinary. The initial release is merely the beginning. Spend time within your sword's Zen world and engage in deeper communion with it. Lin Meng bowed respectfully and, after bidding farewell to Kiraku Shunsue, made his way back to his dormitory. Settling into a meditative posture, he plunged his consciousness into the familiar chaotic realm. Since successfully achieving his initial release and firmly establishing the connection between the gate and the world of the Soul Reapers with the fragment of the Soul King as an anchor, this realm of Sword Zen had undergone a transformative evolution. No longer merely a void of chaos with a solitary grand door, it now radiated an ineffable sense of authenticity and vitality. With a thought, he endeavored to summon the Soul Requiem Gate, which could gather spiritual particle information. However, the gentle aura that once responded to his call now sank into silence, as if it had vanished into the depths of the ocean. A sense of inexplicable emptiness and unease crept into his heart. What is happening? Lin Meng furrowed his brow. Ever since the initial release of his gate, he had noticed the connection to the Soul Requiem Gate had diminished to an alarming degree, as if severed or suppressed by some unseen force. Now, he could sense nothing at all. Just as confusion settled in, The very essence of the gate, standing resolutely within the chaos, suddenly erupted in brilliant azure radiance. The light coalesced, and a figure gradually emerged from the doorway. It was a young man strikingly identical to Lin Meng, clad in a black haori, his expression stern, and his gaze as profound as the night sky, exuding an aura of pure and sharp spatial power. "You have arrived," Lin Meng spoke, his voice mirroring his own yet imbued with an emotionless indifference. Lin Meng's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. "You are the spirit of the gate? You may call me Boundary, or any title you prefer," the figure in black replied calmly. "I am your strength, your soul, the embodiment of your concept of the gate." Lin Meng regarded this doppelganger, a being identical yet distinctly different from himself, and felt a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment's contemplation, he broke into a grin. "Since you look just like me, I shall simply call you Lin He, direct and straightforward." The figure, Lin He, neither affirmed nor denied this designation, merely observing him with a tranquil demeanor. "This realm is under my dominion. Here, you may freely hone your power without fear of external detection." Lin Meng felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a monumental advantage. He was acutely aware of the treacherous depths of the Soul Society. Not only was there Aizen Sosuke, known for his unparalleled cunning, but also Urahara Kisuke, whose intellect rivaled his own. Even the seemingly whimsical Ikamaru Jin, with his sly grin, was far from a foe to be underestimated. Furthermore, the looming specter of Yawatch, a near unstoppable force decades hence, added to his concerns. Should his abilities, particularly those tied to the spatial essence of the gate, be excessively revealed, he would inevitably attract the attention of these astute and scheming adversaries. The element of surprise had always been one of the most effective trump cards. Moreover, Captain-level Soul Reapers were prohibited from casually unleashing their Bankai within the Supremacy due to the catastrophic destruction they could unleash. Yet in this realm of Sword Zen, he could unreservedly refine his powers and even experiment with the practice of Bankai. "Then, Lin He, let us spar," Lin Meng declared, excitement coursing through him as he grasped the gate in its initial release state. Lin He's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible wave of energy as a matching gate appeared in his grasp. "As you wish." Boom. The two figures collided instantaneously. Azure spatial fissures erupting throughout the Sword Zen world, each strike imbued with the profundities of cutting and connecting. Lin Meng was exhilarated to discover that battling with Lin He proved far more direct and effective than any instruction. Lin He's mastery of the Gate's capabilities was nothing short of textbook perfection, employing an array of astonishing attack angles, spatial severance, and dimensional piercing with effortless ease, dramatically enhancing Lin Meng's comprehension of his own abilities. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Meng, deep within the Sword Zen world, in a darker expanse of chaos, a vague silhouette of a door emitting a faint green glow hovered silently. It was the Soul Requiem Gate, which had lost its connection. At this moment, the Soul Requiem Gate appeared to be undergoing a profound transformation, with pure spiritual particles slowly and resolutely siphoning from the Sword Zen world, converting. While the patterns on the door grew increasingly ancient and arcane, time flowed inexorably, and the 6-year tenure at the Central Spirit Academy passed quietly amid relentless practice. For years slipped away in the blink of an eye. Within his dormitory, Lin Meng gradually opened his eyes, a visible column of spiritual pressure erupting from his head, stirring the spiritual particles in his room into a tight vortex, all perfectly contained within the confines of his chamber. After 4 years of unwavering dedication, particularly through countless life and death confrontations with Lin He in the Sword Zen world and the continuous absorption of the Soul King fragment as power, his spiritual pressure had long since transcended the typical bounds of a vice captain, firmly stepping onto the threshold of captain-level strength. Now, in terms of spiritual pressure intensity, he was on par with any newly appointed captain within the Supremacy, having elevated his spiritual pressure post-initial release to an impressive level. His mastery over the Gate's initial release had also reached an extraordinary pinnacle. The cutting precision of the boundary slash had become increasingly formidable, and the guidance of the Gate had grown more exquisite. He could even execute a single strike while simultaneously opening dozens of miniature doors, facilitating complex multi-angle and multi-layered offensive and defensive maneuvers. Moreover, his training in Bankai, under Lin He's meticulous guidance and the boundless trial and error within the Sword Zen world, was merely a step away from fruition. He could sense that the door known as Bankai was beginning to reveal a sliver of opportunity to him. In addition to his training with the Zanpakuto, Lin Meng had not been remiss in honing the remaining 3 core techniques of a Soul Reaper: Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido. Hakuda, through countless near-realistic brawls with Lin He and drawing from previously assimilated combat techniques, had become second nature to him, each punch and kick infused with tremendous power. Shuinpa, combined with his understanding of spatial displacement, had evolved into an elusive style unmatched among his peers. Even those specialized in speed would find it challenging to keep pace with his shadow. As for Kido, leveraging his exceptional spiritual strength and control, along with a profound comprehension of binding and destruction spells, He had mastered all Kido below number 90 and had even attempted to chant the higher numbered Kido, accumulating invaluable experience despite not yet succeeding. At this moment, a bolder thought swirled in Lin Meng's mind. He recalled the breathtaking moment in the original work when Shohoin Yoruichi executed a sublime combat technique that flawlessly merged Shuinpa with Kido. If he were to combine my spatial abilities with Shuinpa, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and compress it using the power of the Senkaman, detonating high-level Kido and affixing it to his fists and feet, the sheer force would be unimaginable. Yet, the dilemma of which Kido to select as the core of Shuinpa left him somewhat bewildered. Should he opt for the destructive power of Bakudo, or choose the controlling and binding effects of Bakudo? Or perhaps, he could merge the two in a uniquely special manner? This conundrum, akin to the final bottleneck of a Bankai, troubled him but also ignited a stronger desire for exploration within him. Chapter 46 a month. Nevertheless, the urgency of mastering Bankai incessantly pressed upon him. Time was limited. After all, the duration of his stay in this Soul Reaper world was not infinite. The string in his mind, named Return, tightened with each rise and fall of the sun and moon. He had been in Soul Society for 4 years. And with the assistance of Lin Hei, his nearly perfect sparring partner and mentor in the world of Kendo, these 4 years of arduous training had yielded remarkable results. His spiritual pressure had steadily reached the threshold of a captain, to the point where ordinary seated officers might not even muster the courage to draw their blades before him. And this was only considering his initial release. If one were to factor in his profound mastery of the Senkaman's initial release ability, along with his uncanny Shuinpa and increasingly refined Kido, he felt confident even against a typical captain. Yet, merely brushing against them would be far from sufficient. Whether to prepare for the impending turmoil that would sweep across the 3 realms or to return to the main world with greater assurance, mastering Bankai was an essential hurdle he must overcome. Compounding the urgency was the impending citywide tournament in each city of the main world, looming like an hourglass suspended over his heart. He had calculated based on the previous time flow ratio of the Qin Shi Mingyu world to the main world at 120. Here, in this Soul Reaper realm with higher energy levels and more stable world rules, the time flow discrepancy might be smaller, yet optimistically estimating, it likely fell between 110 and 115. After all, no matter how vast Soul Society was, the progression of the plot, in terms of real-world area, could only extend to the scale of a single planet, which still differed from the myriad races and planets of the main world. This meant that the 4 years he had spent in the Soul Reaper world had already translated to at least 3 to 4 months in the main world. He needed to reserve at least a few weeks for adaptation and preparation before the tournament commenced. This indicated that the time he had left in Soul Society to pursue Bankai was rapidly dwindling. Troublesome. Lin Meng rubbed his temples, returning from his deep contemplation. He found it somewhat absurd. Who would have thought that a dimension-hopping adventurer would now be meticulously calculating the calendars of different dimensions? With this thought, a flicker of relief crossed Lin Meng's eyes, soon replaced by a resolute determination. The final month. Sitting cross-legged in his dormitory, his gaze sharp as a blade, Lin Meng had already established a military order within himself. A month, regardless of success or failure, he must endeavor to challenge Bankai. The imminent citywide tournament in H City served as a constant reminder of the urgency of time. Lin Hei, with a mere thought, Lin Meng's consciousness plunged into that familiar chaotic space. There stood the towering indigo gate, along with the cold and stoic figure of Lin Hei, mirroring him exactly. I wish to train for Bankai, Lin Meng stated plainly, his tone brooking no dissent. However, the response he received was Lin Hei's usual indifference. The time is not yet ripe. Your heart is not whole. What do you mean? Lin Meng's brow furrowed, an unnamed anger rising from within. I have mastered the initial release to this extent, and my spiritual pressure has reached the required standard. Why is the time not ripe? How am I lacking in heart? This was not the first time Lin Hei had denied him. In previous attempts to discuss his Bankai training, he had been met with those 8 words. Lin Meng felt a sense of frustration. Lin Hei's words were always shrouded in ambiguity, as if speaking in riddles. He believed his understanding of the Senkaman had reached a considerable depth, and his previous practice of the initial release with Lin Hei had been remarkably harmonious. Where, then, was the discord and lack of coherence? Days passed, and Lin Meng tried various methods, coercion, persuasion, even attempting to forcibly activate deeper powers, but Lin Hei remained unmoved, merely repeating, "The time is not yet ripe. Your heart is not whole." Left with no other choice, Lin Meng temporarily withdrew from the Kendo world, deciding to seek alternative solutions. He thought of Kuraka Shunsui. After some twists and turns, Lin Meng found this carefree captain, always donned in a hat and flamboyant women's kimono, at the 8th Division barracks. "Oh, if it isn't Lin Meng. A rare guest indeed," Kuraka Shunsui said, taking a sip of sake and squinting at Lin Meng. "You seem troubled. What's the matter?" Lin Meng, foregoing pleasantries, succinctly conveyed the obstacles he faced in his Bankai training and Lin Hei's cryptic words. Upon hearing this, Kuraka Shunsui set down his gourd, his expression turning serious. He gestured for Lin Meng to extend his wrist. A gentle yet unfathomable spiritual pressure permeated Lin Meng's body, and after a brief survey, Kiraku Shuinsue's brow subtly furrowed. Your spiritual pressure has indeed reached the captain level, and both its purity and control are remarkably impressive, surpassing many seasoned vice captains. Kiraku Shunsui remarked with admiration. Given your age and time in the academy, such an achievement is nothing short of monstrous. He then shifted his tone. However, your sword spirit's assertion that your heart is not whole may not be unfounded. I can sense a slight, almost imperceptible dissonance within your spiritual pressure, a fluctuation that does not quite harmonize with your soul's essence. Though exceedingly subtle, it is akin to a drop of ink falling into clear water. Even diluted, it alters the purity of the water. Kiraku Shunsui elucidated. The conditions for Bankai are twofold. First, your soul's potential must be sufficiently robust to bear the immense power of Bankai. Second, and most crucially, is the complete recognition of your Zanpakuto, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword, and resonance of souls. This means your soul must perfectly align with the concept of your Zanpakuto, devoid of any impurities. That slight dissonance within you may very well be the root of your impediment in mastering Bankai. Lin Meng's heart trembled. Kiraku Shuinsue's insights seemed to resonate with Lin Hei's words. Does Captain Kiraku have a remedy for this? Kiraku Shunsui pondered for a moment before smiling. I have not encountered such a situation before, so I cannot think of a solution right now. However, I can recommend someone to you. My friend, Yukitake Jushiro, may provide you with some different insights. Under Kiraku Shuinsue's recommendation, Lin Meng made his way to the 13th Division barracks, where he met the pale-faced, yet perpetually gentle-smiling Yukitake Jushiro. Upon hearing Lin Meng's intent, Yukitake readily agreed to engage in a sparring match in the training grounds of the division. Open, Senkaman. Lin Meng initiated his initial release. The indigo cracks shimmering upon the blade as the power of space enveloped him. Kaido slash. He thrust his sword forward. The blade's trajectory seemingly tearing through space with an invisible hand, aimed directly at Yukitake. Yukitake remained unperturbed, gently drawing his twin Zanpakuto, and the left blade emitted a peculiar wave, effortlessly absorbing the spatial cutting force accompanying Lin Meng's strike. Following this, the right blade flickered with light, unleashing a wholly different, yet equally fierce energy in retaliation. Lin Meng's pupils constricted as he hastily opened a miniature spatial door before him, redirecting Yukitake's counterattack into the void. After several exchanges, while Lin Meng managed to hold his ground against Yukitake's adept maneuvers due to the unpredictable nature of the Senkaman, he distinctly felt that his application of power relied heavily on the physical characteristics of cutting and connecting inherent to the Senkaman, whereas Yukitake's twin Zanpakuto seemed to embody a mastery and transformation of energy concepts. Thank you, Captain Yukitake, for your guidance. Lin Meng sheathed his sword and bowed, gaining another layer of insight into the nature of power. With a gentle smile, Kiraku Shunsui remarked, Lin Mengjuan's Zanpakuto is truly unique. My understanding of spatial concepts is rather shallow, so I fear I may be of little assistance. Burdened with newfound confusion, yet a glimmer of clarity, Lin Meng re-entered the world of Sword Zen. Lin Hei, I shall inquire once more. What does it mean for your heart to be incomplete? What does it signify to be yet to attain harmony? Lin Meng's voice was tinged with a suppressed roar, as if he had grazed the surface of an elusive truth, yet remained separated by a thin veil. This time, Lin Hei remained silent for an extended moment, his profound gaze flickering with a hint of disturbance. The essence possesses discord. Like the tolling of a bell at dusk, these 4 words struck Lin Meng's heart with profound resonance. The essence possesses discord, Lin Meng murmured, a torrent of thoughts surging through his mind. Essence. Wait. Lin Meng's body jolted as a long-buried memory flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. It was the primordial force cultivated in the main world. He had always believed that the repulsion of this force would naturally dissipate once he fully mastered the interdimensional gates and attained his Bankai. As his comprehension of the concepts deepened, however, it now appeared that he had entirely misjudged the sequence of events. So that is it. Lin Meng's eyes blazed with an alarming brilliance, a euphoric revelation flooding his heart, for the repulsion of this primordial force was not a consequence of attaining Bankai, but rather the fundamental barrier obstructing him from achieving it. It was akin to a wedge firmly driven between the essence of his soul and the concept of interdimensional gates, preventing them from reaching true harmony. The discord of the essence referred precisely to the repulsion between the primordial force he had previously cultivated in the world of the Soul Reaper. Having grasped this, Lin Meng felt as though a shroud had been lifted. All prior confusion and bottlenecks were suddenly rendered comprehensible. I understand. Lin Hei, I finally comprehend. Lin Meng laughed with unrestrained joy. Lin Hei regarded him quietly, the corners of his lips seemingly curving into an imperceptible smile, only to swiftly revert to his usual indifference. Yet, how might one resolve this repulsion of the primordial force? Chapter 47. The Invitation from Urahara Kisuke. How might one eliminate the repulsion of the primordial force? He mused, lost in thought as a light gradually ignited in his eyes. This was not a matter that could be resolved through mere spiritual pressure cultivation or swordsmanship practice. It pertained to the very essence of a practitioner's foundational power, primordial force. What is primordial force? It was the life essence he had honed through relentless trials in the Blue Star and the world of Qin Shi Mingwei, extracted from the depths of his cells. The cornerstone that fueled all his extraordinary abilities. Conversely, spiritual energy was the energy he drew from the spirit particles after arriving in the world of the Soul Reaper. The two were distinctly separate, yet they formed a subtle coexistence within him. Previously, he had focused solely on enhancing his spiritual pressure, refining his Zanpakuto, and reducing the repulsion between the two, neglecting their most fundamental differences. The peculiarity of primordial force lay in the fact that it was cultivated within his physical form, while spiritual energy was the energy cultivated in his current ethereal state. Lin Meng finally realized that such an obvious distinction had eluded him, as if his mind had been clouded, preventing him from contemplating a crucial question: where had his physical body gone after his transference? Upon his arrival, his consciousness had awakened within this soul, yet he had never pondered the fate of his physical form. Had it been brought along through the interdimensional gate? Or was it lost amidst the tumult of time and space? A chilling sensation crept up his spine, leaving him feeling cold all over. If his physical body did not exist, then his primordial force would become akin to a rootless reed. Naturally, this would engender an essential repulsion from his purely spiritual form. Thus, the true meaning of your heart is incomplete was unveiled. Lin Meng chuckled wryly. That fellow Lin He always spoke in such cryptic terms. Could he not be more straightforward? It seemed imperative to address the issue of the primordial force urgently. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within him. Regardless, this issue must be resolved, otherwise, Bankai would remain an unattainable dream. He pondered whether returning to the main world would also restore his physical form. Lin Meng mused privately, feeling that numerous anomalies had accompanied his transference to this world. With this thought, Lin Meng resolved without hesitation to head to the 13th Division once more. Captain Kiraku. Lin Meng greeted respectfully, his expression tinged with just the right amount of urgency and fatigue. Recently, I have sensed some discomfort within my soul body during my training, as if it has sustained some damage. Might you possess a remedy for my ailment? He refrained from explicitly mentioning the matter of primordial force, as this was his most unique secret. Even if it were to be discovered, he would never voluntarily explain its intricacies. Using the pretense of a damaged soul body might yield a more effective solution. Kiraku Shunsui maintained his gentle demeanor, yet upon hearing Lin Meng's words, the mirthful glint in his eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of discernment. He scrutinized Lin Meng for a moment, refraining from probing his spiritual pressure as he had done previously. Lin Mengjun, your issue. Kiraku mused, his fingers lightly tapping the table surface, producing a rhythmic sound as if weighing his words. Lin Meng's heart raced in anticipation, quietly awaiting Kiraku's next revelation. After a lengthy pause, Kiraku, observing the anxious yet hopeful expression in Lin Meng's eyes, suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Lin Mengjun, your issue is quite peculiar. The ordinary remedies may prove ineffective for you. However, perhaps there is only one person who might be able to assist you. Lin Meng's heart stirred, suppressing his delight as he feigned ignorance and inquired, might Captain Kiraku be able to provide an introduction? He felt a quiet joy, for the only individual capable of assisting him, and one with whom Kiraku was on friendly terms, was precisely who he desperately needed at this moment. Kiraku's smile held a hint of mystery. Indeed, someone renowned as the most brilliant mind in the Soul Society over the past century, yet also the most troublesome character. If you do not mind shouldering a few unknown risks. Lin Meng's mind conjured the image of a figure donning a fisherman's hat, clad in wooden sandals, perpetually wearing a mischievous grin. Captain Kiraku, you mean? Kiraku nodded, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, it is he, the current head of the Technical Development Bureau and captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kisuk. Indeed, it was him. Lin Meng felt a surge of certainty. He was well aware of Urahara Kisuk, a character akin to a bug in the original narrative. His intelligence, cunning, and unfathomable research capabilities offered a glimmer of hope for resolving Lin Meng's issues, should he be willing to intervene. However, the phrase unknown risks also served as a cautionary note for Lin Meng. Urahara Kisuk's experiments had never been known for their safety. Thank you, Captain Kiraku, for your guidance. I am willing to give it a try. Lin Meng bowed and spoke with conviction. Kiraku nodded approvingly and promptly penned a letter of introduction, handing it to Lin Meng. Holding the letter, Lin Meng made his way to the 12th Division. After conversing with the guards at the entrance, a man emerged, characterized by a shock of unruly gray-white hair and narrow brown eyes, exuding a casual yet rebellious air, who greeted him with a broad smile. It was none other than Urahara Kisuk. Captain Urahara. Lin Meng presented Kiraku's letter with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Urahara Kisuk accepted the letter, unfolded it, and his smile broadened, though his eyes, concealed beneath the brim of his hat, glinted with a hawk-like sharpness, as if he intended to peer into Lin Meng's very essence. Oh dear, so this is a recommendation from Kiraku. You are the rare genius that the Serii has seldom seen in a century, Lin Meng. I have long admired your reputation, Urahara Kisuke remarked, closing his fan and tapping his palm lightly. Kuraka mentioned that you encountered some, minor troubles? He emphasized the words minor troubles, his gaze brimming with curiosity. Lin Meng understood that any ordinary soul body damage could have been managed by Kiraku himself and did not necessitate a special recommendation to Urahara. Urahara Kisuke had clearly discerned this as well. Indeed, these are rather troublesome issues, pertaining to the very essence of my being. I hope Captain Urahara might lend his assistance. Lin Meng replied candidly. Urahara Kisuke stroked his chin, circling around Lin Meng, occasionally gesturing with his fan to lightly tap him, exclaiming with feigned astonishment, "Fascinating, truly fascinating. Your spiritual pressure is extraordinarily pure and refined, far surpassing your peers. Your soul is remarkably stable, devoid of any semblance of superficiality." Yet, paradoxically, he halted before Lin Meng, lifting the brim of his hat slightly to reveal eyes gleaming with a strange brilliance. Yet, deep within your soul, I sense a most peculiar, dare I say, anomalous fluctuation of power. It does not belong to the spiritual particles, yet it is intricately connected to your soul, akin to parasitism, yet resembling symbiosis. Truly unprecedented. Lin Meng felt a shiver run down his spine. Urahara Kisuke had indeed lived up to his reputation, piercing through to the core of his predicament with a mere glance. It seemed that Fuju had delivered an extraordinary subject for my research. Urahara Kisuke's smile grew ever more radiant, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He pointed his fan at Lin Meng, his tone infused with undeniable excitement. Lin Meng, do accompany me. I find myself increasingly curious about the little trouble within you. Under the gaze of Urahara Kisuke, which seemed intent on dissecting him for study, Lin Meng couldn't help but tremble, inwardly lamenting that he had indeed stepped into the tiger's den. Chapter 48. The Transformation of the Spirit Body. The 12th Division's barracks resembled less a mere station than a vast research facility, brimming with the unknown and the bizarre. The air was thick with the acrid scent of various chemical reagents, intertwining with the intense condensation of spiritual particles, creating a unique atmosphere. Along the corridor, one could occasionally glimpse semi-finished, gleaming apparatuses or haphazardly piled materials inscribed with intricate keto formulas. Urahara Kisuke's eyes, hidden beneath the brim of his hat, sparkled brighter than any experimental apparatus, as if Lin Meng were not a mere individual, but an ancient ruin awaiting discovery, teeming with unsolved mysteries. Ah, Lin Meng, your condition is 100 times more intriguing than the trivial matter described in Fuju's letter. Urahara Kisuke led Lin Meng into a relatively tidy room, albeit still cluttered with an array of bizarre instruments. He casually brushed aside a tangle of metallic tendrils emitting a faint electrical charge and gestured toward a contraption resembling a dentist's chair at the center of the room. Please, have a seat. It's unlikely to bite. Lin Meng's lips twitched as he surveyed the charred marks left on the chair and the scattered, severed restraints nearby, casting significant doubt on Urahara Kisuke's assurances of safety. However, with no alternative, he steeled himself and sat down. Relax a bit, Lin Meng. Urahara Kisuke grinned as he picked up an odd device, reminiscent of a sea urchin merged with a stethoscope, and began gesturing around Lin Meng's body. Your physique, or rather your soul, resembles a finely tuned instrument. Any dissonance could disrupt its overall operation. My task is to identify that discordant note. The cold metallic sensation traveled across Lin Meng's temples, chest, and wrists, as subtle yet penetrating waves probed deep into his soul. Lin Meng felt as though his very essence was being scrutinized by countless invisible eyes. Every pulse of spiritual energy, every facet of his soul's structure, was laid bare. As time ticked by, the room was enveloped in the gentle hum of the machinery. Urahara Kisuke's smile gradually faded, replaced by an intense focus and inquiry. His brow would furrow and then relax, his instruments continuously shifting in angle and intensity. Strange, indeed strange, Urahara Kisuke murmured, his gaze growing increasingly profound beneath the hat's brim. The strength of your soul surpasses that of an ordinary captain, reaching an astonishing level of refinement. Logically, such a soul should harmoniously integrate with a Zanpakuto. He paused, his expression sharpening as if piercing through layers of fog to reveal the core. Yet, within the deepest recesses of your soul's essence, I perceive a fissure. Yes, akin to a flawless piece of jade, yet marred by an almost imperceptible crack at its core. This flaw prevents your soul from attaining true completeness, creating a subtle repulsion and conflict with that anomalous power. A flaw in the soul. Lin Meng's heart raced. Urahara Kisuke's assessment was far more precise than Kiraku Shuinsue's and Lin Hei's hints. He had always believed the repulsion stemmed from a clash between original and spiritual energies, unaware that the root of this discord might lie in the incompleteness of his very soul. Did this relate to the loss of his physical body during his traversal? Captain Urahara, is there a method to mend this flaw in the soul? Lin Meng's voice bore a hint of barely concealed tension. Urahara Kisuke stroked his chin, pondering. Mending the fissure in one's soul is no trivial endeavor. It is akin to recreating the soul itself, fraught with peril, and may even lead to utter dissolution of the spirit. However, he shifted his tone, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Your situation is somewhat unique. Ordinarily, a flaw in the soul complicates communication with the Zanpakuto, let alone allowing the spirit of the blade to manifest. Yet you, Urahara Kisuke, regarded Lin Meng with keen interest. I heard from Fuju that your Zanpakuto's spirit seems capable of clear communication with you, even manifesting within your sword meditation world. Correct? Lin Meng nodded, briefly recounting his training with Lin He in the sword meditation realm, including Lin He's identical appearance and his perfect mastery over the realm's abilities. To achieve such clarity and guidance at the initial release stage, Urahara Kisuke gasped, his expression shifting dramatically, as if he had heard an unbelievable tale. He suddenly clapped his hands, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Lin Meng, you are nothing short of a walking miracle. That look made Lin Meng feel as though he had become a rare quarry under the watchful eye of a master hunter, every hair on his body standing on end. Typically, a soul with a flaw would find it nearly impossible to achieve Bankai. Urahara Kisuke's voice quivered with excitement. For the essence of Bankai lies in fully unleashing and subduing the Zanpakuto's entirety, including its spirit. A flaw in the soul could lead to energy instability during this process or prevent genuine synchronization with the spirit altogether. However, Urahara Kisuke's smile turned enigmatic. Since your Zanpakuto's spirit possesses such a high degree of autonomy and manifestational capability, it indicates that your connection with the realm is far more robust than I had anticipated. This flaw in the soul may not be an insurmountable chasm. He abruptly stood, waving his fan toward a corner of the room. Lin Meng, it appears that conventional methods of Bankai training are no longer applicable to you. Yet, I happen to possess a small device that might surprise you, though it may also frighten you. As Urahara Kisuke's words echoed, the ground in the corner began to crack slowly, and a platform emerged, raising a covered object about the height of a person, shrouded in black cloth. In Soul Society, there exist certain places that ordinary Shinigami may never encounter in their lifetime. Urahara Kisuke guided Lin Meng through a winding path to a vast cavern hidden beneath the 12th Division. The area resembled an excavated mountain belly, its stone walls adorned with glowing blue Keto runes, and the air was thick with oppressive yet potent energy fluctuations. In the center of the hollow stood a humanoid doll, approximately 3 feet tall. This figure was crafted from an unknown dark golden metal, its surface smooth, features indistinct, and limbs posed rigidly, with only its hollow eye sockets seemingly capable of absorbing all light, exuding an indescribable eeriness. This was the transformation of the spirit body. Urahara Kisuke approached the doll, gently patting its cold metallic shoulder, his tone tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. I have invested considerable effort into crafting this creation, specifically designed to assist those exceptionally gifted Shinigami who encounter obstacles at the threshold of their Bankai. He paused, glancing at Lin Meng with a playful smile. In simpler terms, the purpose of the shifting body is to forcibly extract your Zanpakuto's spirit from your spiritual realm and infuse it into this doll, thereby fully materializing it in the physical world. You then must defeat and subjugate this embodiment of your Zanpakuto's complete power within 3 days. Success will lead to the mastery of your Bankai. Failure. Urahara shrugged nonchalantly, though his gaze bore a weight of seriousness. You will become a hollow. I trust one need not elaborate further on that consequence. Lin Meng's eyes fixated on the cold, shifting body, his heart racing uncontrollably, forcibly severing the spirit of the sword and engaging in a life-and-death struggle. This was undoubtedly a gamble, with the stakes being nothing less than his very existence. He recalled Lin He's stern visage, a figure strikingly similar to himself yet imbued with a power that was utterly despairing. Even in training against Lin He in his Shirkai form, he found himself at a disadvantage. Facing Lin He wielding the full might of his Zanpakuto was a daunting prospect. Captain Urahara, what are the odds of success with this shifting body? Lin Meng's voice came out hoarse. Urahara stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. For a typical Shinigami with a complete soul, if adequately prepared, the chances are perhaps 30 to 40%. As for you, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Meng. Your soul is fractured, which significantly heightens the risks and uncertainties of this process. Conversely, your already highly materialized sword spirit may present an unexpected variable. Thus, I cannot provide you with an accurate answer. It is either a meteoric rise or a plunge into the abyss. High risk, high reward. Quite fair, wouldn't you say? Urahara added with a grin, a smile that appeared devilishly tempting to Lin Meng. Silence enveloped Lin Meng. His mind raced with thoughts of the impending citywide tournament in H City at year's end. The bottleneck brought on by the nature of his origin, and Lin He's admonition that the time was not ripe and that his heart was incomplete. He had little time to squander. Conventional training might take years, even decades, to mend the gaps in his soul and breach the barriers to Bankai, while the mystery of his physical disappearance required formidable strength to unravel. The shifting body undoubtedly offered a shortcut, albeit one fraught with thorns and flames. A resolute expression crept over Lin Meng's face. He lifted his gaze, determination shining as he faced Urahara. Captain Urahara, I have no other choice. He extended his hand, pressing it against the cold surface of the shifting body, feeling the faint, strange pull emanating from within the metal. I choose it. Each word resonated with the finality of a stone cast upon the ground, imbued with a resolute determination that spoke of a life-or-death struggle. Urahara's smile grew ever more radiant, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, as if he could already foresee an extraordinary experiment about to unfold. Excellent. Lin Meng, your audacity never ceases to amaze me. He snapped his fingers, and the runes inscribed upon the surrounding stone walls blazed with brilliant light, an indescribable aura of terror enveloping the entire space. So, are you prepared to confront your true self? A friendly reminder. Being slain by your own Zanpakuto can be quite an embarrassing affair. Chapter 49, Bankai, Part 1. Light engulfed everything, and Lin Meng's consciousness momentarily blanked. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by swirling, suffocating chaotic mist. This was the aftermath of using the shifting body. Nonetheless, he promptly reinforced the sealing barrier that Urahara had established. For certain entities not of this world required utmost secrecy. You have arrived. A voice, identical to his own yet chillingly cold, resonated through the air. As the mist parted, Lin He emerged, wielding the gate, the blade of his unadorned katana shimmering with flickering azure fissures. It seems you could not wait for the right moment, and instead forcibly sought your Bankai. Very well. Come and claim it, or be completely replaced by me. Lin Meng tightened his grip on the gate, the keyhole pattern on its hilt glowing faintly. Enough with the chatter. Domain slash. Lin He's figure vanished in an instant. A warning surged through Lin Meng's heart. He swiftly slashed behind him at the void. Clang. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. Lin He had appeared behind him with a ferocious assault. Too slow. Lin He's blade moved faster, gliding down Lin Meng's weapon. The azure patterns igniting. Dimensional piercing. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from Lin Meng's left shoulder, pain searing through him. Although he had blocked the strike, the attack emerged from an unexpected angle, disregarding his defense. This is the gap between you, whose soul is fractured, and me, Lin He stated with an emotionless tone, his assault relentless as a tempest. Lin Meng gritted his teeth, executing consecutive slashes with the gate, attempting to create distance. But Lin He's domain slash was executed with unparalleled finesse. Each evasion was effortlessly countered, and every block accompanied by the bizarre angle of dimensional piercing. Your shuriken is far too immature. Lin He delivered a powerful kick to Lin Meng's abdomen, sending him crashing onto the grayish ground. A sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. Struggling to rise, he found Lin He closing in once more. You cannot even master the most fundamental spatial slicing of the gate. How can you hope to wield the dimensions and void of Bankai? Lin He's blade aimed directly at Lin Meng's brow. Lin Meng raised his sword to block, yet he felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. Gate focus. Lin He shouted. The tip of the gate blazed with azure brilliance, and a concentrated spiritual pressure erupted explosively. Crack. Lin Meng's gate blade was forcibly cracked. Lin Meng was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying, his soul body vibrating, and his grip on the sword trembling painfully. Give up. You cannot defeat me, Lin He declared from a superior position. This body, this power, shall be wielded by a more perfect version of myself. Lin Meng, battered and struggling to rise, felt every breath laced with agony. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the injuries to his soul body worsened. The words about a fractured soul and the nature of his origin echoed in his mind. Was he truly destined to falter here? He refused to accept it. If it ends like this, you aren't even worthy of a final glance. Lin He raised his Zanpakuto slowly. Desperation. No, I still possess primal energy. Lin Meng roared, awakening the latent power buried deep within his soul, driven by pure instinct. Boom. An aura entirely distinct from spiritual particles erupted from Lin Meng, a full release. He could no longer afford to regard the damage his soul body suffered from the conflict between primal energy and spiritual particles. After all, once one dies, all is rendered meaningless. The grayish-white space seemed to pause. Lin He's movements halted for the first time. Is this your chaotic primordial energy? Lin Meng felt as if his soul body was on the verge of being torn apart by this force, a piercing pain emanating from the wound in his soul, yet accompanied by an inexplicable exhilaration. The primal energy surged like a flood, washing over his limbs and bones, interacting in a wondrous manner with his damaged soul body. It not only replenished the spiritual pressure expended in the previous battle, but also wreaked havoc upon his soul body. He suddenly lifted his head. Lin He, come again. This time, he took the initiative to charge forward. Upon the blade of the gate, aside from the eerie blue fissures, a faint, almost translucent luminescence subtly coiled around it. A manifestation of the nascent attachment of the force. Overestimating his own capabilities, Lin He launched a counterattack. Domain slash. Dimensional piercing. Faced with identical techniques, Lin Meng ceased to rely solely on the defenses constructed from spiritual power. As Lin Hei's blade pierced through with a strange trajectory, the layer of force luminescence enveloping Lin Meng's body suddenly quivered. A muffled thud resounded. Lin Hei's dimensional piercing was unexpectedly hindered, the tip of the blade failing to fully penetrate. This marked the first moment of genuine astonishment on Lin Hei's part. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Meng pivoted the blade, no longer striving to comprehend and execute spatial cuts, but instead infused the force into the blade, delivering a strike with sheer, unadulterated brute strength. Open for me. That roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the gray-white expanse. Within Lin Meng, the force he had previously restrained with utmost caution, deemed chaotic by Lin Hei, now broke free from its shackles, awakening like a slumbering dragon, unleashing a thunderous roar. The art of the 100 meridians converging into the sea. This foundational technique, honed through the crucible of his earthly existence on Blue Star, began to operate autonomously within his soul body at that very moment. Though the soul body lacked physical meridians, the force possessed its own mysterious flow. The vast and majestic aura no longer scattered chaotically as before. Under Lin Meng's indomitable will, it surged along invisible channels, roaring with ferocity. Each cycle of the force elevated his spiritual pressure, yet simultaneously intensified the sharp pain emanating from the soul's fissure deep within his being. Upon the blade of the gate, the fissures previously inflicted by Lin Hei's gate focus began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace, fueled by the surging force. Moreover, beyond the eerie blue spatial cracks, a thick and solid layer of brilliance enveloped the blade, almost taking on a tangible form, exuding a domineering aura entirely distinct from that of spiritual particles. What peculiar technique is this? A note of genuine gravity finally crept into Lin Hei's voice. He could distinctly perceive that Lin Meng's momentum was escalating at an unfathomable rate, growing increasingly stable and substantial. This force, starkly different from the spiritual energy commonplace in the realm of death, harbored a primal and overwhelming vitality. It was as if a dichotomy between life and death had been forged. Lin Meng had no time to respond to his inquiry. He simply raised the gate high once more. In that moment, he felt an unparalleled state of being. His spiritual pressure rapidly restored under the nourishment of the force, his limbs and bones brimming with explosive power, that raw, primal sensation almost compelling him to howl at the heavens. It was as though he had transformed into a being of unparalleled might. Chapter 50, Bankai, Part 2. Come again. Without a hint of ostentation, Lin Meng's foot slammed into the ground, propelling his entire body like a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Hei with unmatched vigor. The gate descended with wrath, and wherever the blade passed, the air emitted a piercing shriek, as if it might be torn asunder by this violent force. Lin Hei's form flickered like a specter, executing that elusive domain slash. The eerie blue blade light flickered and vanished, targeting Lin Meng's defenseless side. You think the same trick can work a second time? Lin Meng neither flinched nor evaded. With a fierce determination, he clenched his left fist, condensing the force into a blinding radiance, directly confronting the lethal tip of the blade that pierced from an uncanny spatial angle. A resounding crash erupted. The fist collided solidly with the blade. This time, it was no longer the sight of the force luminescence being effortlessly torn apart. Lin Hei's dimensional piercing, which could disregard most defenses, was deflected from its intended trajectory upon contact with Lin Meng's fist, now infused with the art of the 100 meridians converging into the sea. The sharp tip of the blade narrowly grazed Lin Meng's rib, sparking a shower of dazzling sparks, yet it failed to inflict any tangible harm. How is that possible? Lin Hei staggered to solidify his form not far away, glancing down at the slightly trembling blade of gate in his hand, then at Lin Meng's unscathed fist, which had not even broken the skin. The force, this chaotic power in his eyes, could directly counter the spatial slicing sharpness of Gate's shurikai. Your spatial slicing is indeed impressive. Lin Meng shook off the lingering numbness in his fist, a wild grin breaking across his face. But my strength is no mere clay. The art of the 100 meridians converging into the sea flowed increasingly swiftly and smoothly within him. Lin Meng could distinctly feel that with each surge of the force, his soul body grew stronger, and his mastery over this primordial power sourced from life deepened. Your Zanpakuto's shurikai emphasizes connection and slicing. As he spoke, he launched into another tempestuous flurry of attacks, each strike of the gate targeting Lin Hei's vital points. And my Zanpakuto, from this moment forth, shall also add another principle, to shatter everything. The gate swung forth once more, its momentum grand and unrestrained, each stroke imbued with enough terrifying power to cleave mountains and split rocks. Lin Hei's brow furrowed tightly. He realized that Lin Meng's combat style had undergone a profound transformation. No longer did he attempt to engage through understanding the capabilities of gate and spatial techniques, but instead, he had shifted to a straightforward, unyielding display of brute force. His prideful domain slash and dimensional piercing were significantly diminished in effectiveness against Lin Meng's almost savage approach. each time he attempted to open a spatial gate for tactical repositioning. The violent force affixed to Lin Meng's blade would reverberate, causing subtle deviations in spatial positioning and robbing him of the upper hand. Even his once unfailing dimensional piercing. Upon encountering the increasingly dense and resilient layer of force luminescence enveloping Lin Meng's body, found its penetrating power greatly diminished, and on several occasions was brutally rebuffed. Gate focus. Lin He seemed to realize that close-quarters combat was detrimental to him. He abruptly increased the distance between himself and Lin Meng. The tip of Gate, once again glowing with an eerie blue radiance. An overwhelming spiritual pressure began to coalesce, more refined and dangerous than ever before. Yet, faced with an assault capable of instilling fear in any death god of comparable rank, Lin Meng merely let out a derisive snicker. You wish to compare spiritual pressure intensity with me? Kid, what I am about to match you with is pure brute strength. He took a deep breath, activating the art of the 100 meridians converging into the sea to unprecedented heights. His entire body seemed to resonate with a deep, resonant rumble, as pure, more formidable waves of force surged forth from the depths of his soul body. 100 meridians. Converge into the sea. Lin Meng bellowed, a sound that could shake the heavens, as the force luminescence upon the gate surged exponentially. No longer merely an attachment, it transformed into a blazing, tangible flame, completely enveloping the entire blade. He did not employ any flamboyant sword techniques nor any spatial tricks. He simply unleashed a single, unadulterated strike, infused with all his force, aimed directly at the direction where Lin He was gathering his spiritual pressure. This strike bore no esoteric intricacies of spatial slicing, nor the enigmatic defenses of dimensional connection. What it contained was merely an utterly pure, terrifying force capable of obliterating all obstacles, as if to cleave this boundless expanse of gray and white in twain. Boom! Two forces, utterly disparate, yet equally formidable, collided with cataclysmic intensity at the heart of this spatial realm. The ethereal blue beam of spiritual pressure and the robust, resounding blade of primal energy clashed like two comets, erupting into an incandescent sphere of blinding radiance. A destructive wave surged forth, spiraling wildly in all directions, causing the interior of the transcendental body to tremble violently, groaning as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. Lin He's silhouette was rocked by the ferocious shockwave, staggering backward several steps before he could regain his footing. His arm, gripping the blade, bulged with taut muscle, evidently enduring an unimaginable force. He glanced toward the equally affected Lin Meng, whose lips trickled crimson, his countenance pale, yet the fierce spirit of audacity only intensified, burning ever more brightly. Your eclectic power can actually contend with the essence of spiritual pressure. Lin He's voice emerged hoarsely, tinged with astonishment. Are you not surprised? Lin Meng nonchalantly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. This is merely the beginning. The true spectacle lies ahead. He could distinctly sense that, following their reckless collision, the once clear boundaries separating the primal and spiritual energies within him had been forcefully breached by this violent torrent of power. The 100 meridians convergence technique appeared to be ruthlessly amalgamating and refining the two disparate systems of energy within him. Though this process was fraught with indescribable agony and peril, its effects were unexpectedly beneficial. Chapter 51, Bankai, Part 3. The battle momentarily stalemated, and after another brief yet intense exchange, the two figures retreated to their respective positions. Your prowess indeed surpasses my expectations. Lin He slowly raised the gate of boundaries in his grasp, an ineffable change subtly shifting in the aura surrounding him. No longer did it possess the mere intensity of a shurikai's spiritual pressure. A deeper, more obscure, and perilous aura began to emanate from him, gradually enveloping the space around. In that case, allow me to grant you a glimpse of how the true gate of boundaries is wielded. Within Lin He's eyes, indistinguishable from Lin Meng's, countless doors, both luminous and shadowy, seemed to open and close in rapid succession. The swirling gray and white mist around him began to distort, fold, and reorganize in an eerily peculiar manner. A sudden chill gripped Lin Meng's heart, an overwhelming sense of impending doom cascading over him. This sensation, this oppressive force, had transcended the realm of mere shurikai. My body is the gate, Lin He began to chant softly, his voice resonating not from a singular throat, but seemingly emanating from all corners of this spatial domain, imbued with a peculiar majesty and sanctity. The gray-white space began to fluctuate with unprecedented intensity, countless minuscule fissures, indistinguishable to the naked eye, materializing around Lin He, flickering before rapidly vanishing and re-emerging. These newly formed rifts were no longer mere tools for slicing or displacing. They exuded a bizarre essence of both consumption and creation, as though each fissure connected to an unknown dimension brimming with infinite potential. The myriad phenomena converged into a void, a terrifying pressure capable of freezing Lin Meng's very soul descended like an invisible tide. He was horrified to witness, behind Lin He, a colossal shadowy gate. exuding a dim glow, slowly coalescing into form, as if it linked to an abyssal nothingness that could devour all. This is bad. He is about to unleash the power of his Bankai. In that instant, Lin Meng felt a chill race down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. Though he understood that this was merely a simulated space created by Urahara Kisuke, the Lin He before him was, after all, the true spirit of the Gate of Boundaries. Possessing a comprehension and mastery of Bankai that far surpassed his own, desperation surged. The singular thought consumed Lin Meng's mind as he recklessly urged the 100 Meridians convergence technique within him once more. The primal energy surged through his non-existent meridians like a torrential flood. He felt neither retreat nor fear but charged headlong against the oppressive force that threatened to overwhelm everything. So what if you understand Bankai? Today, I shall subdue you, this arrogant fool, with primal energy. The blade of the Gate of Boundaries ignited with an even more fervent, blazing flame of primal energy. Lin Meng's figure appeared minuscule and audacious before the imminent manifestation of Lin He's Bankai, which radiated an aura of annihilation. Yet, his unwavering spirit, resolute and unyielding, shone like a beacon piercing through the fog and darkness of despair. The battle transcended into its most intense, brutal, and critical phase. This was not merely a contest of strength and skill. It was the ultimate collision of will and conviction. The outcome hinged precariously on the next fleeting moment. The gate of the abyss opens. Lin He's voice transformed from a whisper into a grand proclamation resonating throughout the gray-white expanse. The once ethereal gate suddenly solidified. No longer a singular entity but, centered around Lin He, an array of doors, varying in size and shape, materialized, swirling like stars around him, opening and closing incessantly. Some were regular rectangles, their blue luminescence profound as the abyss. Others, twisted whirlpools, radiated an all-consuming gravitational pull. Some were mere indistinct shadows, seemingly connecting to unfathomable dimensions. Lin Meng's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld Lin He's eyes transformed into deep blue vortices, reflecting countless shattered worlds. An indescribable terror surged forth, akin to a tsunami of immense proportions crashing down upon him, obliterating the resilient will he had forged from primal energy in an instant. His charge faltered midair, as if colliding with an invisible, insurmountable wall, not of physical matter, but of an absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of the soul. This is Bankai. Lin Meng gritted his teeth, tasting a hint of iron on his tongue. Lin He offered him no opportunity to react. He did not even need to swing his blade. A mere shift of his form sufficed. Dimension transcendence. Lin Meng perceived a flash before his eyes, and in an instant, Lin He's figure vanished. Instinctively, he raised his blade in defense, yet the next moment, searing pain overwhelmed him from all sides. Stab, stab, stab. Lin Meng's left shoulder, right arm, waist, and thigh were pierced simultaneously by invisible blades. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the gray-white ground. He could not even discern how Lin He had struck. He only felt the blade of the Gate of Boundaries, emerging from countless unseen doors, tearing through his soul with angles that defied defense. Lin Meng emitted a muffled cry of pain, his body crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of gray-white dust. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating agony coursing through his soul and the deep-seated numbness rendered him nearly powerless to even lift a hand. Too slow. The voice of Lin He resonated with a chilling superiority, as if emanating from above, below, and all around Lin Meng simultaneously. He wielded no tangible blade. Rather, the myriad doors swirling around him served as his most lethal weapons. The so-called original force you possess is naught but brute strength, incapable of subduing even my initial release, let alone grasping the profundity of my final form. Lin He's figure flickered once more, reappearing above Lin Meng, where countless ethereal blue doors opened and closed around him, each unveiling a blade forged from spiritual pressure, the Gate of Realms. Dimensional multidimensional assault. Hundreds, if not thousands, of blades cascaded down like a torrential rain from various dimensions and angles, each one aimed with precision at the vital essence of Lin Meng. His pupils constricted in terror. He wished to evade, to shield himself, yet his body could not keep pace with his mind. Helplessly, he could only watch as those blades, imbued with a sinister chill, enveloped him in an instant. The deafening roar of destruction resounded incessantly. With every blade that fell, it accompanied the agony of Lin Meng's essence being torn asunder. His form was pierced and sliced mercilessly, blood splattering across the ashen expanse like blossoms of crimson. In mere moments, his soul had become a grotesque tapestry of wounds, a mere rag doll pinned to the ground, drenched in blood, vitality swiftly waning. Chapter 52, Final Release, End. Is this the power you take pride in? Merely brute force. Lin He descended slowly before Lin Meng, the doors that surrounded him still swirling incessantly, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the air suffocating. He cast a scornful gaze upon Lin Meng, sprawled in a pool of blood, his deep, cerulean eyes betraying no emotion, only an indifference towards the weak. Surrender. Your soul is flawed and cannot triumph over one like me who has mastered the final release. Lin Hei's voice, akin to a chilling blade, pierced the very depths of Lin Meng's soul with each deliberate word. What I command is the boundless gate of annihilation, the manifestation of concepts, the mastery of dimensions. The heights I occupy are distinct from yours. Lin Meng's consciousness blurred, excruciating pain threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. He struggled to lift his head. Yet even his eyelids felt like lead. Lin Hei's words struck him like the sharpest of steel needles, reminding him of the hope he had glimpsed while battling Lin Meng in his initial release state, fueled by the original force, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. Yet, the power exhibited after Lin Hei's final release was like an insurmountable chasm, instantly casting him back to his former self, plunging him deeper into despair. The mocking pity in Lin Hei's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Meng felt his soul being slowly torn apart by the forces emanating from the multitude of doors. As if he were on the brink of being swallowed by endless void, he exerted every ounce of his will to gather a sliver of original force. But that energy felt as if it were encased in ice, immovable. Give up. Lin Meng lightly tapped his toe, and a tiny, ethereal blue vortex door appeared at his fingertip, emitting a faint yet disquieting pull. You cannot comprehend the true essence of the gate, nor can you bear this power. Return your soul, and your concept of the interdimensional gate to me. I shall allow it to bloom in the hands of a more perfect version of myself. Lin Meng's pupils dilated, his vision hazy. He glimpsed the countdown to the year-end tournament in H City and the enigma of his physical form's disappearance. Must it truly end here? Unwillingness. A torrent of fierce, fiery defiance blazed within the depths of Lin Meng's soul. He could not concede. He must uncover the truth behind his corporeal disappearance. He yearned to shatter the shackles of this so-called flawed soul. No. With a hoarse roar, Lin Meng cried out. His voice barely audible, yet brimming with the entirety of his life and will. He strained, expending the last vestiges of his strength to reach for the Gate of Realms, stained with his blood. The blade was cold, yet at that moment, it seemed to resonate with a faint echo of connection. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Hei's gaze. He had not anticipated such a fierce will to survive from Lin Meng in such dire straits. A futile struggle. Lin Meng contemptuously shook his head. As the vortex door at his fingertip expanded slowly, its pull intensifying. However, at the instant, Lin Meng's fingers brushed against the ancient keyhole design on the hilt of the Gate of Realms. A subtle yet profoundly unique vibration surged forth from the deepest recesses of his being, from the place that Urahara Kisuk referred to as the soul's breach. It was neither the spiritual energy of an initial release nor the original force, but a manifestation of a more primal, fundamental power within the soul society. Suddenly, Lin Meng was astonished to hear a voice calling out to him from within his spiritual essence. He summoned the last of his original force to respond to its summons. Descend, Gate of Souls. At the brink of death, the Gate of Souls, long dormant in the depths of the Sword Zen world, answered his call, manifesting within the realm where he had been cultivating his final release. Simultaneously, upon the emergence of the Gate of Souls, Urahara Kisuk distinctly sensed the ripple it created in the soul society. His pupils widened in surprise, curiosity and delight danced across his features. Meanwhile, from a distance, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sasuk, appeared to sense this unique spiritual pressure, a smile of anticipation curling at the corners of his lips. How increasingly intriguing. I look forward to the day we formally meet, Lin Meng, Kun. Gate of Souls. A door exuding a soft green luminescence materialized beside Lin Meng as he teetered on the edge of death. It made no sound, nor did it herald any cataclysmic spectacle. It simply hovered quietly before him, radiating a gentle wave that calmed and soothed the very soul, continuously drawing in a multitude of spiritual particles into the unknown realm beyond its threshold. This wave felt akin to a clear spring flowing over parched earth, instantly revitalizing Lin Meng's battered essence. The searing pain abruptly subsided, replaced by an indescribable warmth and relief. His dulled vision refocused, fixating upon that door. The Gate of Souls was not a Zanpakuto, yet it represented the first true creation he had ever achieved, a testament to his wisdom as a soul weaver. Upon entering the realm of the Shinigami, it evolved into a sanctuary that harbored solace for souls and guided tumultuous consciousness. Having communicated with the Gate of Souls, an overwhelming influx of information flooded Lin Meng's mind. In that moment, he finally grasped what he had been lacking. The existence of the interdimensional gate was not the entirety of his power. The Gate of Souls became the embodiment of his kingly strength within the realm of the Shinigami. Though Lin Meng knew not when the fragments of the Soul King had fused with the Gate of Souls at that moment. Possessing both the power of the Soul King and that of the Shinigami, he stood as a veritable reflection of the next Kurosaki Ichigo. So it was. Lin Meng uttered a low, gravelly murmur. Under the gentle guidance of the Gate of Souls' power, the once distinct original force and spiritual energy within him converged, like ice and snow melting away, relinquishing their mutual repulsion. They were no longer two disparate torrents, but began to intertwine and merge in an unprecedented manner. Deep within his spiritual essence, the place once deemed a breach by Urahara Kisuke was no longer hollow. It was now filled with a newfound, complete, and boundlessly potential energy. It was an ineffable sense of fulfillment, as if his shattered soul had been reforged into a perfect whole. The vastness of the original force and the purity of the spiritual energy no longer clashed. Instead, they wove together a grander and more encompassing power. Lin Meng sensed his spiritual pressure soaring at an unprecedented velocity, not merely in terms of quantity, but also in a remarkable qualitative leap. He was finally able, through the manipulation of his energy, to exhibit the full extent of his spiritual power, indeed, even surpassing 100%. He gradually raised the Soul Reaper's blade, Kaimon, in its Shurkai form. Subsequently, an overwhelming and indescribable will erupted from the depths of Lin Meng's soul, surging toward Kaimon like a torrential flood. My body is the gate. Lin Meng's voice transformed, shedding its former hoarseness to become grand and solemn, imbued with an aura of authoritative command. At that moment, the gray-white ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and countless ethereal blue lights erupted from the fissures, wrapping around Lin Meng's body like myriad ribbons of light. All phenomena returned to the void, deep within Lin Meng's pupils. The once swirling azure now morphed into a pitch-black abyss in his left eye, while his right eye radiated a fierce, snowy halo, resembling two opposing yet perfectly harmonious doors. He raised both hands, palms facing each other, as an unprecedented force coalesced between them. The Gate of No More. Bankai. Chapter 53, Dual Blade Bankai. With Lin Meng's final thunderous shout, a blinding light erupted from the space between his palms. Boom. A violent shockwave of energy burst forth from Lin Meng's center, expanding wildly in all directions. The myriad doors of Lin He, swirling around him, instantaneously froze in place under the impact of Lin Meng's newly awakened power. Trembling ever so slightly in a barely perceptible manner, Lin Meng's body underwent a monumental transformation amidst the radiance. The Kaimon blade in his hand emitted a crisp hum, the crack once inflicted by Lin He mending instantly, the azure fissures deepening in their intensity. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. In Lin Meng's right hand, a long blade of purest black coalesced, its essence swirling with pure and extreme darkness, reminiscent of an abyss that devours all. While the blade bore the faint silhouettes of countless twisted and blurred doors. In his left hand, a dazzling, resplendent white long blade simultaneously emerged, its holy and sharp form composed of radiant energy, shimmering with numerous clear and orderly door shapes, as if capable of cleaving paths to all dimensions. One black and one white, two blades that were utterly distinct, yet perfectly complementary, manifested in Lin Meng's hands. Dual blades? Lin Meng whispered, quietly attuning himself to the novel power contained within them. He gazed down at the Soul Reaper's blade in his hands, lost in thought. Perhaps it was indeed fate that he should wield dual blades. The first captain he encountered upon arriving in the Soul Society was Kairaka Shunsui, who wielded a dual-blade Soul Reaper's weapon. Moreover, his subsequent relationship with Yukitake Jushiro had also flourished. This is impossible. In Lin Hei's deep azure eyes, astonishment and disbelief emerged for the first time. He could distinctly sense that the two blades Lin Meng commanded post-Bankai held unfathomable power, their might incomparable to anything before. Lin Meng slowly straightened his posture, dual blades in hand, one black and one white, light and darkness intertwining around him. He seemed to become the very center of all doors, the pivot of existence itself. He turned his gaze toward Lin He, his eyes now devoid of confusion or anguish, replaced instead by a near-cold clarity and control. It appears that I now stand at a higher vantage point. Lin Meng spoke calmly, his left hand wielding the black blade with a casual flourish. Lin Hei's heart raced. Instinctively, he attempted to activate the multitude of doors surrounding him for defense and counterattack. However, to his horror, he discovered that as Lin Meng's black blade swept through, the numerous azure vortex doors he had meticulously arranged were silently consumed, vanishing without a trace. Not even a ripple remaining. Your Bankai. Lin Hei's voice carried a note of astonishment. It seems the dimensions truly have shifted. Now it is my turn. Lin Meng's figure flickered, and as he spoke, his left hand thrust the white blade forward. There was no cataclysmic grandeur where the white blade passed. Space appeared to be gently cleaved, revealing a fresh and stable passageway. Lin Meng's figure instantaneously appeared before Lin He, his speed and uncanny footwork eclipsing even Lin Hei's previously vaunted dimensional shifting. Lin Hei's pupils constricted in alarm, hastily summoning dozens of doors to converge, attempting to form a dimensional prison to ensnare Lin Meng. Futile. Lin Meng's right black blade swept across, and as it made contact with the newly formed door barriers, they melted away like snow under the sun, completely devoured. The left white blade then unimpededly lunged toward Lin Hei's chest. Lin He cried out fiercely, retreating rapidly, while simultaneously thrusting both palms forward. All phenomena returned to the void, devouring nothingness. A massive void gate coalesced behind him, attempting to draw Lin Meng and his peculiar dual blades into its depths. A smirk played upon Lin Meng's lips. Instead of retreating, he advanced, crossing his dual blades before him. In the instant the black and white blades intersected, an indescribable and terrifying power erupted forth. The black blade summoned endless nothingness, while the white blade opened the gates to all phenomena. The void gate that Lin He had conjured crumbled before this power, disintegrating as if made of mere paper. He himself was struck as if by lightning, the spiritual particles on his surface violently dispersing, struggling to maintain his Bankai form. How can this be? Lin He gazed incredulously at Lin Meng. Lin Meng stepped forward, arriving before Lin He, his dual blades gently resting upon his shoulders. The black blade exuded a chilling void that could freeze souls, while the white blade radiated a sharpness capable of severing all concepts. You have lost. Lin Meng's voice remained calm and unyielding. Lin He's body stiffened, feeling the two opposing yet equally lethal forces upon his shoulders. The myriad door shadows surrounding him flickered erratically like a candle in the wind before ultimately dissipating. His formidable aura waned, reverting from Bankai to Shurkai, his form becoming increasingly insubstantial. Lin He's figure appeared more ethereal, as if on the verge of complete dissolution. At that moment, Lin Meng failed to notice the flicker of relief that crossed Lin He's azure eyes, perhaps even a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. After a few seconds, Lin Meng observed Lin He grit his teeth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet swallowing his words. Ultimately, the instinctual arrogance within him prevented him from fully conceding. Humph. Lin He scoffed, his voice raspy, yet still infused with an indomitable spirit. Boy, do not think this is the end. He struggled to maintain his faltering form, enunciating each word. This body is yours now, but you had better take care of it. Lin He paused, casting a venomous glance at Lin Meng, particularly at the two strikingly contrasting blades. The power of these blades, and the potential of this body, far exceed your imagination. If I discover that you squander this exquisite vessel I have painstakingly forged, or if you become incapable. He deliberately emphasized the word incapable, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain and warning. I will certainly return to reclaim everything. At that time, this greater power, this more perfect body, will truly belong to me. Having spoken, he seemed to exhaust his final reserves of strength, his form flickering violently before he could no longer maintain it, dissipating into specks of ethereal blue light that vanished into the air. Lin Meng raised an eyebrow, regarding Lin He's final declaration, which reeked of bluster, with indifference. Merely the lamentation of a defeated soul. However, a more perfect body, you say? Lin Meng glanced down at himself, feeling the surging power within and the novel insights conveyed by his dual blades, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Indeed, he had surpassed his former self, both in spiritual pressure and understanding of the Soul Reaper's blade. Rest assured, Lin Meng murmured softly, as if responding to Lin He, yet also speaking to himself. Such a day shall never come. He withdrew his dual blades, the black and white radiance retreating into his being. The fragmented space, ravaged by combat, began to gradually restore its tranquility with Lin He's disappearance. Lin Meng retracted his dual blades, the black and white edges slowly dissipating, transforming once more into the unadorned taicho of the boundary gate, now quietly suspended before him. With Lin He's concession, the gray-white expanse within the transcendent body began to convulse violently, shattering like a mirror. Lin Meng's consciousness returned, and he distinctly sensed an unprecedented, intimate connection formed between himself and the boundary gate. The swastika release of the boundless abyss was now wholly under his command. Chapter 54. The Fierce One of the Plum Blossoms. At the moment of his victory, an indescribable weariness washed over him like a tidal wave. The air was thick with the faint scent of dust and the lingering essence of dissipated spiritual particles. Ah, it appears the outcome is favorable, Lin Meng. Congratulations on not becoming a hollow. A voice, laced with a sense of languor and teasing, drifted beside him. Laboriously, Lin Meng turned his head to find Urahara Kasuk standing beneath the eaves, his eyes sparkling with an all-seeing light, smiling knowingly at him. Though unsure of how much Urahara had discerned, Lin Meng felt confident that the existence of his original power had not been revealed. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Lin Meng felt as though his entire spiritual body had been dismantled and reassembled, every inch imbued with a sense of soreness and fatigue. He attempted to move his fingers. The overwhelming sensation of power he had wielded within the transcendent body trial had now retreated deep into his soul, yet the novel, seamless feeling of mastery remained indelibly imprinted within him. It seems Lin Meng has gleaned quite a bit from the experience, Urahara Kasuk remarked, tapping his fan lightly against his palm, his tone laden with significance. Lin Meng's heart tightened, understanding that Urahara's words held profound implications. However, he simply feigned enlightenment, unwilling to divulge too much regarding the Soul Gate and the fragments of the Soul King, struggling to rise from the ground. He noted that his deathly garb had become tattered during the fierce battle with Lin He, the exhaustion and tumult at the soul level persisting as a source of pain. "Thank you, Urahara-san," Lin Meng said, offering a slight bow of gratitude, before hastily taking his leave. Being scrutinized by Urahara's gaze was invariably unsettling. "I feel unwell and need to attend to my injuries, so I shall excuse myself." "Ah, do take care of your wounds," Urahara Kisuke replied, cheerfully waving his fan. After all, forcibly pushing oneself to the limits imposes a great burden on the soul. This statement held truth. Forcibly wielding a power beyond one's control could result in irreversible damage. Numerous examples existed, such as the captains during the millennium-long conflict, Kachiki Rukia's swastika release, White Mist punishment, Hitsugaya Toshiro's swastika release, Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, and Zaraki Kenpachi's swastika release, among others. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Meng refrained from further conversation, his steps somewhat unsteady as he made his way outside. Indeed, he needed to recuperate thoroughly. More importantly, he required a tranquil environment to meticulously analyze the profound changes brought about by this release and the transformations resulting from the Soul Gate, reviving as his ability under the influence of the Soul King's fragments. Upon exiting the clandestine training base, his taut nerves began to ease slightly. However, when he looked down at himself, a twitch of his lips betrayed his disheveled appearance. His once pristine deathly garb was now in tatters, stained with blood, exuding the grim aura of a fierce battle aftermath. Subsequently, he oriented himself and headed directly toward the 4th Division's quarters, consciously avoiding the bustling main thoroughfares and opting for relatively secluded paths leading to the 4th Division's barracks. Despite his efforts, he still encountered a few hurried, ordinary members along the way. Every Shinigami he passed cast him uncertain glances. After all, while sparring took place within Siriidii, it was quite rare for someone to emerge in such a disheveled state, particularly given Lin Meng's growing notoriety. Isn't that Lin Meng, who has recently garnered fame at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy? Has he returned from a trial mission in Hueco Mundo? How did he sustain such injuries? He must have faced a fierce battle. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lin Meng quickened his pace. Soon, the unique courtyard of the 4th Division, imbued with a faint scent of medicinal herbs, came into view. "Lin Meng-kun." As he stepped through the 4th Division's entrance, a somewhat anxious female voice rang out. It was Inoue Yuruchi, clutching a stack of medical records. Upon seeing Lin Meng, the documents slipped from her hands, scattering across the ground. Her usually melancholic, yet beautiful eyes widened in shock and concern. "What happened to you?" Inoue Yuruchi rushed to Lin Meng's side, her voice trembling as she beheld his blood-soaked form. "My apologies, Vice Captain Inoue." Lin Meng managed a weary smile. "I accidentally got into a bit of trouble during my Zanpakuto training. Quick, come with me." Inoue Yuruchi disregarded the scattered documents, urgently supporting Lin Meng as she led him to an available treatment room, carefully assisting him onto the pristine white bed. "Please don't move. I'll fetch the medical tools and supplies," Inoue Yuruchi declared, turning to prepare. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from the doorway. "Yuruchi, you cannot treat this injury." The light in the treatment room seemed to soften as the calm figure of Omida Marekio entered, moving with measured steps. She retained her gentle demeanor, her braids neatly cascading down her chest, a subtle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze. However, when her gaze fell upon Lin Meng, a flicker of surprise and gravity crossed her deep-set eyes. "Captain." Inoue Yuruchi bowed respectfully upon seeing Omida Marekio, a hint of shame washing over her. "I'm sorry, Captain. Do not worry." Omida Marekio gently waved her hand, signaling for her to relax. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Meng, as if she sought to penetrate the very depths of his being. Lin Meng felt as if under her scrutiny, the recently quelled restlessness within his soul and the nascent power he had acquired were laid bare. This captain of the 4th Division, the original Kenpachi, possessed unfathomable strength. Her perceptiveness far surpassed that of ordinary captains. "Lin Meng-kun." Omida Marekio approached the bedside, her voice soft yet imbued with an unusual penetrating quality. "Your training this time is quite extraordinary." She extended her delicate, fair fingers, gently resting them on Lin Meng's wrist. A warm yet overwhelming spiritual pressure flowed into Lin Meng's soul like a gentle stream. He could sense that Omida Marekio's spiritual pressure was not merely for assessing injuries. It was akin to meticulously untangling the chaos wrought within him by the tumultuous surge of power. "Your soul has been subject to severe upheaval," Omida Marekio remarked, her brow slightly furrowing, a hint of inquiry in her tone. "Most would have already succumbed under such a burden. The fact that you remain conscious is miraculous." Pausing, she regarded Lin Meng with deepening intensity. "Furthermore, your spiritual body seems denser than when we last met. Has your power increased?" Truly an astonishing young man. Upon hearing her words, Lin Meng silently marveled. Indeed, Omida Marekio was remarkable, effortlessly discerning so many details from a mere preliminary examination. "Thank you, Captain Uoharaji," Lin Meng said sincerely. Uoharaji Soda nodded slightly, her gentle smile unwavering. "Your situation is rather unique. Conventional treatment methods may prove insufficient." Yoing. Please fetch the spirit purification elixir and the soul stabilizing incense, and additionally, prepare the special grade returning path barrier. Yes, Captain, Yoin Toshiro responded, her expression growing serious as she promptly took her leave. She understood that the captain's personal involvement in the use of such rare medicinal items and the highest grade returning path barrier indicated that Lin Meng's injuries were indeed grave. After Yoin departed, Yuo Haraji Soda turned her gaze back to Lin Meng, a mysterious glint flickering in her eyes, which seemed to perceive the depths of one's heart. Lin Meng, it appears that the Soul Society will soon have another officer proficient in Bankai, she remarked softly, her words resonating in Lin Meng's heart like thunder. Moreover, your Bankai seems exceptionally unique. Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that Yuo Haraji Soda could discern his preliminary mastery of Bankai. Looking into her calm, unwavering eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. This gentle captain seemed to effortlessly see through his hidden secrets. What awaited him next was not merely the restoration of his body, but perhaps also a deeper exploration of his unique Bankai and the secrets lingering within his soul by this enigmatic captain. Lin Meng suddenly felt that in the presence of Yuo Haraji Soda, he resembled a child who had just learned to walk. All his disguises and concealments appeared somewhat naive and laughable. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, realizing that this treatment would likely not be as easy as he had hoped. Chapter 55, Ability Analysis, Part 1, Yuo Haraji Soda's eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving all things, lingered on Lin Meng for an extended moment, long enough for the air to feel almost stagnant. Her fingertips remained poised on his wrist. The gentle yet formidable spiritual pressure nourishing Lin Meng's injured soul, while delicately probing the depths of his spirit with invisible threads, exploring every subtle tremor. Lin Meng's soul has undergone a transformation during this training that is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Yuo Haraji Soda finally spoke, her voice still soft yet imbued with an undeniable assertion. The captain is overly gracious. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, and there are still many instabilities. Lin Meng maintained a facade of calm, though he dared not display any hint of carelessness. In the presence of Yuo Haraji Soda, even the slightest excess of emotion could be magnified infinitely. After all, she was one of the few aware of the existence of the Soul King fragments. Yuo Haraji Soda smiled faintly, her smile akin to a night-blooming cereus that blossoms silently. Beautiful yet imbued with an enigmatic depth. Excessive humility is not a trait befitting a true stronghold. She withdrew her hand, and Lin Meng felt a lightness in his wrist as the persistent probing spiritual pressure receded like a tide. However, the slight stagnation within him caused by the surge of power had already been significantly alleviated. Your soul's injuries have been mended under the nurturing of the spirit purification elixir and the soul stabilizing incense. The returning path barrier has also stabilized your surging spiritual pressure. Yuo Haraji Soda rose and walked slowly to the window, her gaze drifting toward the bamboo grove swaying in the wind outside. What remains is a period of tranquil nurturing and introspection. Lin Meng exhaled silently, relieved. His greatest concern had been that Yuo Haraji Soda would delve into the peculiar fluctuations of his spiritual pressure. Thank you, Captain Yuo Haraji, for your assistance. Such great kindness need not be spoken of. Lin Meng struggled to rise and bow. No need for formalities. Yuo Haraji Soda waved her hand, turning back. Her tone was gentle. The Soul Society has produced a remarkable talent. I look forward to the day you blossom. The 4th Division's doors will always be open for you. Lin Meng felt a profound sense of reassurance. He understood that Yuo Haraji Soda was permitting him to recuperate on his own. He indeed had some insights that required solitary contemplation and would no longer disturb the 4th Division. He steadfastly departed, despite Yoin's slightly worried gaze upon him. Yuo Haraji Soda stood at the door, watching him disappear around the corner, his gait slightly unsteady yet remarkably resolute. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. Captain. Lin Meng. Yoin began, hesitating. His future is boundless, Yuo Haraji Soda replied softly, her gaze distant. The still waters of the Soul Society may soon ripple because of him. It remains uncertain whether these ripples will bring fortune or calamity. Upon returning to his assigned student dormitory in the Soul Society, Lin Meng immediately cast several barriers to shield against spiritual pressure detection. Once this was accomplished, he finally relaxed, collapsing heavily onto the tatami mat as if utterly drained. He exhaled a long, deep breath, the weight of fatigue crashing upon him like a landslide. The battle with Lin He had not only exhausted his spiritual pressure to its limits, but had also subjected him to a brutal struggle of the soul's will. Had it not been for his unwavering determination, he might have been lost within the gray-white space of Zhuanshini, entirely consumed by Lin He. Yet, in contrast, he had attained unprecedented strength. Lin Meng slowly opened his palm, his mind stirring. Buzz. A simple tie dao quietly materialized before him, the Jaimin. The blade bore even deeper azure cracks than before, as if genuinely connecting to countless unknown dimensions. The simplified keyhole pattern at the hilt emanated a faint glow, seemingly containing the potential to unlock everything. Bankai, Lin Meng murmured softly, closing his eyes to carefully perceive the newfound power resonating within his soul. During his battle with Lin Meng, the dual blade form vividly resurfaced in his mind. The black blade in his right hand evoked endless void, devouring all. The white blade in his left hand opened up myriad realms, bridging dimensions. That was the ultimate offensive and application form of Wanxiangguishu Wujin Jimen. Although the dual blades had now converged into the essence of Jimen, the essence of that state, that initial sense of control over dimensions and the void, had been deeply imprinted upon his soul. To gain better mastery over his new Zanpakuto, he began practicing the sword meditation, attempting to cultivate his Bankai. Thus, Lin Meng's spirit once again immersed itself in the sword meditation realm. Once in the sword meditation state, the most prominent feature was the sight of two doors standing oppositely, one representing the power of the Shinigami, the other embodying the power of the Soul King. Open Jimen. As the release command for Shirkai echoed again, the form of his Zanpakuto transformed into a dual blade shape, a natural outcome after completing the training of his Bankai. Lin Meng reorganized the abilities he had mastered with his Shirkai, the black blade in his right hand. Core ability, Domain Slash, wherever the blade touches. It can cleave open temporary, miniature spatial gateways. These doors are not for long-distance transport, but are intended for short tactical displacements and assaults. With this ability, Lin Meng developed the following derivative capabilities. 1. Instant displacement. By slashing forward, a minuscule door opens before him while simultaneously creating an exit behind, achieving a more elusive short-distance spatial flash akin to Shuanpa, making it difficult for enemies to trace his movements. The energy consumption for this ability has decreased post-Shirkai training. 2. Spatial interruption. By slashing towards an enemy's attack trajectory, an entrance is opened in the air, redirecting the attack or directly funneling it into the void. 3. Dimensional piercing. By slashing toward an enemy's body, an entrance opens at the surface of the enemy, allowing the blade to emerge from another seemingly unrelated position, such as behind or above the enemy, achieving an attack that disregards defenses. This is not a true penetration, but rather a crossing of dimensions over a very short distance. 4. Doorway convergence. Capable of gathering or dispersing the spiritual pressure of a slash through miniature spatial doors. The white blade in his left hand. Core ability, Soul's return to peace, soothing the soul, guiding consciousness, absorbing and purifying spiritual particles. From this, he derived 1. Soul healing. It possesses the gentle ability to untangle chaotic spiritual pressure, accelerating the recuperation of the soul. 2. Soul guidance. It can draw forth unconscious souls, akin to a soul funeral rite. 3. Spirit extraction. It can actively absorb the surrounding spiritual particles, even those severed and dissipated by the Zanpakuto, storing them in the unknown space beyond the Gate of Souls, serving as Lin Meng's reserve of spiritual pressure, significantly enhancing his combat endurance. Chapter 56, Refinement of Abilities, Part 2. After thoroughly unraveling the profound mysteries of his Zanpakuto's Shirkai, Lin Meng felt a surge of exhilaration, acutely aware that his strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. This time, he was determined to attempt the true, will-driven Bankai. My body is the realm. All manifestations return to the void, the gate of no intervals, open. A deep chant reverberated throughout the room, as spiritual pressure surged forth like a torrent unleashed from its shackles. In an instant, the dual black and white blades materialized before him, exuding a terrifying aura that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. This was his Bankai, the void of all manifestations and the gate of no intervals. It transcended mere spatial cutting, evolving the concept of interdimensional gates into a realm of unfathomable control and nothingness. In his Bankai state, Lin Meng first grasped the power of the dimensionless realm. He could create and connect countless spaces of varying dimensions at will. With this power, he could unleash dimensional traversal. In a mere thought, numerous portals to different dimensions would manifest around him, enabling true high-speed, traceless dimensional jumps, rendering his enemies utterly incapable of tracking his movements, let alone locking onto him. Dimensional prison. With a mere wave of his hand, he could conjure a completely independent dimension, entirely severed from the outside world, imprisoning his foes within. In this space, he was akin to a deity, able to distort and compress space at will, even channeling devastating void energy, leaving his enemies in a state of despair, unable to escape or perish. Multidimensional assault. Surrounding his adversaries, he could instantaneously create hundreds or thousands of portals, each opening from different dimensions and angles simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of spiritual pressure. Corporeal blades and bizarre energy beams upon his foes, rendering any form of defense utterly futile. The second great capability of his Bankai was the void of all manifestations. Through those ever-changing gates, he could connect to other dimensions or worlds, such as the perilous Hueco Mundo or the unfathomable depths of hell, drawing forth the energy or materials he required. This gave rise to applications such as spiritual pressure restoration, continuously absorbing free-floating spiritual particles from the external world into his body, replenishing his consumption without end. Void Devour. This was the most tyrannical move within the void of all manifestations, opening a colossal gate to the void. Once this gate was ajar, all matter and spiritual particles within a designated area would be irresistibly drawn in, ushered into a true void space, obliterating them from existence at their very source. Naturally, such an extraordinary bankai came with exceedingly harsh limitations. Firstly, the immense consumption. Sustaining the bankai state and utilizing any of its abilities demanded astronomical amounts of spiritual pressure, which Lin Meng, with his current reserves, could not maintain for extended periods. Secondly, the mental burden. Simultaneously controlling countless gates and multiple dimensions required a level of mental fortitude that bordered on the extreme. A slight misstep could lead to chaos, with him potentially becoming lost in the tumultuous currents of the chaotic dimensions, forever beyond salvation. Lastly, there was the risk of backlash. Frequently opening the gates to the void or extracting void energy could result in the reverse corrosion of the void itself, and in an unguarded moment, he could find himself drawn into that eternal nothingness. Lin Meng contemplated the overwhelming power and the latent risks that his bankai encompassed, excitement coursing through him like wildfire. A bold thought began to take shape in his mind. What if he could completely master an entire world by channeling the energy absorbed from the external realm? Decomposed and transformed through the gates, he could continuously supply the world he controlled with boundless energy. In such a scenario, he would possess an entire world as an inexhaustible reservoir of power. The existence of interdimensional gates would open up limitless possibilities. As this idea ignited within him, it spread like a wildfire, impossible to contain. He realized that achieving this goal would require meticulous planning. His fervent heart gradually calmed. With his emotions steadied, Lin Meng prepared to return to the main world. His training objective for bankai had been accomplished, and Captain Yukate's promised period of recuperation served as the perfect cover. The main world, H-City, a stage rife with both crises and opportunities, awaited his return. Feeling the immense power within him, capable of distorting dimensions and touching upon the void, Lin Meng sensed his blood racing with vigor. This was true power. This was the rightful stance of one endowed with the extraordinary ability of interdimensional gates. The bankai, the void of all manifestations and the gate of no intervals, marked an epic transformation, elevating his understanding of power to an unprecedented level. At this moment, an uncontrollable urge surged within him. He yearned for a vigorous and exhilarating battle. He desperately wished to discover the cataclysmic might his astonishing bankai could unleash in the presence of true powerhouses, the A-rank professionals of the main world. Even the legendary S-ranked beings now appeared before him as the perfect testing stones. Lin Meng's thoughts stirred, and without a moment's delay, he focused his mind, summoning the unique power inherent to the interdimensional gate, deeply rooted in the essence of his soul. Inside his dormitory, the previously established barriers glimmered with spiritual energy, gently flowing to seal away all impending waves of energy within the confines of this small space. He extended his palm, not to beckon his Zanpakuto, but to summon that core power that had accompanied him through his journey, using pure will and primal energy. In an instant, the space before him began to warp slightly, rippling with invisible waves. A ghostly blue silhouette gradually took shape in the air, initially vague, but quickly solidifying into an ancient and mysterious portal. Upon the doorframe, the intricate fissures and the simplified keyhole pattern that had once manifested on his Zanpakuto in its gate, form now radiated a faint luminescence, clearer than ever. As if truly capable of connecting to myriad dimensions, the moment the portal swung open, an irresistible suction surged forth from beyond it. The familiar yet slightly unfamiliar aura of the main world enveloped him, instantly awakening his deeply buried memories. Lin Meng's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any lingering attachment. As he stepped through the ethereal blue glow of the interdimensional gate, the light flickered, and his figure vanished behind the portal, which subsequently dissipated quietly, leaving the dormitory in silence once more. After all, the timeline of the Soul Society was lengthy, and with the 4th Division's testimony, disappearing for over a month under the pretense of recuperation posed no significant issue. Chapter 57, The Vast Sea Returns. The ghostly blue radiance of the interdimensional gate quietly receded within Lin Meng's dormitory, and in the next moment, Lin Meng found himself once again in his familiar quarters. After more than 4 years, he was reacquainted with the essence of modernity, starkly contrasting the oppressive chill of spiritual particles in the Soul Society. Furrowing his brow, he noted that this sensation was akin to an increase in the density of the air itself. He could sense a latent, invisible force stirring restlessly with each breath. Instinctively, he retrieved his long-unused mobile phone from his pocket, and the instant the screen illuminated, a series of numbers caused his pupils to constrict slightly. The date glaringly indicated that it had been nearly 5 months since he departed the world of the Shinigami. As expected, Lin Meng understood that this meant the flow of time in the main world compared to the Soul Society maintained a ratio of approximately 110, as he had previously estimated. With 5 months elapsed, the rapidly approaching year-end tournament loomed ominously on the horizon. Only 1 month remained. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged within him. He drew a deep breath, attempting to summon the vast spiritual energy that he had mastered to perfection in the realm of the Shinigami, along with the primordial force that intertwined with it. However, as soon as the thought took shape, he was abruptly struck by a searing pain that detonated from the very depths of his limbs and bones. Lin Meng let out a muffled groan. His complexion instantly draining of color, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to seep from his forehead. The frail blood vessels and bones were utterly incapable of bearing the overwhelming force that surged like a mighty river. He gritted his teeth against the agony, delving deep into his inner self. The sight that met his eyes caused his heart to plummet. On the level of the soul, having undergone the baptism of his Bankai, his soul had solidified, radiant like a diamond imbued with the essence of the galaxy, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. The scythe representing the power of the Shinigami, the Kyuka Suigetsu, and the Kichiki that bore the power of the Soul King, hovered quietly above the core of his soul, each illuminating the other. In stark contrast, however, was his physical form. Its strength, resilience, and capacity to harness energy were nearly indistinguishable from what they had been 5 months prior when he had departed from the main world. While his soul had undergone a transformative revolution in the realm of the Shinigami, this metamorphosis was confined solely to the realm of the soul, leaving his physical body unchanged. Thus, he continued to strive to channel his power, attempting to execute the skill of spatial flash, which he had honed to an exquisite degree in the realm of the Shinigami. This was the most fundamental application derived from the Kyuka Suigetsu. As soon as his intent stirred, the surrounding space began to warp slightly. In the next instant, Lin Meng felt as if an invisible hand had seized his internal organs with a vice-like grip, shaking and tearing them mercilessly. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he nearly spat blood. This was not a matter of insufficient power. Rather, the sensation of tearing between his physical form and soul rendered him incapable of adapting to even the slightest burdens of dimensional leaps. Damn it! Lin Meng clumsily leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his face devoid of color. The stark contrast between his powerful soul and feeble body shackled him. He felt akin to a being possessing a world-destroying nuclear warhead, yet having only a dilapidated bicycle as a launch platform. Enduring the excruciating pain and discomfort that felt as if his entire body were falling apart, Lin Meng settled into a lotus position, swiftly entering a meditative state to meticulously assess his internal condition. The leap in his soul was undeniable. It had even catalyzed the primordial force within his body, quietly breaking through its bottleneck and stabilizing at the mid-C rank professional level. This should have been a cause for celebration. Yet at this moment, this leap in primordial force exacerbated the dissonance between his physical body and soul. His soul was the engine of a C-rank pinnacle, while his body remained the frame of a C-rank novice. Realization dawned upon Lin Meng as his brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of clarity passing through his eyes, only to be replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and bitterness. In the realm of the Shinigami, he had cultivated in a soul form. The training in spiritual pressure naturally enhanced the strength of his soul body and successfully propelled a portion of his primordial force level upon his return. However, his physical body in the main world had stagnated at its initial point due to his prolonged absence from training. With only a month remaining until the year-end competition, this represented his best stage to prove himself since returning to the main world. Moreover, if all went smoothly, he could receive guidance from an S-rank professional powerhouse. He calmly analyzed the predicament before him. The current conflict was not a matter of insufficient power. On the contrary, his strength, particularly at the level of his soul, had grown to unimaginable heights. The real issue lay in the fact that his physical body had temporarily become his greatest shortcoming. It seemed he must enhance the strength of his physical body within a mere month to a level sufficient to bear his mid-C rank primordial force. After resolving to do so, Lin Meng began to contemplate how to rapidly elevate his physical strength in such a short time. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a solution. Suddenly, a long-buried memory was awakened. It was when he first encountered the 100 Meridians convergence technique. The descriptions of primordial force within it had become remarkably vivid in his mind. Primordial force, the greatest discovery of the main world, encompasses all and is the source of power. Thus, could the pure and formidable spiritual energy he had cultivated in the realm of the Shinigami also be absorbed by primordial force, or even transformed? If he could convert spiritual energy into primordial force, using this pure primordial force to nourish his physical body, would that not be a shortcut? A bold yet alluring idea exploded in his mind. He recalled the protagonist of the Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki, and his breathtaking final strike, Mugetsu. Was that not the complete integration of all his Shinigami power with his body, transforming it into an unparalleled blow? Although his current situation differed from that of Ichigo Kurosaki, the notion of channeling soul power into his physical form, or rather, using soul power as a foundation to leverage and strengthen his body, provided him with profound inspiration. If he could somehow transform the vast spiritual energy contained within his C-rank pinnacle soul into the purest primordial force, and then refine his physical body from the inside out with this primordial force. Once this idea took root, it became impossible to restrain. It was feasible, absolutely feasible. His soul strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and his mastery over energy had reached an intricate level. As long as he could find the correct method of conversion and guidance, this would undoubtedly be a shortcut, a pathway that could fundamentally transform him within a mere month. Simultaneously, if he could delve deeply into the nature of primordial force at the C rank, understanding its essence would lay a solid foundation for his future ascension. Since the 100 Meridians convergence technique can embrace all, then in the future, he too could return the favor. Chapter 58, Young Lady Yi Shinran. Lin Meng's thoughts raced. Since the 100 Meridians convergence technique could encompass all and assimilate myriad foreign energies for his use, then his formidable spiritual energy, in essence, was also a form of pure energy. If he could reverse its transformation into primordial force, nourishing his physical body in the process, would that not be a shortcut? On a deeper level, if he could thoroughly comprehend the essence of primordial force at the C rank and grasp the secrets of this transformation, it would undoubtedly lay a rock-solid foundation for his future cultivation journey. In the future, he might even achieve the ability to return the favor, allowing any power he mastered to effortlessly nourish primordial force, thereby enhancing the physical body that serves as the vessel for all power. Once this thought took hold, Lin Meng immediately set it into action. He settled into a lotus position, immersing himself within. First, he attempted to summon a small amount of pure spiritual energy. Following certain subtle methods of primordial force operation recorded in the 100 Meridians convergence technique, attempting to guide and compress it to exhibit the characteristics of primordial force. Thanks to his earlier experiences in the realm of the Shinigami, he had already succeeded in eliminating the repulsion between his primordial force and spiritual energy. That experience had granted him a vague understanding of the resonance and transformation between these two forces. In this moment of attempt, there was no energy conflict as he had anticipated. Spiritual energy flowed gently according to his will, even beginning to faintly simulate some of the fluctuations of primordial force. This was an excellent start. Lin Meng's heart soared with joy as he continued to invest further. He endeavored to gradually infuse this simulated primordial force fluctuation of spiritual energy into a small meridian, hoping to directly nourish the cells of his physical body. However, problems soon arose. Although this simulated primordial force could be accepted by his physical body, the efficiency of its transformation was appallingly low. Moreover, the nourishing effect was far from the direct efficacy of true primordial force. More critically, this transformation seemed to lack some core key. Spiritual energy remained spiritual energy, and primordial force remained primordial force. Even if he could eliminate the repulsion and forcibly simulate it, he could not fundamentally alter its attributes. The essence of the 100 pulses convergence technique lies in the gathering and accommodation of the myriad energies from the external world, subsequently refining them into pure primal force. Yet, what he must now accomplish is to reverse or downgrade his own existing, exceedingly pure spiritual energy into primal force in order to fortify his physical form. This endeavor is almost completely contrary to the cultivation direction of the 100 pulses convergence technique. The vast sea and the returning river, Lin Meng murmured. The spiritual energy he possesses resembles an expansive ocean, while the primal force meridians of his physical body currently resemble a parched riverbed. How can he invoke this oceanic water to flood back and nourish the riverbed, rejuvenating it, even expanding and reinforcing it? He has attempted several self-devised methods. Whether by forcibly compressing spiritual energy through the power of his soul in an attempt to alter its energetic form, or by guiding the spiritual energy to impact primal force nodes, hoping to ignite some form of resonance, the results have been less than satisfactory. Either the consumption is immense with minimal outcomes, or it imposes unnecessary burdens on his body. Time waits for no one. A month is too brief. Lin Meng opened his eyes, his brow knitted in concentration. Relying solely on his own exploration is far too inefficient. He must seek out someone who truly understands the essence of primal force, even surpassing the current comprehension of the 100 pulses convergence technique. A name naturally surfaced in his mind, Gu Xian. He is the only S-rank practitioner Lin Meng has encountered, the prism of all things, and also the originator of the 100 pulses convergence technique. If there were anyone in the world likely to grasp his concept of the vast sea and returning river and provide guidance, it would undoubtedly be Gu Xian. Although he has yet to fulfill his agreement with him, in order to resolve his present predicament and to exhibit his true strength at the year-end competition, he must make the attempt. Resolute in his decision, Lin Meng no longer hesitated, rising to prepare for his journey to the back mountain of the academy, the secluded place of the S-rank powerhouse. In the academy's back mountain, emerald bamboo stretched like a sea, rustling softly in the breeze, akin to whispers between lovers. Lin Meng's figure weaved through the bamboo grove, his footsteps imbued with a subtle urgency. His current mood mirrored the bamboo, sea swaying in the wind, seemingly tranquil. yet tumultuous beneath the surface. Before long, he arrived at the thatched cottage where Gu Xian once meditated. However, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. Beside the originally humble thatched cottage stood, unbeknownst to him, a more elegant and intricate bamboo dwelling. The verdant bamboo structure melded seamlessly with the surrounding bamboo forest, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Beneath the eaves of the bamboo house, a graceful figure caught his eye. It was a young girl, clad in a simple yet elegant traditional garment, her cascading black hair secured by a modest jade hairpin, with a few strands of hair gently framing her cheeks. Adding a touch of gentleness to her demeanor, she leaned against a bamboo pillar, engrossed in a thick tome that radiated a faint aura, its cover showing signs of antiquity. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled light upon her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a classical ink wash painting, tranquil and ethereal, imbued with an otherworldly grace. Lin Meng instinctively slowed his pace. He sensed an ineffable aura emanating from the girl, as if she resonated with some hidden law of the universe. "Greetings, fair classmate. Might I inquire if Senior Gu Xian is present?" Lin Meng approached, striving to keep his voice steady, though the flicker of urgency in his eyes was difficult to conceal. The girl looked up slowly, her clear eyes resembling autumn waters as they met Lin Meng's gaze. Her look was pure, tinged with curiosity. "Ah, my grandfather," she replied, her voice bright and melodious, akin to a lark in a valley. "He must be deep in the forest searching for fresh ingredients. As he mentioned, he would prepare a dish called Return of the 100 Birds. I reckon he will return shortly." Her tone bore a hint of affection, indicating a close relationship with Gu Xian. Lin Meng's heart stirred. Gu Xian's granddaughter? He surmised that this bamboo house had been specially constructed for her. However, that was not his primary concern at the moment. "Thank you for the information, young lady. I shall wait here for a while." Lin Meng nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the tome in her hands, upon which strange runes seemed to swirl. "Are you seeking my grandfather for something urgent?" the girl inquired, closing her book and regarding Lin Meng with keen interest. "You seem somewhat unsteady." Her gaze was peculiar, as if she could see through to one's very soul. Lin Meng felt a slight chill. Her perception was remarkably acute. Despite his best efforts to conceal his state, he had not anticipated being so easily discerned. Yet, it also affirmed that his current condition was indeed precarious, evident to any observer. "I am encountering some difficulties in my cultivation and wish to seek guidance from Senior Gu Xian," Lin Meng responded candidly. The girl tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "My grandfather is not someone who offers guidance indiscriminately. However, since you have made it to this place, it seems you are acquainted with him. Please wait here for a moment." With that, she returned her gaze to the magical tome, engrossed once more. Lin Meng said nothing further, merely standing quietly by her side. Time trickled away, the only sound in the bamboo grove being the rustling of leaves in the wind, accompanied by the occasional chirp of birds. Lin Meng felt a pang of anxiety within, though he maintained his composure. He understood that in times like these, impatience would serve no purpose. After what felt like half an hour, a vibrant voice pierced the tranquility. "Shinran, look at what your grandfather has brought you." An elderly yet robust voice approached, and in the next moment, Gu Xian's figure appeared before the bamboo house, as if conjured from thin air. He held a large earthenware bowl, within which lay a dish exuding an enticing aroma, the golden broth adorned with green scallions and various unrecognizable ingredients. Merely inhaling the rich fragrance was enough to awaken one's appetite. "Grandfather," the girl, referred to as Shinran, brightened at the sight, joyfully rushing over to accept the bowl from Gu Xian's hands. "Wow, it smells wonderful. Is this what you called Return of the 100 Birds? Indeed, try your grandfather's culinary skills." Gu Xian chuckled warmly, his face radiating affection, before his gaze shifted to Lin Meng, the earlier mirth in his eyes momentarily faltering. Lin Meng, what brings you here?" Gu Xian appeared surprised, but his brow soon furrowed slightly as his penetrating gaze assessed Lin Meng, scrutinizing his weakened state and the discordant energy fluctuations emanating from him. Lin Meng managed a wry smile and bowed respectfully. "Senior Gu Xian, sit down and speak." Gu Xian gestured toward a stone bench in front of the bamboo house, then turned to Shinran. "Shinran, you go ahead and eat while I listen to what this young man has been up to. I haven't seen him for 5 months and wonder what tricks he has been concocting." Shinran, cradling the large bowl, blinked curiously and leaned in closer. "Oh, so you are Lin Meng. My grandfather mentioned you before, saying although you initially possessed only a B-rank talent, with a rather weak foundation, your comprehension is high and your opportunities are favorable. Moreover, like my grandfather, you are also a soulbinder. Thus, he offered you some guidance. I suppose you are now at A-rank talent, yes?" Upon hearing the mention of a weak B-rank foundation, Lin Meng felt an overwhelming urge to retort to Shinran. "What is wrong with a B-rank talent? Where's the deficiency? Answer me." Yet, he could only conclude that a year of Confucian study had proven too brief, and his emotional management still required refinement. After composing himself, Lin Meng succinctly described his predicament of being unable to harness the power of his soul, which led to an imbalance in his strength, even hindering him from executing the most basic of techniques. Of course, he skillfully avoided all mention of the realm of death, merely stating that his eagerness in cultivation had resulted in an explosive growth of soul power, while his physical form had failed to keep pace, leading to a severe imbalance between his soul and body. The younger generation has pondered extensively and concluded that the only feasible method is to find a way to reverse the overwhelming power of the soul, nurturing the physical body instead. With great audacity, I wish to seek guidance from my esteemed predecessor, since the 100 Meridians convergence technique is capable of embracing myriad energies and transforming them into primal force. Could it not also be turned on its head, achieving the return of the vast ocean to its source, by converting my pure soul power back into primal force to refine this feeble corporeal form? Upon finishing his statement, Lin Meng gazed intently at Gu Xian, a flicker of trepidation mixed with anticipation in his eyes. The bamboo grove fell into a momentary silence. Yi Xinran, cradling her bowl, paused mid-sip, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment as she regarded Lin Meng as an S-rank professional spirit master. Her comprehension of the essence of primal force far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and she readily recognized the boldness and absurdity of Lin Meng's idea to downgrade the high-level energy cultivated from within oneself to nourish the foundational aspects. This was indeed an incomprehensible yet potentially viable notion. Gu Xian, whose expression was typically unperturbed, exhibited a rare display of emotion. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his profound gaze as he fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply, his eyes now brimming with admiration, even tinged with astonishment. What an audacious lad! What a remarkable concept of returning the ocean to its source. Gu Xian clapped his hands in praise, noting that most individuals in your situation would either seek to suppress their soul or painstakingly refine their physical form. Your ability to conceive of reversing your own power to nourish yourself is truly imaginative and unconventional. It appears you are genuinely committed to our agreement. In my long years of cultivation, I have encountered countless talents and witnessed various ingenious ideas. Yet you are the first to dare to challenge the core principles of cultivation methods and attempt to fundamentally alter the flow of energy. However, this action of yours could indeed resolve your current predicament effectively and possesses significant feasibility. With a month remaining until our agreed-upon grand competition at year's end, there is ample time. With Gu Xian's affirmation, Lin Meng felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. Yi Xinran could not help but exclaim, "Lin Meng, your idea is truly audacious. To redirect high-dimensional power back to nourish the foundational low-dimensional aspects involves a level of energy hierarchy conversion and control that is simply unfathomable." Her tone brimmed with admiration for such innovative thinking. Gu Xian nodded, his expression turning grave. "Theoretically, your reasoning is sound. Primal force is deemed universal precisely because of its remarkable inclusivity and malleability. However, while returning the ocean to its source sounds simple, executing it is akin to scaling the heavens." He paused, his gaze deepening. "Your soul power must have reached an exceedingly high level, pure and formidable. In comparison, your physical body resembles a series of fragile waterways. Without the correct method of guidance, should this oceanic tide surge back, it would not nurture the riverbed but rather obliterate everything in an instant, leading to your utter collapse." Lin Meng's expression grew serious. He understood the inherent dangers. Gu Xian pondered for a moment, his eyes shimmering with wisdom, as if he were calculating something. "You've presented me with an intriguing dilemma." A knowing smile gradually appeared on Gu Xian's lips. "Very well. Since you are willing to propose this concept of returning the ocean to its source to prepare for the grand competition, I shall gladly assist you. Although this method is fraught with peril, it is not without a solution. To ensure that the oceanic waters safely and efficiently nourish your riverbed, you will need a catalyst, or rather, a converter that can harmonize the soul and body, guiding energy through a smooth transition." At this point, Gu Xian deliberately paused, his gaze drifting toward Lin Meng as if awaiting something. Lin Meng's heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged in his throat. What, precisely, is this catalyst? This converter? Gu Xian observed Lin Meng's anxious yet eager demeanor, a profound smile gracing his aged face, resembling a magician poised to unveil a magnificent secret. He extended a thin but remarkably steady finger, gently tapping the air. "This catalyst is not some rare treasure, nor is it a divine elixir." Gu Xian's voice resonated with a distant calm, imbued with a subtle understanding of worldly affairs. "It is a manifestation of rules, a key capable of unlocking the essence of energy, facilitating its flow between different forms. To put it plainly, you require a magical array that can precisely regulate the conversion between your internal spirit power and primal force." A magical array? Lin Meng paused, slightly taken aback. He was familiar with the term, yet had never envisioned its connection to his current predicament. Gu Xian nodded. "Ordinary magical arrays may only guide external energy or facilitate single property conversions. However, what you need is a special array capable of being formed upon your skin, transforming your immense soul power into pure primal force in a gentle and effective manner, subsequently nourishing every inch of your flesh. This is the crux of your envisioned return of the ocean to its source." Before he could finish, Gu Xian extended his index finger, which shimmered with radiant primal force. Dazzling yet subdued. Using the void as his canvas and his fingertip as the brush, intricate and profound symbols and lines intertwined before him. The light pulsed, and the air shimmered with strange energy fluctuations, as if an invisible wind were stirred. A three-dimensional prototype of a magical array, exuding a deep luster and extraordinary structure, slowly materialized before the three of them. The array was layered, with symbols interconnected in unique trajectories, forming a perfect structure that was both stable and dynamically balanced. Just gazing at it, Lin Meng felt a profound shock emanating from the depths of his soul, as though he had glimpsed the secrets of energy flow. This array, Gu Xian declared with a hint of pride, I shall name the Solid Foundation Array. It will eliminate the barriers between your soul power and your physical primal force, guiding your spirit power to nourish the parched riverbed like spring rain, rather than overwhelming it like a torrential flood. Lin Meng's gaze remained fixed on the floating prototype of the array, his spirit stirred, yet his expression remained calm. He understood that this was his glimmer of hope. During his time at the academy, he had attended foundational courses and learned some basic techniques. However, techniques and magical arrays were different. Techniques relied on the operation of primal force and mental power, while magical arrays were driven by specific principles and runes. He had previously attended classes on topics like Introduction to Magical Runes and Basic Array Analysis, but at that time, he had only grasped the most superficial concepts, such as circles representing stability and triangles denoting attack. Now, to comprehend and master such a complex solid foundation array in a short time, and to perfectly inscribe it on his skin using primal force, he felt the enormity of the challenge ahead. Could Gu Xian not assist him directly in inscribing it? The difficulty of this task was no ordinary feat. Yet, he could only ponder this internally, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. This truly was a situation where the path seemed blocked, yet clarity emerged unexpectedly. Nevertheless, Lin Meng retained confidence in his ability to learn quickly, having previously acquired all techniques below level 90 within just 4 years of studying the Path of Ghosts. Moreover, upon mastering the intricacies of the magical array, one might find a mutual validation with the techniques gleaned from the Shinigami, thereby achieving a sublime elevation of skills. Gu Xian observed Lin Meng's calm demeanor and expressed his tacit approval. Emotional regulation is indeed a requisite discipline for the strong, and at least Lin Meng appears to have passed the preliminary assessment. With a soft huff, Gu Xian's tone bore a hint of jest typical of an elder towards a younger counterpart. You young ones should not be so eager to ascend the heavens in a single leap, shattering mountains with your fists or cleaving the skies with your swords. Wishing to awaken today and achieve legendary status by tomorrow. Little do you know, all paths converge in this vast world. This magical array serves as a lever to pry open the laws of the universe and unravel the mysteries of energy. Lin Meng nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Noticing his reaction, Gu Xian casually tossed a time-worn book, its cover yellowed and exuding a faint scent of ink, its corners slightly curled, which gently fell into Lin Meng's embrace. As Lin Meng looked down, he saw the title elegantly inscribed in flowing script, Enlightenment of Magical Arrays. This is foundational. You must diligently study it. Your current understanding barely scratches the surface. Gu Xian's voice returned to a placid tone. As for the foundational array you require, I have sketched it for you. He then handed over a scroll crafted from an unknown type of animal hide, its surface warm to the touch. Upon unfurling it, Lin Meng discovered a meticulously drawn planar diagram of the previously mentioned, exceedingly complex three-dimensional magical array, rendered in a special golden ink, with every node, every flow of energy, and every detail of the runes clearly marked, even including annotations on the energy dynamics of critical nodes. This array has been derived and refined based on your concept of Hanhai Hui Chuan. The intricacies within are for you to gradually comprehend. Gu Xian's tone grew solemn. Within the span of a month, whether you succeed or not will depend on your own fortune. Should you encounter any perplexities, the instructors specializing in magical arrays at the academy should be able to assist you. Of course, whether they can decipher my array is another matter altogether. Cradling the enlightenment of magical arrays and the precious foundational array diagram, Lin Meng felt a tumult of emotions within, elation at acquiring a method to break through, coupled with immense pressure in facing the challenges of a new domain. At that moment, Yixinran, who had been quietly savoring the essence of 100 birds returning to nest from her ceramic bowl, suddenly set down her jade chopsticks, producing a crisp clink. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, sparkled with intense curiosity and a barely perceptible eagerness. Lin Meng, is it? Her voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of a lark in the valley, infused with the vivacity and charm characteristic of youth. My grandfather has sung your praises to the heavens, claiming your comprehension is remarkably high. Lin Meng, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yixinran tilted her delicate, snow-white chin, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth, akin to a little fox that has discovered an intriguing prey. I am quite curious about how your ingenious concept of Hanhai Huichuan combined with the foundational array crafted specifically for you by my grandfather will spark extraordinary results. Pausing momentarily, her eyes glimmered with playful mirth as she continued, coincidentally, I have no pressing matters these days and will remain here in this bamboo abode for quiet reflection. If you delve into the magical arrays within these 3 days and encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Let me see if your comprehension is indeed as formidable as my grandfather claims. She emphasized the phrase as formidable as, laced with playful teasing and a hint of earnest scrutiny. As an S-class occupational spirit master, Yi Xinran was a practitioner of the magical arts, and her mastery of arrays likely surpassed that of the average instructors at the academy. Although Lin Meng was unaware of her specific vocation, her confident demeanor indicated her considerable expertise in this realm. He glanced at the weighty enlightenment of magical arrays, then at the dizzyingly intricate foundational array diagram. Finally resting his gaze upon Yi Xinran's bright, inquisitive eyes filled with anticipation. I am truly grateful, Miss Xinran, Lin Meng said earnestly, bowing slightly, a fervent determination igniting within him. In these 3 days, I shall seek your guidance. Gu Xian interjected, do not be hasty to begin your studies. Since we are on the subject, allow me to offer you some advice. Merely possessing this foundational array ensures that your physical form can endure the nurturing of primal energy. But to achieve a more efficient outcome, you will require a corresponding guiding method. With that, he handed Lin Meng a jade slip. Chapter 61, The Guiding Method and News of the Grand Competition. Senior, Lin Meng said after digesting the information in the jade slip. This guiding method appears to contradict certain principles of the 100 Meridians Converging Sea technique, yet it also shares some commonalities. I am but a dullard, please enlighten me. Gu Xian nodded approvingly. Your ability to discern this indicates you have made initial progress in understanding the 100 Meridians Converging Sea technique. However, it is indeed true that without comprehension of this technique, you would not have conceived such an innovative idea as Hanhai Huichuan. Many who practice the 100 Meridians Converging Sea technique superficially, without seeking understanding, may mistakenly believe its essence lies solely in accumulation and containment. Viewing it merely as a vessel for energy, perpetually absorbing chaotic external energies and refining them for personal use. Yet, this is mere superficiality and not its true core. He paused, his voice taking on a distant and profound quality. As if revealing some celestial truth, the genuine essence of the 100 Meridians Converging Sea technique lies in refinement and transformation, fundamentally rooted in the concept of origin. What is the origin? Primal energy is the source of myriad powers. It is like water, capable of transforming into mist, solidifying into ice, forming clouds, or manifesting as rain. Its forms are myriad, yet it remains fundamentally water. The spiritual energy you cultivate, pure and vast, can be viewed as a higher form of water, akin to the clouds above the 9 heavens or the undercurrents of the deep sea, or perhaps the swift hail descending from the skies. Your physical body, however, requires the most fundamental water for sustenance. After all, one must emulate water's benevolence. Your previous attempts to directly channel spiritual energy into your meridians, simulating the fluctuations of primal energy, are akin to attempting to irrigate parched land with clouds or hail. While it may seem grand in scale, it ultimately lacks penetration and is inefficient, even risking damage to the land due to its overly advanced form. Yi Xinran listened intently, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she, a spirit master, grasped the depth of energy understanding. As Gu Xian elucidated further, she felt a sudden clarity, interjecting, Grandfather, do you mean to say that the differing levels of energy result in entirely distinct modes of action and compatibility? When high-level energy directly interacts with lower-level material foundations, it often leads to significant waste or even destruction due to incompatibility. It is akin to using the sharpest sword to chop firewood. While it is possible, it is a case of overkill and risks damaging the integrity of the firewood. Indeed, my dear Xinran, Gu Xian affirmed, casting a proud glance her way. The guiding method teaches you how to control the degree of this gate's opening and how to direct the transformed flow of water, accurately nourishing every inch of the riverbed. The 100 Meridians Converging Sea technique does not merely involve accumulation. It requires an understanding of the origins and characteristics of each type of energy, deconstructing and reshaping it, ultimately transforming it into the most primal and malleable form of energy. What you now endeavor in returning to the source may seem counterintuitive, yet it is truly a return to and reshaping of the essence. You must guide your spiritual energy through special methods, stripping away its excessive purity and specialization, allowing it to downgrade, returning closer to the state of primal energy while retaining some of its essence as a guide. Only then will it effectively nourish your physical form. Gu Xian's voice carried a peculiar rhythm, as if every word encompassed the mysteries of the universe. Lin Meng listened, enraptured, as countless past confusions suddenly became clear. So that is how it is. A brilliant light erupted in Lin Meng's eyes. The 100 Meridians Convergency technique was not merely an endpoint, but rather a crucible and starting point where myriad energies converge from diverse paths. It is capable of encompassing all rivers and can give rise to countless phenomena. Previously, I had only considered forcefully redirecting the energy, neglecting the essential transformation of energy and the limits of the physical body's capacity. The foundational array serves as the vessel, the guiding method as the navigational channel, and the true understanding of the 100 meridians convergency technique is the genuine helmsman. A child worthy of teaching indeed. Gu Xian clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "You have grasped this concept, and it brings me great joy. The method of the vast sea returning to rivers, for you, is not merely a solution to the current predicament, but a profound training in the 100 meridians convergency technique. Should you succeed, your comprehension of primordial force and mastery over your own power will ascend to an entirely new level. In the future, you may truly possess the ability to transform and wield any power at will, allowing your physical form to become a solid foundation that bears all." Lin Meng inhaled deeply, solemnly bowing to Gu Xian. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your enlightening guidance. I am now enlightened." His gratitude towards Gu Xian was heartfelt. Gu Xian not only provided him with a solution to his problems, but also clarified his path for future cultivation. Gu Xian waved his hand, signaling him to forego excessive courtesy, then shifted the topic with a hint of challenge in his tone. "Since you have come to this realization, you must seize the moment. Calculating the days, there is but a month remaining until the year-end competition. If you cannot stabilize your realm and harmonize your soul and body within this month, you may not even touch the threshold of the final competition." Lin Meng's expression turned serious. "Please rest assured, senior, I shall give my all." Gu Xian nodded, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes as he added, "Speaking of this year-end competition, the rules have indeed introduced some new twists compared to previous years. It will not merely be a straightforward arena battle." "Oh." Both Lin Meng and Yi Xinran revealed expressions of curiosity. Gu Xian sipped from the cup of tea that had mysteriously appeared in his hand and leisurely continued. "This year's competition will be divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a 7-day trial in the Beast Secret Realm. All participants will be cast into a small secret realm controlled by the Academy, where demonic beasts run rampant and treasures abound. You must acquire as many beast cores and points as possible. Only the top 100 participants based on points will qualify for the second phase's arena competition." The Beast Secret Realm? Lin Meng's gaze shifted slightly, for this was somewhat unexpected. Secret realm trials are often far more perilous than mere arena battles, testing one's comprehensive abilities, including combat, survival, adaptability, and even luck. The name Beast Secret Realm alone suggests it is significantly more dangerous than the trials organized by his own school. Gu Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly stating, "Do not underestimate this secret realm trial. Not only are there powerful demonic beasts, but you must also guard against the underhanded tactics of other participants. In previous years, many self-proclaimed geniuses have met their downfall in the secret realm, never even touching the edges of the arena. Though you possess considerable fortune, your foundation remains shallow. If the issues of a weak body and a strong soul are not thoroughly resolved, you will likely find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the secret realm." Lin Meng nodded earnestly, firmly etching these words into his memory. He understood that Gu Xian was cautioning him not to become complacent simply because he had resolved his current difficulties. Chapter 62. Yi Xinran's participation. That sounds quite intriguing. Yi Xinran, who had been quietly listening, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Grandfather, may I also partake in the Beast's secret realm?" Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with indulgence. "Oh, you wish to join the fray, my dear? Very well. It would be good for you to witness such wonders. I fear the books in my bamboo grove are nearly worn out from your perusal. At this rate, you will truly become a bookworm, needing to consult texts even before encountering a mere rabbit." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran stomped her foot in playful defiance, her cheeks puffing slightly as she retorted with mock annoyance. "Grandfather, I am preparing to explore the world. You often say that one regrets having too little knowledge when it is most needed. The Beast's secret realm, with its many rare beasts mentioned only in fragments across various texts, might even allow me to discover treasures you have yet to encounter." She then added with a twinkle in her eye, "I shall bring back something to honor you." "Oh, learning to turn words against me now, are we?" Gu Xian chuckled at her demeanor, stroking his beard with a fond smile. Very well, very well. Reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles, lest you be easily deceived by mere words in the future. However," he continued, adopting a more serious tone, "the secret realm is not akin to home. Exercise caution. Think things through, and do not act recklessly." Lin Meng. He shifted his gaze to Lin Meng. "Should you encounter this girl in the secret realm, lend her a helping hand if you can. If she finds herself in serious trouble, do not bear the burden alone. Safety comes first." Lin Meng felt a stir in his heart. Though the old man appeared casual, his attentiveness to Yi Xinran was unmistakable. He promptly assured, "Rest assured, esteemed senior. If within my capabilities, I shall look after her." Yet, Yi Xinran, somewhat dissatisfied, wrinkled her nose at Lin Meng. "Humph, who needs his help? I might end up protecting him instead." Although her words were defiant, Her gaze towards Guxian was filled with admiration and reassurance. She knew her grandfather truly cared for her. Upon receiving Guxian's approval, Yixinran let out a joyful cheer, her lovely face illuminating with a radiant smile. Reminiscent of a lark that had broken free from its bonds, adding vibrant color to the entire bamboo grove. Yay, this is wonderful. Lin Meng observed this scene, a smile tugging at his lips. With such a remarkably gifted young lady joining, the year-end competition would surely be even more enthralling. However, for him, the most pressing matter remained to swiftly comprehend the foundational array and master the guiding method. A month's time is neither long nor short. In Lin Meng's eyes, a fierce determination and anticipation ignited. He was eager to experience the transformative changes that would occur when his immense soul power began to truly nourish his physical form. Lin Meng bid farewell to Guxian and Yixinran, not lingering in the bamboo grove, and in a flicker, he vanished from sight, his heart ablaze. The foundational array and the mysterious soul-guiding method bestowed upon him by Guxian were like two magnets, firmly captivating his entire focus. Returning to the independent cultivation chamber assigned to him in the second martial high, Lin Meng wasted no time. This chamber was significantly more spacious than the apartments in the city and was inscribed with a gathering spirit array, resulting in a higher concentration of primordial force. He sat cross-legged. Before him lay 3 items: a scroll crafted from beast skin, detailing the schematic and construction method of the foundational array; a jade slip containing the secret method for guiding soul power to nourish the body; and finally, a somewhat antiquated tome titled Introduction to Magic Arrays. A month. Lin Meng murmured, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Time was of the essence and could not be squandered. He first picked up the jade slip that recorded the foundational array. His consciousness immersed within, a torrent of complex and arcane information surged into his mind. Countless twinkling runic nodes and the energy pathways interwoven between them formed an extraordinarily intricate three-dimensional array diagram. Indeed, it bore similarities to the binding and breaking techniques within the world of the Shinigami, yet appeared to place greater emphasis on structure and energy stability. As Lin Meng absorbed the information, he pondered privately. In the realm of the Shinigami, he had mastered the control of spirit particles and binding techniques to a remarkable degree to unleash high-level techniques. The vast soul power derived from his cultivation in that world now stood as his most solid support. He discovered that although the construction of this magical array ultimately relies on runes, the intricate assembly of the runes and the array itself is largely contingent upon the meticulous manipulation of mental energy and an understanding of the flow of energy. These two aspects happen to be his areas of expertise. The enlightenment of magical arrays thus provided him with the foundational theories regarding magical arrays in this world. From the simplest activation of single-point runes to the interaction of multiple runes, and further to the design of energy circuits within basic formations. Lin Meng absorbed the knowledge with an insatiable thirst. His soul strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, rendered his learning efficiency astonishingly high. Ultimately, magical arrays are akin to programming, utilizing mental energy as commands to mobilize the elemental energies of the universe according to specific codes, namely, the rune pathways, to achieve particular effects. The brilliance in Lin Meng's eyes intensified as many insights, previously grasped only intuitively in his studies of the ghostly path, now illuminated under the theoretical framework of magical arrays. It was as if two disparate yet fundamentally similar systems collided in his mind, sparking a torrent of wisdom. He began by attempting to conjure the rune nodes of the solid foundation array in midair using his mental energy. Initially, the process was somewhat clumsy. The construction of the runes was slow, and the energy pathways frequently dissipated due to unstable control. No, this node's energy capacity should be stronger, otherwise, the subsequent surge of energy would cause it to collapse instantaneously. The angle of this rune seemed designed to better guide the energy's direction rather than merely connect. Lin Meng persevered, continually refining his attempts. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained intensely focused. The fierce determination he exhibited while challenging limits in wingsuit flying was now wholly dedicated to the study of magical arrays. By the end of the first day, Lin Meng had managed to conjure a rough semblance of the solid foundation array, albeit still unstable, yet it began to take shape. However, he found himself stymied on certain intricate details. It was not that he lacked understanding, but rather he was missing some common knowledge and energy affinity skills inherent to the native spellcasters of this world. For instance, the guidance of a specific type of energy was merely described in books as following the flow, yet for a novice, the essence of that flow remained elusive. Clearly, there were aspects that could not be grasped through solitary contemplation alone. The efficiency was simply too low. Rubbing his temples, Lin Meng recalled the promise of that quirky girl. The next morning, Lin Meng returned to the bamboo grove. At that moment, Yi Sinan was seated on a slab of qingshi, engrossed in a thick tome laid across her lap. Morning sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting mottled light upon her, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal glow. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, and, upon seeing Lin Meng, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. What brings you here? Lin Meng felt a slight embarrassment, but directly replied, Classmate Yi. I have several questions regarding magical arrays that I would like to consult you about. Yi Sinan set her book down, a subtle smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of teasing. Oh? Did someone not say yesterday that they might need to protect me? How is it that today you are seeking my guidance instead? Lin Meng rubbed his nose and replied candidly. Each has their own expertise. I must admit that your knowledge of magical arrays far exceeds mine. His sincere words left Yi Sinan with no outlet for her little pride. Humph, at least you know your place. She huffed lightly, yet did not truly press him. Go on, what questions do you have? You'd better hurry. If you don't grasp it in the next couple of days, I won't be around after that. Lin Meng presented the difficulties he had encountered one by one. True to her status as an S-class professional, the master of the spiritual nexus, Yi Sinan's understanding of magical arrays surpassed Lin Meng's wildest expectations. Instead of providing direct answers, she began elucidating from the most fundamental aspects of energy properties and the intrinsic meanings of runes, breaking down the complexities of the knowledge Lin Meng had found obscure. The reason you must follow the flow with this node is that the two runes it connects represent convergence and dispersion. Forcing a reversal would lead to energy conflict and the collapse of the formation. You need to perceive the subtle flows of these two energy properties in the surrounding environment. Then gently guide them with your mental energy, allowing them to naturally converge into the path you have set. As she spoke, Yi Sinan extended her delicate finger, sketching in the air, and several foundational runes began to emit a gentle glow, responding to one another and demonstrating the flow of energy. Lin Meng listened intently, his eyes occasionally lighting up with realization. Yi Sinan's explanation seemed to lift a veil of fog before him, and many of the previously confounding intricacies were suddenly clear. I see now. Thank you, classmate Yi, Lin Meng exclaimed, feeling enlightened and deeply impressed by Yi Sinan's erudition. Observing Lin Meng's sudden clarity, as if he could draw inferences from one instance to another, Yi Sinan couldn't help but marvel internally. This guy, despite being a newcomer to magical arrays, possessed an extraordinary aptitude. Insights that would take ordinary individuals months or even years to comprehend, he grasped in mere moments. No need for formality. Teaching is a reciprocal process. Yi Sinan waved her hand dismissively, though a glimmer of approval flickered in her eyes. Your soul power is strong, and your control over mental energy is remarkably exquisite. Yet your understanding of the essence of primordial energy remains somewhat superficial. However, this may be related to your initial B-level talent. If you later become a disciple of my grandfather, there might be a way forward. Encouraged by Yi Sinan's affirmation, Lin Meng felt assured. Yet he couldn't resist asking a lingering question before parting. May I inquire, what was your initial talent level, a genius like you? Yi Sinan regarded Lin Meng for a moment and then quietly replied, My profession is the S-class legendary profession, the master of the spiritual nexus. However, my grandfather has instructed me not to disclose this to outsiders. Since he has mentioned you, he must hold some regard for you. Lin Meng's suspicions were confirmed. She truly was S-class. After expressing his gratitude once more, he hurried back to his training chamber. With Yi Sinan's guidance, the previously convoluted aspects became clear. Lin Meng immersed himself once again in the construction of the solid foundation array. This time, it felt as though he had opened the meridians. His mental energy flowed smoothly, and the construction of the runes was seamless. Countless tiny points of light coalesced before him, arranging and combining under his mental energy's guidance. They connected with one another, forming intricate energy circuits that radiated an ever-increasing brilliance. A soft humming resonated within the training chamber. A faint golden light array, approximately 1 meter in diameter, composed of countless arcane runes, quietly hovered before Lin Meng. It emanated a stable and profound aura, with each rune node meticulously precise, allowing energy to flow smoothly within, vital and unceasing. The solid foundation array was complete. Lin Meng exhaled deeply, a genuine smile gracing his face. In just 2 days, he had successfully constructed what many magical apprentices would find extraordinarily challenging, the solid foundation array, all on his own. Undoubtedly, his immense soul power and foundational knowledge of the ghostly path played a significant role, but Yi Sinan's guidance had proven crucial as well. He could sense that once activated, this solid foundation array would create a powerful energy field, solidifying the essence of all things within the formation. Without a moment's pause, Lin Meng immediately turned his attention to the method of guiding another jade slip. Armed with the experience of constructing the solid foundation array and an initial understanding of the energy rules of this world, the cultivation of this guiding method came to him with remarkable ease. In essence, this guiding method served as a means to transform the ethereal soul energy into resonance with the energy of the physical body through specific mental operations, ultimately merging with the body to nourish and strengthen it. Lin Meng gently closed his eyes, meticulously guiding his vast soul power in accordance with the techniques inscribed in the jade slip. His soul power, having undergone countless refinements in the realm of the dead, was already remarkably pure. At this moment, this force awakened like a slumbering dragon, beginning to flow slowly under the guidance of his mental will. Initially, It felt as though an invisible membrane separated his soul power from his physical body, an insurmountable barrier. Yet, as Lin Meng persistently attempted to resonate his soul at a specific frequency, that membrane gradually loosened. Now was the moment. With his mind intensely focused, Lin Meng suddenly converted a surge of pure soul power along the unique path outlined in the guiding technique and directed it toward his physical form. In an instant, an indescribable sensation coursed through his entire being. It felt as if a parched seedling had encountered much-needed rain, or as if a dry riverbed had been filled with rushing waters. Every cell, every sinew, every meridian within him emitted a joyous murmur at that moment. A tremendous force surged from the depths of his soul, permeating his limbs and bones along an enigmatic trajectory, bringing with it a tingling, euphoric sensation imbued with explosive power. Lin Meng could distinctly perceive that his physical body was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. His muscle fibers became more resilient, bone density increased, and even the flow of blood seemed to pulse with greater vitality. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Every cell within him seemed to yearn for further nourishment from soul power. The fusion of soul power, origin force, and physical body persisted for a full 7 days. Within the training chamber, Lin Meng was enveloped in a faint golden aura, a testament to the stable operation of the foundational formation. Beneath his skin, it felt as though subtle currents of electricity coursed through him, each breath imbued with an indescribable, surging power. Finally, as the last remnants of soul power fully integrated into his limbs and bones, Lin Meng abruptly opened his eyes. A visible gleam flashed momentarily in his gaze. He could distinctly feel that his physical strength had surged from the initial stage of C rank to the intermediate stage. This enhancement was comprehensive. Power, speed, and resilience were now on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, his previously peak C rank soul power had slightly receded to the late C rank due to this extensive feedback consumption. Yet, Lin Meng felt no sorrow. He sensed that the invisible shackles binding his soul and body had completely vanished. The two now blended seamlessly, no longer hindered. It appeared that my aspiration to traverse the vast sea had indeed succeeded. Lin Meng rose to his feet and stretched his limbs, producing a series of crisp cracks. Now, he had truly remedied the foundational shortcomings. Next, it was time to experiment with that long-awaited power. With a mere thought, the Shinigami Blade's initial form materialized in his hand, albeit in a soul state. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. Bankai. The low chant reverberated throughout the training chamber. However, the anticipated cataclysmic surge of spiritual pressure did not materialize. The form of the Shinigami Blade had indeed transformed, the blade elongated, and the guard exhibited unique characteristics. Yet, the sensation of resonating with the heavens and summoning immense power felt distant, as if obscured by a thick frosted glass. Lin Meng furrowed his brow. He attempted to swing the Bankai-enhanced Shinigami Blade at the empty wall. There was no earth-shattering destruction. Even the slightest ripple of energy was imperceptible. What was happening? This was starkly different from his experience of unleashing Bankai in the realm of the dead. Could it be that the rules of this world were suppressing it? Lin Meng closed his eyes, descending into the zen of his blade. In the familiar scene, the spirit of his Shinigami Blade stood silently before him. Do you sense it? The blade spirit's voice was calm and unwavering. Lin Meng nodded. It seems that Bankai cannot fully manifest in this world. I can feel the power, yet it cannot be effectively projected, particularly against the material realm. As he spoke, Lin Meng suddenly recalled the inscriptions on the shell of the ironclad rhinoceros. Pondering deeply, the power is completely isolated from the physical body, unable to directly touch the soul. Precisely, the blade spirit continued. Although it is said that the Shinigami Blade can sever the physical body and cleave the soul, it is fundamentally a blade of the soul. Bankai is the highly refined and tangible manifestation of your soul power. In the pure soul realm, or when dealing with spiritual entities, it is invincible. However, in this world, the laws of matter are far more manifest and robust than those of the soul. Your Bankai, without a suitable earthly vessel, will be like a rootless duckweed, struggling to inflict effective harm upon solid matter. Earthly vessel? Lin Meng pondered over this term. A medium capable of bearing your immense soul power post-Bankai and transforming it into a force that can interfere with the material realm. Lin Meng suddenly realized, pressing further, what characteristics does this vessel require? It must possess a high degree of spirituality, able to resonate with your soul power rather than reject it. It needs to be sufficiently resilient to withstand the energy shock of Bankai. Most importantly, it must have a certain degree of affinity with your Shinigami Blade. The blade's spirit elucidated. Spirituality, resilience, affinity. Lin Meng began to scour his mind for items he possessed. Treasures? It seemed he had no particularly remarkable artifacts or materials. Ordinary weapons? They lacked spirituality. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled something. With a thought, Lin Meng exited the realm of Blade Zen. He opened his palm, and with a flash of light, an ancient and uniquely designed black short sword materialized in his grasp. The blade exhibited a deep blue-black hue, reminiscent of ancient metal tarnished by time. It was battered and fragmented into several pieces, yet it retained the general shape of a sword, as if a mysterious force held the fragments together. The hilt bore patterns of ferocious beasts, resembling tigers and other fierce animals, imparting an aura of majesty and mystery, as though the beast depicted on the hilt might awaken at any moment to guard the sword. This was the reverse scale sword he had acquired in the world of Qin Shi Mingyu. This sword was inherently imbued with spirituality, even possessing its own sword spirit. Lin Meng presented the reverse scale sword before the ethereal projection of the Shinigami blade spirit. What do you think of it? The blade spirit's gaze fell upon the reverse scale sword, pausing in silence for a moment. This sword harbors an indomitable will and a strong sense of guardianship. Its material is extraordinary, and its spirituality is abundant. It is worth a try. With this affirmative response, Lin Meng felt a sense of certainty within. He grasped the reverse scale sword firmly once more. Then, he concentrated, slowly extending his soul's essence, that which belonged to the Shinigami blade, toward the reverse scale sword. The reverse scale sword had already acknowledged Lin Meng as its master. Sensing its owner's intent, the blue-black patterns on the blade suddenly illuminated, radiating with a complex and profound brilliance. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a series of clear, resonant hums, as if it were leaping with joy, yet also betraying a cautious awareness of the impending change. Lin Meng could feel the proud, protective spirit within the reverse scale sword, welcoming his guidance, not with hostility, but with curiosity. However, as the Shinigami blade began to attempt to merge with the core of the reverse scale sword's spirituality, a magnificent and lofty will surged from the depths of the blade. This will was not directed at Lin Meng, but rather a reflection of the reverse scale sword's pride and instinct as a divine weapon. It scrutinized and assessed whether this foreign soul essence, attempting to alter its existence, was worthy of merging with it and becoming its new core, even though this essence still belonged to Lin Meng. Lin Meng's soul power gently soothed the spirit of the reverse scale sword, reassuring it that this was not an act of consumption, but rather an evolution. You shall be welcomed onto a grander stage, and I, through you, shall manifest a more formidable power. The solitary spirit of the reverse scale sword sensed Lin Meng's unwavering resolve and anticipation. It let out a mournful cry, yet simultaneously fused resolutely with the soul energy of the Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, within the realm of the sword's meditation, the spectral form of Lin Meng's original Zanpakuto spirit gazed upon the unfolding events outside, its silhouette gradually becoming translucent. Soon after, the spectral form transformed into a stream of pure light, swiftly shooting out of the sword's meditation space and directly merging with the reverse scale sword in Lin Meng's hand. Buzz! The reverse scale sword erupted with a brilliance far surpassing its previous radiance. On the dark blue-black blade, golden threads began to swirl and spread through the fractured gaps, as if seeking to mend those cracks and bestow upon it a new life. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Meng successfully chanted the initial release incantation of the Zanpakuto, open wide. Gate of Realms. The fractures in the reverse scale sword shattered, and then began to reassemble in the air. Two familiar yet unfamiliar black and white twin swords reappeared before Lin Meng. Unlike the appearance of the Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, the overall form of these swords was more appropriately referred to as swords, with the hilts adorned by the fierce beast motifs from the reverse scale sword. Next came the time to strike while the iron was hot. I am the realm. All phenomena return to the void, the door of no intervals. Bankai. The voice remained deep, yet this time, it was entirely different. Boom. A terrifying surge of soul energy, far exceeding before, erupted explosively from Lin Meng's center. The black and white twin swords in his hands once again radiated dazzling light. As the brilliance dissipated, the two swords transformed once more into their Bankai forms. They retained the basic shape post-Bankai of the Zanpakuto, yet the fierce beast motifs on the hilts remained strikingly prominent. A profound and sharp sensation, laden with destructive power, emanated from the swords. Lin Meng could distinctly feel that this time, the true power of Bankai was unleashed. With a casual wave, he sliced through the hard alloy wall of the training room, instantly leaving a deep, smooth cut as flawless as a mirror. At last, success. Lin Meng gazed joyfully at the new form of his Zanpakuto. This was the Bankai power he was familiar with. 18 days remained. Lin Meng glanced at the calendar, then sheathed his Bankai, feeling the harmonious and auspicious power coursing within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. The balance of soul and body, the perfect adaptation to the Zanpakuto's Bankai, filled him with an unprecedented sense of strength. Just then, a crisp notification sound echoed from the communicator on his wrist. Lin Meng raised his hand to look, and a message popped up. Notification: students ranked in the top 100 of this school's midterm training. Please gather in the large conference room number 1 at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The specific details of the H-City year-end competition for first-year high school will be announced. Please reply upon receipt. Second Martial Arts Academy Academic Office. Has it finally arrived? A gleam sparkled in Lin Meng's eyes. The year-end competition in H-City was the true test of a year's cultivation, a stage for talents to shine. In the afternoon, Lin Meng arrived punctually at the first conference room. Pushing open the heavy door, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Hundreds of seats were filled with 200 to 300 individuals, all elite students from various grades at the Second Martial Arts Academy, each emanating an aura far surpassing their peers. Lin Meng, a delighted voice called out. Lin Meng turned to Xizhang Dali, Lu Feifei, and several classmates from Class 6 excitedly waving at him. In their eyes, alongside gratitude, there was an unspoken admiration and reliance. Brother Lin, you finally made it, Zhang Dali said with a hearty smile as he approached. I heard the rules for this year's year-end competition are different from previous years. They've added some trials. I wonder if we will be able to handle it. He scratched his head, evidently lacking confidence in his own abilities. Lu Feifei quietly added, Lin Meng, we may need to rely on you more this time. She understood that without Lin Meng's covert assistance in the Dark Forest secret realm, their Class 6 could not have achieved such results. Lin Meng smiled calmly. I will do my best. His gaze swept across the room. Besides the familiar faces of Class 6, there were many other elite students from different classes. Some exuded a steady aura with sharp gazes, clearly demonstrating their formidable prowess. Moreover, a few figures stood out even in the crowd, their fluctuations of vital energy subtly radiating outward, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. These were evidently the school's key cultivators, among whom were several A-grade talents. When they caught sight of Lin Meng, their eyes reflected scrutiny and a barely perceptible disdain. After all, while the miracle of 15,000 points was indeed shocking, in the eyes of many orthodox geniuses, the career ceiling of a B-grade soul master was evident. Perhaps he had merely been fortunate or had mastered some special scoring techniques, and his true combat power might not be on par with those A-grade professionals. Lin Meng paid no heed to these gazes and chose a seat towards the back. He firmly believed that strength is demonstrated through action, not mere words. Soon, several figures entered the podium at the front of the conference room. Leading them was Qin Jinshan, the principal of the Second Martial Arts Academy, followed by several solemn-faced teachers with profound auras, evidently the core instructors responsible for the elite classes of each grade. Qin Jinshan stepped to the center of the podium, his keen gaze sweeping across the assembly, instantly quieting the previously raucous conference room. Good afternoon, students. His voice was steady and resounding, imbued with an undeniable authority. I have gathered you all to announce a matter of great significance that concerns your future, as well as the honor of our Second Martial Arts Academy. The year-end competition for first-year high school in H City is about to commence. Upon hearing this, eager glimmers ignited in the eyes of the students below, their breaths quickening slightly. Qin Jinshan nodded in satisfaction and continued. This year's year-end competition has undergone some major adjustments compared to previous years. The core change lies in the introduction of a more practical secret realm trial scoring competition, in addition to the traditional elimination matches. A secret realm trial? A scoring competition? Murmurs of surprise rippled through the audience, clearly caught off guard by this alteration. Raising his hand to quiet the crowd, Qin Jinshan stated, this competition will officially open a special secret realm known as the Realm of 10,000 Beasts. This realm is vast and encompasses various complex terrains, including forests, deserts, and mountains, inhabited by a multitude of magical beasts ranging from D to C levels, and even a few rare B-level magical beasts. At the mention of B-level magical beasts, many students gasped in shock. A B-level magical beast was a formidable existence comparable to B-grade professionals, nearly insurmountable for first-year students who typically hovered around D and C levels. The trial will last for 3 days, Qin Jinshan declared resolutely. All participating students will be randomly dispersed into the secret realm via a teleportation array. Your objective is to hunt as many magical beasts as possible while ensuring your own safety, thereby accumulating points. A luminous screen behind him lit up, revealing the detailed scoring rules. 1. Points for defeating magical beasts. D-level magical beasts, such as the bronze magic rat or grass snake, grant 1 point for each defeated. C-level magical beasts, like the silver wolf or iron-horned rhinoceros, which possess strong combat capabilities, award 5 points each. B-level magical beasts, such as the golden lion king or thunderstorm giant python, are powerful and scarce. Defeating one yields a staggering 20 points. Of course, third-year students will face A-level magical beasts, each worth 100 points. Wow, 20 points. One B-level magical beast is worth 20 D-level ones. Someone gasped in astonishment. The A grade is still a perfect score of 100. Can you kill? Another student retorted. Secondly, special points. Within the secret realm, several supply stations are hidden. Those who discover and successfully occupy them first will earn 10 points. Each supply station may only be claimed once. Thirdly, point deductions. Maliciously injuring other participants is strictly prohibited. Once verified, 20 points will be deducted for each offense. And in more serious cases, the offender will be disqualified from the competition and publicly reprimanded. Furthermore, damaging the special ecological areas of the secret realm will also result in corresponding point deductions. Chapter 66 Notification of the Grand Competition, Part 2. Qin Jinshan's tone turned stern, evidently warning those with nefarious intentions. The competition process is as follows. On the first day, at 8 in the morning, the secret realm will open, and all participants will be teleported inside, free to explore and hunt throughout the day. Temporary teams are permitted, but the number of team members must not exceed 5. On the second day, areas of force storm will randomly appear within the secret realm. The concentration of force in these areas will significantly increase, aiding in cultivation and comprehension. However, the magical beasts within these areas will become more ferocious and aggressive. The force storm will last for 2 hours. At 6 in the afternoon, the system will announce the list of the top 200 participants based on current scores. On the third day, from noon to 2 in the afternoon, the central area of the secret realm will host the Champion Arena. At that time, the top 50 participants can voluntarily enter the arena for one-on-one glory duels. The victor will receive an additional 15 points, while the loser will incur a deduction of 5 points. At 6 in the evening, the secret realm will close, and all participants will be forcibly teleported out, with the top 100 in the city determined based on final scores. The mere mention of the Champion Arena ignited the atmosphere in the venue. The peak showdown of the top 50 participants is undoubtedly the most anticipated segment of the entire competition. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened slightly. B-grade magical beasts and the Champion Arena seemed far more intriguing than merely grinding for points. From the rules regarding the additional 15 points for victors and the 5-point deductions for losers, it is clear that the organizers of the competition encourage participants to engage in battles within the Champion Arena. In terms of safety, multiple hidden shelters are established within the secret realm. When your life is in danger, you can activate a distress signal to teleport to a shelter for recuperation. However, each use will deduct 5 points. Additionally, official medical and rescue teams will be stationed outside the secret realm to ensure utmost safety. Next comes the rewards you are most concerned about. Qin Jinshan smiled slightly as the content on the light screen refreshed once more. The top 10 participants in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm will each receive an A-grade universal skill book worth 500,000 in cultivation resources. The 11th to 50th place will receive a B-grade universal skill book worth 200,000 in cultivation resources. The 51st to 100th place will receive a C-grade universal skill book worth 100,000 in cultivation resources. The generous rewards left all students exhilarated, their eyes brimming with desire. An A-grade skill book is a priceless treasure, and these are merely the rewards for the first round of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. The top 100 participants will proceed to the next round of arena elimination matches. The rules for the arena elimination matches are as follows. The arena elimination matches will follow a single elimination format, with 100 participants randomly paired for duels, resulting in 50 groups. The victors of each group will advance to the next round, while the losers will be directly eliminated. The first round will eliminate 50 participants, leaving 50 remaining. If there is an odd number of participants in any round, one individual will be randomly selected to advance without a match, while the others compete as normal. Participants ranked 50 to 100 will uniformly receive cultivation resources valued at 200,000. Those ranked 25 to 50 will similarly receive a B-grade universal skill book. Also valued at 200,000, participants ranked 11 to 25 will receive an A-grade skill enhancement stone, which can elevate B-grade occupational skills to A-grade. Valued at 300,000 in cultivation resources. After multiple rounds of elimination, the final top 10 participants will be determined. The rewards for the top 10 are currently undisclosed, but are assuredly even more substantial. Moreover, this year's arena elimination matches introduce a new rule. Participants are encouraged to initiate ranking challenges, but may only challenge those in the preceding rank. Should the challenger fail, the rewards initially earned will be transferred to the opponent. For instance, if you are ranked between 150 and your original reward is X, you may challenge someone in the 50 to 25 rank. If successful, you will gain the rewards of that rank, Y. You can continue challenging those ranked 25 to 11 and so forth. However, if you fail, your rewards will be forfeited to the challenger, and your rewards will reset to 0, concluding your challenges. Naturally, you may also choose to stop challenging after a successful match. With the rules read aloud, Qin Jinshan gazed intently at the students below, saying, "Children, this is both a trial and an opportunity. All the talents from H-City's martial arts high schools will converge here, engaging in fierce competition. I hope you will showcase the spirit of our second martial arts high school students, fearlessly confronting strong opponents and striving for the peak. Do you have confidence? Yes. Yes. Yes." The deafening roar nearly threatened to lift the roof of the conference room. As the doors opened, the oppressive atmosphere was instantly swept away by the clamor. Students surged forth like a tide, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement, tinged with a hint of trepidation toward the impending storm of blood and strife. This grand competition, with its drastically altered rules and unprecedentedly generous rewards, was more than enough for them to ponder for days. The newly introduced rules for the arena elimination matches, for those astute enough to discern their deeper meanings, were glaringly evident. For those truly possessing top-tier strength, these rules present an opportunity for redemption. However, Should one lack a clear understanding of their own capabilities and recklessly attempt to seize the moment, the consequences could be dire. Should one fail in their challenges, all rewards accrued through prior efforts will instantly dissipate, entirely bequeathed to the victor. For true champions, these stipulations act as an accelerator to their ascent. The winner takes all, while the loser is left with nothing. The harshness and thrill of these rules will undoubtedly ignite the latent ambition and fearless courage within. Lin Meng leisurely followed the flow of people, his expression betraying no turmoil. He carefully reviewed the point system of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm in his mind. The 20 points from the B-grade magical beasts, along with the accompanying rare materials, were his to claim. As for the champion arena and the arena elimination matches, they would serve as the perfect testing ground for his newly acquired strength. Lin Meng. Qin Jinshan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in his ears. Lin Meng halted and turned around. The principal wore his customary gentle smile, yet beneath that smile lay an unmistakable expectation. Is there something you need, principal? This time, in terms of resources, I will prioritize your needs, with no limits set by the school. Qin Jinshan stepped closer, lowering his voice. I only desire one outcome, the top 3. Do you understand what I mean? Answer me, do you have confidence? Lin Meng's lips curled subtly. Rest assured, principal. There will be surprises, and not just one. Qin Jinshan nodded in satisfaction. Go then, do not disappoint me. As he exited the building, the evening glow was like blood, staining half the sky. The air was thick with a restless energy. The calm before the storm was often the most excruciating. Lin Meng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The year-end grand competition was finally about to commence. Chapter 67 Practice. Farewell to the Armored Rhinoceros. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the branches outside, casting dappled patterns upon Lin Meng, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his aura of force flowing steadily and profoundly, akin to a slumbering dragon, with each breath resonating with a certain esoteric rhythm. He released a breath of impure air, which drifted from his lips like a delicate white arrow, tracing a faint line in the air before gradually dissipating. Lin Meng opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and profound, brimming with an inner brilliance. Bolstered by the abundant cultivation resources at the school, his mid-level C rank had become as steadfast as a mountain, achieving a newfound equilibrium between his soul and body under the catalysis of his Bankai. He could distinctly sense that the core of primal energy within his Dantian had intensified several-fold, each rotation imbued with explosive potential. It was time to test the limits of his current capabilities. Rising from his seated position, Lin Meng stretched his limbs, producing a series of crisp, popping sounds akin to the crackling of fried beans. With the year-end tournament approaching, the prodigies of H-City were undoubtedly gearing up for a final sprint. While he held unwavering confidence in his own strength, he understood that true wisdom lies in knowing both oneself and one's adversaries. Departing from the second martial high, he made his way directly towards the Longyun mountain range in the south of the city. The mountain range remained as wild and untamed as ever. Its undulating peaks resembling colossal beasts sprawled across the earth, exuding an ancient and perilous aura. Lin Meng navigated the depths of the mountains with familiarity, the mingling scents of blood and the fresh aroma of vegetation creating a distinctive woodland atmosphere. His senses were fully attuned, capturing every rustle of wind and movement within a radius of several miles. Suddenly, Lin Meng halted, turning his gaze towards a densely wooded area to his left. There, a familiar yet significantly more powerful presence approached rapidly. Moo! A deep, resonant, beastly roar echoed behind him, tinged with urgency and delight. Lin Meng turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he beheld an iron-armored rhinoceros, its size nearly doubled since their last encounter, lumbering towards him with heavy footfalls. Its once dark iron hide now shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen, the edges of its hardened armor sharp as blades, and its formidable horn glinted ominously. Most strikingly, the primal energy emanating from it had unmistakably reached the B rank. This was indeed the iron-armored rhinoceros upon which Lin Meng had inscribed the scripture. It seems you've been faring well during our time apart, Lin Meng greeted with a smile. The rhinoceros came to a halt before him, its large, lantern-like eyes reflecting a measure of human-like joy and affection. Lowering its massive head, it gently nudged Lin Meng's shoulder with its fearsome horn, emitting a deep, gurgling sound that conveyed both gratitude and the pleasure of reunion. Feeling the goodwill emanating from it, Lin Meng affectionately patted its rough, sturdy head. I have come this time to ask for your assistance as my sparring partner. What do you say? At his words, the rhinoceros's enormous eyes shifted, seemingly grasping Lin Meng's intent. Moments later, it suddenly raised its head, releasing an excited low roar, its front hooves pawing at the ground, eager to begin. Excellent. A flicker of battle intent shone in Lin Meng's eyes. Let us commence with the power at the peak of C rank. As he spoke, he deftly flipped his wrist, the Zanpakuto already in hand. Release the gateway. The deep incantation resonated, and a fierce wave of primal energy erupted from Lin Meng, sweeping outward with unrestrained ferocity. The iron-armored rhinoceros sensed the shift in Lin Meng's aura, its expression growing serious. With a low growl, it stomped its hooves against the ground. Boom. The earth trembled slightly as the rhinoceros charged towards Lin Meng with the force of a tank, its B-rank horn glowing with earthy energy, coalescing into a sharp conical blast that tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, capable of easily demolishing a small building, Lin Meng remained unfazed, sidestepping with a ghostly agility. Too slow, he murmured softly, as his Zanpakuto transformed into a streak of azure light, tracing an intricate path through the air, precisely targeting the relatively vulnerable joint of the rhinoceros's side. Clang. Sparks flew. The clash of the Zanpakuto against the iron-armored rhinoceros's tough hide rang out with a metallic clang. A tremendous backlash surged through Lin Meng's arm, causing a slight tingling sensation, yet the rhinoceros was momentarily halted, its momentum disrupted by the strike. Remarkable defense, Lin Meng silently praised. Even in its Shirkai state, his strike could easily slay an ordinary peak C-rank beast, but this iron-armored rhinoceros, having ascended to B-rank, had not only seen a dramatic increase in power, but also a significant enhancement in defense. In pain, the rhinoceros let out an enraged roar, whipping its head violently, the menacing horn slashing through the air. Lin Meng advanced rather than retreating, his form adhering closely to the rhinoceros as he wielded his Zanpakuto with lightning speed, slicing, thrusting, and delivering rapid strikes, each movement targeting the creature's vulnerable points with precision. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless clash of metal resonated through the forest as man and beast engaged in a fierce battle. The iron-armored rhinoceros, relying on its formidable B-rank physique and primal energy, unleashed devastating attacks capable of shattering mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, leveraging his extraordinary combat awareness and the power and speed bestowed by his Shirkai, deftly dodged and countered amidst the rhinoceros's onslaught. His swordsmanship was both grand and intricate, each strike embodying an exquisite mastery over power. The black and white flashes of his sword gleamed under the sunlight, resembling the scythe of death, leaving behind a myriad of varying white marks across the rhinoceros's heavy armor. Roar. Frustrated by the stalemate, the iron-armored rhinoceros became increasingly agitated, rising up on its hind legs, its massive front hooves crashing down. Simultaneously, its earthy primal energy surged forth, sharp spikes erupting from the ground, thrusting towards Lin Meng. Earth-shattering spikes? A B-rank beast has actually mastered this technique. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared into the air, narrowly evading the onslaught of spikes below. In midair, he inhaled deeply, raising his Zanpakuto high, the intricate patterns along its blade glowing with a brilliant radiance. This should suffice. With the power of my Shirkai, I can contend with peak C-rank foes and even those newly entering B-rank. However, to truly triumph over A B-rank, I require even greater strength. Lin Meng's eyes became as sharp as an eagle's, a terrifying aura, far surpassing his previous might, began to brew and surge within him. The iron-armored rhinoceros seemed to sense a profound threat that struck at its very core, watching Lin Meng in the air with wary eyes. Now, let my old friend witness the true extent of my power. Lin Meng's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 68. The tournament commences. Bankai. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed dramatically. Centered around Lin Meng, a terrifying pressure, ineffable and profound, erupted forth like a slumbering ancient beast awakening, crashing forth with the force of a landslide and tsunami. The sky dimmed momentarily, and the surrounding air warped violently, creating visible ripples that spread in all directions. At that moment, Lin Meng appeared as a specter of death, having emerged from the depths of the abyss, surveying the world with unparalleled majesty. Roar? For the first time, a distinct shade of fear flickered in the lantern-like eyes of the iron-armored rhinoceros. It sensed a terrifying power emanating from Lin Meng, a force potent enough to threaten its very existence, causing its massive form to instinctively retreat a step. Come forth, my formidable friend. Let me witness the full might of a B-rank beast. A wild smile graced Lin Meng's lips, his voice resonating like the clash of metal, imbued with a soul-piercing intensity. He made his move. Without any ostentation, he simply took a step forward. Boom. The air beneath him exploded, echoing with a thunderous roar. In a fleeting moment, the entire figure transformed into a barely perceptible bolt of black lightning, traversing dozens of meters and appearing before the iron-armored rhinoceros. It was astonishingly swift, so rapid that the iron-armored rhinoceros could scarcely react. Lin Meng uttered a low growl, wielding the blade of his Zanpakuto emanating dark waves, and struck down upon the iron-armored rhinoceros with a posture reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. With a resounding thud, upon impact, the iron-armored rhinoceros was sent reeling back 5 meters. However, in his Bankai state, Lin Meng chose to strike with the back of the sword rather than the blade, a decision made to prevent his sparring partner from sustaining serious injury. Standing there, holding the Bankai of his Zanpakuto, surrounded by a swirling force of energy akin to flames, He resembled a deity descending upon the mortal realm. The once frenzied gaze of the iron-armored rhinoceros, fueled by battle, instantly regained its clarity. As Lin Meng felt the surging power within him, a sense of grandeur filled his heart. Indeed, B-class strength was formidable. With Shirkai, he could contend with peak C-class foes. With Bankai, he had already acquired the prowess to confront and even slay B-class adversaries. As Lin Meng dispersed his Bankai, the overwhelming aura around him receded like a tide, and the Zanpakuto reverted back to its Shirkai form. The iron-armored rhinoceros, upon witnessing the conclusion of their bout, approached Lin Meng once more. Nuzzling against him and emitting a low whimper, its eyes filled with grievance, as if reproaching Lin Meng for his lack of restraint. Lin Meng chuckled softly, retrieving some healing pills and a vial of life-infused elixir from his storage ring, offering them to the iron-armored rhinoceros. This creature had become something of a half-friend to him, and he certainly could not neglect it. Watching the iron-armored rhinoceros voraciously consume the pills and elixir, Lin Meng felt his spirit lift, and after preparing some food for it, he bid it farewell. The expedition to the Dragon's Fall Mountains had yielded tremendous rewards. Not only had he thoroughly grasped the limits of his current strength, but he had also bolstered his confidence for the impending year-end competition. Lin Meng's gaze turned towards the horizon, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The miraculous 15,000 points from the Dark Forest may have seemed like mere opportunism to many. This time, however, he intended to demonstrate to everyone the true magnitude of his power through sheer, unadulterated strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden afterglow bathed the Dragon's Fall Mountains in a resplendent orange hue. Lin Meng bade farewell to the iron-armored rhinoceros and set forth on his journey home. The competition was imminent. Upon his return from the Dragon's Fall Mountains, Lin Meng took a day and night to recuperate in his dormitory. The following afternoon, with merely half a day remaining until the commencement of the year-end competition, the atmosphere within the second martial arts high school was already enveloped in an intangible tension and excitement. In the largest training square on campus, 100 first-year students who had qualified for the competition had gathered. They formed several small groups, divided by class. Some wore solemn expressions, repeatedly checking their gear. Others huddled in small clusters, whispering to one another in an attempt to alleviate their anxiety, while a few self-assured individuals exuded an air of arrogance. Lin Meng, clad in a simple black combat uniform, stood calmly among the 6th class, hands tucked in his pockets. Zhang Dali and Lu Feifei surrounded him, their expressions a blend of exhilaration and subtle apprehension as the impending battle loomed. Lin Gu, how many formidable opponents do you think we'll encounter in this Beast Wonderland? Zhang Dali rubbed his hands together, his voice somewhat hoarse. After receiving a wealth of resources for placing 50th in the previous midterm trials, he had also become a C-class early-stage practitioner, yet he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence amidst such a gathering of the city's elite. Lu Feifei added, I've heard that the students from the first martial arts high school are all fired up, boasting that they aim to sweep the top 3 positions. Lin Meng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the varied figures in the square. There will undoubtedly be no shortage of formidable foes. Otherwise, the competition would be rather dull. His calm demeanor served as a reassuring balm, providing solace to those around him. Before long, a tall, stern-looking middle-aged teacher ascended the makeshift podium. His name was Lei Hong, the instructor in charge of this first-year competition, a peak A-class battle axe master with considerable prestige at the second martial arts high school. Silence. Lei Hong's voice resonated like thunder, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly quelling all murmurs within the square. Students, Principal Qin has already elucidated the rules and precautions regarding the Beast Wonderland. I shall not reiterate them. I will emphasize 3 points. First, safety. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Preserving your life is always the foremost priority. Do not act recklessly. If confronted with insurmountable danger, immediately activate the distress signal. Second, discipline. The military is responsible for opening and managing the secret realm. All actions must comply with their commands. While exploration is permitted within the realm, malicious competition among fellow students is strictly forbidden, and any actions that may tarnish the school's reputation are utterly unacceptable. Third, honor. You represent the second martial arts high school. I expect each of you to muster your utmost spirit to fight, to seize, and to showcase the prowess of our esteemed students. Each of Lei Hong's words rang out with powerful conviction, igniting the fervor of the students below. Now disperse. Return to make your final preparations. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, assemble promptly at the school gate. Remember, entry is militarized. You may only enter with the school bus, which will not wait for anyone. Latecomers will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting their qualification to compete. As his words fell, the crowd erupted, each student harboring various emotions as they hurried in different directions. The next day, as dawn broke, 5 specially designed heavy school buses emblazoned with military insignia stood quietly at the entrance of the second martial arts high school. The air was crisp, imbued with a sense of impending conflict. Students arrived in succession, boarding the buses under the guidance of their teachers. Lin Meng maintained his unhurried demeanor, appearing somewhat distinct amidst the throng of hurried students. "Good morning, Lin Meng." Lu Feifei greeted him along with a few familiar classmates. "Morning." At precisely 7 o'clock, with a command from Lei Hong, the engines of the 5 school buses roared to life simultaneously, slowly departing the second martial arts high school and heading towards a military-controlled area on the outskirts of H City. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Most students closed their eyes to rest or conducted final checks on their equipment. Accompanying them were their respective class instructors, along with several professional medics. Their expressions calm and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Meng leaned against the window, observing the swiftly retreating streets outside, his mind undisturbed. The geniuses of H City, He found himself looking forward to encountering a few truly formidable opponents. After approximately an hour, the convoy entered a heavily fortified zone, towering electric fences, soldiers with weapons standing in neat rows, and a contingent of military practitioners radiating powerful energy, along with a massive silver-gray archway emanating faint spatial ripples in the distance. All underscored the extraordinary nature of this place. Here lay one of the fixed entrances to the Beast Wonderland. Chapter 69. Key Target of Focus Manual. The school buses came to a halt, and the students disembarked in an orderly fashion under their teacher's organization. As soon as they stepped off the bus, they were met with an even more intense atmosphere of tension. The expansive temporary control area was already bustling with activity. Multicolored school flags fluttered in the wind, representing the competing teams from various martial arts high schools in H City. Each school had been assigned a designated waiting area, clearly delineating their boundaries. Lin Meng scanned the scene, roughly estimating that no fewer than 20 schools were participating in this secret realm trial, with each school sending 100 students. That meant at least 2,000 first-year prodigies would simultaneously surge into the Beast Wonderland. "Goodness, that is a lot of people," Zhang Dali exclaimed. "How many beasts must we slay to break into the top 100? Everyone, stay focused." The voice of Lei Hong resonated at an opportune moment, capturing the attention of all present. "Now, I shall impart some critical intelligence regarding other schools. I expect each of you to commit this to memory." With a wave of his hand, several teachers promptly distributed stacks of exquisitely printed booklets to every student. The public martial arts high schools in H City that rank beneath us, such as the 7th and 8th Martial High, have relatively limited student capabilities. Should we encounter them, there is no need for excessive concern, yet we must not underestimate them. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Lei Hong's tone bore a hint of disdain, clearly skeptical of these schools' competitiveness. However, there are several institutions you must regard with utmost vigilance. His expression turned grave. First and foremost, the 1st Martial High. At the mere mention of this name, the demeanor of the 2nd High students shifted to one of seriousness. This institution is undoubtedly the leader in H City, far surpassing others in terms of resources and the quality of its student body. The 1st Martial High has always been domineering, and this year, their ambition is to secure half of the top 10 spots in the Secret Realm points. Many of their top-tier students are already at the peak of Level C, with rumors suggesting that some have even brushed against the threshold of Level B. Next, we have several elite private martial arts high schools, such as Shenghua Martial High and Laming Martial High. Although their student numbers may not rival those of public schools, each individual is an elite forged from abundant resources. Their techniques, equipment, and secret skills are unparalleled by ordinary students. Exercise extreme caution regarding their hidden strengths. Lei Hong's voice grew solemn. Lastly, there is one more martial school to be wary of, the Army Martial High. Do your utmost to avoid provoking them. I have heard they are sending 10 outstanding students to participate in the trials, each one a formidable opponent. Anyone who can gain admission to an Army-affiliated martial arts high school is no ordinary talent. They either possess an exceptionally unique profession or extraordinary innate abilities. Their selection criteria begin at a minimum of Level A aptitude. If you encounter them, weigh your options carefully. Do not engage recklessly. Is that understood? Lei Hong paused, lifting the booklet in his hand. This booklet contains the intelligence we have gathered regarding key figures from other schools, including their names, affiliated institutions, known professions, primary skills, and notable achievements and characteristics. Of course, you can identify the students from the Army Martial High by their uniforms. Their information is classified, and we cannot assist you in gathering details about them. Now, take a moment to study the handbook carefully. Familiarize yourselves with its contents so that you may discern whether to confront them or evade their sphere of influence. Alternatively, consider joining forces with others to eliminate them. The last statement drew a smirk from Lei Hong, one tinged with the nuances of societal undertones, prompting a ripple of understanding and amusement among the students. In competitions, within the bounds of the rules, each relies on their own abilities. The students eagerly began to peruse the booklets in their possession. Lin Meng casually flipped through the pages, noting the meticulous design of the booklet, which was rich in both imagery and text. Key target of interest. Name, Qin Wushuang. School, 1st Martial High. Profession, Level A aptitude Dragonblood Warrior, melee explosive type. Level, Peak Level C, suspected to have mastered certain Level A combat techniques. Characteristics, burly physique, silver hair, Wields a crimson heavy sword, proud and fiercely combative. Achievements. Known to have single-handedly slain the peak level sea beast, the blazing flame tiger. Threat level, high. Recommended strategy. If you cannot defeat him, ensure you can outpace him. Key target of interest. Name, Shenghuan Yan. School, Shenghua Martial High. Profession, Level A Aptitude Star Realm Mage, Ranged Artillery Type. Level, Late Level C. Characteristics, stunningly beautiful, clad in white as snow, wields a celestial staff. Reputedly capable of harnessing stellar energy with astonishing area damage. Threat level, extremely high. Recommended strategy. If you encounter her, focus on eliminating her backline during team engagements. Key target of interest. Name, Wang Tong. School, First Martial High. Profession, Level A Aptitude Shadow Assassin. High Agility, High Burst. Level, Late Level C. Characteristics, elusive movements. Adept at stealth and surprise attacks, rumored to be the offspring of a level of professional. Threat level, extremely high. Recommended strategy. If you find yourself entangled with him, ensure you never venture alone thereafter. Key target of interest. Name, Leisha. School, Lin Meng Martial High. Profession, Level A Aptitude Thunderclad Fighter. High Defense, High Burst. Representative of Mechanical Wealth. Level, Peak Level C. Characteristics, equipped with the Thunder God Mk3 exoskeleton armor, silver black in hue, adorned with lightning insignia on the shoulders. Calm demeanor. With a combat style marked by data-driven precision. Main abilities speculated. 1. Thunder Barrier, high-intensity energy shield, capable of short-term overload to absorb damage. 2. Electromagnetic Fist, heavy melee strike. Accompanied by electromagnetic paralysis and penetration effects. 3. Thunderlight Engine, burst mode, temporarily enhances all attributes, with significant energy consumption. 4. Magnetic Levitation Module, provides hovering and high-speed mobility capabilities. Note, his armor is embedded with various weapon systems. Specific functionalities are unknown, suspected to include miniature missiles or high-energy laser weapons. Threat level, extremely high. Recommended strategy, avoid confrontation. Players who invest heavily are always overpowered, with abilities that defy reason. The only limitation to his prowess is the number of energy modules he can carry. Upon reaching the final page, a starkly labeled entry marked as an S-level aptitude professional elicited audible gasps from several students. Extremely dangerous existence. Name, Luo Jun. School, First Martial High. Profession, S-level aptitude rune mage, long-range control explosive type. Level, Peak Level C, power unfathomable, suspected to have mastered certain B-level rune combinations. Characteristics, arrogant demeanor. Typically wields an obsidian rune pen. His rune combinations are ever-changing and nearly impossible to defend against. Main abilities speculated. 1. Elemental rune arrows, multi-elemental strikes. With control and persistent damage. 2. Energy gathering magic array, wide area, high damage. 3. Binding rune net, powerful control. 4. Array affinity, passive, enhances magic arrays. 5. Elemental resonance, passive, rune synergy bursts. Note, he may possess additional undisclosed rune techniques. Threat level, extremely high. S-level aptitude. Pray you do not encounter him. If you do, run. The booklet listed dozens of names, each representing a renowned genius within H City's first-year cohort. Their photographs and ability descriptions caused many students from the second high to feel a chill of apprehension, with beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. My heavens, this Qin Wushuang can single-handedly slay a blazing flame tiger at peak level C. That beast is nearly level B. And that Shenghuan Yan, just the title of Star Realm Mage sounds formidable. Level A aptitude truly is exceptional. But what of this Luo Jun? S-level aptitude. Is he truly the leader of the First Martial High? A male student's voice trembled. The profession of rune mage is already rare. But an S-level rune mage is practically unheard of. The First Martial High is utterly monstrous. The booklet lists 7 or 8 top-tier experts. Now, another S-level talent, Luo Jun, has emerged. Whispers of speculation filled the air, and many students who had initially felt emboldened found their confidence shaken by the revelations. Lin Meng's gaze swept over the booklet, focusing on several individuals marked as extremely high threats, including the S-level Luo Jun, before he closed the booklet with a composed expression. Indeed, it appeared that Luo Jun was the rune mage the principal had previously mentioned. It seems he has successfully ascended from level A aptitude to S-level, making him one of the most formidable opponents in this competition. Lingu, why are you so unfazed? Zhang Dali couldn't help but inquire, observing Lin Meng's calm demeanor. Merely perusing the data had made Zhang Dali's palms sweaty, especially concerning the S-rank Luo Jun, whose presence left him feeling breathless. Lin Meng cast him a sidelong glance. Does being nervous serve any purpose? If one cannot prevail, studying the information does not change the outcome. Those who can be defeated will be vanquished regardless of whether one has reviewed the data. Intelligence is certainly vital, yet true combat is perpetually fluid and unpredictable. Besides, this competition primarily revolves around trials for points, and you have to confront them directly. Zhang Dali was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head and chuckled, as if realizing the truth in Lin Meng's words. At that moment, a stir erupted at the front of the restricted area. The first martial arts high school has arrived. Someone shouted. All gazes turned in unison. A team donned in matching crimson and black combat uniforms strode forth with an air of superiority. The foremost figures exuded an especially formidable aura, their movements radiating subtle waves of primal energy, imbued with a blatant sense of arrogance and fierceness. Among them was an exceptionally burly individual, his striking silver hair glimmering in the sunlight, carrying a massive red sword that resembled a door panel, none other than Qin Wuxuan. The individual topping the threat list. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and when it landed on the second martial arts high school's area, a contemptuous smirk graced his lips, as if he were surveying a herd of sheep awaiting slaughter. "Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins," he scoffed. Beside Qin Wuxuan, a lean youth with a sinister glint in his eyes, Wang Teng, the A-rank talent and shadow assassin, let out a cold laugh. The arrogant demeanor of the first martial arts high school immediately incited discontent among students from other schools, but most dared not voice their displeasure, intimidated by their overwhelming strength. "Enough of your bluster. Let us see what you can truly achieve. Otherwise, if I don't intervene during the trials, will you manage on your own?" The voice's owner did not raise his volume, yet it abruptly stifled the arrogance of Qin Wuxuan and Wang Teng. Lin Meng's attention was drawn to this unexpected interjection. Following the sound, he noticed a figure stepping forth from behind the first martial arts high school team. It was none other than Luo Jun, the S-rank talent rune mage mentioned in the intelligence reports. Luo Jun was clad in a specially tailored dark black robe, meticulously crafted to accentuate his already tall stature. The robe bore an entirely black hue, save for the cuffs, collar, and hem, which were intricately embroidered with numerous small and complex runes in a muted silver thread. These runes formed enigmatic miniature magic circles that glimmered with a faint light with each step he took, exuding an air of mystery and power. A dark leather belt cinched his waist, adorned with a modestly sized, matte black gemstone, unremarkable yet concealing a latent energy. Soon after, another team entered the restricted area, their arrival silencing the previously raucous crowd. Clad uniformly in military green combat attire, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, they marched with steady, powerful strides, their formation exuding the aura of a disciplined military unit rather than that of ordinary students. This was the Army Martial Arts High School. Lei Hong had previously cautioned against provoking them. Lin Meng's attention had not lingered on this team. His thoughts were elsewhere, merely skimming through the newly arrived groups. However, amidst the ranks of the Army Martial Arts High School, a figure stirred the previously tranquil waters of his heart. A silhouette clad in the same military green combat uniform paused momentarily before turning her head directly towards him. Yi Xinran. Lin Meng silently repeated her name, somewhat astonished. What was she doing here? Could she be a student of the Army Martial Arts High School? He recalled that Yi Xinran was not a local from H City. At this moment, she evidently recognized Lin Meng amidst the crowd and offered him a subtle nod and a smile. Those nearby glanced at her curiously and inquired, "What is up? Did you spot someone you know?" She confirmed, indeed having seen an interesting acquaintance, before turning her attention back. Lin Meng thoughtfully withdrew his gaze. This minor episode went unnoticed by others. As time passed, more school teams arrived, and the atmosphere in the restricted area grew increasingly tumultuous, a myriad of talents converging, hinting at an impending showdown. At 7:50 a.m., a resonant voice boomed through the loudspeakers, commanding the attention of all participating schools. Attention, all competing institutions. The Wansho Secret Realm will commence promptly at 8 o'clock a.m. Please have your respective teachers organize students to their designated teleportation zones and prepare to enter the secret realm in an orderly fashion. The students perked up, their gazes fixated on the enormous silver-gray archway, its surface shimmering with intensified spatial fluctuations. Following the order of arrival, various martial arts high schools began leading their teams into the trial grounds. After about 5 minutes, Lei Hong, upon receiving the notification, waved his hand and guided 100 students towards the designated teleport point. Second Martial Arts High School, follow me. Buzz. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Lin Meng felt the light and shadows shift before the solid ground greeted his feet. Having traversed the interdimensional gates multiple times, he had become completely immune to the dizziness and other adverse effects associated with such teleportation. A dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, intertwining with the acrid scent of blood and the rich fragrance of foliage. Roar. Howl. In the distance, the roars of magical beasts echoed, bursting with primal ferocity and savagery. Lin Meng opened his eyes, taking in a vast expanse of primordial forest. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, massive vines coiling like dragons, while the ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patches of light upon the forest floor. This was the Wansho Secret Realm. Attention, all students. The Secret Realm trial has officially begun. The points on your wristbands will be updated in real time. Good luck. The announcement resonated in everyone's ears before fading into silence. Most students from the second martial arts high school chose to venture cautiously into the depths of the forest in small groups. Lin Gu, shall we stick together? Zhang Dali approached, his face a mix of excitement and anxiety. Lin Meng shook his head. No, I prefer to operate solo. He patted Zhang Dali on the shoulder. Stay safe and don't venture too deep. Preserving your life is the most important. Seeing the seriousness in Lin Meng's expression, Zhang Dali ceased to insist. All right, Lin Gu. Take care. We'll meet at the central arena later. Lin Meng nodded slightly, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the dense forest like a wraith, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. His objective was clear, the densely populated regions of D-rank and C-rank magical beasts. For him at this juncture, these ranks of beasts were the optimal targets for accruing points. Soon, he encountered his first wave of adversaries in a relatively flat clearing of the woods, a group of over a dozen D-rank magical beasts known as fangtooth wild boars. These boars were tough-skinned and fierce, their metallic, gleaming tusks capable of easily piercing the defenses of ordinary practitioners. Grr. The leading fangtooth wild boar spotted Lin Meng, its crimson eyes locking onto him, its sturdy hooves scraping the ground as it let out a low growl before charging forward, a foul wind rushing towards him. Unfazed by the onslaught, Lin Meng remained steadfast. Just as the boar's sharp tusks were about to make contact with his body, he thought, open, interdimensional gate. With a flick of his right hand, he executed a swift slash. Instantaneous displacement. Lin Meng's figure abruptly vanished from sight, as though he had never existed. The massive force of the tusked wild boar's charge met with emptiness, nearly causing it to topple to the ground. Confused, it shook its head, still trying to comprehend what had transpired, when a wave of lethal coldness surged from behind. Lin Meng's silhouette silently materialized behind it, almost brushing against its tail. Dimension piercing. With a swift draw of his black sword, he lightly tapped the blade's tip against the boar's thick hide. There was no earth-shattering collision, no fierce eruption of spiritual pressure. Where the blade touched, it seemed as if a mere bubble had been punctured. In the next instant, the immense body of the tusked wild boar suddenly stiffened. Its large eyes instantly bloodshot, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. Atop its seemingly intact head, a jet-black sword tip quietly emerged, only to vanish in an instant. Its heart had been precisely pierced. Thud! The 1,000-pound tusked wild boar crashed to the ground, lifeless. All of this transpired in a flash. The remaining tusked wild boars had yet to react to the demise of their companion when Lin Meng's figure transformed into an elusive streak of black light. Darting swiftly among the herd, he had mastered instant displacement to perfection. Each flicker appeared in the most cunning positions, rendering the boar's encirclement and charges futile. Their colossal bodies inadvertently became obstacles to one another, colliding chaotically. With each activation of dimension piercing, another tusked wild boar fell silently to the ground. The black sword glided effortlessly across the surface of the monsters, while in reality, the blade had traversed dimensions at an incredibly short distance, directly targeting their vital points. This method of attack, which disregarded physical defenses, was akin to a dimensional strike against these D-rank beasts. In merely a dozen seconds, over 10 tusked wild boars lay lifeless. Sprawled across the ground, Lin Meng's breathing remained steady. The energy consumption of instant displacement post-release was minimal, and although dimension piercing was exquisite, it required negligible spiritual pressure against D-rank beasts. Despite this, he habitually raised his left hand, wielding the white sword. Soul's return. With a gentle lift of the white sword, a soft gravitational pull emanated from its blade. The primal energy released by the slain tusked wild boars, along with the ambient primal energy in the surroundings, was drawn in like moths to a flame, transforming into glimmers of light and rushing into the white sword, ultimately converging into the unknown space behind the soul gate. Lin Meng could distinctly sense the steady and gradual increase of spiritual pressure reserves within him. This energy absorption was akin to a perpetual motion machine. A smile crept onto Lin Meng's lips. This allowed him to wield his release abilities without concern for sustainability. His score on the wristband had leaped from an initial 0 to 15 points. Each D-rank beast was worth 1 point, while each C-rank beast was worth 5 points. In just the past 2 minutes, Lin Meng had slain 10 D-rank tusked wild boars and 1 C-rank leader. The efficiency was commendable. He pressed on without a moment's pause, blending once more into the dense forest. For the time that followed, he resembled an exceptionally efficient hunting machine. When encountering a solitary C-rank beast, the wind blade wolf, his uncanny footwork rendered its pride in speed and sharp wind blade attacks utterly ineffective, culminating in a single fatal strike of dimension piercing. Faced with a flock of D-rank, corrupt vultures, he didn't even need to engage them up close. Utilizing his spatial severing ability, the black sword carved out numerous miniature spatial gateways in the air, diverting their venomous sprays into the void, and after a few quick flashes, he dispatched them one by one. His hunting style resembled not a battle, but rather a precise and efficient surgical operation. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, at the temporary command center, a colossal light screen displayed the constantly fluctuating scores of students from various schools. Lei Hong and several teachers from the second high school observed the screen anxiously, searching for the names of their students. Zhang Dali had earned 10 points, not bad. This boy is awakening his potential. Lu Feifei had 17 points. Good, maintaining steady progress. Suddenly, a teacher gasped, "Look, Lin Meng, his score." All eyes turned in unison towards the upper section of the score leaderboard. An unfamiliar name was skyrocketing at a jaw-dropping pace. Lin Meng, second martial high, 87 points. Chapter 72, A Day of Unmatched Dominance. Hiss, 87 points? How long has it been? Not even an hour, right? Is he cheating? Did he single-handedly take down a C-rank beast slayer? Lei Hong was equally astonished, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. This score had already left the second-place contender trailing by nearly 30 points. To put it in perspective, the second place was still the A-rank talent, the Blood Dragon warrior Qin Wushuang from the first martial high, who barely had 57 points. How on earth did this boy achieve such feats? Lei Hong murmured, filled with shock and confusion. The fluctuations in Lin Meng's score naturally caught the attention of the teachers leading other schools. Second martial high? Lin Meng? Who is this? I've never heard of him before. Let us find out what profession and talent this Lin Meng has. The teacher from the first martial high furrowed his brow and promptly pulled up Lin Meng's profile, but it only contained basic information: profession, soul master, talent level, B. This only deepened his perplexity. In a certain valley within the secret realm, Qin Wushuang cleaved a mid-tier C-rank, iron-armored rhinoceros, in two with a single strike, feeling a sense of satisfaction as his wristband registered a 5-point increase. Brother Qin, you're magnificent. Several of the first martial high's underlings eagerly praised him. Humph. This beast's secret realm is nothing extraordinary, Qin Wushuang declared with pride. Our first martial high must claim at least 7 spots in the top 10. Of course, with Brother Qin and Boss Luo here, everyone else is just a bunch of nobodies. Just then, one of the underlings exclaimed, "Brother Qin, look at the score leaderboard." Qin Wushuang casually glanced over, only for his pupils to constrict in shock. Lin Meng, second martial high, 98 points. His voice was tinged with disbelief. How could this be possible? His own score was only 43 points, far behind. Who is this guy? Is he cheating? Wang Tong emerged from the shadows, his expression grim. Immediately investigate. Find Lin Meng's location. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. A flicker of malice crossed Qin Wushuang's eyes. An unknown student from the second high dared to outscore him, which felt like a strong provocation. Meanwhile, Lin Meng remained blissfully unaware that he had become the center of attention. He had just dispatched a group of early-stage C-rank shadow leopards, his score now surpassing the 100-point threshold. After replenishing his energy consumption through the absorption of spiritual particles, he was about to change his position when he unexpectedly discovered a cave emitting faint energy fluctuations concealed behind a wall of vines. Lin Meng felt a stir of curiosity, using his black sword to sever the vines, and stepped inside. The cave was shallow. At its end lay an ancient stone platform upon which 3 diamond-shaped crystals radiated a gentle glow. A hidden supply point? Lin Meng raised an eyebrow. He picked up one of the crystals, and his wristband immediately chimed. Discovered a small energy supply crystal, gaining 10 points. 3 crystals meant a total of 30 points. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Meng stowed the 3 crystals away, his score smoothly reaching 155 points. Unbeknownst to him, such supply points were exceedingly rare in the secret realm, often guarded by formidable beasts. His ease in obtaining them was purely due to luck and the prior elimination of several low-level guardians while dealing with the shadow leopards. The first day in the secret realm slipped away amidst tense and bloody hunting. As the dusk began its descent, a resounding voice echoed through the mysterious realm. Attention, all challengers, the first day's trial has concluded. All magical beasts will enter a frenzied state, significantly increasing their aggression and perception range. Please seek a safe location to rest. Lin Meng found a concealed hollow in a tree and performed a brief tidying up. He glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Lin Meng, second martial rank, 286 points. Second place, Luo Jun, first martial rank, 155 points. Third place, Qin Wushuang, first martial rank, 118 points. Fourth place, Lei Zhe, thunder martial rank, 109 points. Fifth place, Shengwan Yin, holy splendor martial rank, 105 points. His score was a staggering lead, nearly double that of the second place. Indeed, he was far ahead. Lin Meng's expression remained calm as he continued to scroll through the leaderboard. He understood that the position of the top rank would not remain secure starting tomorrow. The S-rank Luo Jun had only a mere 30 points more than Qin Wushuang, clearly indicating he had not exerted himself fully. Upon reaching the second page, he spotted the target he sought. 11th place, Yi Xinran, army martial rank, 88 points. 11th place, is it? It seems her progress has not been smooth. Lin Meng closed the scoreboard, shut his eyes, and began meditating to recover. The black and white dual swords rested quietly on his lap, exuding a faint glow. As the night deepened, countless eyes within the mysterious realm of beasts sparkled with various hues, all fixated on the name that hung at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. As dawn broke, the crisp air, laden with dew, heralded the morning, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Lin Meng opened his eyes while perched upon the robust branch of a colossal tree, feeling rejuvenated from a night of meditation. However, he keenly sensed an unusual presence. It was not the threat of magical beasts, but rather a subtle sensation of being watched, delicate as a spider's web brushing against his awareness. It appeared that the position of the top rank indeed invited animosity. A slight smile graced Lin Meng's lips, and he chose not to dwell on it. Whatever comes, he would face with resolve. He leaped gracefully, vanishing into the morning mist like a monkey in the trees. A new day of hunting commenced, and his points continued to accumulate steadily. Yet, that sensation of being observed lingered like a persistent thorn, causing him mild irritation. About an hour later, in a relatively open riverside area, Lin Meng was preparing to confront a group of early-stage C-class sawtooth crocodiles, when he suddenly heard a familiar shout from nearby. Lin Gu, hey, where have you been hunting for points? We thought you were cheating again. Zhang Dali's characteristic booming voice approached. Lin Meng turned to see Zhang Dali, Lu Feifei, and three other classmates from the second martial rank somewhat disheveled as they emerged from a thicket, evidently having just endured a small skirmish. Lin Meng, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Lu Feifei expressed her concern upon spotting him, gripping a staff imbued with faint lightning, clearly having just participated in a battle. It's all good, Lin Meng replied with a calm smile. What brings you all this way? Oh, don't mention it. We initially aimed for a C-class magical beast spawn point, but ended up encountering a troublesome group of burrowing sandworms, barely escaping. Zhang Dali wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. The group exchanged pleasantries and shared their respective information. Just as they conversed, from several dozen meters away, a pair of venomous eyes locked onto Lin Meng and his companions from the dense canopy above. It was none other than Wang Tong from the first martial rank. Humph. You refuse to walk the path to heaven, yet you barge into hell. Wang Tong's lips curled into a cruel smile. She had previously been vexed about how to locate Lin Meng, only to find him gathering with his classmates. Truly, fortune favored her. Lin Meng, aren't you quite capable? Let us see if you can bear to watch your classmates get grievously injured right before your eyes. Malevolent thoughts surged within Wang Tong as she immediately contacted her nearby teammates through the squad channel. Everyone, attention. The target has appeared. Coordinates XXX, XXX. PS accompanied by a few second martial rank nuisances. They LL serve perfectly as bait. According to the plan, let us eliminate those bothersome classmates first to distract him. Understood. Came a series of icy responses from the channel. Lin Meng bid farewell to Zhang Dali and the others, preparing to delve deeper, when a sudden alarm surged in his mind. Be careful, he shouted, spinning around sharply. Almost instantaneously, the ground in the area where Zhang Dali and the others stood exploded. Several radiant chains shot up from the earth, ensnaring their ankles. Simultaneously, from the surrounding thickets, flames, frost, and sharp arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Enemy attack. Zhang Dali and his companions were caught off guard, plunging into peril. Chapter 73, Counterattack and Score Surpass. Lu Feifei reacted swiftly, her staff thrust forward, conjuring a lightning barrier that barely blocked several attacks. Yet the magical chains eerily penetrated the barrier, dragging one classmate into the depths of the thicket. Damn it! Zhang Dali roared, his battle axe glowing with earthy light as he attempted to sever the chains, only to be forced into a frenzy by a barrage of cunning shadow arrows. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the first martial rank squad had long plotted this ambush, their teamwork flawless, striking with thunderous ferocity, their sights set on Lin Meng's classmates, clearly intending to compel him to hesitate. Lin Meng, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you were going to be a turtle hiding in its shell. Wang Tong's triumphant voice echoed from the nearby thicket, laced with a taunting tone akin to a cat playing with a mouse. A cold glint flashed in Lin Meng's eyes, igniting a blaze of fury within him. What he detested most was such despicable conduct that put others in harm's way. Seeking death, he hissed under his breath as his figure suddenly blurred. Open, Gate of Realms. Facing the simultaneous onslaught of lethal attacks from all directions, armor-piercing arrows, corrosive miasma, and silent, stealthy daggers, Lin Meng advanced rather than retreated. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind a first martial rank elemental mage who was preparing to unleash a powerful fireball at Lu Feifei. The mage felt a chill at the back of his neck, unable to react in time before witnessing a streak of pitch-black sword light glide past him with an elusive swiftness. Dimensional piercing. The tip of the black sword lightly touched the elemental mage's protective energy shield, seemingly piercing a bubble. There was no violent clash of energy, only a barely perceptible sound. Uft. The elemental mage's pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked down to find his chest unexpectedly split open, a fine sword mark penetrating through. He had not even comprehended how Lin Meng had executed his strike. With one successful blow, Lin Meng did not linger, his figure flickering once more. Spatial interruption. Confronted with a barrage of energy arrows and spells targeting Zhang Dali from various angles, Lin Meng's right hand wielded the black sword, tracing several arcane paths before him. Ripples fanned out in the air as several miniature, distorted portals materialized before vanishing almost instantaneously. Those attacks, capable of piercing steel, upon touching those portals, were swallowed whole or deflected into empty space. One fireball even struck another first martial rank student squarely in the backside, causing him to yelp in surprise. What the hell is this? The members of Wang Tung's squad were left aghast. Their prideful coordinated attack had been effortlessly thwarted before Lin Meng. Akin to child's play, Lin Meng's movements flowed like water, devoid of any hint of struggle. The three formidable abilities unleashed after his awakening manifested an eerie and overwhelming prowess far beyond the comprehension of C-class practitioners. The instantaneous displacement allowed him to traverse the battlefield like a specter, rendering the enemy's targeting futile. The spatial truncation effectively nullified the enemy's concentrated ranged fire, rendering their attacks utterly futile. Meanwhile, the dimensional piercing emerged as a lethal blade, disregarding all defenses and delivering instant death. Within mere moments, the three members of Wang Tung's squad, tasked with long-range suppression and control, were ruthlessly incapacitated by Lin Meng's thunderous tactics, succumbing to defeat and losing their combat effectiveness. Their protective energy shields were as fragile as a cicada's wings before the black sword, providing no semblance of defense whatsoever. This is impossible. The arrogance and ferocity on Wang Tung's face were swiftly replaced by horror and dread. He nearly gritted his teeth to utter a few words. The intelligence is erroneous. This fellow's combat power is undoubtedly beyond C rank. His abilities are too bizarre. He finally comprehended why Lin Meng's score was so terrifying. Such elusive displacement and defense-ignoring attacks were truly the nightmare of all fragile professions. Retreat. We must retreat. His powers are too uncanny. Wang Tung decisively abandoned his previous arrogance. He was acutely aware that if they did not flee, their squad would surely meet their end here today. As soon as his words fell, a flash of black mist enveloped him, and he seemed to meld into the shadows, instantly vanishing from sight. An A-class talent shadow assassin had means for self-preservation. The remaining first-year martial arts students, still capable of action, felt as if a pardon had been granted, and they hastily employed their escape skills, scattering like birds and beasts. Want to leave? Have you consulted me? Lin Meng snorted coldly, stepping forward to pursue. Unfortunately, Wang Tang's concealment techniques were indeed formidable, and since Lin Meng had to consider the safety of Zhang Dali and the others, Wang Tung ultimately managed to escape. Lin Gu, you are simply too formidable. Zhang Dali stared at Lin Meng, dumbfounded, before finally managing to utter this sentence. The scene they had just witnessed had utterly shattered his worldview. Lu Feifei and the other students were equally astounded, their gazes toward Lin Meng filled with reverence. Lin Meng shook his head slightly, checking the injuries of his classmates. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds and excessive energy depletion, posing no serious threat. We should not linger here. They will undoubtedly summon more reinforcements, Lin Meng stated solemnly. The group nodded and swiftly departed from this treacherous location. After this encounter, although Lin Meng successfully rescued his classmates, he had also squandered a considerable amount of time. After parting ways with Zhang Dali and the others, Lin Meng did not linger in the area. The first-year martial arts students had suffered such a significant loss. They would certainly not let it rest, and this place was no longer safe. With a flicker of his form, he vanished like a wisp of smoke into the depths of the dense forest, continuing his journey toward the center of the secret realm. As noon approached, the sun grew increasingly fierce, casting mottled shadows through the layers of tree canopies, illuminating the forest filled with extraordinary flora. The air was thick with the rich fragrance of vegetation, mingled with a faint hint of blood, hinting at the endless peril lurking within this primordial jungle. Lin Meng was already accustomed to such surroundings. He moved through the thicket with the quietude of an experienced hunter, wielding his black sword with occasional swipes. Utilizing instantaneous displacements to evade lurking dangers, or executing dimensional piercings to precisely eliminate any brazen beasts that dared to emerge. His left hand, gripping the white sword, silently absorbed the dissipated energy, transforming it into sustenance for his continued combat. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of this secret realm. The concentration of energy in the air far exceeded that of the outside world, even surpassing that of his training chamber, which was engraved with a spirit-gathering array. Even more concerning was the faint yet immense aura he sensed, emanating from the center of the secret realm. This aura was ethereal and vast, imbued with an indescribable sense of antiquity and timelessness, as if it had existed since the dawn of time. Within it lay a fluctuation that felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. This beast realm is likely far from simple, Lin Meng mused inwardly. After dispatching another C-rank peak, subterranean sand python, that attempted a sneak attack, the score on his wristband flickered a few times. He took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. First place, Luo Jun, first martial high, 358 points. Second place, Lin Meng, second martial high, 342 points. Third place, Qin Wushuang, first martial high, 215 points. Oh, has he overtaken me? Lin Meng raised an eyebrow, not surprised. He had indeed delayed significantly while rescuing Zhang Dali and the others. Luo Jun, as an S-class talent rune master, undoubtedly possessed exceptional hunting efficiency. It was only natural for him to surpass Lin Meng so swiftly. It seems the rumors about S-class talents being fundamentally transformative are indeed not unfounded. This Luo Jun is certainly a formidable opponent. His gaze continued scanning down the list. Qin Wushuang remained firmly in third place, but the point gap had widened considerably. Further down were other top talents from various martial high schools. Notably, several students from the Army Martial High were performing remarkably well. With several consistently ranking within the top 20, their scores tightly clustered, clearly employing a strategy of collective action for high efficiency. However, when Lin Meng's gaze landed on a name outside the top 30, he paused slightly. The previously 11th ranked Yi Xinran had fallen to 32nd place. Yi Xinran, Army Martial High, 151 points. Yi Xinran. Lin Meng was somewhat astonished. As an S-class talent practitioner, she should not have fallen to such a rank, even if she was not as extraordinary as Luo Jun. While the other students from Army Martial High were banding together to accumulate points. How had she ended up lagging behind? Was she acting alone? He recalled her sudden declaration to participate in the competition when they first met in the bamboo forest, coupled with her not being from H City, leading him to form a vague suspicion. Just as he was pondering, a violent surge of energy waves resonated from deep within the forest ahead, accompanied by the furious roars of magical beasts and the sharp sounds of piercing air. The commotion was substantial. Clearly, someone was engaged in intense battle with a powerful magical beast. Lin Meng's heart stirred, and he concealed his aura, stealthily following the sound. Parting the dense foliage, he emerged into a relatively open rocky area. In the center of the rocky terrain, a petite figure was entangled in a fierce struggle with a massive magical beast. The beast resembled a giant wolf, its entire body covered in tough, dark scales. A row of sharp-boned spines lining its back, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Its limbs were extraordinarily robust and powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Most striking were its eyes, glowing with a cruel red light, and its speed, nearly leaving afterimages in its wake. A B-rank late-stage magical beast, Wind Shadow Wolf. Lin Meng recognized the creature at a glance. The Wind Shadow Wolf was renowned for its speed and elusive movements, with rapid and fierce attacks that were exceedingly difficult to counter. A typical peak C-rank practitioner would likely meet their demise upon encountering it. And amidst the frenzied assaults of the Wind Shadow Wolf was none other than Yi Xinran. In that moment, Yi Xinran's military green combat attire was somewhat disheveled. Beads of sweat glistening at her temples, her breathing slightly labored. She wielded no conventional weapon, instead relying on her agile positioning to continuously cast spells, aided by a small fiery beast by her side. As they maneuvered against the Wind Shadow Wolf, Lin Meng focused intently, recognizing the creature as a rare spirit flame fox mongoose, which had already reached late-stage C-rank strength. Recalling the information about spirit flame fox mongooses, he noted that they were intelligent magical beasts that could easily attain A-rank late-stage status upon maturity. At this moment, the spirit flame fox mongoose's fiery red fur blazed with intense flames, its purple gem-like eyes filled with urgency and valor. Its petite form darted across the battlefield, occasionally unleashing waves of scorching flames from its mouth to disrupt the Wind Shadow Wolf's offensive. Howl! The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf was evidently incensed by the presence of the small creature, erupting with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. A swirling tempest of dark, malevolent winds enveloped its form, propelling its speed to an astonishing degree as it transformed into a blurred shadow, its claws crackling with lethal intent as it lunged toward Yi Xinran's face. The strike was executed with an unfathomable swiftness, accompanied by the sharp sound of sonic booms. Yi Xinran's delicate visage paled slightly, as she instinctively sensed the impending danger. She deftly shifted her footing in an attempt to evade the attack. However, the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's velocity was extraordinary, its razor-sharp claws honing in on her presence, rendering escape impossible. Little fire, foxfire illusion. In a moment of peril, Yi Xinran commanded with urgency. The spirit flame fox mongoose responded with a piercing shriek, unleashing a brilliant flare from the fiery tuft on its tail. In the blink of an eye, several azure-blue foxfire orbs materialized, coalescing into a distorted barrier of light before Yi Xinran. The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's claws grazed her shoulder, severing a few strands of ebony hair. Momentarily taken aback by its failed strike, the massive beast faltered slightly within the foxfire illusion. Now is the chance. Claw strike. Flame kick. Yi Xinran's voice rang out once more, imbued with urgency. The spirit flame fox mongoose, having long prepared for this moment, shot forth like an arrow, tracing a brilliant arc of fire in the air. Its claws, sharp enough to rend rock, sliced through the air with a whistling sound as they aimed for the relatively softer underbelly of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Sizzle. Sparks flew. The claws of the spirit flame fox mongoose left shallow white marks on the demon wolf's hardened scales, yet failed to inflict any significant harm, as the inner protective energy visibly countered the attack. However, the pain only served to enrage the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf further, its massive tail sweeping out like a steel whip. conjuring a gale of ferocious winds. The spirit flame fox mongoose, undeterred by its miss, nimbly rolled in midair, narrowly evading the sweeping tail. Following this, it exerted its hind legs with great force, using the downward momentum to spin in the air, igniting a burst of flames as it delivered a powerful kick to the demon wolf's side. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the wind shadow demon wolf's head was knocked slightly askew, emitting a pained whimper. Nevertheless, the life force of a late-stage B-grade magical beast was remarkably resilient. This minor injury was mere surface damage to it. Howl! The wind shadow demon wolf was now utterly furious. The dark wind swirling around it coalescing into countless razor-sharp wind blades, assaulting Yishinran and the spirit flame fox mongoose like a tempest. Little fire, healing light, then create some distance. Yishinran urgently directed, retreating swiftly to evade the onslaught of wind blades. A gentle white light enveloped the spirit flame fox mongoose, swiftly mending the hidden injuries from their previous clash, while it deftly dodged the incoming wind blades. Lin Meng observed from the shadows, acutely aware of Yishinran's precarious situation. The speed and cunning of the wind shadow demon wolf were formidable. Although Yishinran was agile, she was merely a C-grade practitioner, and the disparity in strength against a late-stage B-grade beast was stark. Had it not been for the spirit flame fox mongoose's fearless tenacity and its remarkable speed and explosive power that repeatedly interrupted the demon wolf's lethal strikes, Yishinran would have long since perished. Even so, both she and the spirit flame fox mongoose were barely holding their ground. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Their attacks posed little threat to the wind shadow demon wolf, and should the spirit flame fox mongoose falter or Yishinran tire, the consequences would be dire. This girl has truly gotten herself into a predicament. Lin Meng's brow furrowed slightly. The wind shadow demon wolf's power had surpassed what a C-grade practitioner could contend with. However, through the battle, Lin Meng discerned some of Yishinran's abilities. Her command over the spirit flame fox mongoose was remarkably precise, and her timing impeccable, indicative of rigorous training. Moreover, she seemed to be consciously utilizing the battle to refine her synergy with the spirit flame fox mongoose. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. The wind shadow demon wolf appeared to lose patience, letting out a piercing howl that drew in the surrounding dark winds, gathering them into its maw. An ominous wave of destructive energy began to coalesce in a frenzied manner. This is bad. It's the wind shadow demon wolf's charged ultimate move, Storm Howl. Lin Meng's pupils constricted. This move could easily annihilate an average early-stage B-grade practitioner. Yishinran, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, her face draining of color. She attempted to retreat with the spirit flame fox mongoose, but the terrifying energy wave had already locked onto them, an invisible pressure descending like a mountain, slowing their movements to a crawl. Little fire! Yishinran cried out in desperation. The spirit flame fox mongoose emitted a mournful cry, resolutely positioning itself in front of Yishinran, its flames surging wildly as it braced to shield its master with its fragile form, striving to buy her a fleeting chance of survival. Chapter 75, The Gate of Return. In that critical moment, just as the wind shadow demon wolf, having amassed all its demonic power, was on the verge of unleashing a storm howl capable of tearing steel and obliterating early-stage B-grade practitioners, the spirit flame fox mongoose burned with life, unflinchingly standing its ground before Yishinran, prepared to confront the cataclysmic storm with its diminutive body. A figure, like a brushstroke tearing through canvas, suddenly appeared before Yishinran and the spirit flame fox mongoose. Lin Meng. Yishinran's desperate gaze reflected a familiar silhouette, and she gasped in astonishment, a tumult of emotions surging within her. There was no time to ponder, as the chilling energy wave loomed ominously overhead. Lin Meng's eyes, in that instant, radiated an icy depth, akin to ancient glaciers and the primordial singularity of the universe, both profound and frigid. He did not turn back. He simply raised the black and white twin swords in his hands with calm determination. My body is the realm, all things return to the void. The gate of no intervals, Bankai. His deep and grand declaration resounded like a divine edict from the heavens. Boom. The world shifted in hue, centered around Lin Meng. An invisible storm surged outward, grinding the rubble of the rocky shore into fine powder, while the towering ancient trees trembled under the immense pressure, as if they might shatter at any moment. The violent wave of primordial energy even interfered to some extent with the wind shadow demon wolf's impending storm howl, causing a barely perceptible hesitation in its gathering speed. The black and white twin swords in his hands seemed to be imbued with life, their blades shimmering with radiant light. In Yishinran's eyes, the black sword exuded an ominous aura that seemed capable of devouring all light, while the white sword gleamed with a purifying brilliance. Their distinctly contrasting, yet oddly harmonious energies intertwining and rising. For the first time, the wind shadow demon wolf's scarlet beastly gaze revealed shock and profound confusion. It could distinctly sense that the power erupting from this previously troublesome human far exceeded its comprehension, although the energy waves unleashed were still inferior to its own. They invoked a primal shudder deep within its fierce soul. Roar! Yet the long-prepared storm howl was already at the ready, and it had to be unleashed. In that moment, the ferocity of the beast overrode its fear. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal pillar of destruction, several meters in diameter and composed of countless rapidly spinning dark wind blades, hurtled toward Lin Meng with earth-shattering force, ready to rend the sky and split the earth. As the light beams surged forth, the air was violently compressed and displaced, creating a series of deafening sonic booms, while the ground was plowed into a deep chasm, as if to cleave the entire rocky shore in twain. Yi Shinran's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, her face pale as a sheet. Devoid of color from fear and tension, she yearned to cry out a warning, yet discovered that an invisible force had seized her throat, rendering her incapable of producing even the faintest sound. Too swift, too potent. This onslaught, she and Xiaohua could undoubtedly not withstand. However, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Lin Meng's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely raised his right hand, wielding the black sword. Its tip pointed towards the roaring tempest that approached. Void devouring. The tranquil 4 words, devoid of any emotion, resonated like a decree of the laws themselves. Imbued with an undeniable will, before the tip of the black sword, the very fabric of space rippled as though a stone had been cast into water. Subsequently, an unfathomable door materialized out of thin air. It was no known portal, but a pitch-black, profound abyss, seemingly connecting to the cosmos's end, the ultimate destination of all things. Within the door lay no radiance, only an overwhelming, heart-stopping void. It resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, exuding a terrifying pull that threatened to consume everything. The door of oblivion. The storm of the wind-shadow demon wolf collided with this bizarre door, yet there was no earth-shattering explosion, no rampant release of energy. Not even the faintest whisper of sound. The fearsome tempest, capable of toppling cities, was devoured silently and completely by the unfathomable void the moment it touched the door of oblivion, disassembled and erased. In but a heartbeat, the raging energy vanished. The piercing sonic booms subsided, and the suffocating pressure dissipated into nothingness. On the rocky shore, only Lin Meng stood resolutely with his sword and the door of oblivion, now slowly closing, emanating an aura of infinite majesty. The massive form of the wind-shadow demon wolf froze in place, its once manic eyes now filled with an unprecedented terror. Its prideful finishing move had simply vanished. Yi Shinran and Xiaohua were equally stunned. The spirit flame mongoose even forgot to maintain its flames. Its small mouth agape enough to fit a bird's egg, its amethyst-like eyes brimming with disbelief. Yi Shinran trembled lightly, gazing at Lin Meng's back, her mind a blank slate. What manner of power was this? The outside world had informed her that Lin Meng was merely a C-rank practitioner, a soul master who had only just ascended from B rank to A rank. What a jest! Such an ability, capable of effortlessly obliterating a full-force strike from a late-stage B-rank magical beast, was something even the average A-rank practitioner could scarcely achieve. Had this power already grazed the edges of the laws? Yi Shinran mumbled to herself, her perception of strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Being the inheritor of the S-rank Soul Pivot Master, what Lin Meng had just displayed was no mere energy confrontation. It resembled a higher-level rule's overwhelming force. Just as she was engulfed in shock and awe, Lin Meng moved. In his Bankai state, his aura was as deep as the vast ocean, his spiritual pressure coalescing and unwavering, while the black and white dual swords shimmered with an enigmatic light, radiating an unsettling resonance. His target was the temporarily dazed wind-shadow demon wolf. Dimension traversal. Lin Meng's figure abruptly became indistinct and distorted, as though ink poured into water, and in the next moment, he appeared like a specter at the wolf's left side, then its right, above, and behind. Countless phantoms of Lin Meng flickered around the massive wind-shadow demon wolf, each semblance so solid that it was impossible to discern their true trajectories. Multidimensional assault. With a mere thought, dozens of varying-sized, pitch-black doors materialized around the wind-shadow demon wolf, each exuding a sharp aura akin to that of the black sword. Each swing of his right-hand sword seemed to slice through the barriers of space, producing faint tearing sounds. The blade struck the wolf's sturdy dark-scaled armor, sending forth dazzling sparks. Chapter 76. Successful kill. The protective energy of a late-stage B-rank beast was indeed formidable. Even in his Bankai state, with his energy level reaching B rank, it still provided significant defense against Lin Meng. The incessantly swirling energy effectively shielded the flesh and blood of the wind-shadow demon wolf from direct harm. Lin Meng was not surprised. He was acutely aware of his current energy level's limitations. At the initial release, it rivaled the peak of C rank, while only entering the threshold of B rank after Bankai. Faced with a wind-shadow demon wolf whose energy level surpassed his by a significant margin, he knew he would first need to deplete its protective energy before his initial release's dimension-piercing could bypass its defenses or his multidimensional attacks could breach them. The dual black and white swords he wielded against the wolf's ever-circulating, robust protective energy initially left only shallow white marks on its surface, failing to inflict any substantial wounds. However, the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf had already battled alongside Yishinran and the Spirit Flame Mongoose for quite some time, and had just unleashed a long-prepared finishing move, Storm Roar, resulting in considerable energy depletion. Now, facing Lin Meng's elusive and relentless multi-angle assaults, its protective energy was visibly waning and dimming. Finally, after a feigned attack had momentarily disrupted its energy flow, Lin Meng precisely seized upon that fleeting vulnerability, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as the true killing blow descended. From within the dozens of pitch-black doors, concentrated black sword lights erupted, some doors even extending the physical blades of the black sword, stabbing towards the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's weak defensive points from the most cunning angles. With a sickening sound, deep wounds appeared across the massive form of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf, its dark scales easily torn asunder before the seemingly omnipotent black blades. As if they were nothing more than decayed wood, scalding blood erupted like an uncontrollable fountain, staining the ground a dark crimson. The once impenetrable scales, now devoid of their protective energy, became as fragile as paper before Lin Meng's black sword domain, which, by defying conventional physical defenses, directly acted upon the very fabric of space. A howl. The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf emitted a mournful, anguished cry filled with despair as its massive body trembled violently. Attempting to resist, but unable to locate Lin Meng's true form, forced to endure the relentless onslaught of slicing attacks from all directions. It had never imagined it would be toyed with and slaughtered in such a manner. The excruciating pain and the terror of death finally jolted it from the shock of Lin Meng's unfathomable power. It was utterly terrified. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf let out a piercing roar, abandoning any attempt to attack, instead turning to flee, its limbs propelling it as a dark shadow into the depths of the forest. The survival burst of a late-stage B-rank beast was still astonishingly swift. Attempting to escape, Lin Meng's cold voice, like a maggot in the bones, echoed in the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's ears. Just as the wolf was about to plunge into the thicket, a figure appeared even faster before it. Instantaneous displacement. Lin Meng's form materialized like a ghost directly in front of the fleeing Wind Shadow Demon Wolf, blocking its path. The black sword in his hand glimmered with the cold light of death under the sun. The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf, sensing its demise, sought to turn. But it was too late. A concentrated, pitch-black sword light, honed to perfection, sliced through the air towards the wolf's neck with impeccable precision. Dimension-piercing, with a sickening sound. This time, there was no obstruction. The massive wolf's head soared amidst a spray of scorching blood. The Wind Shadow Demon Wolf's enormous headless body surged forward for several meters due to inertia before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Scarlet blood stained the rocky shore. Lin Meng stood silently in place, the radiance from his black and white swords gradually dissipating as the Bankai state was released. An indescribable weariness surged within him. The consumption of Bankai was indeed astronomical. A mere few minutes of combat had completely depleted the original energy reserves within him. Yet his expression remained serene, merely exhaling a sigh of relief. With a gentle flick of his left hand, the white sword emitted an invisible pull, absorbing the dissipated energy of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf and transforming it into pure energy to replenish Lin Meng's expended strength. As Lin Meng voluntarily released his Bankai, the black and white swords vanished, reverting to their initial form. The entire sequence, swift and decisive, spanned only a few dozen breaths from Lin Meng's initial strike to the demise of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. However, the shock it imparted to Yishinran was immeasurable. She stared at Lin Meng, her usually lively and clever eyes now filled with awe and disbelief. That was an A-class late-stage Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Watching him effortlessly handle the spoils with a mere broken sword was astounding. In the beast's secret realm, such a creature would pose a significant challenge to any elite team. Yet he had single-handedly dispatched it with such ease, especially the final elusive pursuit and lethal strike, which had completely reshaped her understanding of combat. Gulp. Yishinran swallowed hard, feeling her throat parched. Beside her, the spirit flame mongoose bore a look of survival, its gaze towards Lin Meng filled with reverence. The earlier bravado long vanished. She adjusted her slightly disheveled combat attire and loose strands of hair, taking a deep breath to steady her voice, striving to sound less tremulous. Thank you, Lin Meng, for your timely rescue. Yishinran stepped a few meters closer to Lin Meng, bowing respectfully. Lin Meng turned to face her, observing the young girl clad in military attire, her beauty still evident despite the uniform, and the spirit flame mongoose peeking from her shoulder, rubbing its eyes as if it had not yet fully recovered from the earlier fright. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was but a trifling matter. Besides, you aided me in my moment of need, he replied with a smile, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. But you, how did you attract a beast of this caliber all on your own? Yishinran's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing a youthful charm. Well, it's a long story. I initially sought a suitable opponent to hone Xiaohua's practical skills, But unexpectedly, the wind shadow demon wolf appeared. Thankfully, you came to my aid, otherwise I would have had to use my trump card to exit the beast's secret realm. At this juncture, she paused, her clear eyes fixed intently on Lin Meng, filled with curiosity and inquiry. However, Lin Meng, are you certain your soulbound object is a door? I can't shake the feeling that your soulbound object resembles a sword. Her voice carried a hint of inquisitive probing. At her words, Lin Meng merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Chapter 77, True Name Contract. Lin Meng's gaze roamed over Yi Shinran's flushed face, adorned with excitement and curiosity, and then glanced at the spirit flame mongoose on her shoulder, which was discreetly observing him with its bright eyes. The door is fundamental, while the sword is merely a manifestation, he replied with a smile. My soulbound object is indeed a door, though its application may be more extensive than you envision. This statement, while vague, somehow resonated with Yi Shinran as quintessentially Lin Meng. Her keen intellect discerned his reluctance to delve deeper, and she refrained from further questioning, though her autumn-like eyes shone with heightened curiosity. She was nearly certain that Lin Meng's soulbound object was far from the ordinary iron door they were all familiar with. The door that devoured the ultimate attack of an A-class late-stage beast, along with the terrifying power displayed by the suddenly manifested black and white swords, spoke volumes. This individual was shrouded in mystery. Very well, you are indeed formidable, Yi Shinran exclaimed in admiration. Lin Meng sought to shift the topic. Thus he inquired with curiosity. By the way, Yi, I recall that the students from the army Wugao entering the beast's secret realm were all operating in a team format. How is it that you find yourself here alone? He remembered that the main body of the army Wugao was heading towards a designated point deeper within the secret realm, while Yi Shinran appeared to have come from the outer regions on her own exploration. Yi Shinran scratched her head sheepishly, a playful lock of hair falling by her temple, which she casually tucked behind her ear. To be honest, I came to participate in the trials as a solo act. My grandfather arranged a spot for me at the last minute to experience this, so I'm currently participating in the exercise under the guise of an army Wugao student. She stuck out her tongue, exuding a touch of youthful innocence. Secured a spot? Lin Meng raised an eyebrow, a look of realization crossing his features. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the spirit flame mongoose perched on Yi Shinran's shoulder. The little creature seemed to sense Lin Meng's scrutiny, retracting its neck and nuzzling into Yi Shinran's embrace, revealing only its round, sparkling purple eyes as it observed Lin Meng. Speaking of which, this little fellow, Lin Meng mused, a hint of inquiry lacing his tone, it appears quite intelligent and deeply bonded with you. It must not be a wild beast. However, I recall not seeing you with it while waiting to enter the trial space. How did you manage to bring it along? After all, moments ago, the spirit flame mongoose had unhesitatingly burned its life force to protect Yi Shinran. Upon hearing Lin Meng mention Xiaohua, a gentle smile graced Yi Shinran's face as she extended her delicate fingers to gently scratch the mongoose's chin. The little creature contentedly squinted its eyes, emitting a faint purring sound. Xiaohua has been with me since childhood. Yi Shinran organized her thoughts, her clear eyes meeting Lin Meng's with a glimmer of something special. Lin Meng, I can share with you that my profession is spirit ruler, and my core abilities are related to contracts. Contracts? Lin Meng felt a stir within him. In this world's mainstream occupational hierarchy, while there were professions such as summoners and beast tamers associated with contracts, Yi Shinran, as an S-class professional, likely possessed a contract capability far beyond the ordinary. Yi Shinran nodded slightly, a hint of pride in her eyes, yet she remained understated. Yes, one of my abilities is called True Name Contract. If the target, an intelligent being, willingly consents, and I can successfully initiate the contract ceremony, I can inscribe the target's true name onto the contract, thereby establishing a master-servant bond. She paused, seemingly pondering her words, before continuing to explain, once this contract is established, I gain absolute directive authority over my servant. Regardless of how far apart we are, with but a thought, I can issue commands through the true name. These commands, such as obedience, loyalty, and protection, are of absolute compulsion. Of course, there are benefits to signing a master-servant contract. It can enhance the contracted being's talents by one tier, though it cannot exceed my own talent level. However, should both parties agree, I can also establish an equal contract, but then the talent enhancement effect would not apply. Initially, Xiaohua and I signed an equal contract, but later, the little one proposed we sign a master-servant contract. Lin Meng's pupils imperceptibly constricted. Absolute compulsion. This ability was exceedingly domineering. Even should the servant possess strength surpassing that of the spirit ruler, they could not defy commands stemming from the true name. This was akin to a dominion over the very essence of the soul. Furthermore, elevating one's talent by a tier signified that an A-class talent could ascend to S-class. Indeed, it represents a monumental enhancement. Yi Shinran, seemingly perceiving Lin Meng's astonishment, continued, furthermore, I possess the ability to summon my contracted servants to my side instantaneously by expending my own primordial energy. This is known as primordial summoning, which transcends any spatial barriers. Xiaohua was summoned to me in this manner. She gently patted the little spirit flame mongoose on its petite head, and Xiaohua affectionately nuzzled its fluffy cheek against her finger. Thus, during the trial queue, Xiaohua was not at my side, Yi Xinran elucidated. It was my grandfather who exerted considerable effort to help me find a companion of commendable talent, an A grade, who genuinely wished to form a contract with me. After all, voluntariness is a prerequisite, and the other party must possess sufficient innate potential to warrant the expenditure of my precious contract slots. As she spoke, a hint of unnoticeable wistfulness crept into her tone. Eligible candidates are exceedingly scarce. At each stage of my journey as a professional, I can only contract two. Xiaohua is the first, and currently, the only one. Lin Meng felt a surge of emotions at her words. The S-class profession of Spirit Nexus Sovereign was indeed deserving of its illustrious reputation. This capability, centered on true names and realized through voluntary contracts, enabling absolute dominion and ultra-long-distance summoning, was akin to creating an army single-handedly. He gazed at Yi Xinran, this seemingly delicate and gentle maiden, who, despite her charming demeanor, exuded a disquieting aura of control inherent in her professional abilities. Your profession is undeniably formidable, truly worthy of the S-class distinction, Lin Meng sincerely remarked. It was not merely strength, it represented an exceptionally unique application of principles. Yi Xinran smiled radiantly, her expression imbued with a sense of relief. As if sharing the secrets of her profession lightened her burden, it is indeed special. However, there are many constraints. For instance, finding suitable contract candidates is a significant challenge. Chapter 78, Team Trial. A gentle breeze wafted through the beastly secret realm, carrying a hint of coolness that stirred the garments and hair of the two companions. Sunlight filtered through sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground, where shattered stones, the massive carcass of a wind-shadow demon wolf, and the remnants of a recent harrowing battle silently narrated the perils of the locale. Lin Meng's gaze shifted once more to the petite spirit flame mongoose perched upon Yi Xinran's shoulder. At this moment, this little creature appeared to him as an entity capable of attaining S-class upon maturity. And Yi Xinran, the Spirit Nexus Sovereign, what kind of destiny woven from true names and contracts would her future manifest? He was even more curious about Yi Xinran's mention of only being able to contract two at each stage. What would her next contract target be? Or had she considered forming a contract with an even more formidable being, perhaps even a human? This thought flickered through his mind like a jolt of electricity, evoking an inexplicable sensation within him. Just then, Yi Xinran seemed to snap back to reality from their earlier conversation. She glanced at the sky, then at Lin Meng, her lively eyes twinkling as if a thought had struck her, and a sly smile graced her fair face as she inquired, Lin Meng, what are your plans next? Will you continue hunting magical beasts, or head directly to the champion arena? Lin Meng met her gaze, which seemed to read his thoughts, and couldn't he help but smile. This girl was quite quick-witted. Naturally, I intend to visit the champion arena, he replied, turning his attention towards the more majestic mountain silhouettes vaguely visible deeper within the secret realm. However, before that, it would be prudent to clear out some oblivious magical beasts along the way and accumulate some primordial energy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Akin to a star-studded night sky, her tone brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Then shall we go together? She cautiously probed, fearful of Lin Meng's rejection. After all, given the prowess Lin Meng had just exhibited, he would undoubtedly be more efficient and safer acting alone. Lin Meng turned his head to meet her hopeful gaze, as well as the expectant eyes of the spirit flame mongoose on her shoulder. He smiled and readily agreed. He could perceive that, although Yi Xinran was an S-class professional, her abilities at this stage were more focused on contracts and summoning, while her combat prowess, particularly in facing high-tier magical beasts, was still lacking. Very well, Lin Meng nodded, his tone gentle, but you must keep up with my pace. No problem. Yi Xinran immediately straightened her slender waist, as if fearful that Lin Meng might retract his words. Her countenance radiating with excitement. The spirit flame mongoose on her shoulder chirped twice, nuzzling her cheek as if celebrating its master's success. Let us be on our way, Lin Meng said without further ado, turning toward a specific direction. Earlier, he had absorbed the spirit energy from his left-hand white sword, which not only replenished most of his previous expenditure, but also allowed him to faintly sense several, not overly powerful magical beast presences in that direction. Yi Xinran hurriedly followed suit, while the spirit flame mongoose obediently perched on her shoulder, its amethyst-like eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As they proceeded, Lin Meng intentionally slowed his pace, almost as if he were providing a protective front for Yi Xinran. Soon enough, they encountered their first wave of magical beasts, 3 early C-class fangtooth boars. These rugged creatures, their bodies encased in tough bristles, boasted tusks as sharp as scimitars, exuding an aura of ferocity. Xiaohua, Foxfire Illusion, Yi Xinran commanded sharply, and the spirit flame mongoose on her shoulder instantly complied, opening its mouth to conjure several orbs of ethereal blue foxfire that floated toward the 3 fangtooth boars like specters. The boars were evidently taken aback by this sudden assault. Their vision obscured by the foxfire, they emitted a chorus of furious roars, thrashing about in confusion. Now's the moment. Yi Shinran's eyes sparkled. Lin Meng did not rush to intervene, but rather took keen interest in Yi Shinran's orchestration. He observed that, at this stage, her role as a spirit nexus sovereign indeed resembled that of a support and control-type mage. Her primordial energy fluctuations were not particularly formidable, only at the mid-level of C-class. Yet her application of it was remarkably astute. Xiaohua, flame impact. Yi Shinran commanded, and the spirit flame mongoose, responding to her directive, arched its small body before unleashing a scorching pillar of fire from its mouth, striking one of the temporarily halted fangtooth boars with precision. Arc. The boar let out a pained cry, its tough bristles singed in a large patch, releasing a noxious odor. While the vitality of early C-class magical beasts was resilient, this strike was insufficient to be fatal, yet it inflicted considerable suffering. The other two fangtooth boars, hearing their companion's agonizing wail, became even more frenzied, attempting to break free from the foxfire's illusion. Lin Meng, Yi Shinran called out anxiously. The foxfire illusion's control over early C-class beasts was limited in duration, and Xiaohua's attacks could not guarantee a one-hit kill. Lin Meng smiled slightly, leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. In an instant, he appeared beside one of the fangtooth boars, his right hand wielding the black sword with a quiet grace. Thud! The tip of the black sword pierced effortlessly into the boar's eye, deftly shattering its brain. The creature had no time to emit even a grunt as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Lin Meng's figure flickered once more, replicating the maneuver to dispatch the second fangtooth boar that had attempted to charge. Only the last fangtooth boar, injured by Xiaohua's flame impact, remained. It gazed in terror at its fallen companions before turning to flee. Spatial interception. With a casual swipe of his left-hand white sword, an invisible barrier flashed before the boar's escape route. The wild boar collided with an invisible barrier, producing a muffled thud as its entire body was violently propelled backwards, landing in a dazed heap upon the ground. Yi Shinran gazed in astonishment. She was aware of Lin Meng's formidable prowess, yet she had not anticipated that, without entering a state of ultimate ability, he could so effortlessly dispatch a C-class early-stage beast, seemingly only showcasing the initial phase of his strength. That peculiar spatial ability was utterly unfathomable. What are you dawdling for? Finish it off. Lin Meng's voice jolted her from her stupor. Oh, Yi Shinran hastily regained her composure, directing Xiaohua to unleash another torrent of flames, decisively ending the misfortune of the tusked wild boar. As the battle concluded, Yi Shinran surveyed the three lifeless boars strewn across the ground, then glanced at the nonchalant Lin Meng, her opinion of him elevated yet again. Chapter 79, Points Fluctuation. It seems that your profession, prior to acquiring a powerful contract servant, leans more towards control and support. However, things will improve, allowing you to stand alone as an army. Lin Meng remarked casually while utilizing his white sword to absorb the dissipated primordial force. Xiaohua possesses commendable talent, but its level is still low, limiting its ability to confront adversaries directly. You must swiftly seek out a second suitable contract partner or find a way to enhance Xiaohua's power. Yi Shinran nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I understand. My grandfather also mentioned that the spirit ruler heavily relies on the quality and quantity of contract creatures in the early stages. Although Xiaohua has advanced to S-level talent since acknowledging me as its master, it is still in its juvenile phase. She paused, casting a curious glance at Lin Meng. Lin Meng, your current state seems to demand minimal energy? From the recent skirmish, Lin Meng had employed his spatial abilities multiple times without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. It's manageable, Lin Meng replied noncommittally. The consumption of primordial force has indeed become more efficient. This response caused Yi Shinran's lips to twitch slightly. How could it be compared to a bankai? The two companions continued their journey. Along the way, Lin Meng deliberately maintained the combat pace within a range that Yi Shinran and Xiaohua could participate in. When encountering C-class beasts, he would allow Yi Shinran and Xiaohua to attempt their attacks first, utilizing Xiaohua's foxfire to create distractions and control the situation. While Yi Shinran sought opportunities to deploy the minor contract runes she currently mastered, which, though unable to inflict lethal damage on the beasts, could still serve as a means of interference. Lin Meng would intervene at crucial moments, either severing the beast's attacks with spatial cuts or executing precise strikes using instantaneous displacement combined with dimensional piercing, efficient and lethal. His black sword cleaved through space while the white sword absorbed the spirit particles. He wielded these two distinctly different abilities with unparalleled expertise. Yi Shinran observed that Lin Meng's mastery of timing and spatial manipulation during battle had reached an artistic pinnacle. It seemed as if he was not fighting, but rather performing an elegant, yet deadly dance. Each sword strike was perfectly timed, and every displacement was elusive as a shadow. Under such coordination, they successfully hunted down an early-stage B-class armored rhinoceros. Renowned for its formidable defense, its entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of horned armor, making it exceedingly challenging for ordinary B-class practitioners to breach its defenses. At the onset of the battle, Yi Shinran instructed Xiaohua to exploit its speed advantage. persistently harassing the armored rhinoceros by scorching its relatively vulnerable eyes and abdomen with flames. Meanwhile, she sought chances to unleash binding runes that could hinder the rhinoceros's movements. Infuriated by the harassment, the armored rhinoceros charged wildly, yet Xiaohua, nimble in form, narrowly evaded its assaults. Now, attack its left front leg joint. Lin Meng's voice rang out calmly. As the armored rhinoceros's charge faltered, its old strength depleted and new strength yet to arise, its body momentarily stiffened. Lin Meng's figure appeared like a specter at its left side. With his right hand, the black sword traced a dark arc, the blade piercing precisely at the joint where the armored rhinoceros's thick armor was relatively weak. Dimensional piercing. A sickening rip echoed as the black sword's blade seemingly disregarded the tough horned layer, penetrating directly within. Roar. The armored rhinoceros emitted a thunderous roar of agony as its left front leg buckled, its massive body losing balance and crashing to the ground. Xiaohua, unleash your strongest attack on its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Shinran commanded decisively. The spirit flame fox mongoose understood the cue, its small form erupting with astonishing energy, unleashing a flame impact thicker than any prior, forcefully striking the exposed eyes of the armored rhinoceros. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air as the armored rhinoceros let out a wretched cry, its colossal body convulsing violently. Lin Meng offered no respite, his figure flashing once more, appearing above the armored rhinoceros. The black sword was raised high, its tip gleaming ominously, aimed at its other intact eye. And he struck down fiercely. Blood gushed forth. The early-stage B-class armored rhinoceros, succumbing to the seamless cooperation of the two companions, met its demise. Yi Shinran gazed at the fallen rhinoceros, her chest heaving slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her bright eyes sparkled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. This was her first true engagement in the slaying of a B-class beast, though Lin Meng remained the principal force. Her and Xiaohua's support and distraction played a crucial role as well. How do you feel? Lin Meng sheathed the black and white swords, a preparation he had made for the dual swords after reawakening the reverse scale sword in the main world. It was exhilarating. Yi Shinran replied earnestly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Meng, thank you. I've learned so much by working with you. Just mutual assistance. Lin Meng smiled faintly, expertly processing the materials of the armored rhinoceros while using the white sword to absorb its vast primordial force. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clouds above were painted in magnificent shades of orange and red, reminiscent of blazing flames. The silhouettes of the two companions and Xiaohua were elongated in the twilight glow. After nearly half a day's trek in combat, they finally reached the fringes of the core area of the beast's secret realm. It was now the evening of the second day, and the sound of the points leaderboard announcement echoed once more through the air. Ah, they've indeed caught up. Lin Meng regarded the rankings displayed on his wristband with a calm demeanor. First, Luo Jun, first martial high, 452 points. Second, Qin Wushuang, first martial high, 405 points. Third, Lin Meng, second martial high, 388 points. Following closely were, fourth, Lei Zhe, thunder martial high, 361 points. Fifth, Shengguan Yan, holy hua martial high, 335 points. Sixth, Han Li, thunder martial high, 328 points. Seventh, Chen Feng, first martial high, 312 points. Eighth, Bai Lu, elite joint school, 301 points. Ninth, Xiao Feng, holy hua martial high, 296 points. 10th, Yi Shinran, army martial high, 279 points. Due to the delays in the morning and accompanying Yi Shinran for her training, coupled with Luo Jun evidently beginning to exert himself on the second day, Lin Meng's points had been surpassed, dropping him to third place. Conversely, Yi Shinran had surged to the 10th position due to the points she accumulated from Lin Meng's relentless assistance in finishing off enemies. However, it mattered little to Lin Meng, as the rewards for the top 10 in the Beast Secret Realm trials were the same. Moreover, the King's Arena would continue to offer opportunities to earn points, so dropping to third place was not a significant concern. Meanwhile, Yi Shinran, upon hearing her points had reached the 10th spot on the leaderboard, expressed her delight and gratitude. However, the prowess of Luo Jun and the first martial high is undeniably remarkable. The prior boast from the first martial high about securing half of the top 10 slots appears to be far from mere exaggeration. After all, Wang Teng also found himself ousted from the top 10 ranks following a counterattack from Luo Jun. Otherwise, the first martial high would currently boast 4 representatives within the top 10. At this moment, a magnificent voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Beast Secret Realm. Attention! All trial participants. The magical beasts in the outer and central regions of the realm have been largely eradicated. Those whose wristbands show a score exceeding 200 points, or who possess confidence in their abilities and aspire to compete for a place among the final 100, are urged to proceed immediately to the central area of the realm. The King's Arena. The King's Arena is now open. Final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated after the conclusion of the King's Arena on the third day. In cases of ties, points earned in the arena will take precedence, supplemented by secret realm points. I repeat, the final rankings will be determined by the King's Arena on the third day.